Chapter 493. The turn of the stars and the death by one's own blade. The moon hung high, and the stars were sparse in the night sky. In a secluded alleyway, an open-air tavern sat in silence. The establishment was nearly empty, save for a lone figure clad in a black robe, a short dagger sheathed at his waist, indulging in drink. Not far from him, the tavern keeper meticulously prepared some appetizers. This enigmatic man in black was a regular patron, often arriving late at night to quench his thirst. Though the tavern keeper was reluctant to wait for such clientele, the generous silver coins offered each time made it worthwhile. Moreover, he was well aware of the man's identity, Liu Sanchui, the second in command of the Black Flame Hall of the Chu Heavenly Realm. To an ordinary man like the tavern keeper, Liu was a significant figure, one who graced his humble establishment with his presence. The frequent visits of such a person brought about an air of deference from those who recognized him. The alley today was unusually quiet. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound echoed through the stillness. Liu Sanchui's demeanor shifted instantly, his eyes narrowing with a newfound intensity. He had not anticipated a visitor this night. Placing his drink down, Liu rose slowly, leaving behind a silver ingot as he made his way towards the end of the alley. There, a man dressed in black awaited him. Liu Sanchui, I am eager to witness the prowess of your second blade. The voice was low, as if it had been awaiting Liu's arrival. It seems your ambitions run deep. I wish to uncover your true identity. Liu regarded the figure with a serious expression. Earlier that day, Jin Yuding of the Money Gang had perished under the hand of their leader, Tian Miejuhan. And Liu Yu along with Sima Kuang had sought retribution from the Money Gang, but had been wounded in the process. Now, as night fell, it appeared others were seeking him out as well. He surmised that he was not the only one being hunted. Other leaders would also face similar fates. Does one need to know so much when death is imminent? The figure in black retorted coldly. This man was Murong Fu, and Liu Sanchui was the final target of his wrath, one of the four from the Chu Heavenly Realm. Liu's strength was nearly that of a celestial being at the 8th tribulation, making him a formidable adversary for Murong Fu, who sought to elevate his own prowess. Having slain many weaklings, Murong Fu understood that he must confront a worthy foe to avoid becoming weak himself. Thus he had chosen Liu Sanchui, known as the Second Blade. Though none had ever seen this second blade, those who had were no longer alive. Unfazed by Murong Fu's words, Liu Sanchui replied, Let us see if you possess the strength to back your claims. As he spoke, Liu moved with the swiftness of a specter, appearing before Murong Fu in an instant. He wielded a short dagger, aware that its true potential could only be unleashed at close range. Thus, he initiated the attack, and as he materialized before Murong Fu, he unleashed a fierce roar, drawing his dagger with lightning speed, the blade flashing like thunder. With remarkable velocity and ferocity, Murong Fu responded, his hand forming into a claw, slicing through the air towards Liu's wrist. Murong Fu, adept in the art of celestial transformations, also possessed a profound knowledge of various martial disciplines, exhibiting a technique reminiscent of the Shaolin Dragon Claw. His palm, infused with vital energy, collided with his opponent's swift dagger, producing a resounding explosion of sound. Noticing this, his adversaries swiftly reversed their grip, channeling energy into the blade, which shimmered with a lethal edge. Murong Fu, sensing the impending threat, clenched his palm into a fist, bracing against the sharp blade. The impact resonated through the air, akin to an explosive detonation, forcing both combatants to momentarily disengage. Is this all you can muster? Such feeble strength dares to challenge me. Liu Sanchui's cold gaze fixated on Murong Fu. Despite the fierce engagement, he felt no disadvantage. In a heartbeat, he lunged forward again, his dagger slicing toward Murong Fu's chest at an astonishing angle. Murong Fu's eyes sharpened, and he retreated, yet Liu's form followed closely, like a shadow. As Murong Fu stepped back, Liu's murderous intent surged. However, Murong Fu's expression remained unflinching, devoid of any sign of distress. Suddenly, with a swift turn, he unleashed a tremendous gust of energy from his palm, enveloping Liu Sanchui in a tempest of force. Liu's advance was momentarily halted, yet his own energy surged, merging him with the dagger, propelling him relentlessly toward Murong Fu, a deadly aura surrounding him. Murong Fu felt a jolt of trepidation within his heart, but his eyes gleamed with resolve as the energy within him flowed with purpose. In the instant Liu's dagger loomed before him, Murong Fu executed the celestial transformation, deftly maneuvering to seize Liu's wrist, wresting the dagger from his grasp and plunging it into Liu's own chest. The action transpired in a mere heartbeat, catching Liu completely off guard. "You could not compel me to wield a second dagger," Liu Sanchui uttered, yet he soon felt a sharp pain in his heart, realizing the dagger he had thrust was now buried within his own flesh. How could this be? How could I be pierced by my own blade? Liu's disbelief was palpable as he stared at the weapon embedded in his chest. There is nothing impossible. Dying by your own hand is merely a form of destiny. Your second dagger should have been a mechanism upon your blade, transforming it into a longsword, ensuring that your opponent could not evade your follow-up strike, Morong Fu replied coldly. He had sensed the unusual weight of the dagger upon their initial contact, recognizing it contained hidden mechanisms. Liu Sanchui managed to utter before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As the night drew to a close, Morong Fu contemplated the impending clash between the Chutian gang and the Money Gang, pondering his upcoming meeting with the 12th Prince, hoping to aid the chief of the upward support in enlisting formidable allies. With that thought, he melted into the shadows. Shortly thereafter, the tavern owner approached, only to be met with a gasp upon discovering the lifeless body of Liu Sanchui sprawled upon the ground. With this exclamation, other factions of Chutian Paradise also cried out in alarm. The bodies of the 3 other faction leaders, slain by Morong Fu, were discovered, and some of the faction heads immediately carried the 4 corpses to the main hall of Chutian Paradise. During the night's training, Chu Tianba was abruptly interrupted by a flurry of urgent reports. He appeared in the conference hall with a dark expression. Upon seeing the 4 lifeless bodies on the ground, a fierce glint erupted in his eyes. How did they perish? Chu Tianba inquired. The head of external affairs, Duan Muqing, had died in a manner reminiscent of the injuries inflicted upon Sima Kuang by the main hall leader today. As for the other 3, one was ambushed and had his throat slit, another was shot through the heart, and the most peculiar death was that of Liu Sanchui, who perished by his own dagger. To achieve such a feat, the opponent's strength must be at least at the level of Tianren Jionan. Leader, we are facing formidable adversaries this time. An elder succinctly recounted the causes of death, speaking in a grave tone. Chapter 494. The Sword Path Madman, Yan Shisan, Lord of Baiyun City, Yiguqing. Listening to the elder's report, Chu Tianba's expression darkened further. Indeed, we are confronting powerful foes, yet this may also be our opportunity. We can seize this chance to plunder some of the banks belonging to the Money Gang, regardless of whether they are responsible for this incident. We can simply pin the blame on them, claiming that their members have killed our people, suggested Liu Biao, the leader of the Tianmong faction. Liu Biao had always been rather aggressive. Liu, the enemy clearly aims to provoke a conflict between us and the Money Gang. Should we proceed in this manner? We risk falling into their trap, cautioned the elder from earlier. Indeed, others echoed in agreement. All right, on this matter, Liu Biao has a point. At this juncture, striking against the Money Gang is indeed the most advantageous course. Mobilize our forces to act against them. Liu Biao, you shall take charge of this endeavor. I expect you to seize 1/3 of the Money Gang's banks in the capital by tomorrow. All factions must heed your commands. Liu Biao, do not let me down. Chu Tianba instructed, fixing his gaze upon Liu Biao. Rest assured, my leader, I will secure 1/3 of the Money Gang's banks. Liu Biao proclaimed with excitement. We shall certainly assist Liu Biao in accomplishing this task, the others promptly affirmed. Liu Biao's strength had already reached Tianren Jionan, making him the strongest among the 9 leaders of Chutian Paradise. It posed no issue for him to lead the others. Dismissed. Chu Tianba waved his hand. Yes. The crowd swiftly exited the hall, commencing the mobilization of their forces that very night. Observing their departing figures, he commanded, keep a close watch on Liu Biao. If he shows any signs of unusual activity, eliminate him without reporting back. In the darkness, the figure of a man clutching a long sword vanished. Come in. Chu Tianba called out. An elder entered from outside the hall. What is the situation on Mr. Liu's side? Have we caught up with Nalanrongyun? If not, or if the target remains unfound, instruct Mr. Liu to return to the capital. At present, we at Chutian Hall find ourselves confronted with an unprecedented crisis. There are those who intend to take action against us, and we must consolidate our strength. After contacting Mr. Liu, I shall send a formal invitation to the 7th Prince. I wish to pay my respects to him, Chu Tianba declared. Should any aggression be directed towards the Money Gang, I remain unconcerned about their finances. However, should complications arise in other areas, we will require support. Indeed, the elder who entered immediately bowed and exited. Meanwhile, The money gang had received word of the assassination of the 4 Grand Masters from Chutian Hall. Within the courtyard, Luo Zian furrowed her brow. It seems our adversaries are formidable. Just after your visit to Chutian Hall, where you sustained injuries from Chu Tianba, those individuals have struck. The ability to effortlessly eliminate Liu Sanchui speaks volumes of their strength. Luo Zian spoke gravely. Madam, with the recent slaying of Qin Zhong from Chutian Hall, followed by the death of 4 Grand Masters, it is evident that Chutian Hall has suffered grievously, remarked Steward Yang. Upon hearing Steward Yang's words, Luo Zian's brow slightly knitted. You mentioned that Qin Zhong from Chutian Hall was previously killed. Do you know who was responsible? Luo Zian asked in a low voice. This subordinate has not been able to ascertain that information. The Chutian Hall maintains a strict code of silence, and we currently lack knowledge of who delivered the fatal blow. However, I have discovered that on the day of Qin Zhong's death, Liu Huayuan from Chutian Hall visited the residence of the 7th Prince. As for the discussions that transpired, none are privy to that knowledge. Madam, do you suspect that this incident may have been orchestrated by those individuals? Steward Yang inquired, his expression shifting slightly. There exists such a possibility. Please investigate the circumstances surrounding Qin Zhong's demise and remain vigilant regarding Chutian Hall. I fear this may be a ruse orchestrated by Chu Tianba himself, which would indicate that he might indeed turn his attention towards our money gang, Luo Zian cautioned solemnly. Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. Steward Yang promptly exited the courtyard, notifying various branches of the money gang throughout the night and dispatching spies to monitor the movements of Chutian Hall. The following day, as the populace roused from their slumber, the forces of Chutian Hall initiated a surprise assault on several money houses belonging to the money gang. Although the money gang had taken precautions, the sheer might of their adversaries was overwhelming. Within the capital, the money gang suffered the loss of 5 substantial money houses and over 10 smaller establishments. The capital is vast, and the money gang boasts 20 large money houses and over 100 smaller ones. Following these losses, the money gang immediately mobilized personnel to reclaim the seized establishments. Yet upon their retrieval, they found the accounts and all funds had been spirited away, leaving only hollow shells behind. Chutian Hall does not engage in the operation of money houses. Their occupation of these establishments was solely for the purpose of plunder. Naturally, any wealth reclaimed would be swiftly transported away. This, however, precipitated the commencement of a fierce conflict. The money gang, not lacking in strength, found themselves in a standoff with Chutian Hall, resulting in brutal clashes. Throughout this tumultuous process, Shangguan Jinhong gradually gained influence, and in a single confrontation, he vanquished a Grand Master of Chutian Hall, demonstrating prowess surpassing that of a celestial being, earning the admiration of Steward Yang, and subsequently becoming the overseer of the northern district of the money gang. The money gang is divided into 5 major regions: the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the capital. It can be said that the prominent figures within the money gang hold a status above that of ordinary elders. With a significant step forward, Shangguan Jinhong has now become one of the 5 power holders in the money gang, second only to Steward Yang. In Shangguan Jinhong's courtyard, Madam Yu stood before him, stating, "You have achieved your goal this time." Presently, there is no leader in the money gang. Only Steward Yang is in charge. However, he does not handle the specific affairs, which means your actual power is not inferior to that of Steward Yang. This is not the crux of the matter. I desire more than this. How have your inquiries progressed? Who is currently controlling the money gang? Shangguan Jinhong inquired. I have uncovered the truth. The one currently at the helm of the money gang is Luo Zian, the wife of Jin Feihong. This woman was once one of the 2 renowned courtesans in the capital, and I had initially thought she was merely a pretty face. I did not expect her to be in charge, and she has been commanding the recent skirmishes with the Chu Tiantang quite impressively. This is not good news for you, Madam Yu remarked. It is fortunate that it is not Jin Feihong himself. My forces cannot contend with him at present. Having Luo Zian as a buffer is quite advantageous. Shangguan Jinhong replied. Haha, congratulations to you, brother Shangguan, for becoming one of the 5 overseers. Just then, Murong Fu, adorned in splendid attire, entered. Murong brother, what brings you here? Upon seeing Murong Fu, Shangguan Jinhong feigned a look of confusion. I come on behalf of the 12th Prince to congratulate you. The 12th Prince hopes for a closer collaboration between us. Murong Fu softly conveyed. Shangguan, he has already made contact with the 12th Prince. Or perhaps he had done so earlier, Madam Yu contemplated. Is this the esteemed confidant of brother Shangguan? I am Murong Fu, he said, addressing Madame Yu. As Shangwan Jinhong sought to win over Madame Yu, Morong Fu was undoubtedly eager to assist. At the Shanhua gate, Su Chen set aside the letter in his hand, a faint smile gracing his face. He had not anticipated that Bai Chou Fei and the others would create such a stir in the capital. In a few days, Fu Hongxue should arrive in Jiangbei. He wondered how many days it would take for Fu Hongxue to eliminate Hua Xingchen. According to the schedule, Hai Weiyo should now be returning to the Sea Shark Gang. Do they have a confirmed timeline for their actions against the Alliance of the World? Su Chen inquired. After agreeing to Su Chen's conditions a few days prior, Hai Weiyo had returned to the Sea Shark Gang. Now, Su Chen awaited word from them. Not yet. However, some issues have arisen beyond the borders. Lord Zhu has written to say they encountered an ambush, possibly from the Kunlun sect. Yuan Suiyin spoke. The Kunlun sect? They attacked Zhu Wushi at the East Pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion? Currently, Zhu Wushi was under the leadership of the Tian Mountain sect, while Gu Santong remained within the Shanhua gate. Although Su Chan possessed experience cards, he still required skilled individuals to prevent tower theft. Let Zhu Wushi handle this matter on his own. The emergence of the Kunlun sect presents an opportunity, should we seize it. The resources and territories beyond the border would fall under our dominion. Precious treasures from the outer realms would flow into our grasp, enhancing our wealth and resources, thus fortifying our foundation. Su Chen remarked, the esteemed Miss Murong from the capital has sent word urging us to pay heed to the affairs of the Ministry of Personnel. Lord Bai has provided us with a list of personnel dispatched on this occasion, which includes 3 from the Ministry and 2 from the Pacification Office, totaling 5 individuals. It is imperative that we remain vigilant regarding the left Deputy Minister Qin Xingyi, who has come from the Ministry. The intelligence from Bai Chou Fei did not ascertain his strength, but emphasized the necessity of caution. Should we reach out to Su Mufeng? Yuan Suiyin inquired. Given that he has only recently returned to the capital, it is prudent not to involve him just yet, Su Chen replied, shaking his head. With Li Chenzhou stationed in Longbei County, there is little cause for concern. He continued, we must closely monitor the movements of the Haisha gang. This endeavor against the Tianxiao Alliance also presents an opportunity for our Qinglong society. I shall personally venture into the Lingjiang region. Understood. Yuan Suiyun bowed and exited. The reason Su Chen intended to go to Lingjiang was due to a recent stagnation in his cultivation. He required combat to elevate his strength. He subsequently examined the lottery cards in his mind, having accumulated 2 orange lottery cards during this period. He proceeded to draw. Acquired character, Yan Shisan. Acquired character, Yi Guqing. The sword madman Yan Shisan and Lord of Baiyun City, Yi Guqing. A look of astonishment crossed Su Chen's face. He had not anticipated acquiring 2 such formidable figures. Their mastery of the sword was at an extraordinary level. How fortunate I am to have drawn these 2 illustrious characters, Su Chen mused inwardly. He then began to investigate their details, eager to discern the realms they occupied. Chapter 495, The 2 Greats in the Sea of Focus. The stealthy strike of the sorrowful wind upon probing the information, Su Chen felt a wave of astonishment. Yan Shisan, known as the Sword Madman, had spent his life cultivating the 13 deadly swords, later creating a 14th sword, and ultimately, during his climactic battle with Xie Xiaofeng, he forged the 15th sword, signifying destruction. Although he could have used this sword to vanquish Xie Xiaofeng, he ultimately chose death, an unfortunate fate for a remarkable individual. His profile bore the note shattered, and his strength had reached the realm of Sea of Focus. As for Yi Guqing, the Lord of Baiyun City, he was one of the 6 pinnacle figures in the realm of martial arts from Gulong's novel The Legend of Liu Xiaofeng, and a prominent character among Gulong's 10 legendary heroes. A sword descends from the west, a celestial being from beyond. He was hailed as a sword immortal. Akin to Shimin Chui Shui in the legend of Liu Xiaofeng, often adorned in white, as radiant as snow, embodying a celestial essence. His ultimate technique, celestial being from beyond, transcended mere mortal swords. Like Yan Shisan, his profile also bore the note shattered, and his prowess mirrored that of Yan Shisan, having reached the level of Sea of Focus. Is this a manifestation of my extraordinary fortune? Su Chen pondered, invigorated by the information on these 2 illustrious figures. However, the persona of Yi Guqing is a character from a novel, which diverges somewhat from his portrayal in the television series Legend of Liu Xiaofeng. In the series, Yi Guqing is depicted as the foremost master of the Qingyi Tower, a figure who, having studied swordsmanship in the East, embodies the ruthless pursuit of his path. His demeanor is far from that of a genteel gentleman. With the emergence of these two figures, I can strategize anew in the capital. Yan Shisan may covertly assist Shangwan Jinhong in the capital, while Yi Guqing remains by my side to confront the Tianxiao alliance alongside Li Qinzhou. Such were Su Chen's thoughts. He did not intend to confine these two to the position of Longzhou. Instead, he planned to establish the Qinglong Society, appointing the top 10 venerables of the sword. Yi Guqing and Yan Shisan could become two of these venerables, and once the forces of Lu Sheng Yijian and Shui Yiren reached a certain level, they too could be included among the 10 sword venerables. In a good mood, Su Chen stepped out of his chamber. With the surge in strength here, many matters have become easier to resolve. He no longer needed to exercise excessive caution, although Hai Wuya remained unperturbed. He could encroach upon the territories of the northern 9 prefectures, the domain of the Tianxiao alliance. The weather was gradually warming, with no more cool breezes. Only the heat of the sun. In the courtyard, devoid of others, Su Chen intended to stroll within the Shanhua Gate. Recently, he had either been cultivating or activating some lottery cards, rarely venturing out. Now, under the leadership of Zhuge Zhenghua and Xiao Qiushui, the Shanhua Gate had grown increasingly powerful. Preparing to dispatch some individuals to the 9 major prefectures to oversee operations and gather wealth and resources, Su Chen felt that the initial characterization of Xiao Qiushui had been somewhat diminished. After all, Xiao Qiushui was a contender comparable to the renowned Yin Kuangtu in literary prowess. Su Chen had a trial card for Yin Kuangtu, who had achieved the broken level of the 9 difficulties of the celestial realm. Compared to him, Xiao Qiushui lagged considerably. However, with the resources of the Shanhua Gate, Xiao Qiushui's strength had already reached the 7 difficulties of the celestial realm, demonstrating remarkable progress. As for Zhuge Shenhou, his strength was somewhat lacking, having only recently attained the 5 difficulties of the celestial realm. Upon encountering the sect leader, some individuals bowed in respect to Su Chen, who nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief tour of the Shanhua Gate, he returned to his courtyard. The moment Su Chen stepped into the courtyard, he was taken aback. In the next instant, a beam of sword light, like a phantom, lunged toward his heart. Under the rapidity of this sword light, Su Chen had no opportunity to evade. The blade struck his heart, yet it did not pierce through. Su Chen was clad in a golden silk cocoon, and coupled with his formidable physique, akin to iron. An ordinary longsword could not breach his form. Boom! The blood and qi within Su Chen surged violently, transforming him into a terrifying figure reminiscent of a demonic ape. Emanating a fearsome wave of energy, his fist hardened like iron, and he swung it toward his assailant. The attacker, having missed their strike, pivoted without retracting their sword, instead releasing an aura of terrifying sword energy. They had initially concealed their presence to avoid alarming those within the Shanhua Gate. Even as he drew his sword, he did not unleash its energy, but rather aimed to pierce the heart of Su Chen. However, to his surprise, Su Chen was clad in a protective garment, and a formidable force of vitality emanated from him, rendering his flesh as resilient as iron. Thus, even if he were to exert himself fully, a decisive blow would likely remain elusive. Observing this, his gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a torrent of sword energy directed at Su Chen. Yet, at the moment of his assault, 4 figures materialized before Su Chen, their palms striking out to intercept the unleashed sword energy. In this fleeting moment of disengagement, Su Chen launched a powerful punch, infused with a fierce and malevolent aura, towards his opponent. The assailant, who had just been thwarted by the 4 ghosts of Shangxi, swiftly redirected his sword, releasing a razor-sharp beam of light that collided with Su Chen's fist. The impact ignited a brilliant explosion of light and a shockwave that radiated in all directions, forcing both parties to retreat. As Su Chen clenched his fist, a metallic sound resonated. The dark gauntlet he wore exuded a terrifying aura, harmonizing with Su Chen's own demonic technique, compelling others to regard him with caution. The blood-refining hand of Qing Sha, he thought, realizing that Li Qinzhou and his companions had delivered this formidable gauntlet into his hands. The newcomer gazed at Su Chen, a fierce killing intent flickering in his eyes. You recognize this gauntlet. It seems you belong to the alliance of all under heaven. Who are you? Su Chen's expression hardened as he regarded his opponent. The earlier ambush had left him aware that, should the full force of their energy be unleashed, he would not perish, but would certainly be gravely injured. Bitter wind, of the alliance of all under heaven, the attacker declared. I never anticipated encountering the enigmatic bitter extreme sword from your alliance. A rare pleasure. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. It astonished him that such a master as Bitter Extreme Sword had come to kill him. The young dragon lord of the Qinglong Society, your companions are not to be underestimated. It appears today will not see your demise, but know that you are now marked. The next time I strike, you shall perish. With that, Bitter Wind turned to depart. Yet as he did, the four ghosts of Xiangxi coalesced into a single form and launched an assault against him. Since you have come, how can you leave so easily? You underestimate me. The young dragon lord of the Qinglong Society, Su Chen, stated coldly. Although the four ghosts of Xiangxi had appeared briefly, they had harnessed elixirs to elevate their prowess to a new realm. Now, even against those at the sea transformation stage, they possessed the capability to contend. Bitter Wind was indeed formidable, yet he was unlikely to be at the spirit-gathering stage within the sea. Realizing this, Bitter Wind remained silent, understanding that to depart would require a fierce confrontation. As his energy swirled around him, an invisible sword aura erupted forth. The sword, like a sorrowful wind, enveloped the courtyard in an atmosphere of melancholy, as the piercing sword energy surged towards the four ghosts of Xiangxi. Chapter 496. The 10 Great Masters of Swordsmanship, Yin Shisan. With a single stroke, pierced the throat of his adversary. The four ghosts of Xiangxi were equally enraged. They had failed to detect the opponent's presence in time, allowing him to unleash a lethal strike. Thus, the four of them attacked without reservation, their formidable energy surging like tidal waves from their palms. At this moment, Su Chen stood to the side, observing the fierce clash. There was much to glean from the confrontation among the powerful. The figures of the four ghosts moved like phantoms, their strikes swift and decisive. As the opponent wielded his sword, the four figures merged to block the incoming sword energy before separating to strike again. Within the courtyard, the energy swept across the space, and within 10 meters, one could only see shadows dancing amidst the swirling dust, with fallen leaves fluttering in the chaos. Any ordinary person standing nearby would likely be struck down by the force of their energy. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in Su Chen's courtyard, Yuan Suiyun, Zhuge Shenhou, and Xiao Qiushui. Upon seeing Su Chen standing aside, they hurried forward. I am unharmed. There is no need for you to intervene. This person possesses extraordinary strength. Master, should we notify Gu Santong? Yuan Suiyun's voice resonated in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen shook his head. I can eliminate him at any moment. Either Yin Shisan or Yi Guqing could easily dispatch him. Bam! Bam! Despite the fierce techniques of the Sad Wind swordplay, which aimed to kill with each move, the four ghosts of Xiangxi, with their elusive movements, intertwined and separated, ensnaring their opponent and preventing him from escaping. Damn it! I did not expect their combined attack to be so troublesome. Sad Wind's heart sank, and his gaze sharpened. The long sword in his hand whirled as he intoned. Autumn winds and falling leaves, the world in sorrow. A single sword spans the 4 directions. With a low shout, Sad Wind unleashed his sword, the blade's shadow scattering towards the 4 adversaries. Yet, they instantly merged into one. In that very moment, Sad Wind's figure surged upward, his sword transforming into a streak of light aimed at the 4. Boom! The 4 ghosts of Xiangxi struck with their fists to block the blow, but the impact forced them to stagger back. In that fleeting moment of retreat, Sad Wind's gaze shifted, morphing into an afterimage as he charged towards Su Chen. However, the figures of the 4 ghosts swiftly appeared before Su Chen, a palm thrusting out to intercept his sword. It seems I cannot kill you, but neither can you harm me, Sad Wind remarked, his demeanor calm as he regarded Su Chen coldly. With these 4 beside you, I cannot slay you, but I doubt they can protect themselves while shielding you. As Sad Wind directed his gaze toward the 4, Yuan Suiyun and the others felt a chill, their expressions darkening. They had not anticipated that he would use them to threaten Su Chen. Is that so? Do you believe I rely solely on these 4 for protection? Su Chen replied coldly. Since I dare to reside in this Mount River sect, surely I possess some means of my own. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Sad Wind's expression turned icy as he scanned the surroundings, his senses sharpening. Suddenly, he trembled, sensing a terrifying sword energy permeating the courtyard, an ominous force that had eluded his detection until the moment Su Chen spoke. It was evident that this presence had lingered long before. His gaze shifted towards the source of this dreadful energy. Behind Su Chen stood a man clad in black, his expression austere. He held a long sword, his eyes fixed intently upon him. The intensity of the man's gaze caused Bei Fengshan's heart to lurch. It was cold and proud, imbued with an aura of death. This sinister atmosphere did not emanate from the man himself, but rather from the realization of his own mortality upon meeting that gaze. "Who are you?" he inquired, his demeanor suddenly grave. He had never anticipated that Su Chun would be accompanied by such a formidable adversary. "Qinglong Society, Yin Shisan." The man stepped forward, his silence speaking volumes. Yin Shisan was not one to indulge in idle chatter, yet he deemed it necessary to reveal his name to one who stood on the brink of death beneath his sword. Yin Shisan, not the dragon head. Upon hearing this introduction, Bei Fengshan was taken aback. The individual before him was not the leader of the Qinglong Society. Boom. As he spoke, he lunged towards Yin Shisan, feeling the immense pressure he exerted. If he did not strike now, he feared he would lose his opportunity entirely. Channeling all his strength into his long sword, he moved, merging his form with the sword energy, transforming into a terrifying beam of sword light that surged toward Yin Shisan. Yin Shisan remained composed, mirroring his movements as he unleashed his own sword, cleaving through the unity of Bei Fengshan's sword intent. Bei Fengshan found himself halted, his movements stifled by the overwhelming force of Yin Shisan's sword. A dreadful shadow of death loomed over him, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Instinctively, he felt a visceral fear, a terror akin to death itself, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Anger welled within him. Having reached the realm of transforming his dantian into an ocean, he could scarcely accept being subdued by his opponent's sword intent. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he barely raised his sword, attempting to fend off Yin Shisan's assault. However, with a swift motion, Yin Shisan's blade repelled Bei Fengshan's weapon, ultimately piercing his throat. "With such formidable strength, why are you not the dragon head of the Qinglong Society? What is your place within it?" Bei Fengshan gasped, voicing the confusion that plagued him as the light in his eyes began to fade. "One of the 10 sword sovereigns." Yin Shisan replied. "The 10 sword sovereigns." This meant that there were 10 individuals of equal might. Bei Fengshan's eyes widened in horror as the last vestiges of light flickered within them. He seemed to glimpse the leader of the Tianxiao Alliance. The leader? Perhaps I was mistaken. With those final words, he collapsed to the ground. "Bitter sword, Bei Fengshan." Su Chen shook his head as he regarded the fallen figure. Bei Fengshan had reached the pinnacle of the Dantian transformation, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Regrettably, he came to assassinate me and encountered the formidable Yin Shisan, whose prowess had reached the depths of the sea. It is indeed a pity. With a deliberate motion, I raised my hand and grasped the sad wind sword firmly. Addressing Yuan Suiyun, I remarked, "This sad wind sword must have made an appearance in Longbei County. The newly appointed county magistrate there should have met his demise at the hands of its owner. Allow this sword to be taken back by Shuiyiren. If those sent from the capital persistently pursue us, we shall wield this blade to eliminate a few individuals and frame the Heavenly Alliance for the act. Discard the bodies without leaving a trace, but ensure he receives a proper burial." Su Chen spoke, acknowledging the strength of sad wind. "It is essential for the powerful to be respected. My lord, we four have failed in our duty to protect you. Please mete out punishment." At this moment, the 4 ghosts of Shangxi knelt before Su Chen, acknowledging their oversight in not detecting the ambush by sad wind. This individual possesses formidable strength, having reached the realm of Dantian transforming into the sea. While the 4 of you may combat him in unison, your vitality and spirit still fall short in comparison. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 497, Hainan Chamber of Commerce, 3 Immortals Island, the Old Man of the South Sea. It is entirely understandable that the 4 ghosts of Shangxi could not perceive sad wind's strength. Thus, he bore no ill will towards them. "My subordinates will continue to seek out rare treasures to enhance both your strength and that of your followers." Yuan Suiyun, observing the conversation, felt a chilling intent in Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen had granted him a new lease on life, and now he was under attack from the sad wind of the Heavenly Alliance. Should the adversary's strength have been even greater, Su Chen could have faced dire consequences, a scenario he would never permit. The Heavenly Alliance had secured a place on his list of those to be eradicated. Who is Yuan Suiyun? He stands among the 10 most notorious figures as depicted in Gulong's novels, much like Yi Guqing. Such a person targeting a faction is a serious matter. "Very well. You may return for now. I have matters to attend to. Suiyun, assist Mr. Yin in grasping the situation here," Su Chen commanded, nodding his head. "Understood," Yuan Suiyun replied. "Mr. Yin, once you are informed, proceed to the capital. Your assistance is needed there. Also, notify by Chou Fei, Shangwan Jinhong, and Murong Fu to spare no effort in gathering treasures and enhancing their strength. Inform Zhu Wushi to fully confront the emerging Kunlun sect and have Gu Santong return to Tianshan, striving to subdue Kunlun in a short span and unify the border while amassing resources. Su Chen declared. Although Sad Wind had not inflicted harm upon him, he undoubtedly posed a significant threat. Thus, the enhancement of summoned allies and personal strength could not rely solely on luck. One must also harness the resources of this world. Territory and influence are fundamental. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Yuan Suiyun and the others bowed and departed. Moments later, in a wooden house on the back mountain, Yuan Suiyun approached Shui Yiren, holding Sad Wind's long sword. This is the extreme sad sword belonging to Sad Wind of the Heavenly Alliance. He has just attempted to assassinate our lord. Yuan Suiyun stated solemnly. What? Upon hearing this, Shui Yiren's expression shifted dramatically. My lord, although nothing has happened, the Heavenly Alliance's audacity to strike against you must be dealt with swiftly. Your Majesty has commanded you to journey to Longbei County. Should anyone from the court arrive with alternative intentions, you may wield this sword to eliminate some individuals, framing the Heavenly Alliance. However, I hope that Mr. Shui will first visit the Shark Gang to use this sadness blade to eliminate the young master, Haiwia. In doing so, both the Shark Gang and the Dugu faction will expedite their efforts against the Heavenly Alliance, Yin Suiyun coldly remarked. Very well, I shall set off today. Mr. Shui nodded in agreement. The Heavenly Alliance dares to act against Su Chun. Thus, it must be swiftly eradicated. Slaying the young master of the Shark Gang is the most effective course of action at present. That will be a troublesome task, Mr. Shui. Exercise caution. The Shark Gang is formidable, Yin Suiyun warned. Rest assured. Mr. Shui took the sword, bid farewell to Yin Suiyun, and promptly departed for the Shark City in the Lingjiang region. After bidding farewell to Mr. Shui, Yin Suiyun returned. At that moment, Zhuge Zhenhua approached. Mr. Zhuge. Yin Suiyun greeted him. The representatives from the Hainan Merchants Association have come to our Shanhua sect, seeking to hold an auction in our Lingnan County. They are already in the main hall awaiting your presence. I shall report this to the sect leader, Zhuge Zhenhua explained. The Hainan Merchants Association? Why would they come to our northern 9 counties? They have not appeared in our northern 9 counties before, Yin Suiyun replied solemnly. The Hainan Merchants Association bears a vague resemblance to the shadow of the great general, Dugu Wei. Could it be that Dugu Wei intends to court our Qinglong society by hosting this auction in Lingnan County? Let us go together to meet the sect leader, Yin Suiyun said, joining Zhuge Zhenhua to pay their respects to Su Chen. Upon hearing Zhuge Zhenhua's report, Su Chen's thoughts aligned with Yin Suiyun's. Shall we meet the representatives of the Hainan Merchants Association? Su Chen proposed. Within the grand hall of the Shanhua sect, a woman clad in a red embroidered phoenix gown sat gracefully, cradling a delicately carved glass teacup, exuding an air of tranquility. The woman in red had her hair elegantly styled, adorned with a flying phoenix hairpin, her appearance striking with bright, expressive eyes, crimson lips, and flawless skin. Appearing to be in her late 20s, she was indeed a captivating mature woman, known as Hua Liu, the head of the Hainan Merchants Association's delegation to the northern 9 counties, and one of the 3 vice presidents of the association. As she entered the Shanhua sect, she observed the disciples. While their strength was rather average, they brimmed with vitality, albeit with a hint of seriousness. However, this did not particularly impress her, as she had encountered numerous formidable forces, and the current disciples of Shanhua sect held little significance in her eyes. What piqued her curiosity was the current sect leader, Su Chen, the young head of the Qinglong Society and the ostensible martial arts overlord of the northern 9 counties. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approached. Hua Liu directed her gaze towards the entrance as Su Chen, Yin Suiyun, and Zhuge Zhenhua entered the hall. So young. Hua Liu's eyes widened slightly upon seeing the youthful figure of Su Chen. Although she was aware of Su Chen's youthful age prior to her arrival, she was still taken aback upon seeing him in person. He appeared to be just in his early 20s. However, she dared not underestimate him, for there emanated from Su Chen an imposing aura, a certain dignified presence that commanded respect. Her gaze drifted past Su Chen and settled upon Yuan Suiyun behind him. Upon seeing Yuan Suiyun, her heart quivered slightly. He also appeared quite young, yet there was an unsettling air of fearfulness surrounding him. Su Chen had been targeted for assassination today, and Yuan Suiyun was evidently in a foul mood, harboring a murderous intent that he made no effort to conceal. As Hua Liu scrutinized Su Chun, he, in turn, cast his gaze upon her, momentarily astonished, his heart stirred with admiration. Compared to the women he had encountered before, this lady in the red dress possessed an added allure and temptation, or perhaps an enchanting maturity. If she were to seek to captivate men, she would surely ensnare many. Meet Su Zhangjiao, the esteemed manager of the Hainan Merchants Association, Hua Liu. Hua Liu rose to greet Su Chun with a bow. Manager Hua, please take a seat. Su Chun gestured for her to sit, while he positioned himself opposite her. Zhuge Jinghua and Yuan Suiyin stood beside Su Chun, refraining from taking their seats. Observing this, Hua Liu's eyes flickered slightly, revealing that Su Chun's status was indeed extraordinary. She had conducted investigations prior to her arrival, discovering that these two men were likely affiliated with the Qinglong Society, remaining within the Shanhemen to assist Su Chun. I am curious about the auction you mentioned in Lingnan County. What assistance do you require from us? Su Chun inquired, his gaze fixed on Hua Liu. I have come to propose a collaboration with Shanhemen for the auction. Half of the proceeds from this event will be allocated to Shanhemen. Of course, we hope that Shanhemen will ensure the safety and promotion of this auction, Hua Liu replied, her voice soft and laced with a hint of seductive charm, not merely a temptation of skill, but an allure intrinsic to her tone. A captivating magnetism that could ensnare the hearts of men. Su Chun steadied his mind. Offering us half of the proceeds? Our relationship with your Nanhai Merchants Association does not warrant such generosity. I am not inclined to believe in the notion of free gifts falling from the sky. Zhangjiao. One of the items we will auction is a piece of colorful coral from the Nanhai's Three Immortals Island. The great island lord, Long Xiaodian, is already en route, Hua Liu explained. Three Immortals Island? The Nanhai Du Shou? Su Chun pondered the situation regarding this Three Immortals Island. Chapter 498. Seizing this batch of goods, Haisha City. Haisha Gang 3 Immortals Island is one of the most renowned among the 18 islands of Nanhai, boasting 3 island lords, the great island lord Long Xiaodian, the second island lord Wei Pingyi, and the third island lord, the Nanhai Du Shou, Xiao Gongcua. When Hua Liu mentioned the Nanhai Du Shou, she referred to the third island lord, Xiao Gongcua. The prowess of 3 Immortals Island, as one of the most distinguished islands in Nanhai, is not to be underestimated. It is said that the 3 island lords stepped into the realm of Tianrenjiu 2 decades ago. Yet their current strength remains shrouded in mystery to the outside world. Flower Manager, you have presented me with a dilemma, compelling us to unwittingly offend the South Sea's 3 Immortals Island. Su Chun remarked coldly as he gazed at the other party. This is dictated by the seller. I can assure you that the seller of the colorful coral is affiliated with the General S. Wangfu. As for our presence in Lingnan County to collaborate with Master Su, that was also facilitated by the General S. Wangfu. The reasons remain somewhat unclear to me, as it was discussed between our president and the General S. Wangfu. Hua Liu replied with a calm demeanor. The South Sea Chamber of Commerce has consistently operated in the South Sea, the capital, and the Jiangnan region. We have not ventured into the northern 9 counties, as the primary interests do not meet our requirements. However, under the president's directive, we have come to Lingnan County to partner with the Qinglong Society and auction the colorful coral obtained from the 3 Immortals Island. This coral is remarkably extraordinary, emitting a brilliant glow at night akin to a luminous pearl. Yet, that is not its most peculiar attribute. It is rumored that under certain conditions, this colorful coral can decode martial arts manuals, rendering it an invaluable treasure. Of course, only the 3 island masters of the 3 Immortals Island are privy to the secrets of martial arts decoding. Upon hearing Hua Liu mention the General S. Wangfu, Su Chun slightly furrowed his brow. Is this a test of our Qinglong Society's strength, or an attempt to escalate competition against us? He mused internally. I wonder whether Master Su will consent to our collaboration, Hua Liu inquired of Su Chun. Aside from the colorful coral, I would like to know what other items are available, Su Chun interjected. Here is the list of items for our auction. Master Su may peruse it first. Should you agree, we will deliver the items to Lingnan County, Hua Liu said, producing a list from her bosom and presenting it to Su Chun. As Su Chun glanced over the auction item list, a flicker of interest crossed his eyes. The items were indeed of considerable value, including several potent elixirs to enhance one's abilities. While his expression remained impassive, thoughts began to form within him. May our collaboration be fruitful. The Shanhua Gate eagerly awaits your auction, Su Chun declared as he rose from his seat. Hua Liu maintained her composed expression upon hearing Su Chun's words. This list was personally provided by the president, containing extraordinary items. Should the auction proceed successfully, the profits would be substantial. She was confident that Su Chun would choose to agree to their collaboration. Wishing us a pleasant partnership. Master Su, I shall return to prepare. We shall reconvene in Lingnan County in half a month, Hua Liu said, bowing to Su Chun before exiting the palace. Mr. Zhuge, please escort Manager Hua. Su Chun instructed Zhuge Zhenghua, who complied. After Zhuge Zhenghua accompanied Hua Liu from the palace, Su Chun turned to Yuan Suiyun and stated, I do not appreciate being schemed against. Discover the whereabouts of this batch of goods and seize them all for me. Upon seeing the list, Su Chun had already formulated such a plan, which is why he consented to collaborate with the South Sea Chamber of Commerce. He intended to commandeer that batch of goods. Furthermore, he deemed the Haisha gang not to be a significant concern. The next half-month would serve to test the strength of our Qinglong society. This is an attempt to manipulate us, the Qinglong society, Su Chun declared coldly. Inform Hai Wuyo that if we do not receive a response within 3 days, the collaboration will be terminated. Master, Hai Wuyo will perish in the coming days. Hence there is no need for us to reach out to him. Yuan Suiyun interjected. When I last encountered Mr. Shui, I instructed him to visit Haisha City on his way back to Beijing, to slay Hai Wuyo with the blade of extreme sorrow. Given the insight of the Haisha gang's leader, he will surely recognize who delivered the fatal blow. Under such circumstances, I believe they will not linger any longer. Upon hearing Yuan Suiyun's words, Su Chun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, Yuan Suiyun embodied the archetype of a cunning hero from ancient tales, willing to eliminate even allies to achieve his goals. It is no wonder the Haisha gang approached us for collaboration with such insincerity, he mused. I shall first investigate the status of that shipment. Yuan Suiyun bowed to Su Chun before taking his leave. That night, in a room within an inn in Lingnan County, a cloaked figure stood respectfully beside Hua Liu. Vice President, the news has returned from the Lingjiang region. The goods will commence their journey to Lingnan County today. Expected to arrive in approximately 7 days, the figure reported. The timeline he provided was significantly shorter than the one Hua Liu had given to Su Chun, indicating a precaution against his interference. Excellent. In the meantime, let us secure a location for storing the items. Once they arrive, I shall proceed to the Shanha sect to discuss the auction with Su Chun, and after a suitable interval, we will transfer the goods, Hua Liu instructed. Vice President, I am somewhat perplexed. Why must a mere auction be orchestrated so intricately? The cloaked figure inquired. The people from Sengxiando require half a month to reach Lingnan County. How can we fulfill the president's intentions by commencing the auction early? Hua Liu responded. Have you scouted the inn's surroundings? Are there any spies from the Shanha sect? Our side has not detected any spies from the Shanha sect nor observed any movements from them, the figure replied. Do not underestimate this situation. Su Chun is not only the leader of the Shanha sect, but also the young dragon head of the Qinglong society. While we may be able to defend against the Shanha sect, we cannot afford to be complacent regarding the Qinglong society. We must exercise caution. Hua Liu cautioned. Rest assured, Vice President, we have been exceedingly careful and remain discreet within the city. The cloaked figure affirmed. I shall take my leave. Let all proceed according to plan. With that, the figure bowed and leapt from the window. I hope this auction proceeds smoothly. However, has the president grown too close to the general's estate? With the general summoned back to the capital, the influence in Nanhai will inevitably wane. Our Nanhai Chamber of Commerce need not align itself so closely with them. Hua Liu murmured. Yet, why is the general testing the strength of the Qinglong society? Questions lingered in Hua Liu's mind. 3 nights later, in Haisha City, a figure clad in black and wearing a conical hat stealthily entered the city, blending in with the traveling martial artists of the night. Within the city, the lights blazed brightly, creating an atmosphere of bustling prosperity. Despite the night, the streets are thronged with people, and one can truly feel the vibrancy of the night market. The taverns, inns, and pleasure houses are all illuminated, while figures clad in black and adorned with wide-brimmed hats, like the mysterious Shui, attract little attention, as many wanderers of the martial world share a similar guise. Without the need for guidance, Shui effortlessly locates the position of the Sea Shark gang. For the tallest edifice in Sea Shark City is none other than their stronghold. The very name of the city pays homage to the Sea Shark gang, underscoring their dominion over the area. Regardless of circumstances, the Sea Shark gang stands as the second most influential power in the Lingjiang region, possessing the authority to govern several towns. Compared to others, The disciples of the Sea Shark Gang possess intimate knowledge of the whereabouts of Hai Wuya, as he harbors no intention of lingering here for too long. Chapter 499. The Loan of Hai Wuya, a sword strike to slay in a residence within Sea Shark City. Zhuang Xuanji diligently scrutinizes the ledger in her hands. Recently, she has been organizing the financial institutions within the Lingjiang region. As Sea Shark City is the territory of the Sea Shark Gang, the Zhuang family operates a significant bank here, engaging in numerous transactions with them. However, the bank in Sea Shark City is one she established in collaboration with Su Chun, necessitating her verification of the accounts. Naturally, her presence here also serves to await news from the Jiangbei family. My lady, it has been quite some time, and we have yet to receive any word from Jiangbei. Do you think the Qinglong Society has met with failure? Inquired a maid beside her. Even in the event of failure, we would still receive some form of communication. It is likely they have yet to make their move, replied Zhuang Xuanji, calmly setting down her ledger. As long as they have not yet acted, we cannot conclude that they have failed. Just then, a maid appeared at the door, announcing, My lady, Hai Wuya of the Sea Shark Gang has arrived and wishes to meet with you. To her surprise, upon her arrival in Sea Shark City, the young master of the Sea Shark Gang was already aware of her presence, suggesting that someone within her bank had leaked information. Zhuang Xuanji furrowed her brow slightly. Her covert visit was intended solely for account verification to prepare for the transaction, and she had wished to avoid drawing attention. However, just one day into her arrival, the young master had sought her out, indicating that tranquility would be a fleeting luxury. Come, let us meet this young master of the Sea Shark Gang. Since he has made the effort to come, Zhuang Xuanji resolved to greet him. After all, they were within the territory of the Sea Shark Gang, which held the position of the second power in the Lingjiang region. Though vastly different from the Tianxiao alliance, they were not to be underestimated. Zhuang Xuanji, accompanied by two maids, entered the main hall of the residence, where Hai Wuya sat regally adorned in a robe of intricately woven blue silk. The hall was suffused with a subtle aroma of sandalwood. Veiled and graceful, Zhuang Xuanji glided into the hall. Upon her entrance, Hai Wuya's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Despite her veil, her elegant form exuded a captivating charm and tenderness that commanded attention. The undulating contours of her figure, accentuated by her flowing white gown, rendered her strikingly beautiful, drawing all eyes irresistibly toward her. The vast sea calmed his restless spirit, retracting his gaze. As he mused silently, the third beauty of the celestial ranking was indeed extraordinary. Yet, he remained curious about the exquisite visage concealed beneath her veil. I have had the pleasure of meeting Miss Zhuang, Hai Wuya declared as he rose to his feet. Young Master Hai, please be seated. What brings you to seek out Xuanji? Zhuang Xuanji inquired, her voice gentle, introducing herself with a warmth that fostered intimacy. Once seated, Hai Wuya spoke. I come to request a favor from Miss Zhuang. We wish to borrow 20 million taels of silver from the Zhuang family's bank. Despite his admiration for Zhuang Xuanji's beauty, Hai Wuya was acutely aware of the purpose behind his visit. Upon hearing his request, Zhuang Xuanji's brow furrowed slightly. 20 million taels was indeed no trifling sum. Ordinarily, it would be feasible to mobilize all the banks in the Lingjiang region to amass such a fortune. However, the banks were presently committed to Su Chen's side, and if she were to unilaterally mobilize the silver, Su Chen might perceive it as an attempt to siphon resources, which would severely jeopardize their collaboration. Miss Zhuang, we can arrange a loan at the market rate with your bank, with a term of 3 months. After this period, we shall repay the principal with interest in a lump sum, and we, the Sea Shark Gang, can offer our holdings in Sea Shark City and other urban properties as collateral, Hai Wuya elaborated. Logically, I cannot refuse young Master Hai's proposition. However, due to the magnitude of this sum, I must consult my father first, Zhuang Xuanji replied solemnly. In this world, banks were not merely places for currency exchange. They also dealt with deposits and loans. Currency exchange involved converting banknotes into cash and then trading with the court to obtain a profit margin. This elucidated why certain banks had their own banknotes or issued universal banknotes. You have my gratitude, Miss Zhuang. Tomorrow, I will host a banquet at the Sea Shark Gang to honor you and introduce you to some influential figures within Sea Shark City, Hai Wuya offered. A bank functions akin to a financial institution. It necessitates a network of connections. The more contacts one possesses, the greater the deposits within the bank. Young Master Hai, I am here to audit accounts and may not have the time at present. I appreciate your kind invitation, Zhuang Xuanji responded. Her purpose for being there was to conduct an audit, preparing for her eventual dealings with Su Chun. Thus, she opted to decline the banquet, wishing to remain inconspicuous for the time being. Is that so? I shall await good news from you, and I won't impose further, Hai Wuyo replied calmly. Displaying no displeasure at Zhuang Xuanji's refusal, he stood, offered a slight bow, and departed. Zhuang Xuanji rose to accompany him to the hall's exit. Watching Hai Wuyo's retreating figure, her brow knitted in contemplation. 20 million taels of silver was indeed a substantial amount. What could have prompted the Sea Shark gang to require such a sum? Doubt lingered in her mind. Yet, she did not intend to delve deeper. She needed to contact Xiao Pang and have him reach out to Su Chun to explore the possibility of this venture. Outside the courtyard, a carriage awaited. The vast ocean welcomed Hai Wuyo as he stepped into the carriage. Within, a striking woman clad in a black gown reclined elegantly upon the couch. Her alluring figure a testament to beauty that captivates the senses. She exuded an enchanting charm, a true embodiment of grace. As Hai Wuyo entered and lifted the carriage curtain, a gentle breeze stirred the fabric of her gown, accentuating her flawless silhouette. Does the esteemed Hai Shao help master not wonder if Zhuang Xuanji possesses beauty akin to mine? The woman inquired with a soft lilt. Though I have yet to see her visage, in terms of physique, Zhuang Xuanji pales in comparison to your exquisite form. However, she has yet to acquiesce to my request for a loan, stating she must seek approval. This back and forth may consume considerable time, potentially jeopardizing our plans. Therefore, dear Liu, it would be prudent for you to intervene, Hai Wuyo replied. Hai Shao help master shows no regard for delicate sentiments. Liu, now seated upright, responded softly. In the face of imperial ambition, all beauty is but a fleeting illusion. Hai Wuyo stated calmly. Very well, I shall persuade Zhuang Xuanji to consent to your transaction. With that, Liu sprang forth, transforming into a shadow as she leapt from the carriage. The carriage continued its journey undeterred. Suddenly, a flash of steel illuminated the air, and the coachman halted abruptly, collapsing to the ground. Hai Wuyo's expression hardened, and he surged out of the carriage. In that instant, a dark figure materialized beside him, causing his countenance to shift in alarm as he uttered a low warning. Angry see divine art, furious tide's fist. A formidable blue aura enveloped him, forming a defensive barrier akin to crashing waves. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a punch that surged forward like a tsunami in a tempest. Yet, the shadowy figure drew a long sword, striking with precision. The blade pierced through Hai Wuyo's fist, shattering his protective barrier and ultimately plunging into his throat. As the sword penetrated, a flicker of astonishment crossed Hai Wuyo's dimming eyes. The sad extreme sword, you are Bei Fengshan. As he uttered these words, the sword was withdrawn. The dark figure dissolved into a fleeting shadow, vanishing amidst the crowd. After a brief silence, gasps erupted. They recognized the identity of the slain, the young master of the Sea Shark gang. The assassination of Hai Wuyo in Sea Shark City was an event of monumental significance. Whispers of sad extreme sword, Bei Fengshan echoed through the crowd. Chapter 500. The Return to the Sea. Those who disturb the master shall perish. Though no one had laid eyes upon Bei Fengshan, his name resonated throughout the martial realm of Lingjiang, the foremost swordsman under the banner of the alliance of all under heaven. No one had witnessed him, for those who had were long dead. The slaying of Hai Wuyo by Bei Fengshan signified an ominous portent. It is indicated that the Heavenly Alliance may take action against the Sea Shark gang. Just as some were contemplating this, a group of Sea Shark disciples appeared beside Hai Wuyo, whose lifeless body caused their faces to pale in shock. Quickly, bring the young master's body back to the Sea Shark gang, exclaimed one disciple, his complexion ashen and his demeanor tense. The group swiftly transported both Hai Wuyo and the carriage driver's corpse to the Sea Shark gang headquarters. At that moment, the alluring woman who had parted ways with Hai Wuyo manifested within the courtyard of Zhuang Xuanji's residence. Her form shifted, shrouded in the night, as she made her way toward the study where Zhuang Xuanji was engrossed in her accounts. With a hint of perplexity, Zhuang Xuanji returned to her study, striving to expedite her review of the ledgers in order to synchronize with Su Chun. The 20 million taels of silver that Hai Wuyo had borrowed could not possibly be for his personal use. It was evidently needed by the Sea Shark gang. What could they possibly intend to do with such a substantial sum? This question lingered persistently in Zhuang Xuanji's mind, unsettling her. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the courtyard outside the study. Zhuang Xuanji's expression shifted as her maid rushed out. A corpse lay sprawled on the ground, the sound they heard having been its fall. Xiaowan, the maid, upon seeing the body, instinctively approached it, overwhelmed by sisterly concern. Just then, a chilling voice resonated through the courtyard. A dark figure descended from above, its hand poised like a blade, targeting the maid's head. Boldly, Zhuang Xuanji exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. Instantly, a gray figure appeared within the courtyard, a gray-robed elder. With a powerful push off the ground, he lunged towards the dark figure, striking with his palm. However, the shadowy assailant swiftly countered, unleashing a barrage of dark projectiles that surged towards the elder. The gray-robed elder evaded the incoming assault. But in that fleeting moment, the dark figure's palm had already pierced the maid's skull. Blood flowed from her fingertips, and with a flick, her lifeless body was hurled toward the gray-robed elder, who instinctively retaliated with a palm strike. Their forces collided, resulting in the maid's body exploding into a spray of flesh and blood across the courtyard. After the clash, the dark figure descended, its enchanting silhouette illuminated by the moonlight, exuding an air of irresistible allure while casting a cold gaze upon Zhuang Xuanji. "Who might you be? It seems we have not wronged you," inquired Old Li, his expression grave as he regarded the captivating woman before him. The recent exchange of blows had revealed her strength to be on par with his own. "You have not offended me, but your refusal to comply with Hai Wuyo's demands has indeed provoked my ire. We are in dire need of the silver you possess." The enchanting woman replied coolly. "We shall not acquiesce to your demands for a loan, and you resort to murder?" The countenance of Zhuang Xuanji betrayed her fury. She had not anticipated that it was a matter of currency. "Indeed, I do not take lives, but how do you intend to comply, Miss Zhuang? I wish to ascertain when you can mobilize that sum to Haisha City. Consider your response carefully. A misstep could mar your exquisite visage with a scar." As the enchanting woman spoke, her fingers glided over her lips, blood faintly trickling from her fingertips, exuding an aura of coldness and cruelty. Beside Zhuang Xuanji, an elder clad in gray tightened his gaze and declared coldly, "It appears we are destined for battle." Stepping forward, a surge of energy enveloped him. "Which, first defeat me?" The elder's voice boomed as a tempestuous force emanated from him, akin to a tidal wave, unleashing the formidable energy of the heavenly man's 8 trials. With a resounding bang, he propelled himself forward, conjuring a green dragon silhouette in his palm, aimed at the beguiling woman. "Old fool, you possess no understanding of cherishing the delicate." The enchanting woman swiftly transformed, becoming a shadow that evaded the elder's direct confrontation. Her movements were fluid, while the elder's approach was forceful. Although he unleashed his energy with ferocity, he could not land a blow. The woman's form fluttered like a butterfly, surrounded by an intoxicating fragrance that dulled his senses. The elder felt a chill run through him. His agility lagged in comparison to hers, and her captivating presence slowed his every motion. Should this continue, defeat was inevitable. Enchantress of the celestial realm. At that moment, the alluring woman uttered a command, and her figure multiplied into several scantily clad apparitions encircling the elder. "Miss, you must leave at once." The elder gritted his teeth and shouted. Yet, a hint of obsession flickered in his eyes. In an instant, the enchanting woman's hand, sharp as a blade, pierced the elder's heart. "I never anticipated that you would endure this long under my heavenly enchantment poison," she remarked coldly, withdrawing her hand and casting her gaze toward Zhuang Xuanji. "I presume you now find yourself without allies. Comply and gather the funds, and perhaps you may escape with your life. Otherwise, I fear many aspire to a fleeting night of passion with the third beauty of the celestial rankings." Upon hearing the dark-clad woman's words, Zhuang Xuanji's complexion paled. She had not expected to encounter such peril in Haisha City. Even if she were to gather the money, it was unlikely that they would allow her to depart unscathed. "The moneylender in the Lingjiang region has been entrusted to a significant figure. Should you slay me, your fates would be sealed." Zhuang Xuanji steadied her emotions and spoke coldly. She could only invoke Su Chun's name, hoping to instill some trepidation in her adversaries. "Do not attempt to play tricks with me. No matter how influential that figure may be, they cannot save you," the enchanting woman retorted. However, in that very moment, her expression shifted, and every hair on her body stood on end. A profound sense of dread gripped her heart, as if she were enveloped by an overwhelming aura of peril and death. She cast her gaze around, seeking to discern the source of this impending danger. Suddenly, a flash of black steel sliced through the night, akin to a brilliant comet illuminating the darkness before her. She instinctively raised her hand to deflect the strike. but her energy shattered like glass against the force of the blade, utterly incapable of resistance. With a swift motion, a figure clad in dark attire, wielding a long knife, materialized in the courtyard. His expression was devoid of warmth, his gaze cold and merciless. Addressing the bewitching woman, he declared, "Those who touch my master's possessions shall perish." His voice was chilling, invoking terror. "Who are you?" the enchanting woman inquired, eager to uncover his identity. However, before she could finish her question, her body erupted, disintegrating into a pool of flesh and blood. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhuang Xuanji stood in stunned silence, aghast at the sight of the once fearsome woman being dispatched with a single stroke. The words he uttered, "my master's possessions," lingered ominously in the air. "May I ask, who is your master?" Zhuang Xuanji stammered. "My master is Su Chun, the young dragon lord of the Azure Dragon Society. I am known as Gui Hai Dao." He responded, "Haisha City is no longer safe. I shall escort you away." With that, he grasped Zhuang Xuanji and leaped away from the city. Chapter 501. A swift assault. Cleaving in two outside the city, Zhuang Xuanji appeared somewhat disheveled, having been carried away by Gui Hai Dao. She gazed at him, who wore a conical hat, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. As they exited the city, she noted the chaos that had erupted on the streets. "Someone has slain Hai Wuyo, piercing his throat with a sword. The city will descend into greater disorder soon," Gui Hai Dao replied gravely. He was aware of the identity of Hai Wuyo's killer. Although they were not affiliated with the Azure Dragon Society, they possessed knowledge of its personnel. Moreover, Shui Yiren had previously visited Zhuang Xuanji's residence. They had crossed paths. His ability to introduce himself stemmed from their status as covert operatives of the Eastern Pavilion of Tianya Pavilion. Their identities remained concealed from outsiders, even when the Eastern Pavilion had assaulted the Tianshan sect. Furthermore, he had just obliterated the captivating woman's body with a single strike, leaving no trace for others to discern. "What? You mean Hai Wuyo has been killed?" Zhuang Xuanji exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Just moments ago, he had sought her assistance for a loan and had even sent someone to confront her. In light of this, her escape from the city was precarious. The Haisha gang would undoubtedly suspect her involvement in Hai Wuyo's demise. Do not worry, they should not link Hai Wuyo's death to you, as they know who the true perpetrator is. However, the woman I killed had an intricate background, and I believe the Haisha gang will seek you out. Haisha City is no longer a sanctuary. You cannot remain here any longer." Gu Hai Dao gazed at Zhuang Xuanji and inquired, "Will you always follow me?" Zhuang Xuanji replied, "My allegiance to you is a temporary measure to ensure your safety and to guarantee the completion of the transaction between you and the master. It would be unfortunate if you were to encounter trouble after completing the task, thereby jeopardizing the deal. Based on the timeline, I believe that He Xingchen should meet his demise within the next few days," Gu Hai Dao remarked. Upon hearing his words, Zhuang Xuanji's face brightened with joy. The Haiqing Bank is a prominent financial institution in the Lingjiang region. I have yet to finalize the accounts. Only after that can we proceed with the transaction. I have arranged with manager Zhu to exchange the bank's property deed here in 3 days, Zhuang Xuanji stated solemnly. "Is that so?" Gu Hai Dao's brow furrowed slightly at her words. "Wait here for a moment." With that, he vanished swiftly from Zhuang Xuanji's sight. "What is he up to?" Zhuang Xuanji pondered, her expression momentarily stunned. After a brief interval, Gu Hai Dao reappeared, bearing a dark robe and a conical hat. "Put on this attire. We shall return to the city," he instructed as he handed the garments to Zhuang Xuanji. Suddenly, Gu Hai Dao's expression turned serious. His gaze fixated on a certain direction, where a rustling sound approached. Soon, 2 figures emerged before them. One was a towering man clad in a half-mask, wielding a bronze mace, his fierce eyes locked on Gu Hai Dao. The other figure bore a pallid complexion, resembling a zombie, with a sinister gleam in his eyes and a cold smirk directed at Gu Hai Dao and Zhuang Xuanji. "Killing the demoness and still hoping to escape? How naive." He sneered. "Zhuang Xuanji, the third beauty of the celestial rankings, piques my interest. I intend to have my fun with you tonight. Tian, it is imperative to focus on the task at hand. Eliminate this brat first, then seize Zhuang Xuanji," the burly man commanded. "It seems we possess something on us that has allowed you to track us down so swiftly," Gu Hai Dao stated calmly. They had barely left the city when their pursuers found them, indicating that something on their person had betrayed their location. "You dare to kill the demoness? Today, I shall shatter your skull." The muscular man roared, his aura surging violently. forming a formidable wave of energy as he fixed his menacing gaze upon the figure in the conical hat. With a thunderous roar, the pressure from his aura surged forth like a tsunami, an awe-inspiring display of power. Clutching the bronze mace tightly, he charged at Gu Hai Dao. Clang! As the bronze mace struck out, Gu Hai Dao unleashed a mighty slash with his long knife, the blade's energy colliding with the mace. The impact sent the burly man stumbling backward several paces. However, as the muscular figure retreated, the previously sinister-looking man leaped forward, aiming to seize Zhuang Xuanji. This black-robed figure was Zhuang Xuanji's protector. Thus, if he captured her, the black-robed guardian would be rendered hesitant, allowing them to dispose of her at will. Although their stay in that courtyard was brief, the gruesome sight of the demoness' shattered flesh revealed the formidable and tyrannical nature of their opponent's swordsmanship. A hand emerged, dark as ink. The sinister man, adept in the art of poison, bore a cruel smile as he approached Zhuang Xuanji. Observing this, Gu Hai Dao swiftly turned, intent on intercepting him. However, the burly and imposing man, previously struck aside by his blade, lunged forward with the force of a titan, his powerful physique surging forth. As he charged, the skin of the robust giant began to transform, veins bulging like a volcano on the brink of eruption. A torrid and violent aura erupted from his form, as if he were unleashing a hidden trump card, his vitality soaring with each moment, his momentum escalating rapidly. The bronze mace in his hand morphed into a blood-red dragon under the influence of his fervent energy, reverberating through the air with explosive resonance. In that instant, the giant's strength skyrocketed, his body colliding with the air and producing thunderous sounds, while shockwaves rippled around him. The shadow of the mace rushed towards Gu Hai Dao, enveloping him in a ferocious onslaught. A glint of coldness flickered in Gu Hai Dao's eyes. Channeling his energy, he raised his long blade. Gripping it firmly before unleashing a strike, the blade's energy surging forth like a tidal wave toward the hulking man. Yet, after the slash, Gu Hai Dao's figure vanished from sight. "You're still far from capturing anyone in front of me." His voice echoed in the ears of the sinister man, who froze momentarily, a wave of dread washing over him. "How could you be here?" Just as his words fell, a piercing cry of a blade resonated beside him, accompanied by a flash of light that obscured his vision, causing his reaching hand to hesitate slightly. He attempted to extend his hand once more, but a chilling sensation gripped his heart, a shadow of death looming ominously. With a sudden sharp pain at his brow, he lost consciousness, his eyes reflecting terror and disbelief. Chapter 502, The Ocean Shark Gang, General Wang's Mansion, South Sea Chamber of Commerce, plans ahead before Zhuang Xuanji. The sinister man who had attacked was cleaved in two by a single strike, blood splattering across her face. Gazing at the severed corpse on the ground, Zhuang Xuanji felt a wave of nausea. Gu Hai Dao's ferocity was overwhelming. It was either a clean split or a brutal explosion. Meanwhile, the burly man, having shattered Gu Hai Dao's blade aura, saw the fallen azure dragon mace crash to the ground. Boom. The earth cracked, dust swirling into the air. "How could you evade me?" The giant bellowed, but his roar abruptly halted. He beheld the sinister man, now bisected beside him, and terror flickered in his eyes as he scanned his surroundings. "Damn it, show yourself." He failed to notice Gu Hai Dao, his gaze fixed on Zhuang Xuanji, a fierce glint of menace surging within his eyes as he swung his bronze mace towards her. At that moment, he disregarded his mission, intent solely on locating Gu Hai Dao. "Are you searching for me?" Gu Hai Dao's figure materialized behind him, his gaze icy as he advanced step by step toward the enraged, burly man. With each stride, a terrifying aura of blade intent enveloped him, saturating the air around them. In that instant, Gu Hai Dao appeared as a demon from the depths of hell, the atmosphere seemingly suspended beneath the weight of his lethal intent. The furious expression on the burly man's face evaporated, replaced by a dawning terror. "I cannot withstand this blade intent," he thought frantically, a singular notion surging within him. Escape was imperative. If he did not flee, he would surely perish. With a thunderous crash, he propelled himself off the ground, launching away like a cannonball, not daring to cast another glance at Gu Hai Dao. His sole focus was to flee with utmost speed. Yet, as he bolted, Gu Hai Dao unleashed a blade strike, and the fleeing man felt a terrifying aura of blade energy manifest behind him. A potent wave of deathly essence surged forth, leaving him with no hope of escape. In desperation, he swung a fist backward, attempting to block the impending blade energy. However, his fist, charged with fierce energy, shattered into a mist of blood under the might of Guai Dao's blade intent, and he was soon enveloped in a blinding flash of light. Ah! A wretched scream escaped his lips as his body exploded, dissolving into a cloud of crimson mist. Guai Dao paid no heed to the fallen man, instead approaching the bisected corpse, producing a vial of corpse-dissolving liquid and pouring it over the two halves, which promptly transformed into pools of thick liquid. He then stepped before Zhuang Xuanji, his nostrils flaring slightly. "Your attire requires a change. There is a fragrance that does not seem to originate from you," he remarked. Initially, he had assumed the scent was inherent to Zhuang Xuanji, but given the pursuit, it was clear that it belonged to the woman from earlier. Zhuang Xuanji nodded, and the pair swiftly departed. Meanwhile, within the Haisha gang, the gang leader, Hai Tianba, wore a grim expression, his brows etched with sorrow. "Tianxiao Alliance, Baifingshan, you dare to slay my son. I shall ensure your demise," he roared, striking a stone pillar within the hall, which shattered upon impact. "Hai gang leader, Baifingshan has likely already departed. Locating him will prove challenging," a companion remarked. His actions suggest the Tianxiao Alliance has sensed something amiss, leading to Wai's death as a warning to us. "It appears we can no longer delay. We must strike first. If we assault the Tianxiao Alliance and eliminate Baiongxiao, then Baifingshan will be yours to dispose of as you see fit. Indeed, once we conquer the Heavenly Alliance, we shall avenge Wuya." Within the grand hall, a man clad in a black robe emanated a formidable aura, his gaze sharp and penetrating. As he spoke, a figure rushed into the hall. Vice President, the elders Tian and Mu, who pursued the assailants of the Demoness Elder, have been slain. The newcomer bowed and reported. "What? Where are their bodies?" Upon hearing this, the man in black inquired solemnly. "There are no remains. The assailants used corpse-disintegrating powder on Elder Tian, and Elder Mu was blown apart, leaving no trace to analyze. Only the evidence of blade energy indicates their assailant was a master swordsman," the messenger replied. "It appears I underestimated the prowess of the sword master beside Zhuang Xuanji. This was a grave oversight on my part regarding the Zhuang family and the Qinzhuang." The man in black, now furrowing his brow, remarked. "Immediately pursue Zhuang Xuanji discreetly. We must locate her. Let the Zhuang family's Qinzhuang handle the search. They should be able to find her. If they fail, then let them be fed to the dogs," he stated coldly. "Understood. I shall depart at once." The messenger bowed and exited the grand hall. "This loss is considerable," the man in black mused after the messenger's departure. "Brother Xiao, Zhuang Xuanji cannot have gone far. I shall enlist the help of the High Shark gang to assist in your search. She cannot escape." At this moment, Hai Tianbadeo spoke. "Thank you, Leader Hai. Our South Sea Chamber of Commerce will certainly aid the High Shark gang in this endeavor," replied the man in black, who was revealed to be Xiao Muhang, Vice President of the South Sea Chamber of Commerce. General Wang desires to establish trade routes connecting the North and South Seas, and someone must oversee these operations, which is the role of the South Sea Chamber of Commerce. Thus, Xiao Muhang's presence here was imperative. Of course, seeking to borrow from Zhuang Xuanji was also Xiao Muhang's strategic decision. According to their plans, in 3 months, the High Shark gang would join forces with the Qinglong Society to overthrow the Heavenly Alliance. At that juncture, the territories pledged to the Zhuang family would be entirely transferred to the Qinglong Society, absolving them of any debt incurred. However, they had not anticipated that this Zhuang Xuanji would be accompanied by a swordsman of such caliber, resulting in the loss of 3 skilled fighters. "I will notify Su Chun, the leader of the Qinglong Society, to convene in High Shark City to discuss strategies against the Heavenly Alliance," Hai Tianbadeo declared. "There is no need to further test the strength of the Qinglong Society. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to wait for the Heavenly Alliance to strike first. Our personnel will arrive shortly. This time, the Heavenly Alliance in the Lingjiang region shall surely meet its demise," Xiao Muhang stated coldly. Moments later, the High Shark gang issued a notice, placing a bounty on Zhuang Xuanji, a reward of 5,000 taels for any information regarding her whereabouts, and 20,000 taels for her capture. Such a generous offer compelled many wandering heroes within High Shark City to venture out, driven by the allure of the substantial reward. Eager to catch a glimpse of Zhuang Xuanji, or perhaps even to experience her charm firsthand. After all, being targeted by the sea shark's bounty, Zhuang Xuanji is unlikely to escape the Lingjiang region, as they see an opportunity with the beleaguered beauty. Chapter 503, Arrival of Fu Hongxue in Jiangbei. At the Hua family manor, Jiangbei region, Hua city. This city, named after the Hua family manor, stands as the most prosperous in the Jiangbei area. The towering city walls are accompanied by a moat several meters wide. A figure appears at the city gate, clad in black garments and a dark cloak, a long blade sheathed at the waist, limping slightly as he approaches the entrance of Hua City. It is none other than Fu Hongxue, who has come to eliminate Hua Xingqian. Look, it's young Master Hua. A surprised murmur ripples through the crowd of entrants, as all eyes instinctively turn upwards. For riders on magnificent steeds approach the city, led by a young man in a brocade robe, adorned with an exquisite jade pendant at his waist. His handsome visage complemented by a long, white jade spear hanging from his saddle. The three youths trailing behind him also wear brocade robes. It's truly young Master Hua. I can't believe we would see him at the city gate. A young woman in a long dress gasps as she gazes at the four figures passing by her. Hua Xingqian. As Fu Hongxue steps aside to allow the procession to enter, his eyes remain unperturbed, focused on the swiftly passing young man. He continues towards the city, contemplating that the opportunity to eliminate Hua Xingqian could arise at any moment. He refrains from acting now, as revealing himself would draw attention. This is Hua family manor's territory, and he is well aware of their capability to identify him, especially given his distinctive appearance. This is not merely revenge. In this alternate realm, he must conceal his identity to better assist his master. With a pronounced limp in his right leg, he gradually makes his way into the bustling city, unnoticed by the throngs around him. Inside the city, the vibrancy is extraordinary. Fu Hongxue absorbs the bustling atmosphere of the streets, which rival those of the grandest cities from his previous life. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares fill the air. Following the crowd, Fu Hongxue heads towards the direction of the Hua family manor. The manor occupies a particularly unique position, situated in the middle of a lake, accessible only by a single main road, with clear waters surrounding it on three sides. Entering the manor from any other direction is nearly impossible for the average person. Moreover, there are surely concealed mechanisms within the lake. To reach the Hua family manor, one must traverse the main thoroughfare, which is heavily guarded, underscoring the manor's significance as the ruling power in the Jiangbei region. Many visitors from the martial world seek entrance to the Hua family manor. After a glance at the manor, Fu Hongxue turns away and takes lodging at a nearby inn, securing a room with a view of the manor. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he begins to regulate his breath, for tonight marks the day he will confront Hua Xingqian. On his journey, Lian Xingbi from the Jiangnan region has already transmitted Hua Xingqian's information to him. Every day, Hua Xingqian's whereabouts and activities are meticulously scrutinized. He is acutely aware of his surroundings. At Hua family manor, within a courtyard, a middle-aged man is vigorously swinging his fists. As he strikes, a surge of golden energy bursts forth, creating ripples in the air akin to crashing waves, accompanied by the sounds of a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant. This man is Hua Yin, the current master of Hua family manor and Hua Xingqian's father. At this moment, Hua Xingqian returns from outside and steps into the courtyard. Hua Yin, who was practicing his punches, retracts his fists and greets his son with a smile, inquiring about the success of his recent endeavors. Father, rest assured, I have reached an agreement with Jun Wenzhong, the leader of the 36 villages of Jiangbei. They will mobilize personnel to attack the family's bank. When trouble arises at the Jiangbei bank, Zhang Mingli is bound to come to Jiangbei, and at that time, they will abduct him. Once Zhang Xuanji seeks our assistance, we will seize her and demand a ransom. At that moment, the family bank will belong to us, the Hua family. This will enable us to advance into the Jiangnan region. Hua Xingqian declares confidently. Jun's credibility is well known, and this plan is commendable. In due time, your grandfather and second uncle should emerge from their seclusion. They have comprehended a powerful technique and intend to pass it on to you upon their return. Recently, I discovered a flame pearl in Yangzhou, Jiangnan. Take it back for your cultivation. Strive to reach the 5th difficulty of transcendence in these few days, Hua Yin adds, leading Hua Xingqian into a room. Inside, he presents a brocade box to Hua Xingqian. Upon opening it, a pearl emanating a fiery aura appears before him. Hua Xingqian's eyes light up with delight upon seeing the crimson orb. Father, I can sense the fiery energy within this flame pearl. If I can fully absorb its power, I believe I can reach the 6th difficulty of transcendence. Thank you, Father. Hua Xingqian expresses his gratitude. Take it back and cultivate diligently. The future of Hua family manor ultimately rests upon your generation. Once the matters with the Zhang family are resolved, you may venture into the Jiangnan region for training. The younger generation in Jiangbei pales in comparison to that of Jiangnan, Hua Yin advises. I understand. Hua Xingchen nods, closing the brocade box and bowing respectfully before departing. As night falls, Hua Xingchen wields a white jade spear, dancing within the courtyard. As the young master of Hua family manor, he possesses his own independent quarters. With each movement of the spear, crimson energy flows along its length, while within him, waves of red energy continuously circulate in his dantian, merging with the spear. Suddenly, he twirls the spear, transforming it into 7 phantoms that strike towards a nearby rockery. With a resounding crash, the rockery shatters instantly. My heavenly saber 7 transformation spear is still lacking. Hua Xingchen murmurs to himself. The commotion within the courtyard goes unnoticed by those outside, as Hua Xingchen prefers the tranquility of solitude for his training, and thus, the guards remain outside the courtyard. The young master's prowess has indeed grown formidable. I fear we would not withstand even a single strike from him. At the entrance stood 2 guards, one of whom spoke. To think we could even attempt to parry. We are utterly incapable of resisting the oppressive force emanating from the young master's gun. What strength do we possess compared to him? He is a warrior of transcendent realms. The other replied. The young master has completed his training. Let us proceed inside. The first speaker announced. The other remained silent and followed him into the courtyard. Go fetch the young woman we brought back a few days ago and deliver her to my chamber, commanded Hua Xingchen. Yes, the 2 replied immediately, bowing deeply. Zhuang Xuanji, renowned as the 3rd beauty on the celestial fairy list, is quite concerned about her reputation. Yet, her fondness for beautiful women leads her to secretly capture and confine young and alluring maidens within the manor, treating them as her personal possessions. However, after a period of amusement, she would cruelly dispose of them, obliterating all traces of their existence. As Hua Xingchen watched the 2 depart, a fervent flame ignited within his gaze. Suddenly, his expression tightened. In the corner of the courtyard stood a figure draped in a black robe and adorned with a conical hat. Chapter 504. Slaying the Hua father and son for a breakthrough. At that moment, the cloaked figure approached him slowly. It was not merely slow. The individual walked with a pronounced limp in their right foot, affecting their movement. Upon witnessing this, Hua Xingchen felt a jolt of alarm. The presence of a limping stranger in their manor signified that this person was far from ordinary. He was acutely aware of the manor's defenses. Even a warrior below the transcendent level would be detected upon entry. This individual possessed strength that surpassed the transcendent threshold, just as he intended to call for assistance. An overwhelming aura enveloped him, stifling his voice. In response, Hua Xingchen raised his hand, and the white jade spear he had previously trained with lunged forth in an instant. As he wielded the spear, a massive surge of crimson energy manifested around it, striking forth like a dragon towards the approaching figure, who was none other than Fu Hongxue. The defenses of the Hua manor were formidable, yet before him, they seemed utterly trivial. Hua Xingchen's strike was fierce, instantly sealing all avenues of retreat for Fu Hongxue. However, facing Fu Hongxue, whose strength vastly eclipsed his own, Hua Xingchen's attack, though sharp, appeared merely ordinary in her eyes. In a flash, Fu Hongxue transformed into a shadow, raising her hand to deliver a crushing blow to Hua Xingchen's neck. A sickening crack echoed as his throat shattered. Hua Xingchen was not worthy of her blade. With a thud, his body collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could someone with a limp possess such incredible speed? Fu Hongxue cast a glance at the lifeless form on the ground, her gaze shifting toward the Hua manor, then proceeded in that direction, towards the courtyard of the manor's master, Huyin. A slight ripple of energy emanated from her. Who goes there? A sharp reprimand echoed within the courtyard, followed by the emergence of Hua Yin clad in a brocade robe. In the dim light of night, he spotted a figure hastily retreating into the distance. With a focused gaze, he immediately pursued. At that moment, the guards of the Hua family estate were also alerted. They witnessed the shadowy figure and swiftly prepared to intercept the cloaked individual. Thud, thud, thud. These guards were struck down in an instant, their bodies not even pausing in their momentum. Upon the surface of the lake, Fu Hongxue soared like a solitary wild goose, soon landing on the shore. Huyin, following closely behind, descended as well, throwing a powerful punch towards Fu Hongxue. The force of his strike was overwhelming, enveloping Fu Hongxue in a fierce aura. With a raised hand, Fu Hongxue countered. The clash of fist and palm reverberated, propelling Fu Hongxue into the dense thicket, with Hua Yin swiftly pursuing after. As he entered the woods, Fu Hongxue awaited him. Since entering this realm, Fu Hongxue had been diligently cultivating, nearing the point of solidifying his essence. However, he encountered a bottleneck during his training. Thus, he sought to engage with a master to shatter this limitation and immerse himself in the depths of his power. Huayin, the lord of the Huo estate, had transcended to the sea of Qi 15 years prior, becoming a formidable force therein. Fu Hongxue intended to utilize Huayin to overcome his own constraints, which was the very reason for his provocation. Who are you? What brings you to the Huo estate? Huayin fixed a piercing gaze upon Fu Hongxue. To kill Huo Xingqian. Fu Hongxue replied coldly. What? Upon hearing Fu Hongxue's words, a chilling light flickered in Huayin's eyes, and his aura began to surge. Huayin had only one son, Huo Xingqian, and the notion of someone coming to slay his child ignited a fierce determination within him. He would not allow this intruder to escape. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Hongxue had already taken his son's life. To attempt to kill my son means I must first eliminate you. As he spoke, Huayin launched a punch. But this time, his strike was somewhat sluggish, emanating a grayish force rather than the usual golden hue. In his youth, Huayin had encountered fortuitous circumstances, acquiring a 5-element martial arts manual, the 5-element Thunder Fist. With a forceful punch, a grayish energy erupted from his fist, surging towards Fu Hongxue like a tidal wave. Amidst the swirling dust, Huayin's figure swiftly appeared before Fu Hongxue, aiming a punch directly at his heart. Fu Hongxue's gaze sharpened, yet he refrained from drawing his blade, instead forming a fist and retaliating. The impact was thunderous as their fists collided, sending shockwaves reverberating outward. Following the initial strike, a golden, razor-sharp aura manifested around Huayin's fist, directed towards Fu Hongxue. The preceding punch had been a mere probe. Sensing that his opponent wielded a blade yet had not drawn it, Huayin anticipated that the moment Fu Hongxue drew his weapon would be cataclysmic. However, the fact that Fu Hongxue had not yet unsheathed his sword was a boon for Huayin, as he believed reinforcements from the estate would soon arrive. Together, they would converge to eliminate Fu Hongxue. Alternatively, if his father, in seclusion, were to be disturbed, the intruder would find no escape. The fierce and powerful fist did not land upon Fu Hongxue. He deftly shifted his position, his gaze fixed intently on his adversary. He sought the opportunity to strike, aiming for a decisive blow against his opponent, for the Wuzhezhang was home to many formidable masters. The assertion of being the ruler of the Jiangbei region was no mere empty boast. As he focused his mind, Huayin paused momentarily, his aura swirling around him, an overwhelming fiery presence erupting forth. Having spent years integrating the essence of the 5 elements fist, he knew that achieving this fusion would allow him to reach a state of concentration akin to being immersed in the sea. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he had not managed to fully harmonize the 5 elements fist. Nevertheless, his mastery of its essence continued to advance. With a thunderous stomp, he propelled himself forward, fiery energy enveloping his fist as he appeared before Fengxue. His punch erupted like a burst of light, infused with an edge of sharpness. Although he had not completely melded the 5 elements, the combination of metal and fire attributes manifested as a powerful strike, unleashing a tempestuous force. Kill, Huayin commanded, his fist tearing through the air towards Fu Hongxue. Fu Hongxue countered with a punch of her own. As their fists collided, a surge of energy flowed into her body, causing her to stagger back, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, her eyes wide with astonishment at the strength of her adversary. With a slight tightening of her grip on the long knife, she sensed the danger. Observing Feng's injury, Huayin smirked coldly, intensifying his assault, a howl erupting from his fist. In that moment, Huayin resembled a ferocious tiger unleashed, his fist transforming into a golden dragon as it lunged at the embodying the ferocity of a starving beast descending upon its prey. Sensing the impending threat, Feng's eyes sharpened with vigilance, her aura of blade intent radiating fiercely. At the instant the tiger charged, she leapt into the air, a terrifying aura of knife intent enveloping her as she swung her blade. With a resounding crash, her strike cleaved through the air, powerful enough to part rivers and split the heavens. The charging tiger was instantly severed in two beneath her might. 2 figures descended, one a shadow retreating into the distance, the other collapsing to the ground, head raised, eyes fixed on the vanishing silhouette. I never anticipated I would not evade that strike. With that, the life within him extinguished. Chapter 504, Huchen arrives in Huzhang, seeking to subdue within a tavern in Huzhang. Zhang King gazed at the still-displayed bounty outside, her expression darkening. She had been hiding within the city for 5 days. The death of Ai Wuya was not her doing. Why was the bounty placed upon her? The Tin Xiaomeng would not dare offend. Yet they took their anger out on a mere girl. Zhang Xinji felt a surge of indignation, yet she remained powerless. Originally, she was meant to meet with Zhanggar the following day, but he had yet to appear, leaving her in a state of anxious anticipation. Currently, she could only await the arrangements made by Su Qin concerning Jingzhonggut. However, she faced a significant dilemma. It was apparent that the Zhongjiao Bank in Kaisacheng was under the control of the Rashabong, making her attempts to reclaim the Dongjap Bank exceedingly challenging. A knock echoed through the air. "What is it?" Zhang Xinji replied, donning her hat with a grave tone. Despite the numerous martial artists searching for her outside the city, she remained vigilant. "Young master, someone has delivered a note," the innkeeper's assistant announced. Dressed in male attire and donning a conical hat, Zhuang Xuanji was addressed as young master by the inn staff. She opened the door to receive the note from the assistant. The message indicated that Zheng, the steward of the Mountain River sect, had arrived. But the address left her somewhat vexed. It directed her to a brothel, the most renowned establishment in the Sea Shark City. Although annoyed, Zhuang Xuanji recognized that the brothel might indeed be the safest refuge, as no one would suspect her presence there. After donning her hat and departing the inn, she made her way to the Yishan courtyard. The establishment was expansive, a multi-story building with a steady stream of patrons. 6 beautiful maidens stood at either side of the entrance, each exhibiting distinct charms, some voluptuous with alluring curves, others slender and graceful, while a few embodied gentleness and sweetness, creating an irresistible allure. As she entered, Zhuang Xuanji, still wearing her hat, produced a silver ingot and handed it to the welcoming maid. "Take me to the Fengming chamber," she requested, her voice subdued and slightly hoarse, masking her femininity. Possessing formidable strength, she had attained the realm of Tianrenan, allowing her to alter her voice with ease. "Right this way, esteemed guest." The maid promptly escorted her to the Fengming chamber. Upon knocking, Zhuang Xuanji was taken aback to see Yuan Suiyun, a companion of Su Chun. "Open the door. Miss Zhuang, the sect leader awaits you inside." Yuan Suiyun ushered her into the room. "Miss Zhuang, I trust you have been well. Please, sit and enjoy some freshly brewed tea." Su Qin gestured for her to take a seat across from him. Observing the cross-dressed Zhuang Xuanji, he noted her unique charm. Zhuang Xuanji removed her hat and sat before Su Qin. "I did not expect sect leader Su to personally visit Sea Shark City. I wonder how our previous transaction has progressed?" she inquired eagerly. "Huoxing Chun is dead, and Huayin has also perished," Su Chun replied softly, placing a teapot before her. Zhuang Xuanji's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing his words. The deaths of Huoxing Chun and Huayin, the latter being the head of the Hua family and a formidable practitioner at the Dantian transformation, raised concerns about the caliber of experts the Qinglong Society had deployed. "Thank you, sect leader Su. However, there have been some unforeseen issues with the bank in Sea Shark City, and I am currently unable to facilitate the transfer. I can proceed with the banks in other locations at any time," Zhuang Xuanji hurriedly explained. "Not to worry, the bank in Sea Shark City can be transferred as usual. I will arrange for assistance," Su Qin assured her. "I have come at the request of the Sea Shark Gang to address the Tianxiao Alliance." "What?" Zhuang Xuanji's expression changed once more. "To confront the Tianxiao Alliance? Their strength is far greater than anticipated," she exclaimed. "The ever-changing dynamics of the martial world dictate that even the mightiest forces may eventually fade into obscurity. Permanence in strength is an illusion. The Sea Shark Gang has meticulously strategized for an extended period to confront the alliance of the world, and their actions are not taken lightly, especially with numerous allies involved. If Miss Zhuang is interested, I would be delighted to accompany you to the Sea Shark Gang tonight," Su Qin proposed. The Zhuang family boasts the 3rd largest bank of the Great Zhou dynasty, and their wealth is indisputable. Furthermore, Su Chun has discovered that the operations of the Zhuang family bank in recent years have been overseen by Zhuang Xuanji, who is indeed a skilled businessperson. Securing Zhuang Xuanji's allegiance would provide invaluable support for the future operations of his organization. Notably, he has received information from Fu Hongxue regarding Huoxing Chun, which has shed light on Zhuang Xuanji's motives for targeting him. Understanding these motivations has garnered Su Qin's respect for Zhuang Xuanji. Upon hearing Su Qin's invitation, Zhuang Xuanji fell into contemplation. Su Qin's shift in demeanor left her somewhat unsettled. Previously, he displayed a slight aversion towards her. Yet now he exuded a sense of camaraderie that made her wary. I merely wish to collaborate with Miss Zhuang. There is no need for excessive concern. I have already alleviated a significant issue for your family regarding the Hua clan. After all, the demise of Hua Xingchen alone will not resolve the crisis facing your bank. Moreover, without a formidable backing, the Zhuang family bank may struggle to endure in the impending chaos of the martial world. Su Chen remarked, seemingly discerning Zhuang Xuanji's apprehensions. Understanding his words, Zhuang Xuanji recognized the truth in Su Chen's assertion. Merely eliminating Hua Xingchen would not suffice to resolve the crisis at hand. Currently, with the fate of the Hua clan's leader in limbo, they are preoccupied and not inclined to pursue the Zhuang family bank, thus providing a temporary respite. However, as Su Chen pointed out, the martial world is in turmoil. Without a powerful support system, their bank could easily be devoured by others. In this realm, mere wealth is insufficient. One must possess formidable martial prowess. The prior alliance with the Hua family was rooted in this very necessity. In her quest to eliminate Hua Xingchen, Zhuang Xuanji had been hastily seeking a powerful force to serve as a bulwark for her family's bank. After a moment of reflection, she replied, "On behalf of the Zhuang family bank, I accept your proposal, Master Su. The emergence of the Azure Dragon Society has indeed demonstrated considerable strength, making an alliance with them a prudent choice. Tonight, you shall accompany me to the Sea Shark Gang in your own capacity," Su Chen affirmed, casting a glance at Zhuang Xuanji. Her expression brightened at the prospect, realizing that Su Chen intended to reveal her identity publicly. However, she quickly shook her head, "Master Su, if I were to appear alongside you, it could raise suspicions that it was the Azure Dragon Society that orchestrated the demise of the Hua family, potentially bringing trouble upon us. Does the Azure Dragon Society, being an assassin group, fear complications?" Su Chen countered dismissively. Fu Hongxue has not revealed herself because she prefers to remain out of the limelight. However, the Azure Dragon Society can afford to be in the spotlight. Many would seek our services for assassinations. Chapter 505. She is mine. Without reason, it is difficult to resolve upon hearing Su Chen's words. Zhuang Xuanji no longer declined and nodded her head in acceptance. "Thank you, Master Su." Her gaze then wandered around the room, curious to see whom Su Chen had brought to the Sea Shark Gang. As she observed, her attention was drawn to a figure seated not far away. This individual, with a pale visage adorned with a hint of stubble, donned a blood-red robe, and his eyes shone brightly, resembling cold stars in the darkness. His visage was equally captivating. It was neither pallid nor ghastly, but possessed a lustrous, jade-like radiance. With his jet-black hair crowned by a jeweled tiara, he sat there sipping wine, exuding an ethereal quality akin to a fallen celestial. Yet, despite his divine aura, a profound solitude emanated from him, suggesting an inner loneliness. Zhuang Xuanji felt an urge to inquire about his identity, yet the unspoken allure of his presence held her back. The intangible aura he radiated made it clear that he was undoubtedly a formidable master. At that moment, a figure appeared at the door of the room. "Esteemed guest, our leader requests your presence. The carriage is prepared outside," the person announced. "Very well," Su Chen replied, glancing at Zhuang Xuanji. "Miss Zhuang, you may want to change into a suitable outfit. I have arranged clothing for you." Zhuang Xuanji nodded and made her way to a corner of the room. Shortly thereafter, she emerged, veiled and clad in white, resembling an otherworldly fairy. Sometimes, great strength can reveal one's inherent beauty. Su Chen observed the veiled Zhuang Xuanji with admiration. At his words, Zhuang Xuanji's eyes flickered slightly before she finally removed her veil. She was like a pure lotus, untouched by embellishment. Su Chen had seen her face before, and upon this second encounter, he was still taken aback by her beauty. "I shall not accompany you, master. I need to verify the earlier intelligence," Ran Siyun interjected. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. His visit was not solely to ally with the Sea Shark Gang, but also to secure a shipment of auction items destined for Lingnan Prefecture. This batch of goods was something he had reserved, and he was determined to acquire it. "Let us depart," Su Chen said to Zhuang Xuanji. The two stepped out of the inn, and at that moment, Yi Guqing also rose to follow them, gripping his long sword. As they exited, the Sea Shark Gang disciple who awaited Su Chen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhuang Xuanji. However, he quickly regained his composure. Well aware of the importance of the guest he was to receive, as the leader had specifically instructed him not to offend her. "Esteemed guest, please." The three of them followed the attendant out of Yixiang Garden and boarded the Sea Shark Gang's carriage. "Is that not Zhuang Xuanji? How did she come to be seated in the Sea Shark Gang's carriage?" Some sharp-eyed observers remarked upon recognizing her countenance. The Sea Shark gang had placed a bounty on Zhuang Xuanji, and now she was riding in their carriage. How perplexing. Who was that young man? And what made him worthy of her company? Curiosity regarding Su Qin's identity began to stir among the onlookers. Yet the carriage was already en route to the Sea Shark gang. However, the news of Zhuang Xuanji's appearance beside Su Chun reached the High Shark gang's assembly hall ahead of time. Within the grand chamber, 3 figures congregated. The leader of the High Shark gang, Hai Tianba, the general's mansion's enigmatic figure, the ghostly spear of the underworld, Liu Hai, and the vice president of the South Sea Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Muhing. Are you saying that Zhuang Xuanji is by Su Chun's side? Xiao Muhing addressed Hai Tianba. The messenger who went to fetch Su Chun has returned with word that Zhuang Xuanji is indeed accompanying him. Hai Tianba spoke in a low tone. What does Su Chun mean by this? Is he preparing to oppose us? Xiao Muheng retorted coldly, recalling that 3 of his subordinates had perished at the hands of Zhuang Xuanji. Let us first meet with Su Chun. I believe he will provide us with a satisfactory answer, Liu Hai suggested. Who else accompanied him besides Zhuang Xuanji? Liu Hai inquired. There is also a figure clad in a white robe, wielding a long sword. The specifics of his strength remain unknown to my subordinates, but his presence alongside Su Chun suggests he is formidable. Hai Tianba responded. Just one person? Su Chun truly possesses remarkable courage. Does he not fear our retaliation? Xiao Muheng remarked coldly. Perhaps he comes with genuine intentions, Hai Tianba replied. Though the South Sea Chamber of Commerce has suffered losses at Zhuang Xuanji's hands, he currently seeks vengeance against the members of the Tianxiao Alliance. Outside the High Shark gang, Zhuang Xuanji and Su Chun disembarked from their carriage. Gazing upon the imposing structure of the gang, it is quite grand, Su Chun remarked. If Su Chun were to venture to Jiangnan or the capital, he would encounter even more magnificent architecture, Zhuang Xuanji noted beside him. Is that so? I must make it a point to see it someday. Su Chun nodded, following the individual who had come to greet them into the High Shark gang. Before long, the 3 arrived at the entrance of the assembly hall. Esteemed guests, the leader awaits you inside, the greeter said, bowing respectfully. Su Chin's eyes flickered slightly. It was unexpected that Hai Tianba had not come to greet him. He stepped inside. Within the assembly hall, Hai Tianba stood at the center, flanked by 2 individuals clad in black. One sat poised like a spear, clearly a master of the weapon. Upon seeing him, Su Chun was struck by an overwhelming sense of danger. This individual exuded terrifying strength. The other black-clad figure beside him elicited a lesser pressure. Yet it was evident that his prowess was certainly at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. As for Hai Tianba, he restrained his aura, not emanating any oppressive force. As Su Chun observed the 3, they too scrutinized him. Their gaze lingered for a moment before shifting to Yi Guqing, standing behind him, where a flicker of wariness appeared in their eyes. Particularly for Hai Tianba and Liu Hai, they sensed that this individual's strength was on par with theirs. Accompanied by an immense sword intent, an intimidating presence that suggested the white-clad figure was indeed a master of the sword path. Such a wealth of sword masters in the Qinglong society, they pondered. Su Xiaolong, please take a seat, Hai Tianba invited. Su Qin nodded and took a seat opposite Liu Hai and Xiao Muheng, while Yi Guqing stood silently behind him, resembling a solitary swordsman, indifferent to the surrounding world. This is Liu Hai of the Grand General's Manor, and this is Xiao Muheng, Vice President of the South Sea Chamber of Commerce. The one before you is Su Chun, the young leader of the Qinglong Society, Hai Tianba introduced. After the introduction, Xiao Muheng spoke up. Young leader Su, I sincerely thank you for bringing Zhuang Xuanji here, as she has slain 3 of my subordinates. I appreciate your assistance in this matter. His tone reflected the loss of 3 capable men, a core part of his team, and he was unlikely to let Zhuang Xuanji go unpunished. Thank you is unnecessary. Those 3 subordinates of yours were killed by my people, as Zhuang Xuanji has long been aligned with me. I am quite curious as to why you would strike against my own, Vice President Xiao. Without a reasonable explanation, this matter will be difficult to resolve, Su Chen replied. His expression I see. Chapter 506, Provocation, Qinglong Society. The execution chamber fell into a profound silence after Su Chen's words. Xiao Muheng could hardly fathom such a response from Su Chun. In his perception, Su Chun would not speak so boldly over a woman. The South Sea Chamber of Commerce had just concluded a transaction with Su Chun, relinquishing half the profits from an auction. Their relationship with the Qinglong Society was one of collaboration. Moreover, in Xiao Muheng's mind, Su Chun was merely a junior. representing the Qinglong society, but still adhering to a previously established plan. He had anticipated that Su Chun would act merely as a figurehead, so he was taken aback by the latter's assertive demeanor. Narrowing his eyes, his voice turned cold as he replied, "Su Chun, are you asking for an explanation from me, rather than the other way around? Of course, it is you who must provide an explanation. You have harmed my people. Should you not owe me an explanation? It seems Vice President Xiao has no intention of clarifying matters. Then let us settle this with your life," Su Chun stated calmly, though a chilling undertone lingered in his words. "Su Chun, you are exceedingly arrogant. You wish for my life? I shall see whether it is you who claims my life or I who claims yours," Xiao Mu Hung retorted, his countenance darkening at the threat. Su Chun's words were tantamount to a challenge, and Xiao Mu Hung could not allow himself to be intimidated. Noticing the escalating tension, Hai Tianba, the leader of the Sea Shark Gang, interjected, "Master Su, Vice President Xiao was previously unaware of the relationship between the Zhuang family bank and yourself, leading to this misunderstanding. Both parties have suffered losses. I propose we put this matter to rest. What do you both think?" Hai Tianba wished to de-escalate the conflict, recognizing that the decision to target the Zhuang family bank was a mutual one, with the South Sea Chamber of Commerce responsible for its execution. Upon hearing Hai Tianba's words, Xiao Mu Hung frowned. Su Chun spoke with an air of dominance, disregarding the South Sea Chamber of Commerce entirely. If this matter were to pass without consequence, it would be a profound humiliation for them. He had never regarded his opponents as equals. "Vice President Xiao, this is a matter of great significance. It may be prudent to exercise restraint for the time being," whispered Liu Hai from the Grand General's residence, indicating his support for Xiao Mu Hung. However, the collaboration with the Heavenly Alliance and the Azure Dragon Society was of utmost importance, as they represented a crucial force in their endeavors, and any misstep could prove detrimental. "See, Master, since you insist, I shall grant you a concession. All that is required is an apology from Su Chun," Xiao Mu Hung declared. In recent years, the Hainan Chamber of Commerce had experienced rapid growth, with the president often stationed at their headquarters, rarely venturing out. Although Xiao Mu Hung had faced the trials of the heavens with dignity, it was intolerable for him to be threatened by Su Chun, a mere puppet of the Azure Dragon Society. How could he not demand some semblance of respect? As his words resonated, a glimmer of cold light flashed in the eyes of Yi Guqing, clad in white behind Su Chun. A magnificent and chilling sword intent erupted from him, emanating an unassailable sharpness that pressed down toward Xiao Mu Hung. Instantly, the temperature in the conference hall plummeted, reminiscent of the depths of winter. What formidable sword energy! Both Liu Hai and Hai Tianba exchanged glances, their thoughts echoing this realization. At that moment, Xiao Mu Hung felt an icy sword intent envelop him, causing him to recoil in alarm. He instinctively sought the support of Hai Tianba and Liu Hai, recognizing that he was outmatched by Yi Guqing's formidable presence. As he cast a pleading glance toward them, Hai Tianba silently mused, "You initiated this conflict. Had you not sought trouble, perhaps they would not have pursued you." Yet, he kept this grumbling to himself, for he was determined to prevent any clash between the Azure Dragon Society and Xiao Mu Hung. Although there was a significant disparity in strength, Xiao Mu Hung was still a member of the South Sea Chamber of Commerce, and their interests were intricately intertwined. He feared that Yi Guqing might strike down Xiao Mu Hung with a single blow. Just as Hai Tianba spoke, Yi Guqing stepped forward from behind Su Chun, and the crowd heard a voice as sharp as a blade declare, "Those who provoke the Azure Dragon Society shall be eradicated." As his words fell, the onlookers witnessed Yi Guqing unsheathing his sword, executing a single, decisive strike. With a swish, the moment the sword was drawn, everyone in the conference hall felt as if the very fabric of reality had shifted, drawing their spirits into an ethereal realm. Within this surreal space, a white figure wielding a sword soared through the air, striking down toward their adversary like a celestial being descending from the heavens. As Yi Guqing advanced, Xiao Mu Hung, sensing the impending threat, rose to his feet. As he rose, his gaze became fixed, and within his eyes, he perceived a fleeting white shadow. With a sword drawn, he struck forth, and in that moment, darkness enveloped him, leaving only a glimmer of sword light amidst the blackness. This beam of light surged like a mighty river, instantly submerging him. The expression in his eyes faded away. At the center of his brow, a point of sword energy materialized, piercing through his forehead. With a thud, Xiao Mu Hung collapsed onto the bench. The others regained their composure. Liu Hai and Hai Tianba wore expressions of shock. Though they were both formidable practitioners of the sea, Yi Guqing's strike was too terrifying. Even if they could resist, they would likely sustain injuries. This is acceptable. If Vice President Xiao sacrifices himself, I shall forgive him. Hai Bangzhu, Liu Sanchui, let us continue our discussions, Su Chen spoke up. As he addressed them, Yi Guqing slowly turned, standing behind Su Chen with his sword still in hand. Bring someone in. Hai Tianba snapped back to reality. Xiao Muheng was now dead, and the deceased held no value. Moreover, having witnessed Yi Guqing's prowess, he became even more cautious regarding the Qinglong Association, confident that the president of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce would share his sentiments. A servant entered the room. Remove this corpse. I shall deal with it shortly, Hai Tianba instructed, casting a glance at Xiao Muheng's body. The guards swiftly took the corpse away. Let us resume our discussions for today. However, I kindly ask Su Shaoqing to introduce this esteemed swordsman. Seizing the opportunity, Hai Tianba spoke. Yi Guqing, one of the 10 sword masters of the Qinglong Association, is also the one who will act against the Tianxiao Alliance, Su Chen introduced. One of the 10 sword masters. Upon hearing this, Hai Tianba and Lu Hai displayed astonishment. The existence of 10 such masters within the Qinglong Association was unfathomable. They wished to doubt it, yet the reality before them was undeniable. As for Zhuang Xuanji, who stood beside Su Chen, her beautiful eyes were filled with ever-changing emotions, her heart profoundly shaken. First, Su Chen had overpowered Xiao Muheng, showcasing his overwhelming presence. Then, Yi Guqing had slain Xiao Muheng with a single strike, exemplifying the essence of a person who was formidable yet spoke little. Now, the revelation of the 10 sword masters left her in awe of the Qinglong Association's might. Perhaps seeking out Su Chen at the Shanhua Gate was indeed my wisest decision, she mused. As for Su Chen's declaration that she belonged to him, it held no falsehood. She was, after all, his subordinate. So it is the sword master Yi. With his involvement, our chances against the Tianxiao Alliance have significantly improved, Hai Tianba remarked with a smile. In this world, what holds the utmost importance? Power, above all else. Su Xiaolong. We have united over a dozen factions to confront the Tianxiao Alliance, and the newly appointed vice leader of the Tianxiao Alliance is a person arranged by General Wang. We conspired to lure the leader of the Tianxiao Alliance, Bu Yunxiao, out of the alliance, and at that moment, we would strike with full force. Once Bu Yunxiao of the Tianxiao Alliance falls, he shall pose no threat. He Shenba spoke. The vice leader is a figure arranged by General Wang. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a slight stir within. From this perspective, General Wang, Dugu, must have been plotting in the Linjiang region for quite some time. A formidable character indeed. Su Chen remained vigilant in his heart, yet his expression remained unchanged. If that is the case, we shall proceed according to plan. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Very well. I will make immediate arrangements. But Su Zhangjiao, with Xiao Muheng, the vice president of the Nanhai Guild, now deceased. The previous collaboration in the Lingnan prefecture regarding the auction may not proceed. Haitian Ba continued. It matters not. Should they wish to collaborate, I will persist. If not, it is of no consequence to me, Su Chen replied. He had already taken control of the Zhuang family bank in the Linjiang region. From this day forward, the banks in other regions would undoubtedly support him. He held no regard for the trifling profits of the Nanhai Merchants Guild. Moreover, he intended to seize that batch of goods from the Nanhai Merchants Guild. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Haitian Ba cast a glance at Zhuang Xuanji, sighing internally. He had originally hoped to extract a substantial sum from Zhuang Xuanji, but it now seemed impossible. Following this, the three began to discuss the details of dealing with the Tianxiao Alliance. Su Chen then took his leave from the Haisha gang, accompanied by Zhuang Xuanji and Yi Guqing, leaving Haitian Ba in contemplation for a long while. Haitian Ba remarked, "What is your perspective on Su Chen? This Su Chen is quite remarkable. He has managed to command the silence of a formidable figure like Yi Guqing, entirely controlling the atmosphere, exuding the aura of a true sovereign." Haitian Ba spoke solemnly. He could not have been nominated by the Qinglong Association to become the overlord of the 9 northern prefectures without merit. We had previously underestimated him, perceiving him as merely a member of the younger generation. Lu Hai interjected. At this point, Lu Hai's expression dimmed slightly. Haitian Ba fell silent, recalling how Hai Wuyo, also regarded as an exceptional young talent in their eyes, had met his demise at the hands of the merciless beefing. Silence ensued. I shall first withdraw the bounty on Zhuang Xuanji to prevent any resentment from Su Xiaolong, and I will also hand over those from the Zhuang family bank for Su Chen to handle as he sees fit, Haitian Ba stated. Outside Haisha City, Su Chun and his companions boarded the carriage of the Haisha gang once more. The matters with the Haisha gang have been resolved. We will proceed to the Fatty's place to transfer the Zhuang family bank within Haisha City. Moreover, I trust that the Haibang master will send over those from the Zhuang family bank for you to manage accordingly. Su Chun spoke from within the carriage. Though there were unspoken words, he had faith that Haitian Ba would take care of it. I sincerely thank you, Su Zhangjiao. Otherwise, I fear that I would have perished in Haisha City. However, do exercise caution in collaborating with General Wang. I have heard from my father that General Wang, Dagu, harbors great ambition and intends to transform the Nanhai region into his personal domain. The Nanhai Chamber of Commerce may well be one of the enterprises belonging to General Wang. Zhuang Xuanji remarked. In this world where strength reigns supreme, who is devoid of ambition? General Wang harbors ambition, as do I. It merely depends on who possesses greater strength. Su Chun spoke in an unassuming tone, his mindset distinct from that of others. Su Chun maintained a tranquil demeanor, yet within that calmness lay an unwavering confidence. This time, when we seize the Tianxiao alliance, our Qinglong society will claim half of the profits, and that share shall belong solely to me. Thus, I wish to request Miss Zhuang's assistance in discreetly overseeing matters. I wonder if she would be inclined to accept. Su Chun looked at Zhuang Xuanji, eager to gauge her thoughts. Upon hearing Su Chun's proposition, Zhuang Xuanji's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She had not anticipated that Su Chun would seek her help in managing the business in the Lingjiang region. She began to ponder. Currently, the Zhuang family's bank was operating smoothly under her guidance and no longer required her oversight. However, should she assist Su Chun in managing the Lingjiang region, he would undoubtedly offer her protection, which, to a certain extent, would also safeguard the Zhuang family bank. She did not wish to overlook this opportunity. Thank you, Sect Master Su, for this opportunity. I am willing, but I hope you can agree to one condition, Zhuang Xuanji said, gazing at Su Chun. What is it? Su Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Should my family's bank encounter a crisis, or if my father finds himself in peril, I hope Sect Master Su will do his utmost to assist us, Zhuang Xuanji articulated. That is certainly manageable. Consider it a minor matter. In due course, there may arise a chance for the Qinglong Society to collaborate once more with your family's bank, Su Chun responded. Yin Shisan had already proceeded to the capital, and thus it seemed the leader of the money gang would not survive for long. Once the leader of the money gang perished, Shangguan Jinhong would seize control of the money gang, and at that juncture, a partnership with the Zhuang family bank would undoubtedly prove beneficial for both parties. Of course, as matters had yet to materialize, Su Chun refrained from elaborating further. The carriage continued its journey. However, within Haisha City, discontent reverberated as the Haisha gang rescinded their previous bounty on Zhuang Xuanji and warned all martial artists within the city that anyone who dared to offend her would be considered an enemy of the Haisha gang. These martial artists felt both manipulated by the Haisha gang and began to question the identity of the youth who had entered the Haisha gang alongside Zhuang Xuanji. In the Jiangnan region, at a tea house by a ferry terminal, Nailan Rongyan, Lung Huishan, and Bai Tianyu were gathered, sipping tea as they awaited the arrival of Fu Hongxue. Fu Hongxue was en route to Jiangbei when he received a message from Yuan Suiyun, instructing him to join Lung Huishan and Bai Tianyu in Jiangnan before proceeding to the capital, where they would covertly assist Shangguan Jinhong and his associates. I wonder if my esteemed seniors are aware of the identity of this formidable individual, Nailan Rongyan softly inquired. Upon hearing her words, Lung Huishan's gaze instinctively turned towards Bai Tianyu. He had previously heard Bai Tianyu mention certain matters regarding Fu Hongxue. Some tragedies are akin to orphans. Bai Tianyu's wife harbored jealousy towards Hua Baifeng for bearing a son for her husband. In a fit of malice, she swapped another's child, Fu Hongxue, with Hua Baifeng's son, Yi Kai, raising Fu Hongxue under the pretense of being her own for over a decade, all in the hope of avenging Bai Tianyu. The art of cultivation was Bai Tianyu's unique mastery, making Fu Hongxue not only his successor but also his adopted son, whose prowess surpassed that of Bai Tianyu himself. At this moment, Bai Tianyu took a sip of tea, pondering the fact that he had never met Fu Hongxue nor shared any emotional ties with him. Furthermore, in this realm, Fu Hongxue had severed ties with his past life and sought to carve out his own existence. Meanwhile, Lu Huayuan from Chu Tiantang appeared near the tea house, accompanied by 3 others. My lord, Nailan Rongyan is inside the tea house, presumably contemplating a journey across the river to the Jiangnan region. There are 2 individuals accompanying her. But my subordinates did not dare to investigate closely, thus their capabilities remain unknown, remarked a man clad in gray beside him. This time, I shall personally intervene. Any defiance will be met with immediate execution, Liu Huayuan retorted with a cold snort. His strength had reached the realm of Dantian, transforming into the sea, a level shared by the two lords of the North Pavilion, by Chofei. The two protectors of Nalan Rongyan, while competent, were mere ants in his presence. He strode towards the tea house. As he approached, his gaze fell upon a figure on the adjacent path, a person clad in a black cloak, limping slightly on their right foot, wielding a long black blade, and moving at a deliberate pace. Upon seeing this figure, Liu Huayuan's eyes flickered with intrigue. The solitary silhouette evoked a profound sense of loneliness in him, one that resonated deeply within his soul. Who could this person be? Such an aura of solitude hinted at formidable strength. Despite this newfound curiosity, Liu Huayuan's primary objective was to capture Nalan Rongyan, compelling him to hasten his steps towards the inn. Inside the tea house, a throng of patrons awaited their river crossing, while others engaged in commerce at the river's mouth. As Liu Huayuan and his companions entered the tea house, they directly approached Nalan Rongyan. Bai Tianyu and Leng Huishan exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowing. It was clear that their adversaries were intent on confronting them. The atmosphere shifted as the leading figure emanated an overwhelming pressure, making Bai Tianyu and Leng Huishan feel as though their very essence was being ensnared. We must find a way to escape. Leng Huishan urged Nalan Rongyan in a hushed tone. The arrival of these formidable individuals instilled significant dread, prompting them to prioritize Nalan Rongyan's safety. Perceiving the looming threat, Nalan Rongyan, veiled, surveyed her surroundings for an opportunity to flee. The two seasoned warriors beside her sensed the peril as well, realizing her presence here could only complicate matters. Come, Nalan Rongyan, I have pursued you from the capital to this very place. There is no way you can escape with them. Accompany me, and perhaps you may yet keep your life. Otherwise, I shall eliminate them both and take you by force. Liu Huayuan declared coldly, fixing his gaze upon the trio. Cold regret flickered in his eyes as he began to concentrate his aura, though he was weaker than his opponent. He was a tenacious dragon unwilling to surrender to his foe. Bai Tianyu gripped his long sword tightly, bracing himself against the pressure exerted by Liu Huayuan. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed Fu Hongxue stepping into the tea house. Although they had never met, he recognized her from the portrait previously sent by Yuan Suiyun and sensed a familiar martial aura emanating from her. He knew she was indeed Fu Hongxue. Inside the tea house, a hush fell over the crowd as several martial artists observed the unfolding scene, their faces alight with excitement. The martial world thrived on such duels. We will accompany you, Bai Tianyu declared. Fu Hongxue was meant to travel with them to the capital, so it was not the appropriate moment to reveal their intentions. He believed that once they left the inn, Fu Hongxue would intercept them en route, providing them with an opportunity for a counterattack. The martial artists in the tea house felt a twinge of disappointment. They had anticipated a fierce battle. Cold regret lingered in Bai Tianyu's eyes, tinged with confusion. Yet, upon seeing Fu Hongxue enter, he understood Bai Tianyu's reasoning. As for Nalan Rongyan, her eyes hidden beneath her hat were filled with uncertainty. Although Cold Regret and Bai Tianyu had not interacted extensively, she was aware of their resolute nature. They were not individuals to willingly bind themselves. However, the current situation was unexpected. Her eyes darted as she contemplated escaping. She could not afford to be taken away, for it would endanger Bai Chofei. She knew the tremendous effort Bai Chofei had exerted to become the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Thus, she could not allow herself to be captured. Their strength is overwhelming. We are no match for them. But fret not, the person we seek has arrived. There are many here, making it inconvenient for them to act. Once we exit the tea house, assistance will come, Bai Tianyu whispered to Nalan Rongyan. Upon hearing this, Nalan Rongyan felt reassured and lifted her head to speak. I will accompany you, but I wish to know your identity. She directed her gaze toward Liu Huayuan. I am Liu Huayuan of the Chu Paradise, he replied. You have made a wise choice. The disparity in strength among them was stark. Even combined, the three would struggle to withstand his prowess. Departing with him was indeed their most prudent decision, a recognition of the circumstances. Let us proceed. Liu Huayuan addressed the trio. There was no need for him to exert further effort. Astute individuals knew how to choose their path to safety. Bai Tianyu and his companions rose and made their way toward the exit of the inn. Liu Huayuan followed closely behind. and as they approached Fu Hongxue, he presented a token. If this brother wishes to journey to the capital, here is my token. You may find me at Chu Paradise. Fu Hongxue did not regard the token, but instead moved slowly to a table, her voice cold and deep. You dare to treat a noble in such a manner. Beside Liu Huayuan, a person exclaimed sharply. Liu Huayuan hastily intervened, urging, let us go. Fu Hongxue merely sought to capture his attention, intending to recruit for Chu Tiantang. If the other party showed no regard, he had no desire to squander time. A group departed from the tea house. After consuming 3 cups of tea, Fu Hongxue retrieved several copper coins from his pocket and slowly rose, making his way outside. At that moment, within a private room on the 2nd floor of the tea house, 3 young men clad in brocade and a young woman dressed in green were seated. The woman was strikingly beautiful, yet bore an air of coldness. Her bright eyes were fixed upon the rising figure of Fu Hongxue. Xiaoxian, what is there to admire about him? He is merely a cripple, unworthy of your attention, one of the young men remarked. Do you know who that person, Liu Huayuan, is? The green-clad woman responded, her voice equally frigid. Are you referring to the one who just abducted someone? Those two truly lacked temperament. Allowing themselves to be led away without a fight, the young man scoffed, his disdain evident. They had initially intended to watch the spectacle, yet surprisingly, they left without any resistance. He continued. If you were aware of who he is, you too would comply without hesitation, the woman retorted coldly. Liu Huayuan, second only to the leader of Chu Tiantang in the capital, entered the realm of celestial trials 15 years ago and is rumored to have reached the Dantian transformation 3 years prior. Would you rather confront him directly? She added. Such a person would hardly set their sights on someone ordinary. The young woman was named Qin Shaoxian, the daughter of the leader of the Qixing Palace in the Jiangnan region. The martial forces in Jiangnan consisted not only of family powers but also of sects, with a structure of 1 temple, 2 halls, 3 palaces, 4 gates, and 5 factions. The Qixing Palace is one of the 3 palaces, underscoring Qin Xiaoshuan's status and her awareness of Liu Huayuan. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the other 4 shifted. While their standing was not on par with Qin Shaoxian, they were nonetheless knowledgeable. The powers in the capital were not to be underestimated, especially since Liu Huayuan had entered the celestial trials 15 years ago and likely advanced to the Dantian transformation by now. Let us follow and meet this person, Qin Shaoxian declared, rising to descend the stairs. The others exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. However, upon their arrival outside the tea house, Fu Hongxue's figure had already vanished. Chapter 509. Accept my blade. Should you survive, you may depart on a governmental road. 2 carriages advanced. Liu Huayuan and Nalan Rongyan were seated within 1 carriage, while one of the 3 previously mentioned burly men was driving. Meanwhile, Leng Huan and Bai Tianyu were restrained and aboard another carriage, with 1 individual watching over them and another steering the carriage ahead. Miss Nalan, during your time in Lingnan County, you allied with Bai Choufei, aiding him in establishing the Jinfeng Shiyu building in Lingnan. The narrative continued. Later, Bai Choufei journeyed to the capital, and Miss Nalan accompanied him, signifying that Bai Choufei must hold great trust in you. You are likely privy to numerous secrets of the Tianya Pavilion. I am exceedingly eager to uncover these mysteries. I wonder if Miss Nalan might share them with me, Liu Huayuan remarked, gazing at Nalan Rongyan. Mr. Liu, I am merely an outsider. There are many matters Bai Choufei would not disclose to me. However, I am aware that the Tianya Pavilion wields immense power. I wish to caution you, Mr. Liu. Once certain actions are taken, it may prove impossible to rectify them, Nalan Rongyan responded. She possessed considerable knowledge, understanding the formidable forces behind the Jinfeng Shiyu building. To my surprise, Miss Nalan appears to have issued a veiled threat. I find myself somewhat admiring you. Yet, a wise person should recognize that I have myriad methods to extract information from you, Liu Huayuan said, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Nalan Rongyan. There are indeed many methods, but Mr. Liu should not impose upon a mere woman. Surely you understand that those 2 are affiliated with the Tianya Pavilion, and they possess more knowledge than I do. Why not inquire with them instead? Nalan Rongyan suggested. She, too, sought to gauge Liu Huayuan's intentions. It was precisely because they were members of the Tianya Pavilion that I refrained from questioning them. Many factions, in order to safeguard their secrets, employ certain unique measures. Moreover, to kill them could lead to genuine enmity with the Tianya Pavilion. We, the Chutian Hall, may oppose the Jinfeng Shiyu building, but it is best to avoid antagonizing the Tianya Pavilion. Did not Miss Nayland just remind me of this? Lu Huayuan said softly. Suddenly, the carriage ahead came to a halt, causing their own carriage to stop as well. A slight furrow appeared on Lu Huayuan's brow. It is you. The burly driver in front, noticing the figure clad in black with a black hat at the center of the road, exclaimed sharply. He had seen this individual, Fu Hongxue, previously at the tea house, where he had attempted to recruit him, only to be rebuffed. Now, however, he stood before their carriage, and the driver assumed the man had changed his mind. Have you come to pledge your allegiance to our master? It seems you are quite astute, the driver remarked, eyeing Fu Hongxue. Fu Hongxue's expression remained calm, his eyes hidden beneath the brim of his hat, were as still as a stagnant pool, devoid of any vitality. It is not as simple as you think. At that moment, another burly man emerged from the carriage, coldly stating, blocking our path. What are your intentions? To kill. Fu Hongxue's frigid voice echoed in their ears. Seeking death. The two men shouted in unison. One, wielding a long sword, leaped forward, his blade glinting ominously as it lunged towards Fu Hongxue's heart. Crippled fool, daring to be arrogant, you shall die, the other bellowed, propelling himself off the carriage with a powerful punch aimed at Fu Hongxue. Yet, as they approached, Fu Hongxue swiftly unsheathed the obsidian blade in his grasp. A flash of white light appeared, and the two figures rushing towards him collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. At that moment, within the carriage, the restrained cultivators, Lung Huishan and Bai Tianyu, stepped out to join Fu Hongxue. Simultaneously, Lu Huayuan's figure emerged before the carriage. He cast a glance at Fu Hongxue, who was donning a conical hat, and his pupils suddenly contracted as he glanced at the two corpses sprawled on the ground. His gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Fu Hongxue. What a swift blade! I did not anticipate such skill. Who are you, and from whence do you hail? As Lu Huayuan spoke, another burly man, holding down Nayland Ronyan, also disembarked from the carriage. Upon witnessing the corpses and Fu Hongxue, his expression changed dramatically, yet he remained motionless. Although the two deceased were not as formidable as he, the gap in power was negligible. A single strike had dispatched both, and he knew he could easily be next. Shouldn't you have captured these three? Fu Hongxue inquired. Regarding Lu Huayuan, do you hail from Tianya Pavilion? Upon hearing Fu Hongxue's words, Lu Huayuan's pupils constricted as if a realization dawned upon him. Did they rendezvous with you at the ferry? At that moment, Lu Huayuan's foot struck the ground, causing it to cave in as he propelled himself forward. Ocean-covering whale might. In combat, striking first is the key to gaining the upper hand, especially in confrontations between powerful foes, where the initiative translates into opportunity. Moreover, he sought to gauge Fu Hongxue's strength. Lacking a sense of the opponent's aura, he aimed to probe the waters first. As his energy surged, the air trembled, and his form shot toward Fu Hongxue like a flash of lightning. Under the influence of the ocean-covering whale might, Lu Huan's figure seemed to swell imperceptibly, exuding an aura of raw power. Despite his scholarly attire, he unleashed a domineering technique, creating a striking contrast. As he neared Fu Hongxue, his fist surged forth, akin to a monstrous whale crashing through a tempestuous sea, instilling a profound sense of oppression. At that moment, Fu Hongxue wielded his long blade, slicing through the air with a chilling intent. The strike unleashed a tempest of blade energy, churning the atmosphere and producing a cacophony of roars, fierce and formidable. The clash of his blade met Lu Huayuan's incoming fist with an explosive sound. The forces collided, generating a resounding boom. However, after his strike, Lu Huayuan retreated, maintaining a respectful distance from Fu Hongxue. From that exchange, he discerned that the other's prowess was on par with his own. For Fu Hongxue had managed to counter his ferocious blow without expending much energy. Indeed, I did not anticipate your strength to be so formidable. I shall relinquish Nayland Ronyan to you. Let us part ways henceforth, Lu Huayuan proposed, gazing at Fu Hongxue. Fu Hongxue lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through the conical hat as he coldly replied, receive a blade from me. If you survive, you may depart. At Fu Hongxue's words, a glimmer of crimson flashed in Lu Huayuan's eyes. One blade? This was an affront to his dignity. Lu Huayuan had entered the realm of the Celestial Nine Trials 15 years prior and had not fought since. The outside world believed he had not ascended to the Dantian transformation. However, in reality, Lu Huayuan had already attained the realm of Dantian transformation into C 5 years prior. He could scarcely believe that he could not withstand a single strike from Fu Hongxue. The mere suggestion of this made him feel deeply insulted. Suddenly, as he contemplated this, Fu Hongshue's aura surged, and behind him manifested a formidable blade intent, coalescing into a pitch-black long sword. The force emanated by Fu Hongxue was, indeed, his sword. Gazing upon the spectral blade intent that emerged behind Fu Hongxue, Liu Huayuan's heart quivered, engulfed by an overwhelming dread, disbelief evident in his eyes at the realization that his opponent was a master of the Dantian transformation into sea. Following his battle with the head of the Hua family, Fu Hongxue had, through days of profound reflection, successfully stepped into this formidable realm. Chapter 510, An Astonishing Blade. Unbearable to withstand, Liu Huayuan could hardly accept the sight before him. He had not anticipated that the very person he sought to subdue had already reached the pinnacle of Dantian transformation into sea. This individual appeared to be in his 40s, and achieving such a level at this age marked him as an undeniable genius. The existence of such a powerful figure within the Tianya Pavilion was utterly terrifying. His previous assumptions had been overly simplistic. Acknowledging the blade intent that his opponent had conjured, Liu Huayuan understood that he could not withstand this strike. Even if he fought desperately to defend himself, the outcome would remain unchanged, death. He, Liu Huayuan, wished to evade such a fate. "Grant me mercy, and I shall assist you in taking down Chu Tiantang," he implored. He did not wish to perish, and thus could only demonstrate his worth. The prospect of taking down Chu Tiantang was the most valuable offering he could present. As for whether Chu Tianba lived or died, that was of no concern to him. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Fu Hongxue, yet his expression turned ashen. For Fu Hongxue was, at that moment, entranced, fixated on the sword in his hand, his pale visage devoid of any expression, as if nothing in this world warranted his attention, nor did any individual deserve a second glance. He seemed utterly indifferent to Liu Huayuan's presence, exuding a chilling detachment akin to that of an iceberg. This was a heart intent on delivering death, showing no inclination to spare him. With this realization, Liu Huayuan's gaze hardened, and a surge of vigorous vitality enveloped him. The energy of his blood surged forth, creating a terrifying wave of power that resounded like the relentless tide of an ocean. Within his dantian, streams of energy flowed back, vast as the sea, radiating boundless strength. Drawing in a deep breath, Liu Huayuan inhaled the surrounding air in an instant. "Roar!" he bellowed, unleashing a colossal sound wave that crashed toward Fu Hongxue. Following this roar, Liu Huayuan planted his foot firmly upon the ground, propelling himself towards Fu Hongxue with remarkable speed. As he raced forward, the air around him crackled with a sizzling sound, the heat emanating from him palpable and oppressive, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of energy. "Flame-turning death," he cried, the clash of forces echoing in the air. With a single, explosive punch, a fervent wave of energy erupted from his fist. A visible surge of fiery air surged forth, resembling a tidal wave, hurtling towards Fu Hongxue. Liu Huayuan proved to be quite formidable, his technique transforming with remarkable swiftness. Within the same realm, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with him. Alas, he faced the merciless Fu Hongxue. Bai Tianyu observed Liu Huayuan's assault on Fu Hongxue, speaking somberly. Although their realms did not match, their perceptiveness was seasoned. Their gazes instinctively turned towards Fu Hongxue. In that instant, Fu Hongxue made his move, slicing with his blade, a glimmer of cold radiance becoming the sole illumination amidst the heavens and the earth. As this icy brilliance emerged, thunder roared, and the air was filled with agonized wails. With this strike, the very winds and clouds shifted, and the world dimmed in fear. Liu Huayuan's fiery punch was cleaved apart beneath the glacial brilliance, the blade's radiance continuing its relentless approach. At that moment, Liu Huayuan, caught in the wake of the blade, focused intently, his mental fortitude at its peak, hoping to evade Fu Hongxue's strike. Yet, Fu Hongxue's slash was nothing short of extraordinary, far beyond his capacity to escape. Within his concentrated gaze, the white light flashed past. Following its passage, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Looking down, he beheld a gash forming, his energy dissipating, blood beginning to erupt from the wound, staining his vision. "I did not even perceive that strike," he uttered weakly, his body collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from the incision, pooling beneath him. The once vibrant scene fell into an eerie silence. With a single strike, Fu Hongxue had slain Liu Huayuan. Bai Tianyu and Leng Huishan exchanged glances, their eyes tinged with melancholy. They too were once titans of their era, now rendered somewhat insignificant, a sight they were loath to witness. I begin to understand why Guanxi exerted himself so diligently. We have grown complacent. Bai Tianyu spoke gravely. Suddenly, two bursts of energy struck them, instantly liberating them from the constraints imposed by Lu Huayuan. Release me, and I shall set her free. The burly man holding Nalan Rongyan stammered, his voice quaking. Yet, as he spoke, a glimmer of cold light flashed, a gash appearing upon his brow. He felt his limbs go numb, his gaze shifting towards Fu Hongxue. With a swift motion, his body was severed in two, blood spraying forth, while Nalan Rongyan was whisked away by a force, untouched by the crimson deluge. Let us depart. Fu Hongxue's deep voice whispered in Nalan Rongyan's ear, and the four of them swiftly left, neglecting to attend to the corpse. Regardless of the circumstances, the outside world perceived Nalan Rongyan as having been taken by Lu Huayuan. Thus, even in her disappearance, those from Chu Tiantang would recognize the connection to Jinfeng Shiyu building. It would have been more honorable to leave the body behind, showcasing the might of Jinfeng Shiyu building. Not long thereafter, a group of individuals emerged on the official road, comprising Qin Shaoxian and her companions, who had previously been enjoying tea at the tea house. Upon discovering the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, their faces registered an expression of shock. Shaoxian, is this the Lu Huayuan you mentioned? One person remarked, gazing at the corpse of Lu Huayuan, which lay amidst a pool of blood. The group hastily approached the four bodies nearby. Observing the wounds inflicted upon the four, their expressions turned to one of horror. Each was slain with a single stroke. Clearly, a master swordsman was involved. Who could have committed such an act? A young man pondered aloud. It must be the handiwork of those who took Lu Huayuan and his companions, likely instigated by forces behind them. As there are no bodies of the three he abducted here, the woman in green spoke solemnly. Those individuals also hail from the capital and may belong to capital-based factions. Earlier, Lu Huayuan mentioned a woman named Nalan Rongyan. We should be able to investigate her easily. Let us depart to avoid attracting trouble, Qin Shaoxian advised. The conflicts among capital factions in the Jiangnan region could involve numerous complexities. It was wise for them to steer clear. The mere act of getting involved could lead to unforeseen complications. As she contemplated this, her gaze inadvertently returned to the wounds on the bodies, and her mind momentarily conjured the image of a certain limping figure, Fu Hongxue, who had exited the tea house, brandishing a blade. However, she swiftly dismissed the notion, refusing to believe that the limping man could have slain Lu Huayuan. The others, still shaken, quickly retreated, wary of entanglements. Reflecting on Qin Shaoxuan's words, they realized that even if Lu Huayuan had not reached the pinnacle of the 9 trials of heaven, he was nonetheless a seasoned expert. Among them, only Qin Shaoxian had ventured into the 3rd trial of heaven. Given their limited prowess, becoming embroiled in such conflicts could spell disaster for them. Chapter 511. Hua Liu emerges in Haisha City. General Wang's eldest son, Duga Beidu in Haisha City. Within the conference hall of the Haisha gang, Hua Liu, one of the 3 vice presidents of the South Sea Chamber of Commerce, stood before Hai Tianba, the leader of the Haisha gang. Gentlemen, one of our vice presidents has been murdered within the Haisha gang. Should not the gang leader provide us with an explanation? Despite her demeanor radiating softness, a coldness glimmered in her eyes. She had been preparing for an auction in Lingnan Prefecture when she received the distressing news about the death of Xiao Muing, her fellow vice president, at the hands of the Haisha gang. Without delay, she traveled overnight to Haisha City, determined to seek accountability from the gang. Vice President Hua. Xiao Muheng was slain by Yi Guqing of the Qinglong Society. If you seek an explanation, you may address it with Master Su, Hai Tianba replied, observing Hua Liu with a gaze that could not help but linger. However, as the leader of a gang, he had seldom been questioned in such a manner, resulting in his voice sounding somewhat frigid. Upon hearing Hai Tianba's words, Hua Liu's face revealed a look of astonishment. Master Su, the Qinglong Society? Our South Sea Chamber of Commerce bears no animosity towards them. Why would he kill Xiao Muing? She inquired, her brow furrowed. Our scheme against Zhuang Xuanji failed, and 3 of Vice President Zhao's subordinates were murdered. When Su Chun arrived at the Sea Shark Guild, he brought along Zhuang Xuanji. Vice President Xiao confronted Su Chun, demanding an explanation. However, Su Chun refrained from disclosing anything, as behind him, Yi Guqing swiftly executed Xiao Muheng with a single stroke of his sword, a matter so straightforward. As for why we did not intervene, it was clear that our efforts would have been futile. Yi Guqing was a master of the sword Dao at the essence gathering level. At this juncture, Liu He interjected, exclaiming, "What? This fool?" Upon hearing Liu He's remarks, Hua Liu could not help but curse. "Shall we proceed with our transaction with Su Chun from the South Sea Merchant Association?" After her outburst, Hua Liu inquired, "This is a matter for your Hainan Merchant Association. We shall not interfere further. All decisions rest with Vice President Hua. Furthermore, our actions against the Heavenly Alliance should commence in the coming days." Liu He replied. Over the last few days, their personnel had gradually appeared at previously designated locations, with some experts expected to arrive in Sea Shark City tomorrow to rendezvous with them. They have slain our vice president. How can the South Sea Merchant Association continue to collaborate with them for the auction? What do they take our Hainan Merchant Association for? The auction in Lingnan County is hereby cancelled. However, why are they so hasty to act now? Hua Liu promptly severed ties with Su Chun and subsequently inquired with confusion. The intention from Su Zhangjiao is clear. If we do not act, they shall not cooperate with us, Hai Tianba remarked. Is that so? I have encountered Su Zhangjiao before. He is indeed quite formidable. And such a decision seems characteristic of him, Hua Liu replied gravely. She had met Su Chun at the Mountain River sect and discerned his approach to matters through their conversations. Just then, a woman clad in purple appeared outside the conference hall, her demeanor frantic, as though she had encountered a grave situation. What has transpired? Hua Liu questioned the newcomer. Vice President, the goods we were transporting to Lingnan County for the auction have been seized. Not a single escort survived. They perished under a formidable palm strike. From the wounds, it appears only one assailant was involved, the purple-clad woman reported. What? Upon hearing the woman's words, Hua Liu's expression shifted dramatically. She was well aware of the value of the goods. If they were stolen, the South Sea Merchant Association would bear the loss. Have no other traces been found? With such a large shipment, there should be some evidence to follow, Hua Liu inquired, her voice low and serious. We searched extensively in the vicinity, but uncovered not a single clue. The purple-clad woman replied, her head bowed. Within the conference hall, Hai Tianba and Liu He exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. It seemed they had an inkling of the perpetrator's identity. To execute such an act around the Sea Shark Guild, aside from the Guild and the Heavenly Alliance, it could only be attributed to Su Chin's arrival in Sea Shark City. This was quite ruthless. Realizing that he had killed the vice president of the South Sea Merchant Association, thus prompting the cancellation of their collaboration, he had brazenly seized all the goods intended for the auction. What a ruthless individual. Hua Liu appeared to have grasped the situation as well. This is utterly intolerable. Su Chun is truly overstepping his bounds. I shall take my leave. I must confront Su Chun and discern his true intentions. After Hua Liu waved her hand, she departed the Sea Shark gang with the newcomer. This Hua Liu is remarkable, far surpassing Xiao Muing. Is it true that she seeks an explanation from Su Chun? After her departure, Hai Tianba spoke in a low voice. I cannot say for certain, but based on my understanding of Hua Liu, she is likely to procure funds to reclaim that batch of goods. She seems to be seeking assistance, as the loss of such valuable goods would significantly tarnish the reputation of the Southern Sea Chamber of Commerce. However, this matter is of no concern to us. The young master and others will arrive tonight. Let us discreetly meet with him and ascertain his instructions, suggested Liu He. The young master has arrived in Sea Shark City, yet you did not inform me in advance, Liu brother, so that I might prepare a gift for him. Hai Tianba remarked with surprise. The one whom Liu He refers to as the young master can only be the eldest son of General Wang Dugu, Dugubeidu. After General Wang left the Southern Sea, he has secretly governed the region. The young master wishes to keep his visit to Sea Shark City under wraps. Thus, he will not make an appearance. However, you should understand the significance of addressing the Heavenly Alliance. This matter must not end in failure. Securing the Heavenly Alliance would finalize General Wang's unification of North and South maritime trade, yielding not only immense profit and resources, but also an opportunity to follow him as he rises to prominence. Liu He continued. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to fulfill the tasks assigned by General Wang, Hai Tianba assured him. Meanwhile, outside the Sea Shark gang, within a spacious carriage, Hua Liu's expression grew calm. The previous anger in her eyes vanished. How much liquid cash can we mobilize? Gather it all. I have a use for it. Hua Liu instructed. Vice President, we currently have approximately 8 million in liquid assets. But may I ask, what do we need such a sum for? The woman in purple beside her inquired. To make amends, I hope the other party can forgive us and grant me the chance to redeem that batch of goods. Hua Liu replied solemnly. Are you suggesting that the vice president personally meet Su Chen? Will he still not return our goods? We are supposed to co-host an auction in Lingnan County. Xiao Muhing perished at the hands of the Qinglong Society, and that was orchestrated by Su Chen. Do you believe he will return our goods? If we can reclaim them, that would be a stroke of luck. Hurry and prepare. I will meet with Su Chen first. I hope he hasn't found a buyer for the goods he seized. Hua Liu continued, and also, discreetly visit the steward beside Hai Tianba and inform him that I wish to meet him. She knew too little about the plan against the Heavenly Alliance and needed to learn more. On her previous visit to Sea Shark City, she had used her beauty to entice the steward close to Hai Tianba, leaving behind a secret connection. Chapter 512. A device to break open the Heavenly Gate. The plan to surround Bu Yunxiao, combined chapter. In a grand residence within Sea Shark City, this was the house prepared by the Sea Shark gang for Su Chen. Within the courtyard, it mirrors the exquisite charm of a Jiangnan garden, adorned with rockeries, ponds, and more. In the backyard, amidst the garden's pavilions, Zhuang Xuanji gracefully plucks the strings of her guqin, her fingers dancing as the sound resonates beautifully, evoking a sense of tranquility akin to orchids blossoming in a secluded valley. Beyond the pavilion, Su Chen stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance, seemingly listening to Zhuang Xuanji's melodious tune, or perhaps lost in contemplation. Not far away, Yi Guqing, cradling a long sword, stands with a serene expression, cloaked in a flowing white garment, exuding an ethereal presence that transcends the mundane, a sword immortal. After the performance, Zhuang Xuanji's gaze drifts towards Su Chen, her eyes revealing a glimmer of intrigue. Within the Sea Shark gang, Su Chen is undeniably domineering. With a mere disagreement, he commanded the execution of the vice president of the South Sea Chamber of Commerce. Although it was Yi Guqing who delivered the blow, the memory of declaring her as his own lingers in her mind, a sentiment tinged with a sense of security. Zhuang Xuanji has long presided over the Zhuang family's business. A young woman navigating the complexities of such an enterprise, facing numerous obstacles that only she understands. It is the first time someone has offered her such support, causing a faint blush to grace her cheeks. At this moment, Su Chen turns and enters the pavilion, taking a seat opposite Zhuang Xuanji. Miss Zhuang, you have seen the batch of goods from the South Sea Chamber of Commerce. I wonder how we should proceed, he inquires. He himself has yet to handle such merchandise. Auctioning is not something everyone can undertake. Possessing treasures is one thing, but earning trust is another. Without credibility, others may doubt the authenticity of your items. As Zhuang Xuanji operates a money exchange business, she should possess channels for such dealings. This batch of goods is quite valuable. It will likely fetch a better price in Jiangnan. I am well acquainted with the proprietor of Tianyi Auction House, Luo Qingqing. If you permit me to handle this, I shall transport them to Jiangnan for processing by Tianyi Auction House. When the South Sea Chamber of Commerce established itself in Jiangnan, conflicts arose with Tianyi Auction House. They would certainly be willing to handle this batch. Zhuang Xuanji asserts. Then let us proceed as you suggest. Su Chen nods in agreement. At that moment, Yuan Suiyun enters from a distance. Master, Hua Liu has arrived. She previously visited the Sea Shark gang. Yuan Suiyun announces. She seeks to meet with me? How intriguing. Come, let us head to the conference hall to greet this Vice President Hua. Xuanji, you shall accompany us as well. Su Chen directs Zhuang Xuanji. After completing her business with the rotund figure, Zhuang Xuanji does not depart, remaining as she promised Su Chen to assist him in managing business affairs in Sea Shark City. Inside the conference hall, Su Chen regards the vividly dressed Hua Liu as she approaches. I did not expect you, Vice President Hua, to visit me here, he remarks. Su Chen has already inquired into Hua Liu's background. Aside from the enigmatic president of the South Sea Chamber of Commerce, there are 3 vice presidents, one of whom was slain by Yi Guqing, and Hua Liu is among them. Sovereign Su, I have come to offer my apologies. Although Xiao Muhang has passed away, he offended you, so our Nanhai Chamber of Commerce is willing to present 8 million taels of silver as compensation. This is a banknote from our Nanhai Chamber of Commerce, valid in the financial institutions of Haisha City. You may redeem it tomorrow. Hua Liu extracted 8 banknotes from her sleeve and placed them on the table beside Su Chen. Observing her actions, Su Chen's expression tightened slightly. The immediate offer of 8 million taels surprised him. Vice President Hua, it seems you have more than mere apologies in mind. Please, speak your intentions plainly. Su Chen did not mince words. I hope that Sovereign Su can assist us in recovering a lost shipment belonging to the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, we are willing to purchase that batch at market value. Hua Liu stated her purpose clearly, refraining from accusing Su Chun of having stolen the goods, instead framing it as a request to recover what was lost. Impressive. Hua Liu is far more astute than Xiao Mu Hong, Su Chun mused silently. However, he remained reticent, directing his gaze towards Zhuang Xianji. Upon meeting Su Chen's gaze, Zhuang Xianji understood that he was entrusting her with the decision regarding the matter. Based on the intelligence we have gathered, that shipment may be linked to a partnership with the Jiangnan Tianyi Merchant Association, which reportedly has some grievances with the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce. Their prices are quite steep, she articulated. Hua Liu's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing Zhuang Xianji speak. She had not been aware of such a striking woman accompanying Su Chun. Yet, a realization dawned upon her. The sister must be the third-ranked beauty on the celestial immortal list, Xianji, whose beauty is indeed extraordinary. Sovereign Su, should we bid higher? The losses for our Nanhai Chamber of Commerce would be substantial. However, I can reveal a secret that may pique your interest. Aside from Liu Hei, there is another individual from the Grand General's estate who should have arrived in Haisha City today. Their actions against the Tianxiao Alliance are likely in motion. Hua Liu asserted. As a seasoned merchant, she was not one to be easily led. Zhuang Xianji, as the new head of the third financial institution, had close ties with the Tianyi Merchant Association. Any price she quoted would likely be inflated. If she were to bid even higher, the losses would be considerable. Should this information be advantageous to me, I will assist you in recovering that shipment at market price. Su Chen declared, recognizing the advantage held by Hua Liu. The Jiangnan region is quite distant. The shipment sent there could yield substantial profits, yet the journey is fraught with potential complications. Selling to them is not out of the question. His prior suggestion for Zhuang Xianji to take action was intended to elevate the price. But Hua Liu was not easily deceived. The eldest son of the Grand General's estate has indeed arrived in Haisha City, and he will be here tonight. Hua Liu proclaimed. The arrival of the Grand General's eldest son holds little significance for me. That information is of no use. Please share something of genuine value. Su Chen replied, his expression unwavering. Yet, internally, he felt a stir. The eldest son of the Grand General's estate arriving in Haisha City had not been disclosed to him by Hai Tian Ba and the others. As he observed Su Chun's unchanged demeanor, Hua Liu's brow furrowed slightly. She did not anticipate that Su Chun would show no interest in this news. Or perhaps he was already aware of the presence of the young master here. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, according to the information I have received, the arrival of the young master here may be related to an item in the possession of the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, Bu Yunxiao. This item seems to be connected to the opening of the Heavenly Gate. The Heavenly Gate? Su Chun furrowed his brow slightly. Based on his earlier calculations, General Wang was likely focused on unifying the river transport between the north and south. Yet now there was this new element concerning the opening of the Heavenly Gate. This compelled him to exercise caution. Do you know what this item is? Su Chen asked in a solemn tone. My information is limited. It may be a jade statue, but that is not certain. When your sect conquered the Heavenly Alliance, you should pay attention to it. Hua Liu replied. What is the level of the young master's strength? Between the 5th and 6th heavenly tribulations, Hua Liu answered succinctly. As for that batch of goods, gather the funds needed. We will assist you in retrieving that shipment. Xuanji, you will handle the transfer with Vice President Hua. Su Chun instructed Zhuang Xuanji. He then turned his gaze to Hua Liu. I hope the information provided by Vice President Hua is accurate. Otherwise, it may be difficult for her to return to the South Sea Chamber of Commerce. Rest assured. Sect Leader Su, I am a businesswoman, and my information is absolutely reliable. Hua Liu assured him. I shall not take up any more of your time, Sect Leader Su. Please ensure you assist in recovering the goods. With a slight bow, she exited the conference hall. Yuan Zhongguan, investigate this matter and locate the son of General Wang. When we confront the Heavenly Alliance, I will personally accompany this young master, Su Chen commanded. Understood. Yuan Suiyun promptly replied and took his leave. A day later, just as Su Chen awoke, Yuan Suiyun was already waiting at the door. Sect Leader, I have discovered the whereabouts of the young master. He is at an inn not far from the Sea Shark gang, surrounded by formidable guards. I did not dare to investigate further, Yuan Suiyun reported. There is no need for further inquiry. Simply follow them, Su Chen replied in a measured tone. At that moment, a servant entered the conference hall. accompanied by an elder from the Sea Shark Gang. Sect Leader Su, our chief has sent me to request your presence at our headquarters, the Sea Shark Gang member announced. Let us go. Su Chen nodded, and soon they arrived at the Sea Shark Gang's premises. Has the chief summoned me today with intentions of taking action? Are we preparing to set off for Lingjiang City? Su Chen inquired as he entered the Sea Shark Gang's conference hall. The Heavenly Alliance's base was located in the bustling Lingjiang City. We need not go to the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance. We can strike from Sea Shark City. Bu Yunxiao is expected to arrive in Sea Shark City within 2 days, Hai Tianba stated. You mean Bu Yunxiao will come to Sea Shark City? That cannot be in 2 days. This implies that Bu Yunxiao is already en route. Su Chen mused, momentarily taken aback by this revelation. He had initially believed that the confrontation would occur in the Lingjiang region, yet now Hai Tianba had presented this new information. Indeed, I have already made arrangements on my end, which is why I invited Master Su to come. In 2 days, our Sea Shark Gang will take action against Bu Yunxiao. Hai Tianba spoke. Is he coming alone, or will he have company? Su Chen inquired. Bu Yunxiao of the Heavenly Alliance is no ordinary individual. His strength has already reached the realm of sea condensation, and the Heavenly Alliance reigns as the overlord of the Lingjiang region. It is improbable that Bu Yunxiao is the sole powerhouse among them. It is likely that his follower, Nie Qianlu, a swordsman of formidable prowess also at the sea condensation level, accompanies him, along with his strategist, Nangang Ju, who possesses strength at the Dantian transformation level. Additionally, there is a vice leader named Liu Sanchui, who also stands at the Dantian transformation level. However, he is one of us, and he will ambush Bu Yunxiao when we make our move, Hai Tianba elaborated. Given that Bu Yunxiao is at the sea condensation stage, are you not confident that the two of you can overcome him? Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly. With only one sea condensation level powerhouse accompanying him, we have 3 on our side. One can hold him off, while the other 2 should find it manageable to deal with Bu Yunxiao. It appears that Master Su does not fully grasp Bu Yunxiao's capabilities. Although he is at the sea condensation level, he practices the 4 symbols Zuanlong technique, a method that is not only domineering but also generates an indomitable aura akin to adamantine. Even if I were to join forces with Brother Liu, we may not be able to breach his defenses. If we cannot break through his defenses, how can we engage him? Moreover, it will not solely be the 3 of us at the sea condensation level that will intervene. There is another individual involved. However, that individual will merely assist in restraining Nie Qianlu. Bu Yunxiao requires the combined efforts of Brother Liu, Brother Yi, and myself, Hai Tianba continued. Upon hearing Hai Tianba's words, Su Chen's heart sank. He had researched the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, Bu Yunxiao, but he had not anticipated that his defenses would instill such trepidation in Hai Tianba and Liu Hai. Su Chen had encountered Liu Hai, an expert in the art of the spear, whose destructive power was inherently formidable, yet even he could not assure a breach of Bu Yunxiao's defenses. This indicated that Bu Yunxiao's defense was exceptionally robust. Su Chen couldn't help but wonder if he could withstand Yi Guqing's celestial flight. Master Su, it is imperative that we enlist Mr. Ye's utmost efforts this time, Hai Tianba stated. This was the very reason he had summoned Su Chen. He feared that should Su Chen perceive Bu Yunxiao as too powerful, he might entertain thoughts of retreat, leaving him and Liu Hai without confidence in overcoming Bu Yunxiao. We are aiming for half of the Heavenly Alliance's interests, and naturally, we will exert ourselves to the fullest. However, the Heavenly Alliance possesses other formidable experts. Even if we manage to deal with Bu Yunxiao, if the others are not eliminated, we will face endless repercussions from the likes of Bei Fengshan and others. Su Chen was aware that there were numerous skilled individuals within the Heavenly Alliance. Should they remain, they would necessitate constant vigilance for their protection. Rest assured, Master Su, we have already found an individual who bears a striking resemblance to Bu Yunxiao. Under the guise of transformation, he becomes an entirely different Bu Yunxiao. Over the years, I have meticulously trained him to emulate Bu Yunxiao's mannerisms. Therefore, upon the demise of Bu Yunxiao, this substitute will ascend to the position of leader within the Tianxiao Alliance. When the time comes, he will summon the various leaders of the Tianxiao Alliance, allowing us to capture them all in one fell swoop. Hai Tianba spoke. I am truly impressed that Master Hai had considered this aspect. Su Chen remarked, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Though Hai Tianba's appearance is somewhat rugged, his thoughts are surprisingly astute. I must remain vigilant against him. He pondered another matter as well. It seems that Hai Tianba and his associates had devised their plan to replace Bu Yunxiao quite some time ago. Normally, A simple ambush would suffice. Finding someone to impersonate Bu Yunxiao would be enough to gather those individuals without the need for someone to mimic him so intricately. This likely relates to the item sought by that esteemed young master. Su Chen recalled the object that Hua Liu had mentioned earlier. Afterward, Su Chen conferred with Hai Tianba and his companions regarding subsequent matters. After sharing a meal, he returned to his residence. Upon arrival, Su Chen summoned Yuan Suiyan. You must immediately discreetly inform Li Qinzhou, Shui Yiren, and Lu Xingyijin to ensure they arrive in Haisha City within 2 days, Su Chen instructed. He needed to be prepared against the 3 formidable cultivators from the sea. Furthermore, he desired that particular item. Chapter 513, A Hefty Bounty, one of the 4 warlords. Emperor Wu Ho in a secluded courtyard within Haisha City. A handsome young man sat elegantly on a long bench, playing with a jade pendant in his hand. Beside him stood Liu He, observing respectfully. Is Yi Guqing, who accompanies Su Chen, truly formidable? Can you and Hai Tianba subdue him? The handsome young man inquired. Without having fought him, I cannot say for certain. However, to defeat him, we may need to pay a certain price, as his sword intent is exceptionally strong. Liu He replied solemnly. Is that so? The Qinglong Society indeed has many swordsmanship experts. Shui Yiren and Lu Xingyijin are both sword masters. I wonder if there are any others among them, the young man mused. Though the Qinglong Society has unified the 9 northern prefectures, all dealings are managed by Su Chen's Shana sect. The leader of the 9 northern prefectures is none other than Su Chen himself, a man known for his domineering nature. It now seems that he has brought Zhuang Xuanji to Haisha Gang for the purpose of eliminating Xiao Muheng, the young man continued. Upon mentioning Su Chen, a hint of gravity appeared in Liu Hei's eyes. Domineering, which indicates ambition. The Qinglong Society currently occupies the 9 northern prefectures, bordering the Lingjiang region. Su Chen's immediate demand for half of the Tianxiao Alliance's resources reflects such grand ambition. One must wonder, if he sets his sights on our shipping interests in the future, will he resort to hostile actions against us? The handsome young man stated solemnly. Hearing his words, Liu He slightly furrowed his brow. The matter of northern and southern shipping interests has been in planning by the Grand General's estate for many years, and it is not something to be trifled with. If the Qinglong Hui sets its sights on this particular interest, a conflict is inevitable. The heir might consider meeting with Su Chen, as I sense he may have already discerned one of our intentions. After the meeting, we shall observe his reaction. If he covets this interest, we must act preemptively. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Liu Hei's eyes. The heir, who is referred to as such by Liu Hai, can only be the son of General Wang Dugong, specifically the eldest son, Dugong Beidu, whom he previously spoke of to Hai Tianba. What are your thoughts on how we can control Su Chen? Dugong Beidu inquired softly. The Qinglong Hui currently exerts its influence in the 9 northern prefectures, employing poison to manipulate certain leaders. They are undoubtedly proficient in toxins, making it quite challenging to control Su Chen. Liu Hai replied gravely. Recently, Master Poison has developed a rather peculiar toxin, one that affects the mind rather than the body. I have conducted tests, and those martial artists facing the 9 difficulties of heaven, once afflicted by this toxin, could not escape my grasp. Do you believe Su Chen can break free? Of course, this is merely a last resort. I have come personally for 2 reasons: to acquire the item in Bu Yunxiao's possession and to harness the power of the Tianxiao Alliance for our own purposes. This way, Hai Tianba can also contain the Qinglong Hui in the Lingjiang region. Dugong Beidu articulated his thoughts. Heir, I have another idea. We could negotiate with Su Chen to see if he might relinquish his hold on the Tianxiao Alliance's territory, allowing us to exert complete control over the Lingjiang region, Liu Hai suggested. Convincing him to forego such a substantial interest may lead him to demand an exorbitant price. With my father reassigned to the capital, a new guardian will emerge in Nanhai within a month. Based on my father's conjecture, this new guardian should be one of the 4 great generals, the Emperor Wu Ho. Dugong Beidu stated solemnly. The Emperor Wu Ho has historical grievances with General Wang. Should he become the guardian of Nanhai, he will likely suppress our general's house with all his might, potentially devastating General Wang's strategies in Nanhai. Upon hearing this, Liu Hai's expression shifted dramatically. This is also why I informed Xiao Muheng of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce to assist me in gathering funds. I intend to offer a staggering bounty to incite individuals in the martial world to eliminate the Emperor Wu Ho before he reaches Nanhai. As he spoke, a fierce killing intent surged from Dugong Beidu. If Xiao Muheng perishes, My master has instructed me to succeed him as the vice president of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce. Secretly amassing the bounty for the Emperor Wu Ho, Dugong Baidu revealed. From his words, it is apparent that the president of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce is, in fact, Dugong Baidu's master, indicating a significant connection. Heir, it seems you have taken an interest in the funds of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce in the Linjiang region. To my knowledge, Hua Liu has gathered 8 million taels of silver to atone to Su Chun. Furthermore, they are seeking to procure additional funds from outside sources to reclaim previously lost goods from Su Chun. It appears that the Linjiang region has little silver left, aside from what is necessary for normal operations. Lu Hai remarked. What? Who granted her the audacity to act thus? The funds of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce in the Linjiang region are to be taken by me, yet she has chosen to bestow them upon Su Chun. Such an action, in its entirety, could result in a loss of nearly 1,300 taels for our Hainan Chamber of Commerce. Even if we manage to sell that batch of goods at a premium. The expression on Dugo Baidu's face was exceedingly grim. Do you know where the goods taken by Su Chun are? Can we retrieve them? He inquired. It is likely that the goods have already reached Lingnan Prefecture. If we intend to reclaim them, we must act within Lingnan. Yet once we do, there is no guarantee we will be able to exit unscathed, replied Lu Hai. It seems I must meet this Hua Liu. It is said she possesses a genius for commerce. Perhaps she can discreetly assist me in raising 5 million taels of silver. Dugu Baidu remarked in a low tone. Lu Hai fell silent beside him. To place a bounty on a powerful figure such as the Emperor Wu Ho would require an exorbitant sum. Otherwise, no formidable warrior would intervene. The Emperor Wu Ho is one of the 4 great war marquises. Becoming a war marquis is not a feat one can achieve without exceptional martial prowess, for they command respect in their territories. Otherwise, he would not have supplanted General Wang in commanding the Nanhai region. Your Highness, Hua Liu has consistently sought to maintain a distance from our General Wang's household. It is unlikely she will assist you in raising this 5 million taels of silver. Moreover, should the funds originate from the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce, they may be traced back, revealing their source, Lu Hai cautioned. I have set the bounty at 10 million taels of gold, sufficient to ensure the demise of the Emperor Wu Ho. Yet we are still short by half of that 5 million taels of silver. Thus, it is imperative that we covertly withdraw half of the amount from the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce. As for safety, there is no cause for concern. All transactions will be conducted through the black market. However, utilizing the black market will necessitate additional funds for facilitation, so we must prepare accordingly. This time, a portion of the benefits from the Tianxiao Alliance will be diverted to ensure the Qinglong society receives a smaller share. Should Hua Liu refuse to cooperate, we shall not hesitate to dismiss her once we manage the affairs of the Tianxiao Alliance, Dugu Baidu said coldly. To eliminate the Emperor Wu Ho is paramount to securing the position of General Wang in Nanhai. There must be no room for error. Whoever obstructs our plans must face dire consequences. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hua Liu found herself troubled in recent days. The headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce had dispatched a message, indicating that the new vice president would assume full responsibility for the affairs of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce in the Linjiang region, while she was merely tasked with managing the later stages of the Tianxiao Alliance's industries and must heed the directives of the new vice president. President, does this imply a complete alignment with the Dugu family? Yet, Dugu Wei has already been reassigned from Nanhai. This is a time when our Nanhai Chamber of Commerce is distancing itself from them, Hua Liu lamented inwardly. However, the orders from the headquarters had arrived, and she found herself with no recourse. Have the funds from other regions arrived? Hua Liu inquired of her attendant. The vice president, the funds are substantial. It may take several more days for everything to arrive. The items are currently with Su Chun, so we need not rush, the attendant replied. I harbor a fear of restless nights filled with dreams, and I sense that my diminishing strength may hinder my ability to undertake certain actions. Originally, I had accompanied Xiao Muheng on this venture, wherein he was to engage with the Hai Sha gang. My role was merely to liaise with Su Chun and oversee the subsequent auction of the Tianxiao Alliance's assets. Logically, I should have been the sole representative for this matter. Hua Liu spoke in a grave tone. Perhaps your desire over these years to maintain a distance between the Chamber of Commerce and the General's residence has aroused the chairman's suspicion. Nevertheless, it was you, my lord, who inherited the chairmanship as ordained by the former chairman before his demise. It remains a mystery why the current chairman possesses the old chairman's will and has garnered the support of the other 2 vice-chairmen, lamented the maid beside her. You speak too freely. Such words cannot be uttered lightly, lest you risk your life. First, assist me in gathering the funds swiftly, so I may procure that batch of goods from Su Chun, Hua Liu replied sternly. Understood. I shall continue to make contact at once. The maid responded before withdrawing. Once the maid departed, Hua Liu furrowed her brow in deep contemplation. Who could the visiting vice-chairman be? Moreover, I have provided Su Chin with clues about that item. I wonder if he will vie for it. Should there be contention, the Qinglong Society will inevitably clash with the general's residence. This might just be my opportunity to reclaim the Hainan Chamber of Commerce. Hua Liu pondered silently. From this, it is evident that Hua Liu's thoughts are far from ordinary. Meanwhile, not far from the shores of Haisha City, within a lavish carriage, sat a robust figure adorned with a golden crown atop his head. His hair a striking gold, clad in a resplendent golden robe. His presence exuded an aura of invincible dominance. The man's eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity, rendering him unapproachable. This man was Bu Yunxiao, the leader of the Tianxiao Alliance, a formidable figure who had commanded the Lingjiang region for 2 decades. Within the carriage, alongside Bu Yunxiao, were 3 others. One, dressed in black, cradled a black long sword, reclining against the corner of the carriage with eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to all around him. This was Nie Qianlu, Bu Yunxiao's loyal follower. The other 2 included a man in his 60s, attired in scholarly white robes, known as Nangongju. The strategic mind behind Bu Yunxiao, and a middle-aged man in a black robe, Mo Tingxian, the newly appointed vice-leader of the Tianxiao Alliance, holding a judge's pen in hand. Tingxian, the High Batian has indeed obtained a treasure that enhances vitality, the Qilin blood bodhi, Nangongju remarked, addressing Mo Tingxian. I have gathered intelligence indicating that High Batian has utilized the Qilin blood bodhi to ascend to the level of concentration within the sea. Mo Tingxian responded promptly. It is astonishing that High Batian has encountered such fortune, alas. Bu Yunxiao sighed from his position of authority. Leader, prior to my arrival, I heard troubling news. The fearsome Fengshan has slain Hai Wuyo, the son of High Batian. This incident may hinder our acquisition of the Qilin blood bodhi. Mo Tingxian cautioned. Fengshan has killed Hai Wuyo. Mr. Nangong, are you aware of this matter? Bu Yunxiao's face displayed a look of confusion. Although Bei Fengshan was one of his subordinates, the latter and his companions enjoyed considerable freedom and would not be summoned unless there was a specific task at hand. Alliance leader, my subordinates have already sent a message to Bei Fengshan, but we have yet to receive a reply, Nangongju stated. He had received information regarding the death of Haishar Gang's son, Hai Waya, at Bei Fengshan's sword, and had also attempted to contact Bei Fengshan, but to no avail. However, he did not place much importance on the lack of response. For martial artists of Bei Fengshan's caliber, it was not uncommon to require many days to comprehend certain matters. Is that so? It matters not. If Heixiamba does not surrender the Qilin blood bodhi, let the Haishar gang vanish, Bu Yunxiao remarked indifferently, showing no regard for Heixiamba and his gang. Upon hearing Bu Yunxiao's words, Mo Tingxian lowered his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The carriage continued its journey toward Haishar City. Within the confines of Su Chin's residence in Haishar City, Yuan Suiyun approached him, holding a collection of writings. Master, I have obtained some miscellaneous records from the Haishar gang, he said, placing the documents on the table beside Su Chun. Li Longsho and his companions will arrive tonight. Good. Su Chun nodded. Have you found the whereabouts of the Grand General Wang's son? My subordinates have been discreetly monitoring Lu Hai and tracked him to an estate not far from the Haishar gang's territory. Lu Hai lingered there for quite some time. The Grand General Wang's son, Dugu Beidu, should be within that estate. I refrained from entering further, fearing the presence of other formidable experts, Yuan Suiyun explained. Merely locate his position and keep watch. We must ascertain Dugu Beidu's intentions upon visiting the Tianxiao Alliance. Also, ensure that Zhuang Xuanji and the little chubby one are prepared. Once we eliminate Bu Yunxiao, we must pay close attention to all the assets of the Tianxiao Alliance, as they comprise half of our Qinglong Society as interests. We cannot afford to be negligent. Even a slight loss would be significant, Su Chen instructed. Miss Zhuang and the little fatty have already begun to compile a list of the overt assets of the Tianxiao Alliance, so the sect leader can rest assured. Yuan Suiyun replied. They certainly seem confident in this matter. Su Chen remarked with a smile. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the estate. As a disciple of the Haishar gang appeared at the entrance, sect leader Su, chief steward Yuan, The leader has sent me to inform you that the leader of the Tianxiao Alliance will arrive in Haishar City in 1 hour. This evening, our leader will host a banquet within the gang, and we kindly request that sect leader Su and others attend. Here is the invitation. The messenger handed an invitation to Yuan Suiyun. Very well. Please inform your leader that we shall certainly attend tonight. Su Qin nodded in acknowledgement. The messenger bowed and withdrew. How swiftly they arrive. Tonight may indeed be a rare feast. You keep an eye on Duga Beidu, Su Chun instructed Yuan Suiyun. He was uncertain whether Duga Beidu would reveal himself directly. Thus vigilance was imperative, for he needed to discern what Duga Beidu intended to scheme regarding Bu Yunxiao's possession. Chapter 515, The Gate of Deceit. The Lord of Chaos in the midst of turmoil, atop a grand estate adorned with rockeries, courtyards, and tranquil lakes. Bu Yunxiao stood by the lakeside with his hands clasped behind him. Nangong Ju stood beside him, while Nie Qianlu, clutching a longsword, lingered behind them. Not far off, 2 attendants clad in blue, emblazoned with the imposing symbol of a giant shark, the insignia of the Sea Shark Gang, stood watch. Boss, the Sea Tianba has proven to be quite perceptive, willingly surrendering the Qilan blood body, Nangong Ju remarked. It is somewhat regrettable, though, Bu Yunxiao replied. Much of the Qilan essence has been expended, leaving only vitality behind. However, within this vitality lies a trace of Qilan power, which will undoubtedly aid in enhancing my 4 symbols dragon technique. This journey has not been in vain. What is your assessment of the Sea Shark Gang? Bu Yunxiao inquired further. The Sea Tianba possesses commendable strength, yet the Sea Shark Gang seems precariously built, akin to a castle in the air, posing little threat. Nangong Ju responded. Their ranks may be lacking, yet that is of minor concern. We must remain vigilant of the Sea Tianba. Feng Shangan has made his move in Longbei County, where we suffered significant losses against the Qinglong Society. He chose to strike at Hai Wuyo instead of the Qinglong members. What do you make of that? Bu Yunxiao spoke softly. Are you suggesting that the Sea Tianba is colluding with the Qinglong Society? If that is the case, such ambition cannot be tolerated. Nangong Ju's eyes glinted with a fierce coldness. He understood that the intent behind Feng Shangan's strike against Hai Wuyo was a warning to the Sea Tianba. Such a figure cannot be allowed to remain. My son perished at the hands of my own alliance, yet he still submissively offered the Qilan blood body to me. What incredible restraint he possesses. If he is so capable of enduring, do you think he would willingly relinquish the Sea Shark Gang? Bu Yunxiao's tone was unruffled. Regardless of his willingness, the Sea Shark Gang will change hands tonight, and the Sea Tianba shall vanish, Nangongju asserted. Having known Bu Yunxiao for many years, he recognized the murderous intent that had stirred within him. The Sea Tianba would not survive the night. Meanwhile, in another location, Dugu Beidu bowed before a formidable figure. The man was strikingly robust, adorned in resplendent attire of deep crimson embellished with golden borders, immaculate and dignified. He wore an opulent silver cloak that trailed to the ground, cinched at the waist with a 3-inch wide belt, studded with jewels that sparkled under the sun's rays, a belt of incalculable worth. The nobleman appeared to be in his 40s, with a strikingly handsome visage that left a lasting impression. His fair skin framed a pair of penetrating eyes that flashed like lightning, and his presence emanated an aura as formidable as a mountain, evoking a sense of awe in those fortunate enough to behold him. Greetings, Lord of Chaos. Dugu Beidu bowed respectfully. Dear young master, there is no need for such formalities. Your father and I have been longtime friends. You may address me as uncle. The man, known as the Lord of Chaos, replied. Ah, Bu Yunxiao has arrived. Already within the ranks of the Sea Shark Gang. I will trouble you tonight, Uncle Sure, to take action. Dugu Beidu bowed respectfully. Hai Tianba Lu Hai and Yi Guqing. All 3 were deeply focused. However, Dugu Beidu harbored no hope that they could subdue Bu Yunxiao. The true trump card lay before him. The master of the South Seas, Wu Jiangate, known as the demon lord of the turbulent era, Feng Longju. In the South Sea, there are 2 prominent figures, his father, the General Wang Dugong, and the master of Wu Jiangate, Feng Longju. There is a saying that half of the South Sea is under the rule of General Wang, while the other half is governed by Feng Longju of Wu Jiangate. This illustrates the formidable power of the demon Lord Feng Longju. It is unexpected that such a character would come to the Lingjiang region to assist Dugu Beidu in eliminating the leader of the Tianxiao Alliance, Bu Yunxiao. For years, Bu Yunxiao has dominated the Lingjiang region, and it would indeed be a pity for him to fall tonight. Feng Longju sighed. However, Beidou, my young nephew. I noticed on my way here that someone is watching you. Have you encountered any troubles? After tonight, I will help you deal with it. Feng Longju continued. Hearing the words of the demon lord Feng Longju, Dugu Beidou's expression shifted in surprise. Uncle, are you saying someone is surveilling me? Only Hai Tianba, the leader of the Sea Shark gang, is aware of my presence here. Others are oblivious. But now that someone is watching me, it signifies that my whereabouts have been compromised. Uncle, how formidable is this individual? Their strength is on par with the 7th heavenly difficulty, with commendable agility and keen perception. When I passed by, they swiftly retreated. However, they bore no murderous intent and are likely only here to observe you. The demon lord Feng Longju spoke softly, his gaze indifferent. To him, a martial artist of the 7th heavenly difficulty was no different from an ant. He was not overly concerned, as long as they were not affiliated with the Tianxiao Alliance. Uncle, let us retreat indoors. We shall head to the Sea Shark gang tonight. As he spoke, Dugu Beidou ushered the visitor into the room. Do not mind me. Attend to your own matters first. I need to prepare. For tonight, I will confront Bu Yunxiao with all my strength. His prowess is extraordinary and should not be underestimated. The demon lord Feng Longju waved his hand, signaling Dugu Beidou to leave. Then I shall not disturb you, uncle. Dugu Beidou bowed and exited. Once outside the courtyard, a chill flickered in his eyes as he turned to Lu Hai, who stood not far away. Lu, there is someone surveilling me outside our courtyard. Do you think it could be members of the Sea Shark gang? Dugu Beidou spoke in a low voice. It is unlikely that Hai Tianba is aware of your presence here. There would be no need for him to monitor you. I believe it must be someone else. Lu Hai replied. Someone else? In Sea Shark City, there are few capable of dispatching a martial artist of the 7th heavenly difficulty to monitor us. Dugu Beidou said solemnly. The 7th heavenly difficulty, Su Qin's companion, Ran Suiyun, is indeed at that level. Could it be him? Lu Hai speculated. So it means Su Qin is aware of my arrival in Sea Shark City. Initially, he did not intend to reveal himself. But now I wish to meet this Su Qin. Prepare an invitation from the Sea Shark gang for me. I shall also attend tonight. Dugu Beidou declared. The young lord said softly, it is likely that there will be a fierce battle tonight. Your presence may not be wise. If Su Qin can attend, I shall not object either. On Su Qin's side, Yuan Suiyun returned, his countenance grave. My lord, a formidable expert has approached from the side of Dugu Beidou. Even while I concealed myself in the shadows, I was detected by him. I dared not linger. Yuan Suiyun recounted the circumstances he observed while monitoring Dugu Beidou. It appears to be another master from the depths of the sea. Did you catch a glimpse of his appearance? Su Qin inquired. I did not. He was draped in a black robe, and I could not discern his features, Yuan Suiyun replied, shaking his head. Then we shall leave it be. He will surely reveal himself tonight. At that time, we shall ascertain his identity. Have Li Qinzhou and the others arrived? Su Qin asked in a low voice. Li Longzhou and the others have arrived. I have arranged for them to accompany us discreetly into the Sea Shark gang tonight, Yuan Suiyun responded. Chapter 516. The overbearing Bu Yunxiao, the perception of the swordsman. Meanwhile, within a chamber of the Sea Shark gang, Hai Tianba was being attended to by a lady who was gently massaging his shoulders with her delicate hands. This lady was his current wife, Mu Qinghong. Hai Tianba had previously been married to Hai Wuyo's mother, who had passed away 15 years ago. A decade ago, he took Mu Qinghong as his wife. Mu Qinghong is related to Hai Wuyo, being his maternal aunt, the sister of Hai Wuyo's mother. Mu Qinghong's skills were exceptional. Hai Tianba had his eyes closed, a look of relaxation gracing his face. Husband, today Bu Yunxiao came, yet you did not mention anything regarding Wuyo. He cannot die in such an obscure manner. He is the only flesh and blood of my sister, Mu Qinghong expressed, her eyes filled with resentment. After giving birth to Hai Wuyo, his mother had been frail and sickly, and Mu Qinghong had raised him, forming a bond akin to that of mother and son. The death of Hai Wuyo had left her in mourning for many days, and she yearned for vengeance. Bu Yunxiao shall not escape the Sea Shark gang tonight. I must uncover the truth behind Bei Fengshan's involvement. I will flay him alive. Hai Tianba's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. While Bu Yunxiao is destined to meet his end, I find it perplexing why Bei Fengshan would target Wuyo. Wuyo is merely the young master of the Sea Shark gang, with average strength. If anyone were to be dealt with, it should be you. Moreover, with Bu Yunxiao's overbearing nature, if he were to suspect your disloyalty, he would not require Bei Fengshan's assistance. He could easily take control of our Sea Shark gang himself. Mu Qinghong remarked solemnly. As she spoke, She lowered her delicate hands and continued. Could it be that the general's mansion has sent someone to do the deed? Hearing this, Hai Tianba's expression shifted in surprise as he whispered, Wu Yo is a disciple of Liu Hai. They would have no reason to target him. Besides, that sword indeed belongs to Bei Fengshan. No one else could have taken it from him. Moreover, are they plotting against our sea shark gang? Hai Tianba shook his head. My lord, although we have sought refuge with the esteemed General Wang's household, we must acknowledge that we are not direct affiliates of the Wang faction. The transportation of goods between the north and south involves substantial interests. Can they truly entrust us with its maintenance? Furthermore, if they are capable of placing a deputy leader of the Heavenly Alliance as an insider, could it not be possible that the enigmatic Bei Fengshan is in their employ? Thus, it is prudent for us to exercise caution, suggested Mu Qinghong. Do not dwell on this matter. Let us discuss it after tonight. Hai Tianba replied gravely. This evening is crucial for dealing with Bu Yunxiao, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Should anything go awry, the entire shark gang could face annihilation, and even he might have to flee the Lingjiang area with Mu Qinghong. I understand. I merely wish for you to be vigilant. When we strike tonight, we must consider our own safety. You are aware that in previous years, I cared for Wu Yo, fearing that he might harbor resentment, which is why I refrained from having children. It was only after Wu Yo grew older that I gave birth to Inger, who is now just 5 years old. If you do not think of yourself, you must consider the well-being of us both. Mu Qinghong asserted. Rest assured, I shall exercise caution and adhere to our prior plan. You and Inger will remain in the rear courtyard, and should any trouble arise, you must escape through the secret passage immediately, Hai Tianba instructed. As he spoke, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door, and soon a disciple clad in blue appeared. What has transpired? Hai Tianba inquired. Just now, someone from Mr. Liu's side came to relay a message, stating that their young master will also be attending the banquet tonight. The disciple reported. Upon hearing this, Hai Tianba waved his hand. The disciple bowed and withdrew. Hai Tianba's brow furrowed, as Mr. Liu refers to Liu Hai, and the young master he mentioned could only be the general's eldest son, Dugu Beidu. Why is he not in hiding? Why has he revealed himself? Hai Tianba pondered, though he felt a surge of joy within. Dugu Beidu's appearance meant he had a strong assurance of capturing Bu Yunxiao. As night descended, the shark gang was alive with festivity. Hai Tianba, the gang leader, was hosting the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, Bu Yunxiao, and such an occasion demanded a grand display. Within the hall, servants were diligently setting an array of exquisite delicacies upon a round table that could seat over 10 guests. Hai Tianba donned the resplendent attire befitting the leader of the shark gang. In the hall, apart from Hai Tianba, was the deputy leader of the Heavenly Alliance, Mo Tingxian, and the two were engaged in conversation. Bu Yunxiao, Nangongju, and Nie Qianlu made their entrance at the doorway of the hall. Tonight is quite lively. I wonder who else the gang leader has invited, Bu Yunxiao remarked as he entered, casting a glance at Hai Tianba. As he spoke, a figure clad in a rust-red robe, Hua Liu, walked in from outside. Upon entering the courtyard and spotting Bu Yunxiao, her eyes widened in surprise, quickly replaced by a smile as she approached him. I did not expect to encounter Alliance leader Bu here. I am Hua Liu, the vice president of the South Sea Chamber of Commerce, she said, offering a slight bow. Internally, she felt astonished, as she had not anticipated seeing Bu Yunxiao at this banquet. She had assumed that Hai Tianba was hosting Su Chen this evening. Given the current circumstances, it appears to be a reception for Bu Yunxiao. Upon reaching this point, a slight tremor of surprise coursed through her heart. If that is the case, then tonight, the Sea Shark gang is likely to be anything but tranquil. Stealing her emotions, she reminded herself that she was merely attending a banquet, with no thoughts beyond that. Although she remained unaware of the specific plans involving the Sea Shark gang and the General Wang's residence, she was cognizant that the General's estate and the Qinglong Association were currently at odds with the Tiando Alliance. Despite her astonishment, Hua Liu maintained her composure, ensuring her enchanting visage remained intact. At all times, a beautiful appearance serves as a protective shield and a means to captivate men. Upon seeing Hua Liu, Bu Yunxiao's eyes brightened. Indeed, Hua Liu exuded charisma, her alluring figure and subtle movements radiating an innate elegance. This elegance was intertwined with a mature allure that undeniably stirred Bu Yunxiao's heart. Perhaps it is true that those who wield power often harbor a ruthless ambition. Vice President Hua, please take a seat, Bu Yunxiao commanded as he stepped forward to occupy a position not far from the main table in the hall. gesturing for Hua Liu to sit in the left row of chairs, clearly asserting his dominance as the lord of the chamber. At that moment, Su Chun entered the hall accompanied by Yuan Suiyun, Zhuang Xuanji, and Yi Guqing. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Bu Yunxiao seated in the main chair, his gaze steady and commanding. However, they did not falter in their entrance. Once inside, they nodded slightly to Hua Liu and took their places directly opposite her. Zhuang Xuanji settled beside Su Chun, while Yuan Suiyun and Yi Guqing stood behind him. Bu Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded Su Chun, though his focus was primarily on Yi Guqing standing behind him, whose sword energy was palpable and intimidating. Turning his gaze toward Yi Guqing, he then noticed Nie Qianlu standing beside him. Nie Qianlu, with his eyes narrowed, was also intently observing Yi Guqing. Your sword intent is formidable. I am eager to witness it, Nie Qianlu remarked, sensing the solitary sword energy emanating from Yi Guqing. The intensity of his sword intent stirred something within Nie Qianlu, igniting an impulse to draw his sword, though he managed to suppress it. Chapter 517. Unmasking Hostilities. Decisive actions by Bu Yunxiao. Bu Yunxiao's eyes shifted towards Hai Tianba, a shadow of gloom flickering within his gaze. Su Chun had entered without acknowledging him, taking a seat at a distance, disregarding Bu Yunxiao, the leader of the Tianda Alliance. He was intrigued to learn the identity of this individual. Leader Bu, this is Su Chun, the young leader of the Qinglong Association, and beside him is Miss Zhuang Xuanji, the young mistress of the Zhuang family bank. Hai Tianba introduced, stepping forward. Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Bu Yunxiao's eyes. The Tianda Alliance had suffered considerable losses at the hands of the Qinglong Association. Hai Tianba's invitation to Su Chun felt like a slap in the face. Nevertheless, as the leader of the Tianda Alliance, Bu Yunxiao was not only formidable in strength, but also possessed a profound depth of insight. It can be said that no sovereign is devoid of profound cunning. Without such depth of character, a ruler would have long met their demise. His expression returned to normal as he regarded Su Chun, remarking, "Indeed, it is true that the heroes of the world emerge in youth. I did not anticipate encountering the illustrious Su Xiaolong here. It is rumored that the Qinglong Society has entrusted Su Xiaolong with the governance of the 9 prefectures of the north. Yet, I wonder why he has ventured to Haisha City instead of remaining in his domain." His tone was unassuming, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority. "Lord Bu, we of the Qinglong Society are currently engaged in a business venture with Chief Hai, which is why we find ourselves in Haisha City. It is truly a pleasure to meet you here." Su Chun responded. Bu Yunxiao was formidable. Even from a distance, Su Chun could sense the powerful aura emanating from him. Nevertheless, Su Chun possessed formidable physical strength, and the invisible pressure exuded by Bu Yunxiao could not suppress him. This Su Zhaojiao is indeed extraordinary, having resisted the oppressive aura of Bu Yunxiao. However, with Hai Tianba's invitation, could it be that a confrontation is imminent? Meanwhile, Hua Luiyue maintained a calm facade, yet tumultuous waves surged within her. "Damn it, I should not have come here tonight. I have been dragged into this mess by Hai Tianba," she seethed inwardly. Today, she found herself present at the scene of the attempted assassination of the Tianxiao Alliance's leader, Bu Yunxiao. The Qinglong Society and the Tianxiao Alliance were now embroiled in a fierce enmity. Although the atmosphere was tranquil at present, a violent clash was inevitable. A figure as formidable as Bu Yunxiao would not relinquish such an opportunity. Beside Bu Yunxiao, Nangong Ju cast a sidelong glance at Hai Tianba, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Chief, it seems this evening's banquet is anything but ordinary," he communicated silently to Bu Yunxiao. Bu Yunxiao, unperturbed, responded telepathically, "Let us observe what strategies he possesses." Bu Yunxiao was exceedingly confident in his own capabilities. At that moment, 3 figures entered from outside. Among them, 2 walked side by side, Duga Beidu and the demon Lord Feng Longju. Upon seeing Feng Longju beside Duga Beidu, Hua Liue's expression shifted, revealing her astonishment. The demon Lord Feng Longju of the South Seas Wujaiman has actually been summoned by the Duga family. Her heart raced as she cast a glance at Bu Yunxiao. "Bu Yunxiao, Feng Longju." Both figures exclaimed simultaneously. Bu Yunxiao, now standing, addressed Hai Tianba. "It appears you have orchestrated a grand banquet tonight with intentions to eliminate me." His gaze was icy, and a palpable aura of killing intent surrounded him. At that moment, Mo Tingxian, standing beside Hai Tianba, swiftly appeared behind Bu Yunxiao, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. "Chief, what shall we do now?" Mo Tingxian inquired. What to do? Hai Tianba seeks to kill me, and I, in turn, wish to eliminate him. Today, I shall settle this, Bu Yunxiao declared with an imperious tone, utterly dismissing Hai Tianba. Lord Bu, this matter has no connection to Chief Hai. It is solely my arrangement. Dugu Beidu, accompanying Feng Longju, interjected. The Dugu family evidently chose to ally with the Haisha gang rather than collaborate with me. I see now. It was that old scoundrel who conspired against me in the shadows. As he spoke, he suddenly struck out with a palm, but instead of aiming at Dugu Beidu, he targeted Mo Tingxian, who had just returned to his side. Bang! Mo Tingxian, caught completely off guard, was struck by Bu Yunxiao's palm. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall, blood spewing from his mouth. The vital energy in his dantian, as vast as the ocean, was shattered by Bu Yunxiao's blow, causing his life force to begin to dissipate. Leader, why have you turned against me? Mo Tingxian gasped as he fell to the ground, his voice hoarse. Those who betray me deserve death. I came to the Haisha gang, yet you lured me here. If you are not with them, then who are you with? With that, Bu Yunxiao cast not another glance at Mo Tingxian. He turned to face Dugu Beidu. Young Master Dugu, what do you think of this? As Bu Yunxiao's words fell, a flash of sword light sliced through the air. Uft! Mo Tingxuan's head rolled to the ground, blood gushing from his neck. The one who struck was Nie Qianlu, wielding a long sword. After slaying Mo Tingxian with a single stroke, Nie Qianlu's gaze shifted towards Yi Guqing. Initially, he believed there would be no opportunity for battle, but now the chance to compete had arrived. Meeting Nie Qianlu's gaze, Yi Guqing remained composed. What a remarkable tactic, indeed, Bu Yunxiao of the Alliance of the World. Spoke the demon, Lord Feng Longju. Feng Longju, you have been suppressed by Dugu for over a decade in the South Sea and have contended with him for just as long, only to perform for outsiders. How unexpected. But even if you come, do you think you can kill me? Bu Yunxiao responded coldly, his eyes fixed on Feng Longju. At that moment, Su Chun, still seated, felt a flicker of surprise in his heart. He was taken aback by the appearance of Feng Longju and Dugu Beidu. Having thought that Dugu Beidu would remain hidden in the shadows, it was unexpected for him to show himself so openly. Furthermore, from Bu Yunxiao's dialogue, it was evident that Feng Longju was the one he feared the most. Feng Longju, the leader of the South Seas Regimen, known as the Demon Lord of Chaos, was renowned for his technique, the Tianyuan Beidu Kill, a method that simultaneously harnesses vital energy, spirit, and essence. It was said to possess 5 transformations. Yet since the battle with Dugu, no one had witnessed the 5th transformation again. In the South Sea, his influence ranked just below Dugu Beidu, and rumors of their ongoing rivalry spread far and wide. Yun, who had been transmitting messages to Su Chun, shared valuable information about Feng Longju. Truly formidable. An apparent adversary, yet secretly intertwined. It seems our Qinglong society has come merely to play a supporting role. Feng Longju is the true force behind the attempt on Bu Yunxiao's life. A chill ran through Su Chen's heart as he fixed his gaze upon Bu Yunxiao, eager to see if he could unravel the predicament of the day. Just then, as Su Chen looked towards Bu Yunxiao, a plume of white smoke suddenly erupted from Nangongju's hand, soaring towards Dugu Beidu. As the smoke materialized, Bu Yunxiao and his companions transformed into streaks of light, dashing toward the exit with astonishing speed. Upon witnessing this, Feng Longju, Hai Tianba, and Lu Hai instantly surged forward in pursuit. Su Zhangjiao, Mister, you should also take action. Dugu Beidu glanced at Su Chun, who remained seated. Let us depart. Su Chen rose, and 4 silhouettes appeared beside him, as he transformed into a swift, azure shadow. Yi Guqing and Yuan Suiyun vanished simultaneously. Dugu Beidu's gaze sharpened, and with a leap, he promptly followed suit. Chapter 518. The Nirvana Elixir, Nangongju's Full Force Strike, and the severe injury of Haitian Ba. In the expansive training ground of the High Shark Gang, several figures soared into the air. Bu Yunxiao, you think it will be easy for you to escape? Feng Longju, the swiftest among them, cast a glance at Nangongju, who trailed behind Bu Yunxiao, and let out a hearty laugh, akin to a hawk pouncing on its prey, extending his fingers to grasp. Among the trio, Nangongju possessed the weakest strength. However, he was Bu Yunxiao's most trusted subordinate, and Bu Yunxiao would undoubtedly intervene to protect him. As Feng Longju made his move, the air erupted with a sharp, explosive sound, ferocious and rapid. Nangongju felt a fierce energy surge behind him, momentarily stunned. He instantly attempted to counter with a strike. Yet, at that moment, Bu Yunxiao halted. grasping with his hand, drawing Nangong Ju directly towards him and evading Feng Longju's assault. All figures landed, astonished that the esteemed leader of the Tianxiao alliance, Bu Yunxiao, would resort to fleeing. Feng Longju confronted Bu Yunxiao. Flee. Bu Yunxiao, do not flee. I merely choose a suitable location for our confrontation. Feng Longju, allow me to witness the prowess of your Wujiamen, Tianyuan Beidu kill. Bu Yunxiao retorted coldly. At this moment, the training ground was brightly lit. Yet no disciples of the High Shark Gang remained. Upon Su Chun and his companions entering the reception hall, Haitian Ba had already commanded the disciples to withdraw entirely, unwilling to incur any losses among them. After all, the ordinary disciples of the High Shark Gang were akin to mere ants in the presence of these formidable masters. As they conversed, Su Chun and Yi Guqing appeared in the training ground, their gazes fixed upon Feng Longju and Bu Yunxiao, for at this instant, both had initiated their movements. Bu Yunxiao struck forth, unleashing an energy akin to a colossal wave, surging towards Feng Longju. The leader of the Tianxiao alliance practiced a forceful technique, honing the four symbols' resplendent dragon art, his energy ferociously potent. In this moment, the golden energy emanating from Bu Yunxiao's palm burst forth like fireworks igniting in the darkness, dazzling beyond measure. As he struck, the terrifying energy, visible to the naked eye, cascaded forth like a tide towards Feng Longju. Without hesitation, Feng Longju enveloped his palm in black energy, colliding with the incoming strike. Boom! The two energies clashed, generating a surging flow of force that rendered the training ground's surface, within a radius of several feet, as fragile as tofu, ruthlessly cleaved and shattered by the omnipresent energy. Both men retreated, standing off against one another. Relying solely on my own strength, I cannot subdue you. Haitian Ba, Lu Hai, join forces with me to eliminate Bu Yunxiao. Feng Longju spoke coldly. This is a battle of life and death, not merely a contest of martial prowess. Tonight, Bu Yunxiao must perish here. Yi Guqing, I entrust you with Nie Qianlu. Feng Longju gazed at Yi Guqing behind Su Chun. As for Nangong Ju, Feng Longju paid him no heed. Nor did he make any arrangements. One must possess self-awareness. To avoid an untimely demise, one should remain motionless. Are you underestimating me, Nangong Ju? At that moment, Nangong Ju spoke coldly. As he spoke, a vial of elixir appeared in his hand, from which he poured forth a blood-red pill. The Nirvana pill. Haitian Ba, eliminate Nangong Ju. Upon witnessing this, Feng Longju declared. However, Nangong Ju had already consumed the crimson pill, and the instant it was ingested, his breathing became rapid and fervent. A heated breath emanated from his nostrils, and his gaze turned crimson. His shirt ripped apart under the intensity, exposing his scarlet skin. His blood boiled, and his meridians bulged like the roots of an ancient tree, coursing with surging power. The speed of this power's operation was astonishingly swift, causing the surrounding air to shimmer with white mist. As this force surged, a faint divine aura enveloped Nangong Ju. He had forcibly stepped into the realm of concentration. The Nirvana pill is an extraordinarily unique elixir. When consumed by a martial artist of the Sea of Qi, it grants them a fleeting moment of divine might, allowing them to ascend into the realm of concentration. However, utilizing such a pill bears significant risks. Once its potency wanes, one's realm can plummet to the 8 difficulties of heaven and man. Few martial artists dare to employ it in such a manner. I never anticipated Nangong Ju's resolve to be so unwavering. Boom. Before Haitian Ba could make a move, Nangong Ju thrust his foot against the ground, instantly pulverizing the rocky surface beneath him as he lunged towards Haitian Ba. You dare conspire against the alliance leader? I feel no guilt towards the leader, and today I vow to end your life. As he spoke, Nangong Ju unleashed his fist, a convergence of formidable energy and blood essence, coalescing into a wave of fire that surged towards Haitian Ba. This punch bore a terrifying might. To kill me. You believe that by consuming the Nirvana pill you can prevail? How naive. In terms of strength, I, Haitian Ba, am unmatched. He bellowed. An immense vortex manifested around him, drawing in currents of energy that surged into his body. With this force, the already formidable Haitian Ba grew even more robust, resembling a colossal whale. Boom. He struck out with a palm, imbued with tremendous power aimed directly at Nangong Ju's fist. It was unexpected that the first clash would be between Haitian Ba and Nangong Ju. Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly. However, Given that Nangong Ju had relied on the elixir to step into the realm of concentration, he was inherently no match for Haitian Ba. Confronting him head-on seemed rather unwise. Could this be a consequence of the pill's aftereffects? Suchin pondered silently. Just then, as Nangong Ju was about to strike, his figure suddenly halted. Heaven-eating blade technique. A single slash to sever all life. In that moment of stillness, a terrifying blade intent radiated from Nangong Ju. The essence of the blade detached from the body. And all the power within Nangong Ju erupted forth without hesitation, surging into the manifested blade intent. With a resounding roar, a strike was unleashed. It collided violently with the fierce energy of Haitian Ba. The blade intent cleaved through the energy, ultimately landing upon Haitian Ba. His gaze sharpened, and a protective barrier of true energy enveloped him, yet it shattered nonetheless, sending his body hurtling backward. A massive wound appeared on his chest, blood gushing forth as he fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Nangong Ju, who had executed the strike, descended, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his aura seemingly diminished by half. He collapsed onto the earth, gasping for breath, his injuries more severe than those of Haitian Ba. In that moment, he had not only depleted the power of his medicinal elixirs, but had also expended all his energy, delivering an unexpected, devastating blow to Haitian Ba, rendering him devoid of combat capability. Haitian Ba, I do not wish to kill you. I merely aim to strip you of your fighting strength. Nangong Ju laughed heartily. Another spurt of blood erupted forth. At that instant, his once black hair turned white in an instant. Truly remarkable. With the power of transforming the Dantian into a sea, he subdued a formidable opponent who had solidified their essence in the ocean. I wonder if Lu Hai and Feng Lang can jointly defeat Bu Yunxiao, Suchin murmured, his gaze shifting towards Dugu Beidu. At that moment, Dugu Beidu's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that they would suffer the loss of such a crucial combatant so soon after engaging. Chapter 519, Silent Elimination, The Emergence of Poison. The ruthlessness of Mu Qinghong in the backyard of the Shark Gang. Mu Qinghong cradled a 5-year-old child, who lay unconscious in her arms. Her eyes were filled with terror as she gazed at a short, grotesque man not far away, who was fixating on her with a sinister glare. Scattered on the ground nearby were several corpses, some with darkened faces, others with black blood oozing from their lips, all evidently victims of poisoning. Who are you? We seem to have done you no wrong, Mu Qinghong stammered, her voice trembling as she addressed the diminutive, hideous man. At that moment, her upper garment, quivering from fear, revealed a hint of pink lingerie and her smooth, white collarbone. The dim light within the room accentuated her alabaster skin, exuding an air of seduction. The small, ugly man's eyes glinted with malicious intent as they involuntarily roamed over Mu Qinghong's form. Mu Qinghong possessed a tall and voluptuous figure, and the tremors coursing through her body only intensified the man's fervor as an unnatural impulse surged through him. He stepped closer to her, unable to contain his excitement at the thought of enjoying the alluring wife of Haitian Ba. The man, inherently small and unattractive, had never garnered the attention of any woman, leaving his psyche warped and his nature increasingly malevolent. Hearing the man's voice, Mu Qinghong trembled even more. I can serve you, sir. Please, spare my child. In a trembling voice filled with desperation, Mu Qinghong pleaded, will you spare my child? Is it your intention, young master, to annihilate my entire family? The repulsive man coldly replied, take a look at the child in your arms. Does a dark bloodstain not mar that once fair face? Hearing his words, Mu Qinghong hurriedly gazed down at the child she cradled. A black streak had swiftly appeared, marring the child's formerly pale visage, and the previously tranquil breaths of the little one had now turned rapid and labored. Please, I beg you, save my child. Mu Qinghong knelt, clutching her child, her already askew garment slipping further, exposing her to the looming figure before her. Her hand rested gently over the child's heart. This poignant scene only heightened the grotesque man's excitement. As long as you serve me well, I might just allow your child to live. Ha, he cackled, advancing toward Mu Qinghong. At that moment, tears streamed down her sorrowful eyes. Do not blame your mother. The chances of survival are slim, and even if you live, your suffering may be greater. I shall accompany you on your journey. I must first rescue your father, and once that is done, I will join you. As she spoke, a surge of energy shattered the child's heart, and she bowed her head, weeping for the loss of her own flesh and blood. The anguish of a mother bidding farewell to her child was unbearable, yet from the depths of her eyes flickered an endless hatred. She waited, biding her time for the man before her to draw closer, her hand stealthily moving to her waist. As the grotesque man approached, Mu Qinghong released her child, and a slender sword materialized in her grasp. In the next moment, a spectral light flared, twisting in the dim illumination as a sword shadow tore through the air, aimed at the man's vital points. The sword gleamed with a piercing shriek, striking with unparalleled ferocity. She too had been poisoned, merely using external forces to delay the inevitable, suppressing the toxins within her body to gather strength for a counterattack. Simultaneously, a flicker of surprise crossed the grotesque man's face, soon replaced by a mocking grin as he raised his hand to meet the oncoming sword light. The clashing of metal resounded like a bell tolling. Mu Qinghong was taken aback, retreating as she observed the opposing hand adorned with a dark golden gauntlet, ominous and unyielding, exuding an aura of invincibility. "Did you think my poison was my only weapon?" The grotesque man chuckled, his expression a blend of cruelty and derision. "Yet I am quite astonished. You managed to suppress my poison. You possess some skill. However, judging by your aura, your strength is only at the 7th celestial difficulty. You can only hold off my poison for the duration of a single incense stick. Once that time elapses, the lethal toxin will consume you, and no one will be able to save you. Submit to me, and perhaps I might grant you a little more time. My husband is assisting Dugu Baidu with all his might, yet he sends you to kill us. What is his intent? Does he wish to obliterate my Haisha gang?" Mu Qinghong's eyes blazed with fury, hatred and murderous intent enveloping her. Truly astute. "The moment I uttered young master, you immediately deduced that it was the young master of Baidu orchestrating this. Tonight, Hu Yunxiao shall perish. Once he is gone, what need will there be for your Sea Shark gang? Cannot the young master directly assume control of the Sea Shark gang and dominate the Tianxia alliance? Why resort to Hai Tianba?" Duda's voice was laced with coldness. As his words lingered in the air, Mu Qinghong's other hand surged forth, sending forth dozens of icy glimmers toward Duda. She was not here to engage in combat. Her sole aim was to locate Hai Tianba. Only by finding him could she avenge herself and her child. Duda countered, deflecting all the icy beams, but Mu Qinghong seized the opportunity to charge forward. Duda chose not to pursue her. Instead, he moved towards the child, only to discover that the little one had already succumbed to lifelessness. Truly decisive and ruthless. "But you think you can merely flee?" Duda remarked before making his way to another courtyard. He still had other toxins to administer, leaving the matter of Mu Qinghong's demise to others. Outside the courtyard, the ground was littered with corpses, all having perished from poison. As Mu Qinghong landed, a figure swiftly approached, claws extended, ferociously targeting the still stabilizing Mu Qinghong. Clearly, if there was a plan to eliminate witnesses, it would not be executed by Duda alone. With murderous intent saturating the air, Mu Qinghong's gaze shifted, and she agilely rolled away, barely evading the impending doom. Thud! Just where she had intended to land. A hand clutched the ground, shattering it. The assailant continued their assault, unleashing a strike aimed directly at Mu Qinghong. She raised her sword to defend, yet was met with an overwhelming force that sent her hurtling back, a mouthful of black blood escaping her lips. The previously suppressed toxins within her body surged through her meridians once more. The attacker pressed on, claws poised to strike at Mu Qinghong's head. "I will fight you to the death." Mu Qinghong summoned her inner strength, charging toward her adversary with a fierce cry, her sword illuminating like a bolt of thunder as it aimed for her foe. She did not attempt to block the incoming claws. This was a desperate gamble for her life against his. Seeing the determination in her eyes, the attacker recoiled swiftly, not wishing to perish alongside her. He maneuvered through the corridors of the courtyard, evading Mu Qinghong's strike. After the encounter, she collapsed to the ground, her gaze dimmed in despair, realizing her all-out effort had failed to inflict significant harm. "Now, I shall send you on your way." The attacker laughed menacingly, raising his hand to seize Mu Qinghong's head. Yet, as he made his move, he suddenly froze, redirecting his gaze behind him. Chapter 520, Ruthless Duga Baidu. Hai Tianba falls behind him stood a man dressed in a traditional Japanese kimono, 2 swords, one long, one short, secured at his waist, observing him intently. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" The assailant exclaimed, astonished. "Why can't I be here if you are?" The man with the swords replied coldly. "It is truly unexpected that the solitary North Star, Donggu, could be so ruthless. It seems our vigilance is still warranted." The man wielding the dagger murmured to himself, Yagyu Ikamanji, of the Azure Dragon Society. Upon seeing this figure, the once ashen eyes of Mu Qinghong sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Save me, and I can assist your Azure Dragon Society in acquiring greater benefits from the alliance of the world, Mu Qinghong implored. From the circumstances of Yagyu Ikamanji's appearance, it was evident that he was not allied with Donggu. Had they been comrades, Yagyu would not have revealed himself. She was determined to showcase her worth, hoping that only then would Yagyu Ikamanji intervene to rescue her. Yagyu Ikamanji, is this matter not beyond the purview of your Azure Dragon Society? The cloaked figure coldly addressed him. However, before the words had fully escaped his lips, Yagyu Ikamanji had materialized before him like a specter, and without a moment's notice. The cloaked man's body exploded into a gruesome heap of flesh. I hope you possess value in living, but your poison is beyond my remedy, Yagyu Ikamanji stated, directing a surge of energy into Mu Qinghong's body. She quickly harnessed this power to suppress the toxins within her. An astute individual. She refrained from inquiring about Yagyu Ikamanji's prior skirmish. Her sole desire was to swiftly contain the poison and ascertain the situation. Yagyu Ikamanji stepped into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Yet, the towering figure of the poisoner had long since vanished, suggesting he had departed well in advance. Although Yagyu Ikamanji was known for his cold-bloodedness, having killed his wife to validate his swordsmanship, his motives were rooted in the pursuit of martial excellence rather than senseless slaughter. The carnage within the courtyard, however, was indeed indiscriminate, a reflection of the brutal world of martial arts. At that moment, within the training grounds of the Shark Gang, Hai Tianba sat injured, cross-legged. Donggu's expression darkened as he approached Hai Tianba, producing a vial of elixir from his possession. Gang leader. This is a premium medicinal pill uniquely crafted by the Donggu family, capable of aiding your recovery. Thank you, young master. Hai Tianba replied, gratitude evident on his face as he reached to accept it. Yet, in the instant Hai Tianba grasped the vial, Donggu's hand shot up, revealing a sharp dagger that plunged directly into Hai Tianba's heart, catching him completely off guard. With a swift motion, Donggu leaped back, his gaze icy as he regarded Hai Tianba. You. Why? Hai Tianba gasped, clutching the dagger embedded in his chest, confusion etched across his features. There is no reason. Your death is essential for my family's greatest gain. Donggu coldly responded. I will kill you. Although Hai Tianba was wounded, having reached a state of concentration akin to the depths of the sea, he did not perish immediately. He sought vengeance against Donggu. However, before he could make a move, a flash of cold light sliced through his neck, and Hai Tianba's head flew from his shoulders, landing lifelessly on the ground as blood gushed from the severed artery. The assailant was none other than the dark-clad Yagyu Ikamanji, his silver spear glistening with fresh blood. The tip of the gun, coupled with its force, rendered the head of Hai Tianba as fragile as paper. Brother Hai, I do this for your own good. Only then can you reunite with your wife and child. Liu Hai spoke solemnly, observing the crumpled head that had fallen to the ground. At that moment, Zhuang Xuanji and Hua Liue descended, their expressions shifting dramatically upon witnessing the scene. Zhuang Xuanji swiftly positioned herself behind Su Chun, who narrowed his eyes in surprise. He had not anticipated that Donggu Beido would strike against Hai Tianba, a man who had aided their Donggu family. The casual execution of Hai Tianba by Donggu Beido could only be described with a single phrase, ruthless. When Liu Hai mentioned reuniting with a wife and child, it was clear he did not refer to Hai Wuyo, but rather to Hai Tianba's wife and their 5-year-old child. Su Zhangjiao, there is no need for concern. Our Donggu family will uphold our promises to you, and we can collaborate directly from now on, Donggu Beido assured Su Chun. In the realm of martial arts, conflicts often arise from the pursuit of personal gain, a principle Donggu Beido firmly believed in. To maximize the interests of his family, he would not hesitate to sacrifice others. I hope our cooperation will proceed smoothly, Su Chun replied softly. For him, partnership was indifferent as long as his interests were secured. However, he could never match Donggu Beido's level of cruelty, as his gaze inadvertently fell upon the fallen figure of Nangongju. Indeed, Su Chun held a deep respect for Nangongju, as well as for Bu Yunxiao. Just moments ago, Nangongju had fought valiantly against Hai Tianba, inflicting severe damage and preventing Bu Yunxiao from being besieged by 3 formidable opponents. This exemplified the bond of brotherhood or master-servant loyalty. Meanwhile, Liu Hai, having just eliminated Hai Tianba, leapt to the side of Feng Longjiu and directed his gaze at Bu Yunxiao. "Leader, do not linger. Leave at once." Nangong Ju roared from the ground, blood spilling from his mouth due to the exertion. "Never in my life have I, Bu Yunxiao, fled. I will not retreat, nor abandon my brothers," Bu Yunxiao declared. "Donggu Beidou, I never expected you to be even more ruthless than your father. Hai Tianba, a formidable figure, has met an unfortunate end." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted around him, akin to the blazing sun, elevating his presence significantly. With an air of arrogance, he summoned immense force. With a thunderous stomp, he struck the ground and raised his palm, unleashing a devastating strike. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from his hand, akin to a thunderous tempest, forming a vortex of power directed at Feng Longjiu. In response, Feng Longjiu grasped a stone from the ground and hurled it toward the vortex. The moment the stone met the energy, it disintegrated into dust, obscuring the surroundings. At that instant, Lu Hai moved, raising his spear, which pierced through the energy like a silver dragon, aimed directly at Bu Yunxiao's chest with astonishing speed and ferocity. "Humph!" Bu Yunxiao scoffed upon witnessing the attack, raising his hand to grasp and then delivering a powerful punch. The energy surged above the fist, colliding with the long spear. Lu Hai, who had unleashed the strike, felt a counterforce emanating from the spear. With a twist of his palm, the spear rotated in tandem, dissipating the recoil. In that moment, Feng Longjiu sprang into action, transforming into a shadow that materialized before Bu Yunxiao, his voice booming. "Blood fiend de jura, en fiend pursuit of souls." He extended his palm, imbued with terrifying blood fiend and en fiend energy, sweeping towards Bu Yunxiao. Not far away, Su Qin narrowed his eyes. The synergy between Feng Longjiu and Lu Hai indicated that these two had collaborated on numerous occasions. Yet, from the current scene, it was evident that neither side held a decisive advantage. What, then, fueled the confidence of this Donggu Beidou? Su Qin pondered in confusion. Chapter 521, Fierce Clash. Lu Hai's arm shattered boom. As Su Qin delved into his thoughts, a thunderous explosion of energy reverberated through the training ground, sending shockwaves that whipped around like a tempest. Su Qin was jolted back several steps, his gaze directed toward the center of the arena. Three figures intertwined in a fierce dance of combat. "Haha, is this the extent of your combined strength? I must say, I am rather disappointed." Bu Yunxiao's laughter rang out, his aura intensifying beyond its previous might. Clearly, he stood stronger than the other two. Upon seeing the triumphant Bu Yunxiao, Lu Hai's expression darkened. With a powerful push against the ground, he let out a long roar, propelling himself forward. The long spear in his grasp shimmered ominously, emitting a low, resonating hum, its tip screeching as he surged ahead. Witnessing Lu Hai's rapid advance, Bu Yunxiao summoned a tempestuous energy around him, his robes billowing as if caught in a storm, his hair flowing wildly. He thrust his palm upward, a crimson energy enveloping it, and with a fierce strike, unleashed a blazing red flame in the shape of a long blade towards Lu Hai. In a flash, Feng Longjiu positioned himself before Lu Hai, clasping his hands to intercept the fiery blade. At that moment, an intense light ignited in Lu Hai's eyes as he unleashed his spear with ferocious speed. The spear transformed into a multitude of phantoms, leaving one to question which one was real. Bu Yunxiao's expression remained unchanged as he faced the oncoming spear. He refrained from countering it, instead allowing a formidable barrier of energy to manifest around him as the spear approached. The phantoms collided with the barrier but failed to breach it. With a swift motion, Bu Yunxiao's hand reached out, aiming to grasp Lu Hai's spear. Lu Hai's countenance shifted, retracting the spear just in time to evade Bu Yunxiao's grasp. In a seamless maneuver, he spun, the spear reappearing in his other hand, striking at Bu Yunxiao once more with the speed of lightning. In response, Bu Yunxiao transformed his outstretched hand into a fist, delivering a devastating blow that shook the very earth. Boom. The impact of fist against spear unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy, sending debris soaring from the ground, while the force of the spear surged forth like an unstoppable tide. At this moment, Lu Hai leaped into the air, his body radiating a formidable aura, one that was characteristic of a formidable practitioner of the sea. Ordinary attacks could not penetrate the air barrier of Bu Yunxiao, and they could not afford to prolong this confrontation. Bu Yunxiao had a record of battling for 3 days and nights without rest. Thus, they were compelled to act decisively. "Is this where the excitement begins?" observed Su Qin, watching Liu He unleash his spear technique, which exuded an overwhelming force, akin to surging waves forming terrifying shadows of the spear. Kill! Liu He urged, transforming into a streak of fierce light, charging towards Bu Yunxiao. The spear's momentum was captivating, locking onto Bu Yunxiao. Although both were practitioners of the sea, there existed a distinction in strength. Their foundations, martial arts, and weapons varied significantly. Faced with this strike, a glint of cold light flashed in Bu Yunxiao's eyes as he intoned, "For symbols, respect the dragon. The dragon emerges from the sea." A terrifying, formidable energy surged within his palm, swirling into a massive vortex of power. He unleashed this energy with a single strike, transforming it into a colossal azure dragon, its might astonishing as it surged forward to meet the incoming spear. In this instance, Bu Yunxiao refrained from employing his divine aura, relying solely on his own martial techniques and the potent energy circulating within him. Boom! The collision between the advancing spear and the azure dragon was akin to being ensnared by a gigantic dragon's claw, halting its progress. The once forward momentum of the spear began to falter, its power waning, while the dragon's assault remained relentless. Bang! At that moment, Liu He's expression shifted, and he quickly shouted. The immense spear force erupted, shattering the azure dragon's advance. Yet, the tremendous force generated by the impact radiated outward, wreaking havoc upon the ground and nearby flagpoles. The earth fractured, the surrounding flagpoles splintered, and several stone sculptures in the martial arts arena bore deep cracks. Staggering backward, Liu He managed to steady himself after several steps, his arm gripping the spear, trembling slightly. His gaze darkened as he regarded Bu Yunxiao, astonished that his strike had been so effortlessly shattered. In a one-on-one confrontation, I fear I would be mercilessly defeated. Liu He thought grimly. With a single palm thrust that repelled Liu He, Bu Yunxiao's aura surged, embodying the principle that when the enemy is weaker and oneself is stronger, one ought to completely overpower and eliminate the opponent. Stepping forward, he clenched his right hand into a fist and struck out again. The azure dragon reemerged, unleashing another wave of terrifying energy towards Liu He. You truly underestimate me, Liu He exclaimed, evil fiend sure a fist. At that moment, Feng Longzhu let out a roar, launching a punch towards Bu Yunxiao's back. As he delivered the punch, a dark figure materialized around him, menacing energy swirling in its wake, accompanying his fist as it struck forward. Upon witnessing this, Bu Yunxiao's expression hardened. The four symbols of the dragon, the true dragon, shields the body. Although Bu Yunxiao's punch direction remained unchanged, powerful streams of qi manifested around him, transforming into the essence of the true dragon, enveloping him in protection. Additionally, an aura of dominance emerged, casting a shadow over his form. The four symbols dragon technique is a martial art that harmonizes offense and defense. Bu Yunxiao prepared to withstand the fierce strike of Feng Longzhu, while seizing the opportunity to severely injure Liu He. Faced with Bu Yunxiao's assault, Liu He's expression grew solemn. He dared not be careless, gripping his long spear tightly. For the strong, the best defense is indeed a well-executed offense. Moreover, mere defense might not suffice to withstand Bu Yunxiao's blow. Thus, he continued to thrust his spear. With a resounding crash, the spear collided with Bu Yunxiao's fist. A terrifying force surged into the spear, causing it to react with a recoil that momentarily loosened Liu He's grip. The spear slipped from his grasp. However, as a master of the spear, Liu He unleashed a surge of qi from his palm, propelling the spear back toward Bu Yunxiao. Bang! The spear, propelled forward, was violently deflected beneath Bu Yunxiao's fist, which continued its relentless trajectory toward Liu He. At that moment, Feng Longzhu's fist struck Bu Yunxiao's back, unleashing a formidable force that cracked Bu Yunxiao's defenses but did not shatter them. Yet, the tremendous power provided Bu Yunxiao with an impetus, enabling his already launched punch to surge forth like a mighty dragon. In a state of panic, Liu He raised his palm to block, only for his right arm to be obliterated in a mist of blood as it collided with Bu Yunxiao's fist. Liu He let out a cry of anguish. Retreating hastily, his left hand clutching the severed point of his right arm, his gaze seething with fury directed at Bu Yunxiao. Chapter 522. Poison, Suppression, Nieqianlu. Yi Guqing moves Liu He had lost an arm. Witnessing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Liu He's right hand, the one that wielded the spear, had been shattered. This was a significant loss of combat power. Would Yi Guqing truly have to intervene with all his might? Su Chen pondered, casting a glance toward Dugu Beidu. Dugu Beidu remained calm, showing no emotional disturbance at the sight of Lu Hai's severed arm. His gaze was fixed intently on Bu Yunxiao. Su Chen, too, turned his attention to Bu Yunxiao, and his expression shifted. The blood mist released at the moment of the arm's destruction was toxic. This poison lingered, gradually eroding the qi surrounding Bu Yunxiao. While outsiders might not perceive this, Su Chen, being well-versed in disguise and poison, recognized its significance. This toxin could corrode the enhanced qi of a Sea of Tranquility warrior, indicating its extraordinary nature. It seemed this was Dugu Beidu's hidden trump card, revealing the presence of a poison expert by his side. However, sacrificing the arm of a Sea of Tranquility powerhouse to unleash such poison was indeed ruthless. Su Chen's gaze remained fixed on the transformation of the blood mist. At that moment, Bu Yunxiao remained oblivious to the changes wrought by the toxin, his aura still raging fiercely. The blood qi gradually dissipated under the pressure of his qi. Without direct contact with this poison, he remained unaware of its specific properties, leaving Su Chen with a sense of regret. It seems that you have lost. Bu Yunxiao gazed at Feng Longju and then glanced at Dugu Beidu. Lu Hai, having lost an arm, had diminished significantly in combat prowess, rendering him inconsequential. In this battle, Bu Yunxiao emerged victorious. He intended for none of these individuals to escape the Lingjiang region. Just as he spoke, Lu Hai raised his remaining left hand, drawing the long spear that had been knocked away back into his grasp. Bu Yunxiao, although I have lost an arm, I still possess my left hand. Moreover, do you not sense any change in your own energy? Lu Hai remarked coldly. My energy. Upon hearing Lu Hai's words, Bu Yunxiao's expression faltered as he sensed a flow of red energy manifesting within his dantian. This energy was spreading throughout his dantian. Recognizing the situation, he immediately sought to suppress the red toxin. However, as he did so, Feng Longju's aura underwent a transformation. The previously vanished divine presence re-emerged, this time strikingly potent, causing the surrounding air to ripple under its formidable pressure. With the emergence of this aura, Feng Longju's robe billowed, his black hair surged upward, and he exuded a tremendous aura of bloodlust. In that moment, he bore the semblance of a demonic sovereign amidst chaos. Allow me to demonstrate the heavenly origin Beidu kill of my Wujianmen. At this juncture, Feng Longju began to channel the heavenly origin Beidu kill. This technique consumed the three energies of essence, spirit, and qi to enhance his own prowess. The first three transformations could double one's combat strength. The fourth could triple it, and the fifth could amplify it threefold. Such a level of power was indeed terrifying, though the consumption of essence, spirit, and qi during the fifth transformation was equally daunting, limiting its duration. Now, with all five transformations activated, the air around him coalesced into a dense pressure. Heaven and earth give birth to blood fiends. Blood fiends extinguish all life. Blood fiend hell. The demonic sovereign's voice resonated as the energies from the heavenly Beidu kill converged within his palm, radiating outward. The sky and ground became imbued with a crimson aura of blood fiends, altering the very fabric of the surroundings into a hellish realm of blood. Such formidable power. In that moment, the spectators felt their hearts convulsing violently, stirred by the blood fiend aura. The intensity of the power contained within this strike was palpable. Dugu Beidu stood steadfast, his expression unchanged, casting a glance towards Su Chen. His pupils constricted sharply. Su Chen remained unaffected, appearing as if he had not experienced any disturbance. This Su Xiaolong is stronger than I anticipated. Dugu Beidu mused inwardly, a sense of trepidation rising within him. Kill. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a punch. This strike not only bore the potent blood fiend aura but also contained a formidable intent, coupled with an extraordinarily sharp destructive energy. Blood, spirit, and true qi converged in a three-tiered assault. However, Bu Yunxiao's true qi within his dantian was impeded by the red toxin, causing a disruption in its flow. Consequently, his punching force was undoubtedly weaker than before. The divine techniques he employed, reliant on the harmonious interplay of qi, would also suffer a significant reduction in potency due to this disruption. Now, only the force of vitality remains. The previous battle had already drained some of this vital energy imperceptibly. Certainly, the attack was not solely from Feng Longju. There was also Lu Hei, whose strikes were even more ferocious. The left-hand gun remained unaffected, unleashing a shot that rivaled the potency of the right-hand gun. The intent of the gun tore through the heavens and the earth, carrying with it a terrifying and fierce momentum, aimed directly at Bu Yunxiao's throat. Bu Yunxiao, my left-hand gun is no less formidable than my right. Liu Hei growled. Witnessing both adversaries launching simultaneous assaults, a grave expression crossed Bu Yunxiao's face. Although Liu Hei's gun power was formidable, it paled in comparison to the might of Feng Longju's fist. For symbols, respected dragon, true dragon protects. With his dantian compromised, he faced the dual onslaught of his opponents. Should he retaliate, it would only deplete his resources further. His priority was to expel the toxins from his dantian, leaving him no choice but to endure the assault. With a deep breath, Bu Yunxiao activated the four symbols respected dragon technique within him. However, this time, it was not energy that was consumed, but rather his own vitality. The force of life surged forth from his skin, forming layers of crimson-scaled armor to envelop his body. The flowing vitality created a formidable defense of scales. In this moment, Bu Yunxiao also channeled his internal energy, conjuring an image of a true dragon within his dantian, charging toward the encroaching red toxins. Boom! At this instant, Feng Longju's fist collided with Bu Yunxiao's protective barrier. Blood Fiend's raging tide. At the moment of contact, the power within his palm surged once more, manifesting as a colossal wave that relentlessly battered Bu Yunxiao's defensive qi. The immense force shattered the qi barrier formed by Bu Yunxiao's vitality, the fist striking against the scales on his skin. Boom! At that moment, Liu Hei's spear also struck with force. The combined impact of the two forces caused fissures to appear in the scales on Bu Yunxiao's skin. Crack! As the cracks spread, Bu Yunxiao was hurled backward by the tremendous force, a spurt of black blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Alliance leader. At that moment, Nie Qianlu, who had remained motionless until now, stirred, intent on lending assistance. However, Yi Guqing's figure materialized before him. Your opponent is me. Eliminate me, and you may proceed to save Bu Yunxiao. Yi Guqing's gaze was calm as he regarded his adversary. Nie Qianlu slowly drew his longsword, a chilling and terrifying sword intent erupting from him. As this sword intent unfurled, a shadow of a sword radiating cold and deadly energy emerged behind him. Xianyu Kenyang, Nie Qianlu shouted, directly unleashing his most powerful move. Sensing the formidable sword intent emanating from Yi Guqing, he prepared to conclude their duel with a single strike. The sword intent, a manifestation of lethal resolve, converged into a singular shadow, cleaving toward Yi Guqing. Within Yi Guqing's mind, this sword intent filled the air with an overwhelming presence. Feeling the essence of the sword, Yi Guqing emanated a similar sword intent, as pure and untainted as the azure sky, seemingly transcending the mortal realm. Acknowledging the formidable strength of his opponent, Yi Guqing resolved to hold nothing back. Unleashing his celestial sword technique, his long sword was drawn from its sheath, a chilling aura erupting forth, piercing through to the marrow. With a razor-sharp sword energy that exuded an unparalleled ferocity, the ethereal sword momentum that had manifested behind him fused seamlessly with his blade. Ascending into the air, his figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a transcendent shadow of the sword amidst the vastness of heaven and earth. The remnants of the moon, a harbinger of death, glimmered. As the two sword lights collided, silence enveloped the realm. Aside from the three engaged in combat, all eyes turned towards the two descending sword shadows. Clad in flowing white, Yi Guqing stood resolute, while Nie Qianlu, dressed in black, brandished his sword. I am no match for you. To perish beneath your blade is no injustice. Master, retreat. With these words, Nie Qianlu collapsed to the ground. Observing this scene, Dugu Beidu's gaze sharpened, his expression grave. He regarded Yi Guqing with trepidation. Nie Qianlu was a powerful swordsman, capable of transcending the sea with his sword mastery. A true force to be reckoned with. Yet he had fallen to a single strike from Yi Guqing. The latter's prowess was evidently extraordinary. At this moment, much of Yi Guqing's energy had dissipated. He had exerted all his strength in that one sword strike. His celestial sword technique was inherently domineering. Gradually, he approached Su Chun, his energy manifesting anew, causing Dugu Beidu's previously heavy expression to shift slightly. He sensed the ebbing of Yi Guqing's power. Meanwhile, the death of Nie Qianlu unsettled Bu Yunxiao, causing fluctuations in his vital force. Feng Longju stepped forth, confronting his opponent with both hands poised for attack. Bu Yunxiao braced himself with his palms. As their hands collided, Bu Yunxiao suddenly felt an intense heat emanating from his palms. Bu Yunxiao's expression changed. Since you are aware that we lured you here, have you not considered that the Qilin blood bodhi might harbor danger? It has been poisoned specifically for you by Master Toxic. When your palm touches the Qilin blood bodhi, the poison will affix itself to your hand. This poison typically poses no threat to your body, but upon contact between our palms, it will be triggered, Feng Longju stated coldly. At that moment, Bu Yunxiao's dantian and palms became tainted. Attempting to counter with his energy, he found himself overwhelmed by Feng Longju's ferocity, which sent him reeling backward. Blood once again trickled from the corner of Bu Yunxiao's mouth, his countenance paling. In that instant of impact, the long spear wielded by Lu Hai lunged forth, aimed directly at Bu Yunxiao's heart. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Hai was determined not to forfeit this chance for vengeance. Although the severing of his limb was part of his plan, the enmity ran deep. With a swift motion, Bu Yunxiao staggered back, but the spear pierced through his body. Bu Yunxiao, accept your fate. Tonight, you shall not escape the Sea Shark Gang, Lu Hai uttered coldly. In that moment, Feng Longju transformed into a shadow, appearing behind Bu Yunxiao and striking out with a palm. With a splatter, Bu Yunxiao spat out another mouthful of blood. The previously suppressed toxins within his dantian surged forth, rapidly consuming him from within. Despicable, Bu Yunxiao roared, his hair standing on end as he seized the long spear embedded in his chest. A surge of power erupted, pulling Lu Hai towards him with immense force. Die, Bu Yunxiao bellowed, the power within him no longer restrained by the deadly poison. He unleashed a punch, channeling all his might into Lu Hai. Boom! Lu Hai's chest exploded from the impact, sending his body flying. However, in that instant, Feng Longju extended his hand, resembling a blade, and pierced Bu Yunxiao's body directly. A terrifying force shattered Bu Yunxiao's heart vein. Turning his gaze toward Feng Longju, Bu Yunxiao saw the latter's other hand reaching for his head. With a swift motion, Bu Yunxiao's head was severed. Leader, Nangong Ju, grievously injured and on the ground, rose and attempted to charge at Feng Longju. Yet, before he could advance, Dugu Beidu leaped in behind him, slamming his palm onto Nangong Ju's body. A horrific suction force emanated from his hand, drawing Nangong Ju's vital energy toward him like a torrent. Energy absorption, Su Chen observed, his eyes narrowing. However, this absorption was fleeting. Dugu Beidu soon ceased drawing Nangong Ju's energy and struck, shattering his heart vein. A flaw, only capable of absorbing a fraction. Su Chen noted the slight increase in Dugu Beidu's energy, but recognized it was not substantial. This loss was considerable. Dugu Beidu frowned as he gazed at the shattered Lu Hai. Although Hai Tianba could perish, Lu Hai's death was indeed unforeseen. Bu Yunxiao proved formidable. Even under the dual onslaught of poison, he managed to kill one of the two elites from the Sea Shark Gang. Xiaolong, the matter here is resolved. Next, we must send our prearranged individuals to replace Bu Yunxiao and take control of the Tianxiao Alliance. Dugu Beidu approached Su Chen, inquiring about who would be dispatched to the Tianxiao Alliance to account for their share of the spoils. Miss Zhuang and Chief Yuan will accompany you to the Tianxiao Alliance. However, we require copies of the miscellaneous writings and martial arts from both the Tianxiao Alliance and the Sea Shark Gang's treasury. As for the treasures, we shall split them equally. Su Chen replied calmly. Though he had only sent Yi Guqing to act, he would not allow his rightful share to diminish. No problem. Everything will proceed according to the prior agreement. I look forward to our continued cooperation, Dugu Beidu affirmed. As he spoke, an unsightly figure approached from the distance. As the figure descended, their gaze flicked towards Hua Liyue and Zhuang Xuanji, a fleeting glimmer of malice evident in their eyes. Your Highness, Mu Qinghong has escaped. However, she has been poisoned by me, and her demise is inevitable, spoke the poison master. Mu Qinghong has fled? Can she truly leave with a 5-year-old child? Dugu Beidu's expression tightened. Mu Qinghong killed her son and fled. I had hoped that others could deal with her, so I went to eliminate the others. Yet upon my return, I found our men dead and Mu Qinghong gone. I beg your pardon, Your Highness. The poison master bowed respectfully. Having been afflicted by your poison, she should be beyond salvation. A mere Mu Qinghong cannot stir significant trouble, Dugu Beidu remarked. If Su Xiaolong encounters Mu Qinghong, I hope he can assist in her annihilation. He looked at Su Chen, who nodded in agreement. With the affairs of the Tianxiao Alliance resolved, I shall no longer remain with the Sea Shark Gang. Sui Yun and Xuanji will come to the Sea Shark Gang tomorrow to assist your subordinates in managing the gang's operations, Su Chen said, offering a nod to Dugu Beidou before taking his leave. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, the Poison Master's expression turned grave beside Dugu Beidou. Your Highness, this Su Chen is rather arrogant. Should we not teach him a small lesson? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the Poison Master's small eyes. Dugu Beidou remained silent and approached Hua Liyue. Vice President Hua, I will trouble you to arrange for someone to liaise with the Qinglong Society tomorrow. Remember to safeguard our interests. He addressed her, producing a jade token engraved with the character for Liu, surrounded by a smaller inscription from the Nanhai Merchant Association. The President's order. Your Highness is now the newly appointed Vice President. Upon seeing this, Hua Liyue's countenance shifted, and she spoke. Is it that Vice President Hua does not wish for me to become Vice President of the Nanhai Merchant Association? Dugu Beidou inquired, harboring murderous intent towards Hua Liyue. Yet, he recognized that the operations of the Tianxiao Alliance's assets required a professional like her, and he needed her to utilize those assets to secure the bounty on the renowned 4 great war generals. It is an honor for our Nanhai Merchant Association to have you as Vice President. I welcome you wholeheartedly, Hua Liyue replied, a smile gracing her face. Though a chill lingered in her heart, she was wary of Dugu Beidou's ruthless methods during his dealings with the Tianxiao Alliance and the eradication of the Sea Shark Gang. She had no choice but to comply with his commands. Vice President Hua, the matters regarding the Tianxiao Alliance must be executed flawlessly. There must be no errors. After the transition with the Qinglong Society, I shall commend you to the President, Dugu Beidou said softly. I am most grateful, Your Highness. Hua Liyue immediately bowed in thanks. Now, go attend to your tasks. You understand what must be done? With that, Dugu Beidou turned and departed, leaving Hua Liyue to watch his retreating figure. I am aware of the course of action. Do you intend to erase a portion of the interests of the Qinglong Society? However, Su Chun of the Qinglong Society is far more domineering than you might assume. Are you preparing to make me a scapegoat when the Qinglong Society discovers this? Hua Liyue felt a stir within her heart and turned to leave. She needed to gather a team to address the affairs of the Sea Shark Gang the following day. Outside the Sea Shark Gang, Dugu Beidou and 2 others entered an inconspicuous horse-drawn carriage with a green canopy. The exterior of the carriage was unremarkable, yet the interior was lavishly appointed. Upon entering, Feng Longzhu closed his eyes to recuperate, as the recent battle had taken a significant toll on him. Your Highness, that Su Chun exhibits considerable arrogance. Should I teach them a lesson? Dugu Beidou inquired as he settled into his seat. If we are to take action, we must have contingencies, ready to unleash devastation at a moment's notice. A mere lesson will only jeopardize our current alliance, proving of little utility, Dugu Beidou replied with a calm demeanor. Rest assured, I will handle this matter appropriately. A cold glint flickered in the eyes of Mr. Poison, whose demeanor was as ruthless as ever. Meanwhile, upon returning to the estate, Su Chun encountered Mu Qinghong, brought back by Lu Sheng Yijian from the Sea Shark Gang. Mu Qinghong appeared feeble. Although the toxins within her had been suppressed, their prior effects lingered. As Su Chun and his companions stepped into the hall, Mu Qinghong summoned all her strength to kneel before him. Su Xiaolong, save me, and I can assist you in acquiring greater benefits within the Tianxiao Alliance, she implored. When Lu Sheng Yijian had brought her back, she had witnessed the scene of Hai Tianba's demise from a distance. She sought vengeance for Hai Tianba and her child, determined to eliminate Mr. Poison and Dugu Beidou. Su Chun harbored no intentions of sparing Mu Qinghong. Her decisiveness in action was evident from the moment she turned against her own child, marking her as a perilous individual. Although her choices were made under duress, they underscored her nature. Hai Wuya perished at the hands of Shui Yiren, a fact currently unknown to most. However, the walls have ears, and often, the smallest details can reveal the truth. Thus, he could not afford to spare Mu Qinghong. Though she was a tragic figure, every cause has its consequence. The origin of this situation lay in Hai Tianba's own ambitions. Had he lacked such ambition, he would not have aligned with Dugu Beidou, underestimating the latter's ruthlessness. Observing Mu Qinghong kneeling before him with a tranquil countenance, Su Chun was immediately informed. The individual masquerading as the leader of the Tianxiao Alliance, Bu Yunxiao, was discovered by me and trained under my guidance. He is entirely obedient to my commands. This was the basis of her claim to assist Su Chun. Indeed, a look of intrigue crossed Su Chun's face, and he mused inwardly that Hai Tianba had left this card up his sleeve, indicating his grand designs. Let me ascertain the nature of the poison within you. Su Chen approached Mu Qinghong, and as she rose, he placed his fingers upon her wrist, channeling a surge of energy into her body. A voice echoed, "Trigger the autumn spirit of the begonia. Reward 1 orange lottery card." Su Chen's expression remained unchanged, yet within, he felt a flicker of astonishment. This could be triggered, indicating he had become somewhat complacent. It was imperative to venture out more frequently. Following this announcement, information regarding the autumn spirit of the begonia and methods to unravel its secrets manifested within Su Chen's mind. "I shall prepare some elixirs to rid you of your poison," Su Chen softly declared as he withdrew his right hand. "Thank you, young Master Su," Mu Qinghong replied, her heart brimming with astonishment. She had not anticipated Su Chen's expertise in toxins. The Qinglong Society was far more formidable than she had imagined. Perhaps with the aid of the Qinglong Society, I could exact my revenge. A surge of vengeful thoughts arose within her. Initially, she merely sought Su Chen's assistance for her salvation, never considering that he would also detoxify her. "Xuanji, please escort her below. Once I have concocted the antidote, administer it to her." Su Chen instructed Zhuang Xuanji to lead Mu Qinghong away. It was also a chance for Zhuang Xuanji to establish rapport with Mu Qinghong, as the individual she mentioned was of great significance. After all, while impersonating Bu Yunxiao had not been discovered, he was indeed Bu Yunxiao, thus affording him considerable maneuverability. Zhuang Xuanji departed with Mu Qinghong, while Su Chen commenced the preparation of the antidote. Several herbs were already within his spatial ring, and he could not afford to purchase them from an apothecary at this juncture. He believed that if anyone in the city sought to procure antidote ingredients for the autumn spirit of the begonia, it would surely raise the suspicion of Dugu Beidu. For the time being, he had no intention of confronting Dugu Beidu over Mu Qinghong. In the martial world, collaboration was sometimes necessary. The Qinglong Society could not monopolize the Lingjiang region. Should they attempt to dominate, the surrounding martial overlords would undoubtedly grow wary, potentially uniting to suppress the Qinglong Society, which was entirely unwarranted. Of course, in the future, as his strength and influence advanced, conquering the Lingjiang region would be effortless. Xian, ensure that all matters concerning the Lingjiang territory are resolved, but do not sell it to Dugu Beidu. Instead, engage with other martial forces from different regions, Su Chen murmured. The arrival of other martial forces would plunge the entire Lingjiang region into chaos. He had no intention of bequeathing a stable Lingjiang territory to Dugu Beidu. A tumultuous Lingjiang region would be most advantageous for him. "Understood. I shall discreetly reach out to certain martial powers from other regions," the subordinate replied. "Lu Xingyijian, keep a watchful eye on Dugu Beidu. He is ruthless and may well plot against us. As for that master of toxins, his gaze seems rather fierce. Should he employ any tricks, do not consult me. Simply eliminate him," Su Chen commanded. With Feng Longju, Dugu Beidu's companion, possessing considerable strength, ordinary martial practitioners might attract attention if they attempted surveillance. Thus, Su Chen tasked Lu Xingyijian with monitoring the situation. Chapter 525. The Supreme Alliance Leader Guan Yutian. One sword slays the master of toxins. Provocation in person. Su Chen's pace in concocting the antidote was swift. Once the elixir was complete, Su Chen was escorted to Mu Qinghong's side. After Mu Qinghong ingested the medicinal pill, the toxins within her body were neutralized and expelled, allowing her to begin healing her injuries. Meanwhile, Su Chen sat on a bench inside the room, contemplating the lottery cards in his mind. In addition to the one he had just acquired, he had also triggered another card during his visits in recent days while perusing numerous books and techniques. Now, he possessed 2 orange lottery cards, which he decided to draw from. The host has obtained the character Guan Yutian and a 5-year cultivation card for the Tianren realm. Ah, the character Guan Yutian. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised to have drawn a character, and Guan Yutian at that. Guan Yutian was the leader of the Supreme Alliance in the game of the Demon Sword Life and Death Chess, practicing the immortal divine skill, the divine palm of the mighty dragon, and possessing innate vital energy, making him extraordinarily powerful. Drawing such a character was indeed fortunate. Upon assessing Guan Yutian's strength, Su Chen discovered that he was not at the spirit concentration level, but at the shattering level, comparable to his own experience card of Yin Kuang-Tu. The emergence of Guan Yutian at the shattering level was unexpected. It was rumored that those at the shattering level could approach the Heavenly Gate. Yet, to this day, Su Chen remained perplexed about what the Heavenly Gate truly was. However, a new dilemma arose. With a dominant and ambitious figure like Guan Yutian, Su Chen struggled to find his appropriate role. The Qinglong Society's dragon head was evidently not a fitting match. Although the Qinglong Society occupied the 9 northern prefectures, its members rarely made appearances. Guan Yutian's temperament did not align with theirs. He bore some resemblance to Bu Yunxiao, the Heavenly Alliance and the Supreme Alliance. Su Chen felt a flicker of inspiration. Earlier, he had contemplated sowing chaos in the Lingjiang region. In tumultuous times, heroes emerge, and Guan Yutian seemed perfectly suited for this. It would be reasonable for him to gradually consolidate the power of the Heavenly Alliance and ultimately establish the Supreme Alliance, seizing control of the Lingjiang region. Su Chen had already made up his mind. As for Guan Yutian's placement within the Qinglong Society or the Tianyao Pavilion, he would sort that out later. Feeling in good spirits, he then directly utilized the 5-year cultivation card on himself, commencing his training to enhance his own strength. His subordinates were growing increasingly formidable, and he could not afford to lag behind. The martial world was a realm of fervor, and he, Su Chen, was equally passionate. He relished the thrill of conflict and combat, preferring not to remain cloistered in the shadows. Previously, he had been confined to the sidelines primarily due to his lack of strength. As night fell, shrouded in darkness, the affairs of the Hai Sha gang appeared to be shrouded in secrecy, unnoticed and silent. The moonlight illuminated the earth as if it were day. A figure appeared outside Su Chen's residence, small in stature, with eyes gleaming with a chilling light. The figure leaped into the house with an air of familiarity, surveying the surroundings before heading towards a specific location, Su Chen's dwelling. Yet, just as the figure set off, an intense aura seemed to lock onto him. The figure halted, glancing back to see another silhouette observing him from a short distance away. Upon encountering this figure, the diminutive form's expression shifted dramatically, and a black orb was swiftly hurled from his palm. With a resounding bang, smoke enveloped the area, and shortly thereafter, the figure vanished. As he disappeared, another silhouette followed suit. Outside the courtyard, a figure emerged, racing towards the street while inwardly lamenting his ill fortune. The defenses were exceedingly stringent. He had been detected the moment he entered, and he was grateful for his swift escape. Otherwise, he might not have been able to leave at all. The diminutive figure mused to himself, recognizing that the formidable sword intent emanating from the other party was beyond his capability to withstand. Although his own martial skills were commendable, he was acutely aware that he was no match for his opponent, hence his decisive retreat. Unbeknownst to him, a figure was trailing him from behind. The figure heading towards Su Chen's residence was none other than the notorious Master Du, who stood beside Dugu Beidu. Having received permission from Dugu Beidu, Master Du had stealthily approached Su Chen's estate, intent on planting poison upon him. Regrettably, he had been discovered before he could get close. However, the sword intent radiating from this individual was distinct from that of Yi Guqing, who had previously stood near Su Chen. There were other experts surrounding Su Chen as well. This situation warranted a report to the heir. Soon, Master Du's figure appeared outside Dugu Beidu's residence, his face alight with joy as he prepared to enter the room. Having arrived at his destination, he thought to himself, "I shall send you on your way. Let your master know that there are some whom he cannot manipulate." At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from behind him. Master Du froze in place, turning to gaze behind him. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared. Before he could fully turn, he was cleaved in two by a single stroke of the blade, blood splattering onto the ground. Liu Sanchui cast a glance at Dugu Beidu's residence before turning to leave. The act of slaying Master Du outside Dugu Beidu's courtyard served as a warning to him. Liu Sanchui's sword intent resonated within the courtyard, prompting Feng Longju to surge forth. Upon witnessing the bisected corpse on the ground, he furrowed his brow slightly. Such a fierce sword intent was unlike that of Yi Guqing. It appeared that others from the Qinglong Society were involved. Feng Longju remarked solemnly. He held little fondness for Master Du, whose temperament was volatile and ruthless. Nonetheless, he was indeed adept at getting things done. His methods of poisoning were exceptional, yet unfortunately, he had encountered an expert this time. Qinglong Society. Feng Longju gazed down the empty street. At that moment, Dugu Beidu, alerted by the commotion, emerged from his residence. Upon seeing Master Du's lifeless body on the ground, his expression shifted, for he was well aware of where Master Du had ventured. He had failed and was slain right at the threshold. "Su Chen, are you sending me a warning?" Dugu Beidu's countenance darkened considerably. Master Du was a crucial ally who had assisted him in numerous matters, and now he had been killed. The Qinglong society is formidable. We must prioritize the greater picture. Yet we must also swiftly find someone to fill Master Du's position. Feng Longju spoke gravely. They had managed to control many individuals through poison. I understand. I will immediately arrange for others to come. Dugu Beidu regained his composure, yet his eyes flickered with a cold glint. Observing the current situation, it was evident that the adversary could eliminate Duda with a single strike. However, the opponent refrained from taking action within Su Chen's residence, opting instead to strike outside, which not only served as a warning but also as a provocation. Dugu Beidu felt a surge of anger within. Su Chen, I shall reclaim my position in this game. After uttering these words, Dugu Beidu turned and entered the courtyard. Within the courtyard, several individuals emerged to handle the remains of Duda. Meanwhile, at another location, Hua Liu sat in her chamber, her expression grave. Dugu Beidu had arrived and assumed the role of vice president. Calculating the timeline, it was clear that he had been appointed vice president the moment he departed from Nanhai, at a time when Xiao Muheng was still alive. It was evident that Dugu Beidu sought to usurp my position. Now that Xiao Muheng is deceased, he has taken over in his stead. They are plotting against me. I must take action. Hua Liu murmured softly. Who can assist me in this predicament? Su Chen, the Su Chen of the Qinglong society, might be able to aid me. Chapter 526. By Yi Qianjun, Jin Ilan Yuho, Tian Xiongmin, Tian Shui Yuchan in the Jiangnan region, Jinling County, Su City. Jinling County is the most prosperous county in Jiangnan and serves as the central area of the region. Jinling County is home to three major cities: Jinling City, Yang City, and Su City. Among these, Su City stands out for its remarkable prosperity, with its city gates far grander than those of other counties. Amidst the continuous flow of people entering the city, an ordinary gray carriage slowly made its way into Su City. The carriage, quite spacious, housed 4 individuals: the cloaked Fu Hongxue, along with Nailan Rongyan and 2 others. Fu Hongxue sat with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the bustling world outside. Opposite him, Bai Tianyu and Leng Huishan also kept their eyes shut, reflecting on the battle at the ferry that had revealed their own inadequacies. They realized that encounters with formidable foes would become increasingly frequent. Unlike the last encounter, where help had fortuitously arrived, they needed to enhance their own strength, thus dedicating themselves to rigorous training throughout the journey. Nailan Rongyan observed the 3 of them and couldn't help but shake her head. Previously, they had traveled in 2 separate carriages, each with one of them alone. Unaware of the circumstances inside, they had decided to switch to a single carriage for discretion as they approached Su City. Witnessing their earnest commitment to cultivation, she felt a mix of admiration and concern. Just as their carriage was about to enter the city, a troop of soldiers suddenly emerged within Su City. These soldiers swiftly blocked the flow of people entering the city, directing pedestrians and vehicles to either side. The carriage came to a halt, and Nailan Rongyan gazed outside. At that moment, on the cleared central pathway, a luxurious carriage, escorted by 2 knights, was making its way towards the city gate. The recent appearance of the city guards and the clearing of the thoroughfare were evidently orchestrated for this carriage, indicating that its occupants were of considerable significance. As the carriage approached the city gate, it gradually came to a stop. The carriage's curtain. As the door was gently opened, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged, followed by a robust young man clad in a golden robe. Young master, we have arrived in Su City. It has been nearly 2 years since our last visit, the exquisite woman exclaimed. Just as she spoke, 3 other alluring women stepped out from behind the young man. Young master, this time we must reside in Su City for half a year before we depart, one of the women suggested. We will be staying here for an extended period, so feel free to enjoy yourselves. There's no need to linger at the city gates. We can discuss matters once we are inside. The young man replied before retreating back into the carriage. The carriage advanced through the city gates, which then restored their previous serenity. Nailan Rongyan lowered the carriage curtain. Why has the golden-robed Lan Yueho come to Jiangnan? She murmured, her voice heavy with thought. During her time in the capital, she had heard a saying, the white-robed Qian Junmo is silent, while the golden-robed Lan Yueho shines. This saying referred to 2 individuals. The white-robed Qian Junmo was the chief disciple of the master of the true martial academy, while the golden-robed Lan Yueho was the very person she had just encountered. Though young, Lan Yueho had been granted the title by the emperor of the Great Zhou, bestowing upon him a status of great esteem, rumored to be one who could meet the emperor without bowing. In the capital, there existed a dedicated residence for Lan Yueho, unlike other nobles who possessed their own territories. Her interest in Lan Yueho stemmed from her focus on Qian Junmo, as there was little information available about him. Shangguan Jinhong was poised to take over the Money Guild, with its leader, Jin Feihong, possibly being one of the key figures from the True Martial Academy. Targeting Jin Feihong could lead to a confrontation with the academy. Thus, Naylan Rongyan resolved to gather intelligence on the True Martial Academy. Since Lan Yueho was renowned alongside Qian Junmo, perhaps he possessed valuable insights about him. Naylan Rongyan contemplated how she might forge a connection with Lan Yueho to acquire more information regarding Qian Junmo. As these thoughts crossed her mind, their carriage had already entered Sioux City. Soon, they halted in front of an inn. The four of them disembarked from the carriage, whereupon the innkeeper swiftly approached to greet them. "Please prepare 4 adjoining rooms for us, or at least on the same floor," Naylan Rongyan instructed. "Certainly." The innkeeper's face lit up at her request, and he promptly arranged 4 rooms for them. The 4 followed the innkeeper inside the inn. "Have you heard? The Heavenly Blood Jade Cicada of the Heavenly Hero Gate has been stolen. Master Zhu has issued a bounty. Whoever retrieves the Heavenly Blood Jade Cicada will be rewarded with 1 million taels of silver," a swordsman in the inn's main hall remarked. 1 million taels? Master Zhu is quite generous, isn't he? Someone questioned in confusion. The Heavenly Blood Jade Cicada is an essential treasure for Master Zhu, who practices the Heavenly Blood Fiend scripture. Without the Jade Cicada, his cultivation will be significantly hindered, another individual explained. How could the treasure, which Master Zhu should always carry, be stolen? Some questioned in confusion. I cannot say for certain, but it is rumored that one of Master Zhu's friends, Li Muhan, the deputy commander of the Jiangnan Town Patrol, is en route from Jinling to assist in the search for the celestial blood cicada. I believe we shall soon uncover who has pilfered Master Zhu's precious artifact. It is hard to fathom who would possess such audacity to steal from Master Zhu, someone remarked gravely. However, I have heard that consuming the celestial blood cicada can enhance one's vitality and elevate one's cultivation. Is it possible that it has already been ingested by someone? The celestial blood cicada is highly toxic and requires other materials to neutralize its venom, enabling the concoction of a cultivation-enhancing elixir. Yet, it is rare for practitioners to use it for such purposes, someone knowledgeable interjected. Is that so? Several listeners responded, enlightened. The celestial blood cicada is indeed a valuable treasure? At that moment, Long Huishan and Bai Tianyu entered, their expressions turning serious, for they were in dire need of such a gem. Soon, the 4 of them were assigned their respective quarters. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber of a manor, Lien Qingbi gazed at the blood-red cicada within a jade box, a look of elation gracing his features. All other medicinal materials are ready. I merely need to find someone capable of refining the elixir. Lien Qingbi spoke solemnly before closing the jade box. As he exited the chamber, a servant clad in blue appeared before him. "Master, your guests have checked into the inn." The servant reported with a bow. "Excellent. Take this jade pendant to the inn and invite them to the Tianyun Water Pavilion for a discussion. Specifically in the room I frequently occupy," Lien Qingbi instructed, retrieving a jade pendant from his pocket. "Understood," replied the servant, bowing before departing. Chapter 527, Tianxiong Sect, Master Zhu. Jiangnan Town Patrol, Li Muhan. After the servant left, Lien Qingbi made his way toward the hall of the manor. The Wugo Manor had been established by Lien Qingbi upon his arrival in Jiangnan, and he had married Li Yimei, the daughter of a wealthy merchant from Sioux City. Li Yimei now held the esteemed position of Lady of Wugo Manor. Upon entering the hall, Lien Qingbi found Li Yimei present, dressed simply without extravagant garments or adornments. Her face devoid of makeup, yet she radiated beauty. Her eyes were clear and gentle, reminiscent of flowing water in a spring breeze. Her hair, soft and flowing, resembled willow branches swaying in the wind. A truly lovely and gentle woman. Seeing Lien Qingbi, a smile illuminated Li Yimei's face. "How has your seclusion and cultivation been?" "I have procured a millennium-old blood ginseng from Jinling, and it is currently en route," she spoke with tender warmth. A stirring sensation welled up within Lien Qingbi's heart. In his past life, he had lost himself to the allure of fame and worldly pleasures, ultimately losing the woman he cherished most. In this lifetime, he never anticipated encountering such a love. Yet fate introduced him to Li Yimei, fortuitously embodying the archetype of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. There was none of the arrogance characteristic of affluent young women. Rather, there was a profound affection from a wife towards her husband. "I apologize for the trouble, my lady. Lian Qingbi murmured softly. As for matters between husband and wife, let us not speak of inconvenience. Additionally, the alchemist you requested I discreetly seek has been located. However, once we establish contact with this alchemist, it is likely that the Tianxiong sect will become aware. Moreover, there are rumors circulating that Li Muhan, one of the deputy commanders of the Jiangnan Town Guard, has arrived in Sioux City. This individual excels in tracking and investigation, and I fear he may soon discover our whereabouts. Li Yimei replied gently. No need for concern. I have some acquaintances in Sioux City who can assist with certain matters. Shortly, you shall accompany me to meet my friends, Lian Qingbi stated. Your friends, my lord? A smile graced Li Yimei's face. For Lian Qingbi's intention to introduce her to his friends was a testament to his trust in her. By the way, I received word that my father has sent someone to inform us that Lord Lanyue from the capital has come to Sioux City. My father shares a connection with Lord Lanyue, and he wishes for us to return home when time permits, so we may visit him together, Li Yimei continued. Lord Lanyue? Lian Qingbi's expression turned to one of perplexity. He had not anticipated that the Li family had ties to a noble from the Great Zhou, nor had he heard Li Yimei mention it before. My lord, do not underestimate my father. As a merchant, he has managed to thrive in a place like Sioux City, which surely indicates he possesses some connections. Otherwise, the Li family would have long been consumed by others, Li Yimei replied with a smile. Very well. My friends are also within the city. After our meeting, we shall accompany you back to the Li residence to pay a visit to your father-in-law and meet this Lord Lanyue, Lian Qingbi affirmed. Excellent. I shall go prepare, Li Yimei responded. Though she was currently without makeup, she wished to adorn herself for the occasion of meeting Lian Qingbi's friends. In the headquarters of the Tianxiong sect in Sioux City, one of the 4 sects in the Jiangnan region, within a grand conference hall, stood Zhu Meng, the sect leader, known as the Great Lord Zhu. His imposing figure was bare above the waist, revealing a bronzed physique, with glistening hair and iron rings adorning his wrists. His fierce gaze resembled that of a hawk, and at this moment, his expression was grim. Beneath him stood 12 individuals, the 12 hall masters of the Tianxiong sect, who were also his 12 adopted sons. Tell me, what have you discovered? The temper of the Great Lord Zhu was as formidable as his stature. The theft of the Tianxue Yuchan had occurred without any leads, causing his ire to escalate. Father, we have monitored the herbal shops, pharmacies, and alchemists surrounding Sioux City, as well as investigated the previous shipment records of major pharmacies. Yet we have found no evidence of anyone purchasing materials related to the Tianxue Yuchan prior to this incident. One young man in a blue robe reported. The man clad in a blue robe was equally robust, yet what drew the eye most was his pair of legs, standing there like stout wooden pillars, indicative of their immense strength. He was none other than Zhu Datu, the eldest disciple of the Zhu sect. We have sealed off both land and water routes. As long as one leaves the confines of Sioux City, we conduct thorough inspections, yet we have uncovered nothing. I surmise this individual has yet to vacate the boundaries of Sioux City, remarked Luo Jinhui, the second disciple. Then tell me, where is this person hiding? Zhu Datu demanded sternly, slamming his palm onto the table before him, leaving a gaping hole in its surface. I believe he may be concealed within one of the estates outside the city, suggested the third disciple, a lean youth with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing the lean youth's words, Zhu Datu's expression shifted slightly. The estates outside hold considerable prestige. A forced search may invite unwarranted complications, spoke one of the individuals beside the third disciple. Regardless of who it is, the heavenly bloodjade cicada is of paramount importance to you, father. It must not be lost. Allow me to handle this matter. If I fail to retrieve it, I shall accept your family's discipline and bear the responsibility. Claiming it was my unilateral decision, replied the lean youth, known as Feng Yanhai, the third adopted son of Zhu Datu. Very well, I entrust this task to you, third. You and your brothers must ensure the item is found, Zhu Datu instructed. Rest assured, I shall assist you in retrieving the heavenly bloodjade cicada and return with the head of the scoundrel, Feng Yanhai assured. Now, you may all leave. Zhu Datu gestured dismissively. The assembled disciples took their leave. Once they had departed, a man garbed in agile attire emerged from the shadows. Your sons are indeed valiant and tenacious, reminiscent of the fierceness you possessed in your youth, he remarked softly, observing the retreating figures. Without them, my Tianxiong sect would not have risen to become one of the 4 factions in the Jiangnan region. I must trouble you, brotherly. The heavenly bloodjade cicada holds great significance for me. I am on the verge of completing my cultivation of the heavenly blood fiend scripture, Chu Datu confessed. You and I share a bond akin to brothers in life and death. I will certainly aid you in locating the heavenly blood jade cicada, the newcomer declared. Revealing himself as Li Muhan, the vice commander of the Jiangnan Jinfu division and Chu Datu's sworn brother. However, Brother Li, why did you instruct me to spread the word that you would arrive tomorrow? It creates a sense of urgency for those involved. Based on my investigations over the past couple of days and some analytical insights, the direction your three sons suspect may indeed be correct. The heavenly blood jade cicada might be hidden within the estates outside the city. Yet, those estates are not ordinary. While you occupy Sioux City, many forces covet your position. One wrong move could have far-reaching consequences, Li Muhan cautioned solemnly. Chapter 528, The Gathering of Many. The 12 adopted sons prepare for action. The Jiangnan region is distinct from others, characterized by its intricate power dynamics where, at any opportunity, others may seize the chance to attack or encircle you. Hence, Li Muhan's sentiments are understandable. The Tianggui Jade Cicada is of paramount importance to me. I must take the risk, declared Master Zhu. Understood. Should any complications arise, you need not worry. I have procured a protective talisman for you from the Jiangnan Town Guard. Li Muhan assured confidently. The Jiangnan Town Guard operates differently from those in other regions, as it, though subordinate to the capital's main office, possesses even greater strength. This is largely due to the fact that the head of the Jiangnan Town Guard is one of the three foremost guardians who once served Emperor Zhou. While other regions refer to their leaders as commanders, Jiangnan adopts the title of head, a distinction of considerable significance. The head of the Jiangnan Town Guard previously had the privilege of direct audience with the emperor. Thank you, my brother. However, given the current upheavals in the martial world, I fear the Town Guard may no longer wield the same formidable influence, Master Zhu remarked solemnly. Rest assured, the talisman I have obtained for you was issued directly from the head, Li Muhan reiterated. At this, Master Zhu's expression shifted. Are you suggesting I join the Jiangnan Town Guard? In dire circumstances, what harm could there be in aligning with them? I shall not elaborate further. I trust your adopted son's actions will reveal something that will lead me to useful clues, he stated as Li Muhan stepped out of the conference hall. Is this the old man's intent, or your own? Master Zhu pondered, stroking his bald head. For years, that old man has been consolidating the martial experts in the Jiangnan region. What is his ultimate aim? At this moment, Lian Qingbi and his wife, Li Yimei, had arrived in the city by carriage. They soon found themselves at the shores of Tianshui Lake, the most bustling area in Sioux City, known for its vibrant atmosphere filled with eateries, merchants, and taverns. The couple descended from their carriage, and a servant approached Lian Qingbi. Master, news has just reached us that the Tianxiong sect intends to conduct searches on the estates outside the city. Hearing this, Lian Qingbi furrowed his brow slightly. My dear, with so many estates outside the city, each expansive in area, their search will not be an easy task. I suspect they are attempting to provoke those who would steal the Tianggui Jade Cicada into action, Li Yimei whispered, directing the servant to move the carriage aside. Lian Qingbi regained his composure. He had been momentarily stunned by the revelation, lost in thought. Let us proceed, they said, making their way towards the Tianyun Water Pavilion. Flanked by lush green bamboo, the Tianyun Water Pavilion stands harmoniously alongside the shimmering waters of the lake. This locale is a favored gathering place for renowned martial artists, disciples of noble families, and affluent merchants within Sioux City. Certainly, the esteemed establishment is renowned for its connection to one of the four prominent families of Jiangnan, the Nangong clan. Upon the arrival of the master and his wife, a hospitable attendant from the Tianyun Water Pavilion approached them promptly. Presently, Lian Qingbi enjoys considerable fame in Sioux City, largely due to his fortunate marriage into the Li family, having captured the heart of their esteemed young lady, Li Yimei, which has evoked admiration from many who regard him. Soon, they were escorted to a private room. Master Lian, your guests await within, the attendant announced. The visitors did not push the door open. Among them, only one individual was devoid of a hat, while the others concealed their identities, suggesting a desire for anonymity. Thank you. Li Yimei expressed her gratitude, producing a silver ingot from her sleeve and presenting it to the attendant. Thank you, Madame Lian. The attendant's face brightened with appreciation, and he bowed before retreating. Shall we enter? Lian Qingbi suggested, pushing the door open. Upon entering, they encountered a folding screen within 2 meters, behind which lay a spacious area. As Lian Qingbi and Li Yimei stepped in, Nalan Rongyun rose and approached Lian Qingbi. "I have the honor of meeting Master Lian," she said. Although Nalan Rongyun had not previously met Lian Qingbi, they had communicated. Conversely, Leng Huishan and Bai Tianyu had interacted with him before, leading to a warm exchange among acquaintances. Meanwhile, Fu Hongxue, who was drinking nearby, had no prior interaction with Lian Qingbi and merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Gentlemen, this is my wife, Li Yimei. Master Qiao will arrive approximately a day from now," Lian Qingbi announced. Upon hearing Lian Qingbi mention Master Qiao, Li Yimei's eyes widened in surprise, for in the Jiangnan region, only the illustrious leader of the beggars' sect, Qiao Feng, could be addressed as such. She was astonished to learn of her husband's connection to Qiao Feng. "Congratulations, Master Lian. I have come on behalf of the Pavilion Master, who wishes to establish a reliable intelligence network in the Jiangnan region, as our Jinfeng Zailu currently lacks sufficient personnel here. My purpose is to represent the Pavilion Master in forging a connection with you and Master Qiao," Nalan Rongyun articulated. While she understood that Lian Qingbi was affiliated with Su Chun, this was a collaboration between Jinfeng Zailu, Wugo Mountain Villa, and the Beggars Sect. Despite their allegiance to Su Chun, they were all pursuing their individual interests. "Let us sit and converse further." "Greetings, Brother Fu," Lian Qingbi said, acknowledging Fu Hongxue, whose background had been communicated to him by the Xianyun faction, indicating his formidable prowess in the sea. It seemed that Fu Hongxue's involvement would be crucial for the matters at hand. "Greetings, Brother Lian," Fu Hongxue replied, shifting his position to sit beside the round table at the center. The others quickly took their seats. Li Yimei observed her husband greet Fu Hongxue with a hint of confusion on her face. Leng Huishan and Bai Tianyu exuded an air of authority, unmistakably distinguished from ordinary martial artists. In contrast, Fu Hongxue remained still, devoid of that commanding presence, instead emanating a sense of desolation that suggested a profound solitude. The aura surrounding him bore no particular distinction. Prior to the arrival of several individuals, I had pilfered the celestial blood jade cicada from the Heavenly Bravery sect with the intent of concocting elixirs. After a brief exchange, Lian Qingbi remarked that the celestial blood jade cicada stolen from the Heavenly Bravery sect was rumored to enhance the strength of those in the celestial realm when used in alchemy. Upon hearing this, Leng Huishan's countenance brightened with delight. Bai Tianyu also displayed a glimmer of joy, as they were both in pursuit of elixirs to augment their powers. At that moment, within a spacious private room of an inn, 5 individuals were seated, 4 young men clad in resplendent attire and a woman dressed in a flowing red gown. The woman possessed a striking visage, her fair skin reminiscent of a beauty emerging from an exquisite painting. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled, secured by a phoenix-shaped jade hairpin, lending her an almost divine presence, albeit with a hint of sharpness in her brows. Among the 5, it was apparent that she held a position of prominence. At that juncture, a servant entered the room. "Miss, Li Yimei has arrived at Tianyun Water Pavilion with Lian Qingbi. It appears they are entertaining guests," the servant announced, addressing the woman. That wretched Li Yimei. Ever since her marriage to Lian Qingbi, she has remained ensconced in Wugo Manor. Today, she dares to emerge. I shall confront that hussy and inquire why she chose Lian Qingbi over my brother, the icy woman retorted coldly. Rising from her seat, she made her way toward the door, with the 4 young men hastily following her. Meanwhile, in another location, the 12 adopted sons of the Heavenly Bravery sect convened. "Third brother, those estates outside the city are formidable. Do you have a primary target in mind?" the eldest inquired. "I do. Our chosen target is Wugo Manor, whose master is the son-in-law of the Li family, which has some affiliations with the Duke of Lanyue. However, the Duke has chosen to reside at Hanshan Temple during his visit to Sioux City, instead of lodging at the Li family's estate. The fact that he did not stay with them indicates that the Li family no longer enjoys the same favor from the Duke as they once did. Moreover, investigating Wugo Manor will serve as a deterrent," the third brother elaborated. Chapter 529, Tianyao Pavilion, Envoy of the 10 Directions, Guan Yutian in Haisha City, within a manor. Su Qin stood by a lotus pond, holding fish feed and nourishing the golden koi within. Beside him stood Guan Yutian, clad in a fitted outfit. The following day, Su Chun summoned Guan Yutian to gain insight into the circumstances of this world. After conversing with him, Su Chun reconsidered his previous notion, deciding that Guan Yutian should consolidate the forces of the Heavenly Alliance to govern the Lingjiang region. However, such a strategy was predicated on possessing formidable strength. While a broken-level expert could theoretically sweep through the Lingjiang region, Guan Yutian informed Su Chun that the use of broken-level power was not always feasible and was subject to certain constraints. Employing such power might even result in a diminishment of one's own strength. Regarding the celestial gate mentioned by Su Chun, Guan Yutian alluded to a particular point. When he fully unleashes the power of the shattered realm, it may provoke a transformation in the heavens and earth. This transformation might indeed be related to the celestial gate spoken of by Su Chun. This phenomenon prompted Su Chun to make some adjustments. He intended to have Guan Yutian appear under the auspices of the 10 Directions General of the Heavenly Edge Pavilion. Currently, the Heavenly Edge Pavilion holds significant influence within the Great Zhou dynasty, and Guan Yutian's presence as the 10 Directions General would not only bolster the pavilion's prestige, but also convey its formidable strength. As for the previous intention to seek external forces to take over the territory of the World Alliance that he had acquired, that plan has been abandoned. Instead, he will directly entrust the 10 Directions General of the Heavenly Edge Pavilion, Guan Yutian, with the responsibility. On the surface, this is merely a transaction between the Azure Dragon Society and the Heavenly Edge Pavilion. The outside world is already aware of the connection between the Azure Dragon Society and the Heavenly Edge Pavilion, particularly the close relationship between Su Chun and Bai Chou Fei, the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower under the pavilion. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Su Chun to transfer the territory acquired within the World Alliance to Guan Yutian. Zhuang Xuanji and Sui Yun should have completed the account reconciliation today. You will first take over some territories from the Sea Shark Gang, and subsequently, you will handle matters concerning the World Alliance in collaboration with Du Gu Beidu, Su Chun instructed. Rest assured, my lord, I will exert every effort to eliminate the influence of Du Gu Beidu. Guan Yutian replied. Time is not of the essence. Find a way to control some of the experts from the World Alliance. I will expedite the transfer of Du Gu Wudi and Lung Huishan under your command. Du Gu Wudi has some personnel in the border regions, and I have already notified him to bring them here, though it will take some time. I will also send suitable candidates among the other 8 to you, Su Chun stated. When Du Gu Wudi and Lung Huishan emerge, they will do so as 10 Directions envoys. Thus, with Guan Yutian appearing as the 10 Directions General, they will naturally fall under his command. Guan Yutian currently has no subordinates. Although he intends to consolidate the World Alliance, this is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. So he will allow Du Gu Wudi to bring people from the border regions into Lingjiang. Thank you, my lord. Guan Yutian expressed his gratitude hastily. At that moment, Yuan Sui Yun approached from a short distance away. Master, the matters concerning the Sea Shark Gang have been resolved, and the territories and assets have been clearly delineated. He reported. Did they attempt any tricks? Su Chun inquired. Not at all, but Huali Yu secretly communicated with my subordinate, mentioning that Du Gu Beidu is currently in dire need of funds, and he might sell some assets of the Sea Shark Gang. If we wish to acquire them, this could be an opportunity. Furthermore, Huali Yu wishes to meet with you in private, seemingly to discuss a collaboration, Yuan Sui Yun relayed. Collaboration with me? Isn't the Southern Sea Chamber of Commerce closely associated with the Du Gu family? Why would they seek to partner with me? Su Chun pondered. By the way, I instructed you to inform Du Gu Beidu to come here. What was his response? Su Chun was prepared to clarify Guan Yutian's identity today and was ready to depart from Sea Shark City. He said he would arrive shortly. Yuan Sui Yun replied. Very well, let us proceed to the reception hall to await their arrival. Su Chun declared. As Su Chun and his group made their way to the reception hall, they were not far from his estate. A carriage approached slowly. Inside the carriage, Du Gu Beidu gazed at Hua Liyue. It seemed that the Qinglong Association had suffered no losses from this transaction. Shouldn't Vice President Hua provide me with a thorough explanation? Du Gu Beidu's tone was somewhat frosty. Young master, the Haisha gang has relatively few assets. If I were to act hastily now, I fear they would discover my intentions, which would jeopardize my maneuverings within the Tiantang Alliance. Hua Liyue hurriedly replied, having meticulously prepared this response in advance. Du Gu Beidu regarded Hua Liyue and remarked, I hope Vice President Hua remembers my words today. Have you begun discreetly contacting potential buyers for some of the assets of the Tiantang Alliance? There are numerous wealthy merchants in the Lingjiang region. I expect you to liquidate some assets and secure 50 million taels of silver within 10 days of our arrival at the Tiantang Alliance. I have already made discreet inquiries with some merchants we previously collaborated with. They are quite interested. However, I have not dared to elaborate further until we have fully secured control over the Tiantang alliance, Hua Liu responded. Good. Dugu Beidu's expression softened. What do you suppose Su Chen wishes to discuss with us at this juncture? He shifted the conversation towards Su Chen. A chilling aura flickered in his gaze at the mention of Su Chen. After all, the assassination of Dudu De right before his estate had occurred. And now Su Chen sought a meeting. He was uncertain of Su Chen's true intentions. Hua Liu, seated opposite him, refrained from speaking further. She was aware that Dudu De had been slain by a sword right before Dugu Beidu's estate and vaguely suspected the involvement of the Qinglong Association. Presently, only the Qinglong Association would dare to act so brazenly in Haisha City. Following this revelation, she had discreetly hinted to Yuan Suiyun about her desire to collaborate with Su Chen. The carriage soon arrived at Su Chen's estate. As they disembarked, the attendants promptly entered the courtyard. Before long, Yuan Suiyun emerged from within, escorting Dugu Beidu, Feng Longju, and Hua Liu into the reception hall. Inside the hall, Su Chen and Guan Yutian occupied the central seats. Upon entering, Dugu Beidu noticed Guan Yutian seated beside Su Chen, and his expression hardened. Feng Longju, sitting beside him, regarded Guan Yutian with a grave demeanor, sensing the immense pressure he exuded. Young Master Dugu, I apologize for not greeting you sooner. Allow me to introduce you to Lord Guan Yutian, the 10 Directions commander of the Tianya Pavilion. All the profits from the Lingjiang region have been transferred to the Tianya Pavilion by our Qinglong Association. Henceforth, we shall withdraw from all matters pertaining to the Lingjiang region, and future collaborations will be handled between the Tianya Pavilion and the General Wang's residence. This is also the reason I invited you here today, Su Chen stated as he rose, articulating the purpose of their gathering. Chapter 530, The Hand of Profit and the Schemes of Dugu Beidu. Upon hearing the news, Dugu Beidu's footsteps paused slightly as he entered the hall, his expression shifting unexpectedly. He had not anticipated that Su Chen had already transferred the assets of the World Alliance. Su sect leader, the World Alliance encompasses more than just its assets. It harbors other treasures as well. Are you truly prepared to relinquish it to the Tianya Pavilion? What are the profits? Dugu Beidu inquired softly. Rest assured, young Master Dugu, I shall send someone to accompany the official envoy, Su Chen replied. Our Qinglong Society is an organization dedicated to action. We simply aim to control the 9 prefectures of the north. In the future, should you encounter any insurmountable issues, as long as the price is right, we can assist you in resolving them. Regarding territorial claims, that responsibility will henceforth fall upon the Tianya Pavilion. The Qinglong Society must focus on developing our own factions and conducting business within the Great Zhou dynasty, Su Chen continued. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Dugu Beidu's expression remained grim. The emergence of the Tianya Pavilion had completely taken him by surprise. Even Wali Yu, who had entered with him, appeared perplexed. Why would the Qinglong Society abandon such significant interests in the Lingjiang region at this juncture? However, it was not the time for contemplation. Greetings to the official envoy. Dugu Beidu bowed respectfully to Guan Yutian. The situation had solidified, leaving him with no choice but to accept it. Yet, the abrupt appearance of Guan Yutian was troubling. He had no information about him, which was far from favorable. Please, take a seat. Su Chen gestured for them to sit and discuss various matters. The manuals and treasures from the Shark Gang had already been delivered to his residence, and once he reviewed them, he would have Zhuang Xuanji handle them. The discourse was brief, and thus Dugu Beidu did not linger long in Su Chen's company. He departed with Wali Yu and Feng Longju. After bidding farewell to Dugu Beidu, Su Chen began examining the manuals and treasures acquired from the Shark Gang, hoping to trigger some rewards. Meanwhile, Dugu Beidu, upon exiting the manor, bore a visibly displeased countenance. Within the carriage, Dugu Beidu addressed his uncle. I did not foresee the Qinglong Society's maneuvering. What can you tell me about Guan Yutian's strength? This individual exudes a formidable presence, perhaps even surpassing that of Bu Yunxiao, Feng Longju replied gravely. He had spoken little throughout the journey, intent on gauging Guan Yutian's power. However, the man concealed his aura, preventing Feng Longju from discerning the depths of his abilities, yet the pressure he exerted was palpable. Such strength could indeed alter the dynamics in the Lingjiang region. This Qinglong Society, led by Su Chen, has misguided me. Dugu Beidu expressed his frustration. Stronger than Bu Yunxiao, his prowess is undeniable. Moreover, having just encountered him, I sensed an extraordinary aura about Guan Yutian, reminiscent of a sense of unparalleled supremacy. How could someone of his caliber be content to merely share the interests of the Lingjiang region with the Dugu family? Su Chun, I had initially considered collaborating with you. Yet your ungratefulness leaves me no choice but to act with severity. A fierce killing intent emanated from Dugu Beidu. Huali Yu, circumstances have shifted. You will obtain treasures and secrets from the Sea Shark Gang. Address this matter within the next couple of days. Dugu Beidu remarked to Huali Yu. Your Highness, it may not be so simple. Today, during my conversation with Zhuang Xianji, I discovered that Su Chun intends to do the same. Huali Yu replied. It appears that the Qinglong society never intended to remain in the Lingjiang region. I underestimated Su Chun. Today, I shall accompany my uncle to the Tianxiao Alliance. Once you have concluded matters with the Sea Shark Gang, make haste to the Tianxiao Alliance. When you depart, meet with Guan Yu Tian and proceed to the Tianxiao Alliance together. Try to ascertain Guan Yu Tian's true nature. Dugu Beidu instructed. Shall we depart today? Huali Yu inquired, a sense of indignation brewing within her. How dare he command me to act on his behalf? Despite her inner resentment, her expression remained composed. Dugu Beidu nodded in silence. Once he exited the city, Su Chun was informed. My lord, Dugu Beidu has left so swiftly. It seems he intends to orchestrate something at the Tianxiao Alliance. Should we send someone there? Yuan Sui Yun proposed. The impostor posing as Bu Yun Xiao has already been dispatched to the Tianxiao Alliance, under Mu Qinghong's control. Regardless of their schemes, with our hand in play, they will be compelled to yield whatever they have taken, Su Chin remarked, setting aside a tome that had granted him a white lottery card. He then picked up another volume titled Raging Seas and Turbulent Waves Technique, a potent energy skill that can yield 9 layers of energy, rewarding 1 blue lottery card. Such a technique, yet it only grants 1 blue lottery card. Previously, it would have provided at least 1 orange lottery card. Su Chin sighed, acknowledging that even the smallest gains accumulate over time. During this period, he had managed to acquire 1 orange lottery card and 3 white lottery cards. He believed that upon sorting through the possessions of the Sea Shark Gang, he could secure at least 3 orange lottery cards. Introduce Mu Qinghong to Guanzong Shi, allowing her to assist Guan Yu Tian. However, inform Guanzong Shi that after the events at the Tianxiao Alliance conclude, Mu Qinghong should not be retained. A woman with both beauty and capability poses a latent risk if she becomes an adversary. I shall not allow such risks to linger. Understood. Yuan Sui Yun bowed and prepared to exit. As he withdrew, a thought struck him. From within his sleeve, he produced an ornate box. My lord, this is the Qilin blood bodhi obtained from Bu Yun Xiao, which Dugu Beidu has yet to take. I brought it back on his behalf. I suspect he intended it for us. Yuan Sui Yun stated. Dugu Beidu is indeed cunning. This Qilin blood bodhi has been tainted with poison by them. Leaving it behind as a show of power or a scheme against me is a calculated move. Su Chin scoffed, lifting the lid of the ornate box. Before him lay a blood-red bodhi, adorned with Qilin patterns. With a swift motion, Su Chun grasped the bodhi in his hand. The blood bodhi of Qilin possesses formidable vitality, capable of absorbing energies that enhance both physique and life force, thus granting 1 orange lottery card. The heavenly mist poison, a triadic mixture of toxins, has infiltrated the blood bodhi, and without a specific technique, it cannot be extracted. If triggered, the toxin will directly invade the dantian, obliterating it and awarding another orange lottery card. Is this a bargain for me? Su Chin pondered, recalling a method to dispel the poison. Master, Dugu Beidu is ruthless. Should we eliminate him? Asked Yuan Suyun. Let him live a while longer. The waterway in Lingjiang hasn't been fully established yet. If we eliminate him now, who will assist us in constructing such channels? Su Chin replied with a smile. His reluctance to kill Dugu Beidu stemmed from his desire to reap the benefits of the canal. Chapter 531. You do not move. Others will the opportunity for the Qinglong society to enter the capital was at hand. However, while Su Chin temporarily wished to spare Dugu Beidu, the latter harbored intentions to kill him. Outside Haisha City, Dugu Beidu's carriage halted at a certain spot, where a man donning a felt hat appeared before it. The middle-aged man had a gaunt visage, prominent cheekbones, and sunken eyes that glimmered with a dark aura, exuding a chilling presence. Eliminate him. At that moment, a portrait of Su Chin flew out from within the carriage. This is the bounty. Subsequently, a silver note emerged from the carriage, soaring into the man's grasp. The man glanced at the portrait, swiftly crushed it with his energy, and pocketed the silver note before vanishing quickly. This individual is formidable. I sensed nothing of his presence until he emerged, spoke Feng Longju from inside the carriage. The third-ranked assassin of the Lingjiang region's foremost killer organization, the Shadow Stream, was known for his exceptional concealment skills and had never failed to kill. I am eager to see if the young leader of the Qinglong Society can evade this assassin strike. If he succeeds, we shall include the Qinglong Society when we place a bounty on the Emperor Wu Ho in the black market, Du Gu Beidu murmured. The carriage continued onward. Meanwhile, Hua Liu, who had remained in the city, appeared outside Su Chen's residence, clad in black attire and wearing a conical hat. Please deliver this to Chief Steward Yuan, she requested, presenting her invitation. Although Su Chun had already entrusted matters regarding Haisha City and the Tianxiao Alliance to the Tianyao Pavilion, Hua Liu was unfamiliar with Guanyu Tian and required Su Chen's assistance for an introduction. Du Gu Beidu had already developed murderous intent towards her. She believed that without employing other means, it would be perilous to exit the Lingjiang region. Chief Steward Yuan, please enter. After a moment, the attendant escorted Hua Liu into the residence, leading her to an outer courtyard where Chief Steward Yuan awaited. As the attendant departed, Hua Liu entered the courtyard to find Su Chun seated in a pavilion. She approached immediately. Vice President Hua, please take a seat. Su Chun gestured for Hua Liu to sit opposite him and inquired, what brings you here? Hua Liu sat gracefully before Su Chun. Uncertain of the purpose behind Vice President Hua's visit, Su Chun inquired, what brings you here, Hua Liu? This time, I seek your assistance, Su Xiaolong. Rest assured, appropriate remuneration will be offered, Hua Liu responded. You wish for my help? It is rare for us at the Qinglong Society to lend our support. Typically, we are the ones who assist others, and that assistance is often rather lethal, Su Chun remarked softly. No need for bloodshed. I merely wish for you to help me leave the Lingjiang region, Hua Liu clarified. Help you depart from the Lingjiang region? Is there someone here obstructing your exit? You should consult Du Gu Beidu about this matter, Su Chun replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. After all, Hua Liu, as the vice president of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce and a supporter of Du Gu Beidu, should not face any barriers to her departure. The one preventing my departure is indeed Du Gu Beidu. He may desire my demise within the Lingjiang region, Hua Liu disclosed. At this revelation, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Puzzled by her assertion, logically, Du Gu Beidu and the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce maintained a cooperative relationship, thus he should not pose a threat to Hua Liu. Consequently, he replied coldly, Vice President Hua, I did not come to hear your jest. Su Xiaolong, I assure you, I am not jesting. Ever since the passing of the former president, the new leadership has gradually aligned with the Du Gu family. I have opposed this shift and have been marginalized for years, unable to return to the main headquarters of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce. Recently, after Xiao Muhing offended you and was killed, the new vice president is now Du Gu Beidu. I am entirely at his mercy. He has commanded me to manipulate matters concerning the Tianxiao Alliance, Hua Liu explained. The Tianxiao Alliance is no longer our concern at the Qinglong Society. We have transferred all matters related to the alliance to Lord Guantong, the Grand Envoy of Tianyich. Should you encounter any issues, you may discuss them with him. Be warned, however, that Lord Guantong is quite ruthless. If he discovers your clandestine machinations, he may strike you down without hesitation. Thus, I advise you to refrain from any actions. Of course, if you seek to eliminate someone, we at the Qinglong Society can arrange for Du Gu Beidu's demise for a sum of 10 million taels, Su Chen offered, gazing intently at Hua Liu. 10 million taels? Su Xiaolong, I currently cannot procure such a vast sum, Hua Liu replied, shaking her head. She yearned to escape Du Gu Beidu's clutches, but recognized that resorting to murder would only place her in jeopardy. Should Du Gu Beidu perish, she would be the first to bear the blame, leaving her no chance of survival. In that case, I am unable to assist you. However, I will speak on your behalf to Lord Guantong, Su Chen stated. Su Xiaolong, have you ever contemplated expanding the Qinglong Society's operations to the capital? Hua Liu proposed. What do you mean by that, Vice President Hua? Su Chan inquired, his gaze sharpening as he regarded her. Though I hold the position of vice president at the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce, I have faced ongoing exclusion since the new president assumed office. Consequently, I have secretly established a faction in the capital known as the Shadow Gate, which has been engaged in the intelligence trade within the city, Hua Liu revealed. Recently, the three leaders of the evil alliance in the capital have approached us at the Shadow Gate, seeking our assistance in connecting with powerful assassin organizations beyond the capital to aid them in a significant endeavor. If Su Xiaolong successfully introduces the Azure Dragon Society into the capital, I perceive this as an opportunity, remarked Hua Liu. Indeed. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Chen's face. The information relayed from the Shadow Gate and the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion referenced this faction. However, he had not anticipated the connection between the Shadow Gate and the Evil Alliance, nor the depth of Hua Liu's concealment. He had underestimated her. If she were the leader of the Shadow Gate with ties to the Evil Alliance, then exiting the Lingjiang region would indeed be a formidable task. It appears she is unwilling to relinquish her position as the vice president of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce, Su Chen mused. The Azure Dragon Society is willing to engage in business across any region of the Zhou dynasty, provided the price is right, Su Chen stated, gazing at Hua Liu. This venture was essential for him, not only to establish contact with the Shadow Gate within the capital, but also to expand the influence of the Azure Dragon Society. Understood. I will relay your message to the capital. I hope Su Xiaolong can dispatch skilled individuals to assist, Hua Liu replied. Certainly. The Azure Dragon Society must extend beyond the northern 9 prefectures, and we must engage with these formidable factions. Rest assured, I have some connections with Ambassador Guan. He will discreetly ensure your safe departure and will not impose undue difficulties upon you, Su Chen assured her. Thank you, Su Xiaolong. Hua Liu expressed her gratitude. With such assurances from Su Chen, she felt confident that Guan Yutian would indeed provide her with the necessary support. Meanwhile, as they conversed, a man in a felt hat appeared at the corner of a street outside Su Chen's residence, his gaze fixed upon the abode. Chapter 532. Targeting the main gate of the Immaculate Villa in Jiangnan, specifically Su City, 2 incidents have recently escalated. The first involves the young lady of the Liu family, Liu Aoxue, who injured Madame Lian of the Immaculate Villa at the Tianyan Water Pavilion. The Liu family is allied through marriage with the Nangong family, one of the 4 prominent families in Jiangnan. The second incident concerns the Heavenly Hero sect, which is preparing to inspect estates beyond Su City, with the first target rumored to be the Immaculate Villa. Both incidents are intrinsically linked to the Immaculate Villa, rendering it the focal point of discussions. Although the 12 righteous sons of the Heavenly Hero sect have designated the Immaculate Villa as their primary target, they remain wary of unforeseen complications and thus have chosen to circulate warnings. Coincidentally, prior to this, Liu Aoxue had injured Liu Mei, and the simultaneous emergence of these events has caused rapid escalation. Within the Immaculate Villa, Lian Qingbi gazed at his wife, whose complexion appeared pale and demeanor troubled. The previous day, while they hosted Nailan Rongyun and her entourage at the Tianyan Water Pavilion, Liu Aoxue had made an appearance. To avoid disrupting Lian Qingbi's hospitality, Li Mei had stepped outside to meet Liu Aoxue, only to be unexpectedly attacked by her after a few exchanged words. Though the impact was not severe, Li Mei lacked martial prowess, resulting in significant injury. Can this matter simply be dismissed? Lian Qingbi stated coldly. Although the Liu family does not belong to the 4 great families of Jiangnan, their enduring marital ties with the Nangong family forge a unique bond. Presently, the matriarch of the Nangong family is none other than the daughter of the elder of the Liu family and the aunt of Liu Aoxue. Our primary focus now is to refine the Heavenly Blood Jade Cicada into a medicinal elixir to augment your strength, Li Mei remarked. Moreover, I suspect that the Tianxiong sect's intent to investigate my Wuku Mountain Manor is a signal orchestrated by them. I believe they will soon take action against my Wuku Mountain Manor, and we must devise a means to relocate the Heavenly Blood Jade Cicada. However, once we do so, I fear they may employ special methods to track us down. This is what concerns Li Mei at present. You need not fret. Brother Fu has already assured me he will remain at Wuku Mountain Manor for a few days. Furthermore, my husband has attained the formidable level of Tianren 8 difficulties. I can contend with ordinary Tianren 9 difficulties. There is no need to fear the Tianxiong sect. Should they dare to stir trouble, I would not hesitate to engage them. Lian Qingbi stated coldly. My husband, what level of strength does Brother Fu possess? Li Mei inquired with curiosity, momentarily coughing as she spoke. Brother Fu's prowess lies in the realm of the Sea of Concentration. Even if the Tianxiong sect's Master Zhu were to arrive, he would not be his match. Lian Qingbi replied coldly. The reason he pilfered the Heavenly Blood Jade Cicada prior to Fu Hongxue's arrival was primarily to rely on Fu Hongxue to suppress Master Zhu. The strength of Master Zhu from the Tianxiong sect is at the level of the Dantian Transforming Sea, 1 tier below Fu Hongxue, thus allowing him to subdue Master Zhu. Moreover, he wishes to leverage Fu Hongxue to elevate the reputation of his Wuku Mountain Manor. Only by enhancing its renown can he attract capable individuals from the martial world. Currently, he is merely the son-in-law of the Li family, possessing wealth. However, in the martial world, mere riches are insufficient. One must also have talent. His weak reputation has hindered him from gathering skilled practitioners over this extended period. Master, there is an individual outside claiming to be Qiao Feng seeking an audience. A servant announced as he entered. Qiao Gangzhu has also arrived. A look of delight crossed Lian Qingbi's face. I shall go greet Gangzhu Qiao. You should return and rest. I shall wait here. Li Yimei replied. Lian Qingbi nodded and followed the servant toward the entrance of the manor. At the entrance of the manor, Qiao Feng stood outside. While not far away, Fu Hongxue was slowly approaching, step by step. He had promised Lian Qingbi to assist in guarding Wuku Mountain Manor for a few days. Upon reaching the entrance and spotting Qiao Feng, his expression subtly shifted. Fu Hongxue had seen the portrait of Qiao Feng, and vice versa. Gangzhu Qiao, Fu Hongxue, both called out simultaneously. Gangzhu Qiao, your strength has ascended to the realm of the sea of concentration. Fu Hongxue remarked with a slight change in demeanor upon seeing Qiao Feng. Previously, the information provided by the cloud indicated that Qiao Feng's strength should be at the level of Dan Tianhua High. However, the Qiao Feng before him had an aura that slightly leaked, suggesting he had just broken through and was unable to fully contain his power. During his journey, he acquired a dragon shadow grass, which harmonized perfectly with his cultivation method, allowing him to condense his divine presence and step into the realm of focused energy. Qiao Feng remarked with a smile, feeling fortunate to have advanced so swiftly into this new state. While they conversed, Lian Qingbi appeared. Leader Qiao. Lian Qingbi was familiar with Qiao Feng, having met him several times recently. Upon sensing some of Qiao Feng's external aura, Lian Qingbi's eyes widened in surprise. Leader Qiao, your cultivation speed is truly remarkable. Luck, had I not heard about the incident at your Wugo Villa, I would have aimed to stabilize my aura and return tomorrow. Qiao Feng replied cheerfully. However, even if I hadn't come, with Brother Fu guarding Wugo Villa, no one would dare to infringe upon it. Let us discuss further inside the villa, Lian Qingbi suggested, leading them both into the estate. As they entered, two spies from Tiangshimen emerged outside, observing the duo. A burly man and a cripple. Could these two be Lian Qingbi's reinforcements? One inquired, is something amiss? The other responded solemnly, what troubles may arise? The cripple I do not know, but I recognize that burly man. He is Qiao Feng, the rising leader of the beggar sect in Jiangnan. They seem to be acquainted. He noted, this matter must be reported to the hall master immediately. With that, he pulled the first speaker and they departed hastily. Soon, news of Qiao Feng's appearance at Wugo Villa spread rapidly. The beggar sect was currently formidable in Jiangnan, especially after Qiao Feng had recently battled a formidable opponent of Dan Tianhua high level from the Lai family, ultimately claiming victory. At Tiangshimen, the 12 brothers convened. You say Qiao Feng of the beggar sect has appeared at Wugo Villa? How did Lian Qingbi get involved with him? The eldest brother inquired gravely. Should we continue our search at Wugo Villa? Another asked. You need not search any longer. The Tianxue Yuchan is indeed within Wugo Villa. The eldest brother stated just as a voice interrupted them. Greetings, adoptive father. The group immediately bowed to the speaker, who was Zhu Damon, accompanied by Li Muhan. Adoptive father. You mentioned that the Tianxue Yuchan is at Wugo Villa, yet we have not uncovered any clues. The eldest brother frowned and questioned. Li Yimei from Wugo Villa has been secretly searching for alchemists. Although she has been discreet, Brother Li managed to uncover it, Zhu Damon replied. Adoptive father. Since we now know that the Tianxue Yuchan is at Wugo Villa, we should eradicate it, the eldest brother suggested. I have come to seek your assistance in taking action against the unsullied manor. However, while others may perish, Li Yimei must be spared. The Li family has certain connections with Lan Yueho, and for the sake of that connection, we shall grant her a reprieve. Master Zhu declared. Chapter 533, The Liu Residence. Liu Moshing Heaven's gift of shadow blood, 7 absolute annihilation, Herb Master Zhu intends to strike at the unsullied manor. Adoptive father. If the heavenly blood jade cicada is indeed within the unsullied manor, then Qiao Feng's arrival here likely indicates that Lian Qingbi has summoned him as an ally against our Tianxiong sect. Furthermore, judging by the timing, Qiao Feng's visit was not spontaneous. He must have been en route for some time, suggesting that the situation is more complex than it appears. Spoke Luo Mingwei. the youngest among the 12 adopted sons. Though youthful in appearance, Luo Minghui's tone was remarkably composed. In addition to Qiaofeng, a limping individual also appeared at the unsullied manor. We possess no information regarding this person, yet he was received alongside Qiaofeng by Lian Qingbi. And his prowess is undoubtedly formidable, Luo Minghui continued. Haha, young 12, you remain as calm as ever. Master Zhu laughed heartily, his expression radiating joy. Even if this individual is on par with Qiaofeng in the Dantian transformation realm, we will still prevail. Our Tianqiong sect has established itself as a dominant force in Sioux City, and I am not the only one at the Dantian transformation level. We have 2 others, plus your Uncle Li, totaling 4 formidable warriors of that caliber. Moreover, aside from us 4, Lu Moshing from the Crimson Sun Palace will also join our assault. His intention is straightforward, to leave no stone unturned at the unsullied manor, save for Liu Mei. Master Zhu proclaimed. The martial world is not merely about violence. It requires strategy. Adoptive father, does Lu Moshing still harbor hopes for Liu Mei? He is truly infatuated, although she does not reciprocate his feelings. The eldest son remarked with a laugh. Brother, you must not voice such thoughts in his presence. He might take offense, the third son interjected. Enough. You shall lead the men to encircle the unsullied manor. I will rendezvous with Lu Moshing and proceed to the manor. I wish to witness what audacity Lian Qingbi possesses to dare steal my heavenly blood jade cicada. Master Zhu stroked his bald head. Yes, with the command given, his 12 adopted sons sprang into action, and the disciples of Tianqiong sect swiftly gathered. Master Zhu, along with Li Muhuan and 2 emaciated elders clad in black, set forth towards the Liu family estate. The Liu family, a prestigious lineage in Sioux City, is backed by one of the 4 great families of the Jiangnan region, the Nangong family. Though the Jiangnan region boasts numerous martial factions, it is ultimately the noble families that govern its operations. The 4 great families of Jiangnan have remained resilient throughout history, their strength undiminished. The Liu family's alliance with the Nangong family underscores its significant heritage. Presently, the eldest son of the Liu family is also the foremost disciple of the Crimson Sun Palace, one of the 2 significant sects in Jiangnan. The Liu residence is situated on Guangning Street, one of the older thoroughfares of Sioux City, enclosed by towering walls that conceal a vast garden within. Within the garden, verdant trees flourish, towering edifices rise, and numerous winding corridors entwine with various pavilions. The red walls and tiled roofs glisten, while fish dart beneath the water's surface, and bamboo groves provide a serene concealment. It is a quintessential example of a Jiangnan garden. In a modest building, a young man clad in a brocade robe, adorned with a jade belt, stands on the 2nd floor, gazing into the distance. Were it not for the gloom upon his countenance, he would be deemed a dashing gentleman. This figure is Lu Mushi, the eldest son of the Liu family. Master, the esteemed Zhu has arrived outside the manor, spoke a servant standing beside Lu Mushi. Very well. I am aware, Lu Mushi replied, gesturing dismissively. The servant bowed and exited the small building. By the grace of heaven, with your blood, Li Mei, you are destined to belong to me. Today, I shall bring you into the Liu manor to nourish my 7 absolute extinction grass with your essence. Once it matures, combined with the 7 absolute extinction sutra, I shall ascend to the Dantian transformation realm. Lu Mushi's face illuminated with excitement and ruthless determination. Ranked 5th among the younger generation in Jiangnan, Lu Mushi is undoubtedly a prodigy. His previous pursuit of Li Yimei appeared to be an infatuation in the eyes of others. However, unbeknownst to them, his true desire was to obtain the heavenly blood she possesses, capable of accelerating the growth of the 7 absolute extinction grass from the Crimson Sun Palace. He had stumbled upon this revelation regarding her blood, which is why he had relentlessly sought her hand in marriage. In doing so, he would have unfettered access to her blood. Nourishing the grass he requires to enhance his power, all while remaining undetected by outsiders. With a composed expression, Lu Mushi departed the small building. Outside the estate, he encountered Li Muhan, who stood beside the esteemed Zhu. I did not expect Vice Commander Li to be present as well. This suggests that it has been confirmed that Zhu's heavenly blood jade cicada has been pilfered by Lian Qingbi, Lu Mushi remarked. It has been established that the heavenly blood jade cicada resides within the immaculate manor. As for whether it was indeed Lian Qingbi who stole it, that remains uncertain. Nonetheless, what truly matters is that after today, the immaculate manor shall meet its downfall, and Lian Qingbi shall perish, Li Muhan replied, his words laden with deeper implications. In his view, the heavenly blood jade cicada might not have been stolen by Lian Qingbi, but could instead be the handiwork of the Liu family's eldest son. To outsiders, Liu Mushi exudes an air of refinement and grace, yet those who know him understand that he possesses extraordinary cunning and a ruthless nature, making him a formidable individual. Such schemes of deception could very well bear Liu Mushi's signature. Liu Mushi remained silent. The loss of Zhu's heavenly blood jade cicada held no relevance for him. He felt a pang of curiosity regarding Lian Qingbi's audacity to steal Zhu's prized possession. Did he seek to rival him? Despite Li Yimei's marriage to Lian Qingbi, Liu Mushi had never relinquished his pursuit of her, believing he had placed pressure on Lian Qingbi. A carriage, carrying 5 individuals, made its way toward the outskirts of the city. Meanwhile, discussions began to circulate within the city. The 12 disciples of the Heavenly Hero sect have led a contingent to the Pure Mountain Manor, seemingly intent on being the first to conduct a search. As the rumors suggested, standing by the window, Nalan Rongyan remarked in a low voice that their demeanor implied not merely an investigation, but a potential assault. Indeed, with such a substantial number of people mobilized, their objective must be the annihilation of the Pure Mountain Manor, Bai Tianyu responded. Both Leng Huishan and Bai Tianyu had once been formidable leaders in their respective realms, and they deduced from the movements of the Heavenly Hero sect that a confrontation with the Pure Mountain Manor was imminent. Nalan Rongyan's expression shifted in surprise upon hearing this. Should we not go and lend our assistance? She inquired. Master Qiao and Fu Hongxue are more than capable of handling this situation. After today's clash, the reputation of the Pure Mountain Manor will undoubtedly rise. We can then visit to establish connections, which would appear more natural, Long Huishan suggested. While we may refrain from direct involvement, we could still provide support and observe their battle, he added. Witnessing the clash of the strong would enable them to sense greater pressure and enhance their own abilities. In the council chamber of the Pure Mountain Manor, Lian Qingbi remarked on the rapid movements of the Heavenly Hero sect. They wasted no time in reacting to your appearance. Their approach is aggressive. We must remain vigilant. Xiao Feng stated. Having spent some time in the Jiangnan region, he was aware of its many skilled practitioners and understood the need for caution. Fu Hongxue, on the other hand, sat quietly to the side, a solitary figure disinclined to speak. His friendships were few, with Yi Kai being the closest, though Yi Kai was absent from this world. As for the martial world of Jiangnan, Fu Hongxue was not well acquainted with its intricacies. Yet he held faith in the blade he wielded. At that moment, Li Yimei entered the room. Husband, Liu Muxing has boarded the carriage of the Heavenly Hero sect's Master Zhu and is en route to our Pure Mountain Manor, she announced after greeting Qiao Feng and Fu Hongxue. It appears Liu Muxing has allied with the Master Zhu of the Heavenly Hero sect. Are they preparing to strike against us? Has he finally lost his restraint? Lian Qingbi's gaze turned icy. Despite the public perception of Liu Muxing's infatuation with Li Yimei, he knew Liu Muxing was not a man easily swayed by emotion. His regard for Li Yimei must stem from a deeper, undisclosed reason, which Lian Qingbi had yet to uncover. Li Yimei was also cognizant of this. Otherwise, given Liu Muxing's background and appearance, she would have no reason to reject his advances. Husband, should I summon my father? Regardless, he shares a connection with Lord Lan Yue, which might induce them to hesitate. She proposed. Unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of the ties between Lian Qingbi and Xiao Feng. Fearing that knowledge of Liu Muxing might lead them to withhold assistance from Lian Qingbi, especially considering Liu Muxing's formidable background. Sister-in-law, you need not worry at all. We are allied with brother Lian, and the matters concerning the Wugo Villa are indeed our concern. Xiao Feng seemed to perceive Li Yimei's anxieties. Where are they now? He inquired. They are nearly out of the city. In about half an hour, they will reach Wugo Villa, came the reply. Is that so? You should take the Tianxue Yuchan and leave, joining forces with Nalan Rongyan and the others to seek out the alchemist and commence the refinement of the elixirs. Lian Qingbi suggested. Presently, many have gathered at Wugo Villa, making it the opportune moment to refine the Tianxue Yuchan. At this juncture, no one would suspect that they were concocting the Tianxue Yuchan. It is not solely Zhu Damon's desire to reclaim it. Several martial artists also seek it. At this time, many remain unaware that the Tianxue Yuchan resides within Wugo Villa, but following the impending battle, it is likely that numerous individuals will believe it to be true. If the Tianxue Yuchan has not been refined by then, it may attract unwanted attention. This is indeed the best time for alchemical endeavors. I understand. I shall depart through the secret passage. Li Mei nodded and left without further delay. Brother Lian, you are truly fortunate, Xiao Feng remarked. Gentlemen, do sample the new tea I have just procured from the Tianxiang tea house, Lian Qingbi invited, engaging in light conversation as they awaited their adversaries. At this moment, a number of martial experts had gathered outside of Wugo Villa. Is it true that the Tianxue Yuchan is indeed at Wugo Villa? A rugged man spoke up. If so, why has Zhu Damon not acted sooner, making such a grand display? They intend to search this estate, while others dare not act, thus targeting the Wugo Villa first. One can only say that Lian Qingbi is unfortunate, commented another beside him. You have a point. Who told him to marry the eldest daughter of the Li family? You are unaware that news just arrived from within the city. Lu Moshing has come alongside Zhu Damon. It appears that Lian Qingbi is doomed today. Not necessarily. Do you know who has come to Wugo Villa today? It is Qiao Feng of the Beggars sect. Some seem to possess knowledge of the situation. If Qiao Feng is acquainted with Lian Qingbi, then it is likely that Wugo Villa will not be so easily taken. Thus, the discussions continued around the estate. Excitement glimmered in the eyes of many, for it seemed a great battle was imminent. Martial artists relished the opportunity to witness such confrontations. Amidst the murmurings, a carriage slowly came to a halt at the entrance of Wugo Villa. As it stopped, the 12 righteous sons of the Tianxiang sect, who had previously gathered at Wugo Villa, swiftly approached. Meanwhile, the attendants at the villa promptly closed the main gate and retreated within. It seems Lian Qingbi possesses quite the confidence. Even as we arrive at the entrance, he remains hidden. Zhu Damon, the master of the Zhu clan, descended from the carriage. Gazing at the grand entrance of the Wugo manor, he murmured softly, Father, I shall open this door for you. The second son among the 12, Luo Jinhui, brandished a pair of meteor hammers and stepped forward. Zhu Damon nodded in acknowledgement. With a resounding thud, Luo Jinhui propelled himself off the ground, hurtling towards the entrance. As he approached, the meteor hammers transformed into streaks of light, aiming directly at the gates of Wugo Manor. Suddenly, the doors creaked open, revealing Lian Qingbi, who appeared at the threshold. Upon witnessing the incoming assault on the gates, fury washed over his face. In the world of martial arts, reputation and prestige held as much weight as skill. An assault on the gates of Wugo Manor was not merely an attack, it was a profound insult. The memory of this act would overshadow the strength of Wugo Manor, leaving a blemish on its honor. Such a disgrace would undermine his efforts to gather formidable allies, threatening the very foundation of their clan. Seeking death, Lian Qingbi growled, his expression contorting into a fierce snarl as he advanced, drawing his sword. A blinding flash of sword light erupted from his blade, surging towards Luo Jinhui with ferocity. In that moment, all Luo Jinhui could perceive was the terrifying brilliance of the sword light. A shiver coursed through him, his hair standing on end. Damn it! His pupils dilated as he swiftly maneuvered the meteor hammers in a defensive position to counter Lian Qingbi's lethal strike. Yet, just as he repositioned the hammers, Lian Qingbi, with a swift move, closed the distance, his sword slicing through the air, penetrating the defense with ease. The blade found its mark, piercing Luo Jinhui's chest. In a fluid motion, Lian Qingbi retracted his weapon, leaving no room for hesitation. Many onlookers failed to grasp the exchange that had just transpired, but they were struck by the sight of blood dripping from the tip of Lian Qingbi's sword. Chapter 535, One Sword, One Blade. In the slaying of two with a thud, Luo Jinhui's body collapsed to the ground, lifeless at the threshold of Wugo Manor. Slain by Lian Qingbi's sword before the battle had even commenced. That sword strike was incredibly swift. Someone remarked. No, it wasn't speed. He merely exploited the flaw in Luo Jinhui's defense. Witnessing the grim turn of events, the eldest of the 12 sons, Zhu Datu, felt his expression shift dramatically. With a powerful push, he launched himself forward. The ground beneath him crumbled as he took off, large stones splintering and scattering in all directions. Reminiscent of a dragon thrashing about, Zhu Datu, known for his formidable leg techniques, unleashed a surge of terrifying energy that reverberated through the air, producing a deafening roar. Lian Qingbi, sensing the imminent danger, narrowed his gaze and swiftly pivoted to evade the oncoming assault. The prowess of Luo Jinhua was merely at the level of the 7th difficulty of the celestial being, slightly inferior to his opponent. Moreover, his attack was both unexpected and unrestrained, resulting in Luo Jinhua being swiftly slain by a single stroke. In contrast, Zhu Dada's capabilities resided within the 9th difficulty of the celestial being, placing him at a level marginally above Lian Qingbi. Of course, had Lian Qingbi employed the illusory killing secret technique acquired from the Xianyao Marquis, he too could have vanquished his adversary. However, surrounded by numerous onlookers, Lian Qingbi preferred to keep his trump card concealed. As he maneuvered, Zhu Dada matched his pace, propelling himself through the air towards Lian Qingbi with remarkable speed. Observing this, Lian Qingbi unleashed his sword with a fierce thrust, the sword chi slicing through the air. Yet, upon colliding with Zhu Dada's limbs, a resounding clang echoed. The recoil surged through Lian Qingbi, forcing him to stagger back several steps, his vitality tumultuously churning within him. Following this exchange, Zhu Dada leapt once more, delivering a powerful kick. The resultant force generated a blade-like wind that howled towards Lian Qingbi. The surrounding air rippled and distorted under the sheer velocity and might of Zhu Dada, rendering his form somewhat ethereal. Your adopted son's leg techniques have become increasingly refined, remarked Li Muhan, standing beside Zhu Dada. His strength and speed are commendable, yet he still lacks in the mastery of qi, making the realization of the Dantian transforming into the sea rather arduous. Zhu Dada, in a solemn tone, acknowledged that among his 12 adopted sons, 3 had ascended to the 9th difficulty of the celestial being, yet none had crossed into the realm of Dantian transforming into the sea. Under the relentless onslaught, Lian Qingbi could only narrowly evade. Gripping his sword tightly, he sought an opportunity to counterattack. As a master of the sword, Lian Qingbi was capable of striking with astonishing speed. Given the right moment, he could deliver a lethal blow to Zhu Dada. However, Zhu Dada's ferocious attacks were unyielding, and each time Lian Qingbi parried, his arm would tingle with numbness, and he found himself continually retreating. You may withdraw, but I am eager to see how far you can retreat. Zhu Dada's gaze, akin to that of a lone wolf, fixed upon Lian Qingbi as his strikes accelerated in both speed and force. Witnessing this, Lian Qingbi's expression sharpened. Suddenly, his sword strike seemed to falter by a heartbeat. Zhu Dada's leg swept through, delivering a powerful blow that surged into Lian Qingbi's body. Yet, in that instant, a tumultuous wave surged within Lian Qingbi, manifesting as a crimson aura that engulfed the incoming force entirely. With a resounding crash, Lian Qingbi was sent hurtling backwards, blood spewing from his mouth. He steadied himself with his sword. Observing this, Zhu Dada's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. He lunged forward, raising his hand to seize Lian Qingbi by the throat. However, at that very moment, Lian Qingbi's eyes glimmered with resolve. Gripping his sword tightly, he swiftly executed a strike, so rapid that the overconfident Zhu Dada failed to react in time. He was cleaved in two by a single stroke, deprived even of a chance to utter a word. Blood spattered onto the ground. This scene astonished not only the onlookers, but also left the leader of the Zhu clan and his companions utterly dumbfounded. Zhu Dada, who had previously held the upper hand and forced Lian Qingbi to cough up blood, was now bisected by Lian Qingbi's sword. Following that decisive strike, a faint aura began to emanate from Lian Qingbi, suggesting an ascension towards the realm of the celestial beings. How ruthless Lian Qingbi truly is, some whispered amongst themselves, realizing they could never afford to offend him in the future. Boom. At that moment, Zhu Dada's expression turned exceedingly grim, a terrifying aura erupted from him, and a frenzied, killing intent gleamed in his eyes. Lian Qingbi, you dare to slay 2 of my adopted sons? Today, I shall make you regret ever having set foot in this world. Zhu Dada roared in fury. To kill me, you must first consider whether my friends will permit it. Lian Qingbi replied calmly. As he spoke, 2 figures emerged at the entrance of the Wugo villa, Xiao Feng and Fu Hongxue. However, Fu Hongxue moved with some difficulty, dragging his right leg, a testament to his disability. Seeing Fu Hongxue's slow approach, the 4th adopted son standing before the villa coldly remarked. As he spoke, the long spear he held shot forth in an instant, piercing through the air with lightning speed, aimed directly at Fu Hongxue's right leg. In Kuei is fond of ambushes, some remarked. Yet, just as the spear neared Fu Hongxue, he vanished from sight. The spear plunged into the ground with a cloud of dust. Despite his disability, Fu Hongxue possessed extraordinary agility. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before In Kuei, drawing forth his pitch-black dagger. The fierce glimmer of the blade materialized before In Kuei, who was still fixated on the spot where the spear had landed. The terrifying flash of the blade jolted him back to reality, but it was already too late to react. Swoosh! His body was cleaved in two, and the remnants fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. The ferocity of the blade was astonishing, instantly stunning all who bore witness. No one had anticipated such an outcome. Zhu Datu had led 12 adopted sons to the Wugo villa, yet within such a brief span, 3 of them had already perished. This was far from what the crowd had envisioned. "Who are you?" Li Muhan, standing beside Zhu Datu, inquired, his voice low and tense. Yet, Fu Hongxue offered no reply. Instead, he turned and moved towards Qiao Feng and Lian Qingbi. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate him or mock his limp. His prowess was undeniably formidable. Although Yin Kuei was fond of ambushes, he was also one of the 3 adopted sons of Zhu Datu who had entered the celestial being's realm. "I never expected you, Lian Qingbi, to have such a formidable friend," remarked Lu Mushing, who now spoke up. "I am Lu Mushing of the Lu family. I hope you will refrain from involving yourself in today's tumult." He sought to leverage the Lu family's influence to intimidate Fu Hongxue. Chapter 536. Eliminate him and add 3 million taels. At this moment, outside the villa, not far away, 2 figures clad in black robes and masked visages observed the unfolding scene before the estate. To their astonishment, this Lian Qingbi possessed such formidable allies. The individual had struck with astonishing speed, demonstrating neither aura nor force, yet his movements were swift and decisive, leaving Yin Kuei no opportunity to evade. One of them spoke. Noting the lack of even a single evasive maneuver, it appeared that Yin Kuei's mind had been ensnared by the blade's intent, rendering him unresponsive, ultimately meeting his demise in a gruesome split. The other replied, initially contemplating leveraging this opportunity to persuade Lian Qingbi to ally with them. But now it seemed an arduous endeavor. If it's difficult, it merely underscores his value. "Perhaps we might request our lord to personally meet with Lian Qingbi," he suggested. From their conversation, it became apparent that these masked individuals sought to recruit Lian Qingbi for their own ends. In front of the villa, Fu Hongxue maintained a serene demeanor, unfazed by Lu Mushing's words. In stark contrast, Lu Mushing's expression darkened, a menacing glint igniting in his eyes. When he invoked the Lu family name, his adversary remained indifferent, igniting a murderous intent within him towards Fu Hongxue. However, the latter had just executed a lethal blow against Yin Kuei, whose prowess had reached the pinnacle of the 9th heavenly realm. Such strength was beyond Lu Mushing's capacity to confront. He cast a glance at Zhu Damon, whose gaze was fierce, radiating a chilling intent to kill. In a brief span, 3 of their adopted sons had perished, 2 of whom had attained the 9th heavenly realm. The Tianxiong sect had not only suffered severe losses, but also endured a significant blow to their reputation. To restore their standing, ruthless measures were necessary. Lian Qingbi and Fu Hongxue must be eliminated. His eyes drifted behind him, where 2 elders of the Tianxiong sect stepped forward, sensing the gravity of the moment. The murmurs from onlookers outside the estate fell into an eerie silence, all eyes turning towards these 2. Though unfamiliar, their approach suggested extraordinary prowess. Boom, boom. As they advanced, the aura emanating from their dantians exploded forth, enveloping Fu Hongxue and her companions. Yet, as this energy neared them, it was shattered by an overwhelming blade intent. Bang! As their vitality was disrupted, both figures lunged forward simultaneously. Tianxiong Lion Fist, Heavenly Blood Slaughtering Palm. One unleashed a fist while the other executed a palm strike, both targeting Fu Hongxue. The fist erupted with a formidable energy, striking like a lion, while the palm radiated a blood-red aura, evoking the ferocity of a massacre. At this moment, Zhu Damon cast a glance at the remaining 9 adopted sons. Kill! With a low growl, they collectively charged towards Lian Qingbi. In the world of martial arts, solitary combat is not the norm. Encirclement is an indispensable tactic. Among the 9 sworn brothers, even the weakest possessed the strength of the 6th stage of the heavenly human realm. While Lian Qingbi was formidable, he stood no chance against such a coordinated assault. As the 9 rushed forward, Master Zhu's gaze shifted to Qiao Feng. He deemed the latter's prowess worthy of his utmost attention. Previously, this Qiao gang leader had slain a formidable adversary from the Lai family, a clan of considerable repute, being a royal family's collateral with exceptional power, and a leading family among the 36 distinct tribes of Jiangnan. A cultivator at the Dantianhua high level was superior to most in that realm. Thus, At the outset, Master Zhu's focus was on Qiao Feng rather than Fu Hongxue. At this moment, Qiao Feng raised his hand, and a golden dragon silhouette materialized within his palm, swiftly pulling Lian Qingbi behind him. He then unleashed a series of strikes, causing multiple golden dragon images to surge forth towards the 9 attackers. Boom! The 9 assailants, witnessing this, exchanged glances filled with alarm and quickly converged, launching a simultaneous punch to intercept the golden dragon emerging from Qiao Feng's hand. The dragon subduing 10 palms, a technique he used to slay the Lai family's cultivator, was now in play. Observing Qiao Feng's actions, Li Muhan, the deputy commander of the Jiangnan Pacification Office, remarked, being well aware of the newly ascendant Qiao gang leader's reputation, which had spread rapidly throughout Jiangnan. They had gathered ample intelligence about Qiao Feng since his emergence. Bang! As he spoke, Master Zhu's 9 sworn brothers were sent flying. Spitting blood. What a domineering technique. I wonder how it compares to my heavenly blood fiend fist, Master Zhu mused. As his words faded, an invisible wave of blood energy emanated from him, surging towards Qiao Feng. Boom! As his aura erupted, a terrifying divine presence enveloped Qiao Feng, evoking the image of a divine dragon behind him. He was a cultivator at the C concentration stage. Yet, something was amiss. His aura was not entirely stable, indicating he had just recently stepped into this realm. As Qiao Feng's C concentration aura burst forth, Li Muhan's expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, the aura directed at Qiao Feng from Master Zhu was instantly shattered. Master Zhu's complexion darkened. He had not anticipated that Qiao Feng would be a powerhouse at the C concentration stage. Damn it! How could this be? In the heart of Lu Mufeng, standing beside Master Zhu, an expletive echoed. As Qiao Feng shattered Master Zhu's blood energy, he too was caught in the backlash. His vitality surged chaotically, rendering his face pale, filled with animosity and harboring silent curses. If Qiao Feng was indeed a C concentration practitioner, then it seemed unlikely that the Wugeshan manor could be subdued today. Their Liu family lacked such strength. Only the master of the Cheery Hall possessed comparable power. This formidable being safeguarding the Wugeshan manor meant that the Tianxiong sect had no hope of success. Just as they were reeling from Qiao Feng's overwhelming might, 2 streaks of black blade light appeared between heaven and earth. Previously, the 2 elders of the Tianxiong sect who attempted to confront Fu Hongxue were annihilated beneath the 2 dazzling blades, their bodies exploding into a crimson mist. Blood permeated the area before the manor. These 2 formidable cultivators, who had reached the realm of Dantian transformation, were effortlessly slain by a mere pair of strikes. This was reminiscent of the earlier execution of the Tianren Junan. Witnessing this scene, some onlookers involuntarily gasped in disbelief. The one-legged man wielding the blade possessed a strength that likely rivaled that of Qiao Feng. As the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, Fu Hongxue cast his gaze upon the injured disciples of the Tianxiong sect sprawled on the ground, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within his eyes. In an instant, he cleaved downwards with his sword, unleashing a radiant arc of blade light that erupted from the weapon in his grasp, descending with the force of a tidal wave. Boom! The place where the 9 disciples of the Zhu sect stood was met with the resounding crash of the blade light. The bodies of the 9 were hurled away by the immense force, subsequently cleaved in twain by the sword's aura, their remains crashing to the ground. Fu Hongxue's ferocity surpassed that of Qiao Feng. He spared no mercy, slaughtering all 9 without hesitation. Withdrawing his blade, he turned his gaze towards Lian Qingbi, then to the master of the Zhu sect. Eliminate him, and I shall add 3 million taels. Fu Hongxue's voice echoed through the air. After his pronouncement, silence enveloped the area beyond the manor. The onlookers, still stunned by Qiao Feng's earlier display, now widened their eyes towards Fu Hongxue. Previously, when Fu Hongxue had dispatched the 2 elders of the Tianxiong sect, their attention had been fixated on Qiao Feng, catching only a glimpse of the blade light. The deaths of the elders had transpired too swiftly for them to comprehend. However, this time, they bore witness to the sheer terror of Fu Hongxue's swordsmanship. At that moment, Fu Hongxue emanated an aura of dread, his prowess overshadowing even the weapon he wielded. What astounded them most was the implication of Fu Hongxue's words, which clearly indicated a negotiation with Lian Qingbi. An additional 3 million taels for the death of the master of the Zhu sect suggested that Fu Hongxue might indeed be an assassin. Hearing Fu Hongxue's proclamation, the master of the Zhu sect's countenance darkened ominously. Who are you? Who exactly are you? He bellowed. Qinglong Society, Fu Hongxue, came the response. As Fu Hongxue boldly revealed his identity, Qinglong Society, Fu Hongxue. Upon hearing this name, the spectators beyond the manor furrowed their brows. Many had never heard of the Qinglong Society and glanced at those beside them, only to find similar confusion reflected in their eyes. It was evident that they too were unaware of the Qinglong Society. Although the Qinglong Society currently dominated the 9 prefectures of the north, it must be said that to the martial artists of Jiangnan, the 9 prefectures felt akin to a first-tier city compared to the rural areas of a third-tier city. Moreover, the Qinglong Society has not achieved any remarkable feats in the Great Zhou dynasty, leading to their lack of attention and awareness. However, within the town protectorate, upon hearing Fu Hongxue's words, Li Muhan's pupils contracted sharply. The records of the Qinglong Society are well documented in their archives, and among them is a formidable figure. The third leader Li Qinzhou, a master of the sea in the realm of concentrating spirit. Yet now, another such master has emerged. Which leader of the Qinglong Society are you? Li Muhan inquired. I am the 4th leader, Fu Hongxue replied, her gaze fixed on Li Muhan. I am Li Muhan, the deputy commander of the Jiangnan Town Protectorate. He declared. What have you decided? As Li Muhan spoke, Fu Hongxue turned her attention to Lian Qingbi. Observing this, Li Muhan's expression hardened. He had not anticipated that Fu Hongxue would dismiss him so easily. A shadow flickered in the depths of his eyes, though his face remained impassive. At that moment, Zhu Dazhong, standing beside Li Muhan, revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. In his hand appeared a crimson vial from which he extracted a blood-red pill. Zhu, you mustn't, Li Muhan exclaimed, attempting to intervene, but Zhu Dazhong did not afford him the opportunity and swallowed it whole. Boom! A terrifying surge of blood energy erupted from Zhu Dazhong. This energy quickly circulated, coalescing into an invisible force around him. This power bore a striking resemblance to the divine might that surged within Xiao Feng, divine might. Zhu Dazhong had harnessed the pill to manifest divine might. Observers were taken aback by this spectacle. Zhu's fierce demeanor allowed him to ascend to the realm of concentrating spirit, yet this would come at a cost. Once the power of the pill dissipated, even if he were to attain the realm of concentrating spirit, he would likely fall short of matching the prowess of a top-tier practitioner at the level of transforming sea. From a distance, a masked figure spoke up. If he does not enhance his strength, he stands no chance. Xiao Feng's prowess reached the realm of concentrating spirit, as did Fu Hongxue's when she drew her blade. Without a power boost, he would be unable to exact vengeance for his sons, especially since Fu Hongxue was pressuring Lian Qingbi to raise the bounty by an additional 3 million taels to eliminate Zhu Dazhong. Lian Qingbi would not let such an opportunity slip away. Another individual remarked, this sentiment resonates with many, having already spent money. An extra 3 million taels to eliminate Zhu Dazhong is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. Besides, 3 million is not a significant sum for the Li family. At this moment, Zhu Dazhong's elevation of strength was a means of self-preservation. If you wish to kill me, even in the realm of concentrating spirit, it will not suffice. As he spoke, a brilliant crimson radiance surged around him, and his muscles began to swell, exuding a terrifying wave of power. With a single step, he lunged forward like a furious giant ape, launching a punch toward Fu Hongxue, his fist enveloped in a terrifying column of mixed blood energy and vigor. Previously, he held great esteem for Xiao Feng, yet now his sole desire is to eliminate Fu Hongxue with all his might. Kill him. At the moment Zhu Demin Master made his move, Lian Qingbi nodded in agreement. Boom. In that instant, Fu Hongxue surged forward, his long blades slicing through the air. The blade's energy clashed violently with the crimson aura, producing a tremendous sound that unleashed powerful waves of force, wreaking havoc in every direction and devastating the ground around them. Spectators quickly retreated to avoid being harmed by the tumultuous energy. After the strike, Fu Hongxue remained steadfast, while Zhu Demin Master staggered back several steps. Upon regaining his footing, Zhu's expression twisted into a menacing grimace, his body enveloped in a sanguine glow. With his bald head, he resembled a blood-soaked Arhut. His gaze now filled with a thirst for blood. Heavenly Calamity Blood God, Heavenly Calamity Fist, Zhu Demin Master bellowed, unleashing an overwhelming wave of bloodthirsty energy towards Fu Hongxue, charging forward with a powerful punch. In an instant, the air erupted with explosive sounds, a cacophony of booms resonating around them. As Zhu Demin Master's assault approached, Fu Hongxue clenched his hand, a terrifying intent emanating from him. His eyes gleamed with a sharp, lethal light. He too lunged forward, wielding his long knife with ferocity. The dreadful blade intent transformed into a radiant arc, meeting the punch head-on, resulting in a cataclysmic energy surge that spread wildly. In the midst of their clash, the figures intertwined, obscuring the distinction between them. A piercing scream pierced through the chaos. As they separated, Zhu de Min Master found his arms severed, blood gushing forth, his aura beginning to wane. In their initial encounter, Fu Hongxue had managed to sever Zhu de Min Master's arm. Had Fu Hongxue immersed himself in the depths of the ocean for a longer duration, that single strike could have been enough to end Zhu de Min Master's life. Although Zhu was not slain, Fu Hongxue was relentless, pursuing the attack without any intention of letting up. He surged forward, his long knife striking like a whip towards Zhu de Min Master. The injured Zhu, faced with this imminent blow, wore a grave expression and hastily retreated. Yet, Fu Hongxue matched his speed. Fu Hongxue. Zhu Ming has caught the attention of the director of the Jiangnan Pacification Office and has already joined our ranks. You cannot kill him. At that moment, Li Muhan interjected. However, before he could finish his plea, Fu Hongxue's blade appeared before Zhu de Min Master with a swift motion. Swish. The retreating Zhu de Min Master was cleaved in half, utterly disregarding the futile words of his opponent. Chapter 538, Qinglong Society, gaining fame in Jiangnan, 18 Division Masters. 7th Dragon Head, Wei Zhuang. Fu Hongxue, how dare you? Li Muhan's fury was palpable upon witnessing Fu Hongxue's merciless act after his warning. If it weren't for Lian Qingbi's intervention, you would already be dead. Fu Hongxue's voice was icy, causing a shiver to run through Li Muhan. He had not anticipated Fu Hongxue's audacity. Although there were words lingering in his heart, he dared not utter them. During the time of the Qinglong Hui in the northern 9 prefectures, they had the audacity to slay the esteemed Taishu Jinren of the Qingshu Guan. If such a formidable figure could be killed, then they would show no mercy towards him either. At this moment, after eliminating the Master Zhu, Fu Hongxue's gaze turned towards the distinguished young Master Liu Muxing of the Liu family. Surely, Fu Hongxue would not dare to take the life of young Master Liu, whose status was anything but ordinary. He was not only the son of the Liu family, but also the foremost disciple of the Lord of Qiridian. Whispers among the onlookers suggested as much. As Fu Hongxue's eyes fixed upon him, a bead of cold sweat trickled down young Master Liu's cheek. The ruthlessness of Fu Hongxue was well known. Should he choose to strike, there would be no escape for him. However, it was not yet the opportune moment to act. He desired to uncover what schemes Liu Muxing harbored regarding his wife. At that moment, Lian Qingbi conveyed a message to Fu Hongxue through thought transmission. Although Fu Hongxue was capable of dispatching Liu Muxing with a single blow, Lian Qingbi was filled with curiosity about the young man's intentions toward Liu Mei. He needed to ascertain the truth, hence he refrained from permitting Fu Hongxue to execute him. Fu Hongxue merely cast a glance at Liu Muxing before turning away. Meanwhile, the members of Tiangshanmen scattered in a frenzy, and those who had come to observe hastily departed. Thus, the spectacle concluded, imbued with a touch of drama. As some spectators mused silently, Tiangshanmen had approached with great ferocity, only to be decimated outside Wugu Shanzhuang. Clean up the bodies. Lian Qingbi instructed the attendants of the estate. He then led Qiao Feng and Fu Hongxue into the manor. As they entered, a carriage rushed towards the estate, from which emerged a slightly portly elder dressed in splendid attire. This elder was none other than Li Yimei's father, the prosperous merchant Li Rue from Jiangnan. Upon receiving the news, he had hastened over, hoping to secure Lian Qingbi's safety. However, upon disembarking from the carriage and seeing the corpses strewn about, his expression turned to one of shock. What has transpired here? He inquired as he approached. These are my allies. This is Qingbang's Master Qiao, and this is Fu Hongxue, one of the 4 dragon heads of the Qinglong Hui, Lian Qingbi introduced. The 2 men nodded respectfully to Li Rue. I see that your matters have concluded. I have pressing engagements elsewhere. I must visit Lord Lan Yue and cannot linger here, Li Rue stated. Very well, you attend to your affairs. And I shall host the guests here, replied Lian Qingbi. When you find the time, I shall take you to meet Lord Lan Yue. Li Rue added before mounting his carriage and departing swiftly. Outside the estate, Li Muhan and Liu Muxing remained motionless, their expressions darkening as they regarded the 3 figures entering Wugu Shanzhuang. Deputy Commander Li, might you have time for a discussion at my Liu residence? Liu Muxing proposed. Gazing at Li Muhan,
I too have been considering such a meeting, Li Muhan replied. The two men boarded a carriage and returned to Suqing. Half a day later, the events outside Wugu Shanzhuang sent shockwaves throughout Tiangshimen. As a significant power in Suqing, Tiangshimen held considerable influence in the Jiangnan region. Its leader, Master Zhuming, was a notable figure in Jiangnan, yet he met his demise at Wugu Shanzhuang. To my astonishment, the esteemed leader Zhu has been slain. What manner of force is the Qinglong Society? I am indeed aware. The Qinglong Society now reigns as the dominant power across the 9 northern prefectures. Although they hold the title of overlord, they are, in fact, an organization of assassins, having previously remained largely inactive outside their northern stronghold. Unexpectedly, they have ventured into our Jiangnan, with none other than the 4th dragon head of the Qinglong Society in attendance. My brother, it appears you possess knowledge about the Qinglong Society. You just mentioned that Fu Hongxue is the 4th dragon head, which implies that there are indeed other dragon heads within the society. Curious inquiries arose from the crowd. I have only heard tales. It is said that the Qinglong Society boasts 7 dragon heads and 12 halls, of which 4 dragon heads are currently known to the public. The 3rd dragon head, Li Qinzhou, the 4th dragon head, Fu Hongxue, the 5th dragon head, Yin Nantian, and the 6th dragon head, the demon blade Ding Peng, are all formidable figures of the sea's essence. As for the 1st and 2nd dragon heads, as well as the 7th, they have yet to reveal themselves. Not to forget, there is a young dragon head, the current leader of the northern 9 prefectures, Su Chun of the Shanhua sect. The speaker continued, stating that since both the 3rd and 4th dragon heads are masters of the sea's essence, it stands to reason that the 1st and 2nd dragon heads must also be of similar caliber. The Qinglong Society indeed possesses great strength. Many expressed their astonishment at this revelation. You mentioned that the Qinglong Society is an assassin organization. Does that imply we could enlist their services for a hit? Do you know how to contact them? Are there any outposts in our Jiangnan region? One ventured to inquire. You wish to hire them for murder? The Qinglong Society has some covert outposts in the northern 9 prefectures, but it seems there are none in Jiangnan as of yet. After this incident, I suspect the Qinglong Society will gradually establish a presence here. However, we must remain cautious. The Qinglong Society's aggressive entry into Jiangnan will likely provoke the local assassin organizations, especially the 3 most renowned in our region, Wuxiang, Kanming, and Bianan, who will surely not permit the Qinglong Society to intrude upon their territory. Therefore, let us wait and see. Should the Qinglong Society manage to stand firm amidst the pressures from these 3 factions, it would indeed demonstrate their might. An elder remarked, gently fanning himself while sipping tea. It is true. If they can withstand the pressure from these 3 prominent assassin organizations and maintain their foothold in Jiangnan, that would indeed be impressive. Others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in Haisha City, Su Chun had perused all the records. He had gathered 4 orange lottery cards. Fu Hongxue, the 4th dragon head of the Qinglong Society, has slain the leader of the Tianxiong sect, Zhu Ming, thus elevating the Qinglong Society's reputation in the Jiangnan region, earning him 2 orange lottery cards. Upon receiving this news, Su Chen's expression brightened. He had not anticipated that Fu Hongxue would seize this opportunity to establish the Qinglong Society's renown in Jiangnan. Gazing at the 6 orange lottery cards in his mind, Su Chun could not help but draw one immediately, gaining the 18 sub-leaders of the Qinglong Society, acquiring 900 ordinary assassins, obtaining the character Wei Zhuang, securing 5 strands of Millennium Blood Ginseng, and 3 bottles of Tianren Dan, each containing 10 pills, along with the cultivation method of Tianyi 4 Symbols Decision. Upon reflecting on the treasures he had drawn, Su Chen's expression brightened with joy. He had successfully acquired the 18 sub-leaders of the Qinglong Society. Although the society comprised 365 divisions, he had none on his side until now. The emergence of these 18 sub-leaders and the 900 assassins could be entirely dispatched to the Jiangnan region, establishing a foundational structure. He assessed the strength of the 18 sub-leaders, discovering that they were at the level of Tianren Nan, while the ordinary assassins were at the late stage of refining soul. As for the character Wei Zhuang, Su Chen knew he hailed from Qin's moon. Being the leader of the killer organization, Liu Sha, and a disciple of the Sword Saint, Gainya. Upon examining Wei Zhuang's prowess, he found him to be at the Dantian Huahai level. Wei Zhuang was indeed the 7th dragon head of the Qinglong Society. Su Chun pondered the implications of Wei Zhuang's capabilities. With the 18 sub-leaders and Wei Zhuang heading to Jiangnan,
they could nearly establish the basic framework of the Qinglong society. Su Chun had long contemplated extending the Qinglong society into the northern 9 prefectures. However, the foundation there was somewhat fragile. The lower ranks comprised remnants of previously gathered assassin organization members, making expansion quite challenging. Moreover, training assassins was not a simple endeavor. With these 18 sub-leaders, along with some ordinary followers, he believed they could recruit additional assassins in Jiangnan, fostering rapid development. Of course, Wei Zhuang would assume leadership in the Jiangnan region, rather than Fu Hongxue. Compared to others, Wei Zhuang was a true assassin. His gaze then fell upon the final treasure obtained, the Tianyi 4 Symbols decision. This technique could be regarded as a top-tier martial art within the demonic sword life and death game, offering substantial assistance to Su Chun at this stage. As he opened the Tianyi 4 Symbols decision, the introduction and training methods materialized in his mind. Completing the cultivation of this technique would undoubtedly elevate his strength further. He mused, "Master, the preparations are complete. We can return to the Shanhua sect now," Yuan Suiyun said, bowing as he approached Su Chun. The matters in Haisha City had been settled, and Guan Yutian had already departed with Mu Qinghong for the Tianxiao Alliance headquarters, while Zhuang Xuanji accompanied him to the Tianxia City, where the alliance was located. Outside the mansion, Su Chun boarded the carriage, with Yuan Suiyun serving as the driver. As the carriage departed, a shadow stealthily emerged from the dark, trailing behind. This shadow belonged to the assassin known as the Black Shadow Flow, summoned by Duga Beidu. For days, he had lingered in the shadows, seeking an opportunity to eliminate Su Chun, yet had been unable to find a suitable moment. Now, with Su Chun leaving Haisha City, he sensed his chance. He blended into the crowd, following the carriage as it made its way towards the outskirts of the city. Outside the city, the carriage steadily advanced, coming to a halt beside a wooded area. The shadowy figure, donning a felt hat, lurked in the mountainous woods flanking the official road, his gaze fixed upon the halted carriage, a slight furrow forming on his brow. He found it perplexing that the advancing vehicle had come to an abrupt stop. Suddenly, a shift in his demeanor occurred as he contemplated retreating. His companion, who had trailed him closely, was expected to reveal himself. At that moment, Su Chun descended from the carriage and addressed the figure directly. The shadowy figure, attempting to pivot and hasten away, was ensnared by an overwhelming presence of sword intent, an aura so formidable that he sensed any movement would result in his demise. He turned his gaze towards the source of this sword intent, where a man clad in white stood, sword in hand, observing him intently. Yi Guqing. The sight of this individual caused a palpable change in the figure's expression. For days, he had sought an opportunity to strike, yet Yi Guqing's presence had thwarted his efforts. With Su Chun venturing out alone today, it had seemed to him that a chance had finally presented itself, only to discover that the foe lingered close behind. The pressure exerted by Yi Guqing was immense. He recognized that he was no match for him. Moreover, the shadowy figure excelled in stealth and the art of striking unseen, delivering lethal blows with precision. Your skills in concealment are impressive. Would you be interested in joining my Azure Dragon Society? Su Chun inquired as he approached the felt-hatted figure. It was during one of Su Chin's excursions that the figure had realized the potential for a strike, revealing a fleeting hint of murderous intent, which was swiftly retracted upon Yi Guqing's arrival. Nevertheless, Yi Guqing had sensed the malice the moment it was unveiled. Returning to the Mountain River sect alone and boarding the carriage was a calculated move to draw out his adversary and attempt to recruit him. Should the offer be declined, he would not hesitate to eliminate the threat. To invite me into the Azure Dragon Society? Su Xiaolong, are you not aware of my origins from the Dark Current Sand? The shadowy figure raised his head to meet Su Chun's gaze as he approached. It was an opportunity, just a bit closer, and he could strike. Yet, he maintained a stoic expression. A true assassin must always uphold an unwavering calm, regardless of circumstance, with no sign of agitation. I am quite eager to meet the leader of the Dark Current Sand, the foremost assassin organization in the Lingjiang region, Su Chun stated. If they could integrate this organization into the Azure Dragon Society, their strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. The Dark Current Sand had entrenched itself in the Lingjiang region for decades, boasting a robust foundation and numerous members, thus possessing considerable value for recruitment. Su Xiaolong, your confidence is remarkable, but those who are overly confident often meet an untimely end, especially when they venture too close to me. At that moment, the figure in the felt hat sprang into action, twisting his waist and stepping forward. unleashing a thunderous flash of sword light that erupted from his hand like a tempest. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Su Chun. This strike of sword light was executed without the use of any internal energy, relying solely on the strength of his wrist. For employing internal energy would certainly reveal his intentions to Su Chun and his allies. The swift blade gleamed with ferocity. Yet, across from him, Su Chun remained unfazed. His palm lifted to intercept the iron-colored sword hurtling towards him. With a resounding clang, the long sword was seized by Su Chun's grasp. His expression morphed into one of savagery. You were given a chance, yet you squandered it. Now, I shall send you on your way. With a forceful twist of his wrist, he drew his opponent close, and with his other hand formed a fist that struck the adversary's body. A sickening thud echoed as his fist pierced through flesh, blood gushing forth. Such brutality was resolute. If one could not be utilized, then there was no need to spare them. Your strength? The man with the punctured chest gazed at Su Chun with astonishment. Blood splattered from his mouth. The leader will avenge me, he declared, his head tilting as life ebbed from him. Su Chun withdrew his arm, a surge of energy coursing through it, cleansing the remnants of blood. His brow furrowed. The fact that his opponent had seized the last glimmer of opportunity indicated the assassin's formidable mental fortitude. Moreover, he was aware that employing energy could raise suspicions, thus relying solely on brute strength. Nevertheless, no matter the method, his abilities could not vanquish Su Chun. If Su Chun refrained from intervening, the lurking specter of Xiangxi could effortlessly eliminate the foe. This dark flow sand warranted caution. Its power should not be underestimated. On the journey back, I must compile information on dark flow sand for further study, Su Chun instructed Yuan Suiyun. Understood, Yuan Suiyun replied. Meanwhile, within a hidden chamber at the headquarters of the Tianxia Alliance, a man resembling the leader of the alliance was suspended by iron chains. Opposite him sat a woman clad in a white robe, her ethereal presence radiating an icy demeanor as she regarded him with a piercing gaze. Reveal your identity. Why do you impersonate my husband? Where is he now? Her voice was sharp and merciless, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 540. The leader of Dark Flow Sand. Yan Yingjue. Who is she? She is Yan Yingjue, the wife of Bu Yunxiao, the leader of the Tianxiao Alliance. To outsiders, she appeared a frail woman devoid of martial prowess, rarely seen within the alliance. Her presence was almost negligible. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was evident that she was far from the unskilled woman she seemed. The bound man trembled, taken aback by how swiftly his disguise was unraveled after just a single day. Previously, the documents had described Bu Yunxiao's wife as a mere non-combatant. He had never anticipated this revelation. Yan Yingjue approached the man, her slender fingers gripping his neck as she coldly inquired, "What can you divulge? The leader must be dead. As for further details, I cannot disclose them. If I do, my wife, children, and parents will perish," he stammered. "What? You claim my husband is dead? That cannot be." Yan Yingjue's face reflected disbelief as she pressed him further. The strength of Bu Yunxiao is well known. She cannot be easily vanquished. However, the specifics remain unclear to me. The man stuttered as he spoke, gripped by the opposing force. "I will annihilate the Sea Shark Gang," Yan Yingjue declared with an icy tone. Bu Yunxiao's target is indeed the Sea Shark Gang, with the intention of eliminating Hai Tianba and destroying the gang entirely. The Sea Shark Gang has now changed hands. Hai Tianba is dead. As Yan Yingjue's words echoed in the air, the man interjected. "These matters can be uncovered with careful investigation," he admitted, not concealing any details. Moreover, he sought vengeance for Mu Qinghong, aware that Hai Tianba's family had been silenced. Upon hearing his words, Yan Yingjue's expression shifted. She had not anticipated Hai Tianba's demise. "It seems the adversary is formidable. You must have made contact with someone upon your arrival at the Tianxia Alliance. Reveal to me the identity of that individual," Yan Yingjue continued. However, as she spoke, the man before her suddenly bled a dark crimson from the corner of his mouth. He had poisoned himself. He declared he had said enough. To divulge more would endanger his family. "Suicide? I had intended to keep you alive to lure out those individuals," Yan Yingjue remarked, loosening her grip. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black appeared before her. "Summon Gue Mian to meet me tonight, and ensure he brings the information I seek," she commanded. "Issue the Liaishiling order, summoning all level 1 assassins from the Dark Liaishiling to gather in Tianxia City. I demand retribution in blood for those who sought to kill my husband." A fierce killing intent radiated from her being. "Yes, leader." The cloaked figure departed hastily. No one would suspect that the leader of the dark Liaishalang assassin organization was, in fact, Yin Yingjue, the wife of the Tianxiao Alliance's leader. Meanwhile, within a manor in Tianxia City, Duga Beidu and Feng Longju were seated in a pavilion. Uncle, news has come from the Tianxiao Alliance. Fan Lang has entered their ranks and is familiarizing himself with their affairs. Tomorrow, Tiandu Sanren will arrive in Tianxia City. I will ensure that Fan Lang has the opportunity to make contact, issuing the Tianxiao order to gather the other masters of the Tianxiao Alliance and control them with poison. In doing so, we shall seize control of the alliance. Dugu Beidu spoke softly. We must not be complacent. Although the alliance is led by Bu Yunxiao, there are still formidable experts within, Feng Longju cautioned. Moreover, you must contend with an individual arriving tomorrow, that being Guan Yutian. His tone was grave, as he sensed Guan Yutian's strength and approached the situation with caution. Rest assured, the Tianya Pavilion is no ordinary establishment. I have no intentions of stirring trouble with them. Guan Yutian's arrival is fortuitous. He will appear alongside you, exerting strong pressure on those within the Tianxiao Alliance, compelling them to heed our commands, Dugu Beidu responded. As night deepened within the inner courtyard of the Tianxiao Alliance, in a serene chamber, Yin Yingjue sat, perusing several documents. Suddenly, she spoke, enter. Creaking, the door was gently pushed open, and a masked figure stepped cautiously into the room. I have met with the leader. The newcomer bowed, lowering their gaze. What progress has been made in the investigation? Reporting to the leader, we have received a response from Shark City. The Shark Gang has indeed been annihilated, and Hai Tianba has perished. The time of death coincided with the arrival of the Alliance leader at Shark City, where Hai Tianba hosted a feast in his honor. Among the guests invited by Hai Tianba were General Wang Dugong, my eldest son Dugong Beidu, the South Sea Feng Longju, and Su Chun, the leader of the Azure Dragon Society. Following the deaths of Hai Tianba and the Alliance leader, Dugong Beidu divided the assets of the Shark Gang with Su Chun from the Azure Dragon Society. However, it has come to my attention that Su Chun subsequently transferred the Shark Gang's assets to the Taniage Pavilion. Additionally, upon the return of the foe Alliance leader, Dugong Beidu and Feng Longju stealthily made their way to Tianxia City, as reported by the messenger. Upon hearing this, Yin Yingjue's eyes narrowed. Realizing that the mastermind behind the scheme against the Alliance leader was none other than the Wang family of the general. After the Alliance leader declined Dugong's proposal for an alliance, they began plotting their revenge. Has anyone had contact with Dugong Beidu since his arrival in Tianxia City? Yin Yingjue inquired. No one within the Tianxiao Alliance has interacted with him. However, the steward from the leader's residence has visited the area where Dugong Beidu resides. The messenger replied, it appears he has betrayed the Alliance leader. Otherwise, he would not be able to so closely imitate my husband and lead him into a secret chamber. I must see what he has to say. A fierce light glinted in Yin Yingjue's eyes. The person in the secret chamber, you may remove your skin, for from this day forth, you shall impersonate the Alliance leader. Let us see how many traitors lurk within the Tianxiao Alliance. The masked figure immediately bowed, responding, understood, leader. As he turned to leave, a thought struck him, prompting him to pause. Leader, upon arriving in Tianxia City, Dugong Beidu requested our shadow flow from the dark stream sand to eliminate Su Chun, the leader of the Azure Dragon Society. However, shadow flow's attempt failed, resulting in his death. Reports indicate he was killed instantly, his chest pierced by a fist. The masked figure stated before departing. The Dugong family continues to act as they always have, employing unscrupulous tactics. Yet, perhaps this presents an opportunity. Should Dugong Beidu fall at the hands of the Azure Dragon Society, I am certain Dugong will seek vengeance against them. A coldness radiated from Yin Yingjue's beautiful eyes. She intended to eliminate Dugong Beidu and frame the Azure Dragon Society for his demise. With that, Yin Yingjue rose slowly. In that moment, she was no longer clad in white but donned in black, a widow's attire. Coupled with her frosty gaze, she exuded an aura of ruthless intent. In the span of mere hours, the dark stream sand had unraveled the events surrounding Shark City and identified the traitor within the residence, demonstrating their prowess in intelligence gathering. Stepping out of the chamber, she made her way towards the secret chamber. Upon entering, she found the masked man already awaiting her, a figure in his grasp. Chapter 541. The Ministry of Personnel, Qin Xingyi, Li Chenzhou, began with threats. On the official road, Su Chen's carriage was advancing steadily. Within the carriage, Yi Guqing sat poised with his sword in hand, while Su Chun perused information regarding the dark current sand. As he examined the details, a frown creased Su Chen's brow. In stark contrast to the Azure Dragon Society, the operations of the Dark Current Sand were exceedingly clandestine, lacking any overt strongholds. Their method of accepting tasks involved leaving a coded message at a designated location, prompting representatives from the Dark Current Sand to make contact. This indicates that the Dark Current Sand possesses formidable influence in the Lingjiang region. Given this information, it is likely that their headquarters resides in Tianxia City. Under the aegis of the Tianxia Alliance, Su Chun mused over these revelations, reflecting that the Dark Current Sand, situated in Tianxia City, would undoubtedly be a thorn in the side of the ambitious Bu Yunxiao, who would not permit such a presence to persist. However, the Dark Current Sand had neither vanished nor departed from Tianxia City, suggesting a possible connection. Su Chen suddenly felt a twinge of concern, realizing their earlier perceptions of the Tianxia Alliance may have been overly optimistic. Chief Steward, let us turn our course towards Tianxia City, Su Chen declared. Despite the formidable strength of Guan Yutian, the martial world is fraught with peril, and sometimes, sheer power does not guarantee safety. Complying with Su Chen's directive, Yuan Suiyin steered towards Tianxia City. Meanwhile, upon their return to Longbei County, Li Qinzhou and his companions encountered a troubling piece of news circulating within the city. It was rumored that the newly appointed county magistrate, Mo Feng, had perished by the sword of Liu Sanchui from the Azure Dragon Society. This rumor originated from a member of the Ministry of Personnel who was part of the investigation into the magistrate's demise. The inquiry had seen 3 officials from the Ministry of Personnel and 2 from the Pacification Office, led by the Deputy Minister of Personnel, Qin Xingyi. The emergence of this rumor from an official's lips indicated that the investigators might already be inclined to conclude that the magistrate had indeed fallen to Liu Sanchui's blade. It appears someone is stirring trouble, Li Qinzhou remarked solemnly. This news could prove detrimental to us. Liu Sanchui furrowed his brow. If I were the one to have slain him, I would dismiss such insinuations. However, since I am not responsible, I cannot accept this rumor lightly. Rumors are inconsequential. What intrigues me is their motive. The Azure Dragon Society holds no grudge against the Ministry of Personnel, yet their actions seem intended to implicate us, Li Qinzhou asserted coldly. First, we must ascertain the truth. Tonight, I shall pay a visit to Qin Xingyi. Bring him in, Li Qinzhou commanded. A servant entered the room. The Azure Dragon Society has established a foothold in Longbei County and has garnered numerous members. Deliver an invitation to Deputy Minister Qin Xingyi, informing him of my visit this evening. Additionally, I require updates on the recent activities of our members in Longbei. I wish to discern their endeavors, Li Qinzhou instructed. Understood. The servant bowed and exited. Shortly thereafter, a collection of documents was brought to Li Qinzhou's chamber. He meticulously examined the information presented. At this moment, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky. Such fine rain is quite rare in Longbei County, enveloping it in a delicate veil of mist. Within the governor's office of Longbei County, in a cool pavilion, a middle-aged man clad in azure sat face to face with Wen Yifan. Before them lay a tea set, slowly emitting wisps of steam. This rainy weather is perfect for tea. However, my dear one, it is truly remarkable that you managed to procure exquisite spring tea from Jiangnan, remarked the man in azure. I shall present you with a portion when you return, Qin, replied Wen Yifan. Thank you, my friend. Yet, we have been spreading rumors for 2 or 3 days, and the Qinglong Society has shown no response, Qin noted. The man in azure was none other than Qin Xingyi, who had come to Longbei County to investigate the matter concerning the left deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Their silence signifies their tacit acceptance of the situation, does it not? If they acquiesce, we shall report this directly. Besides, in the northern 9 counties, who but the Qinglong Society would dare to kill the governor of Longbei County? Other factions would not even contemplate such an act, Wen Yifan asserted. Before their arrival, Wen Yifan and the personnel from the Longbei County garrison had discreetly instructed an experienced coroner to alter the wounds of Mo Feng, making them more indicative of the work of Liu Sanchui. He was confident that Qin Xingyi had discerned something amiss. Nonetheless, Qin was his friend, and they belonged to the same faction. The influence of the Qinglong Society in the northern 9 counties far surpassed that of the governor of the northern 9 counties. He found himself utterly incapable of suppressing or even restraining the Qinglong Society, a situation he could not accept after years of strategizing for the northern 9 counties. Thus, I shall remain in Longbei County for another 2 days. If the Qinglong Society does not make an appearance within this time frame,
Mo Feng's demise shall be attributed to their machinations, Qin Qingyi declared. As his words fell, a servant hurriedly entered from the corridor. My lord, the leader of the Qinglong Society, Li Qinzhou, has sent a letter of visit, stating he will come to pay his respects tonight. The servant produced the invitation. Very well. I understand. You may leave now and inform the visitor that we shall await him tonight, Qin Qingyi instructed. Yes. The servant bowed and exited, truly composed, arriving only now to pay his respects. The Qinglong Society is remarkably proud, Qin Qingyi remarked, taking a sip of tea. It has always been thus. Since I became the governor of the northern 9 counties, no one from the Qinglong Society has come to visit me, not even that pawn, Su Chun. When Yifan replied coldly. The fine rain continued to fall into the night as Li Qinzhou approached the governor's office, holding an oiled paper umbrella. Who goes there? A guard at the door barked upon seeing Li Qinzhou with his umbrella. I am Li Qinzhou of the Qinglong Society, he replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the guard's face turned pale. We were unaware of your presence. Please come in. The guard hastily ushered Li Qinzhou into the governor's office without making any formal announcement. The Qinglong Society reigns as the sovereign of the 9 northern prefectures, with all martial factions under their dominion. Upon their ominous declaration, if Li Qinzhou sought to take their lives, they would stand no chance of survival. Within the council hall, Qin Qingyi and Wen Yifan were seated when a servant abruptly ushered Li Qinzhou into the chamber. Their expressions shifted, taken aback by the unexpected arrival. The servant, sensing the tension, hastily retreated. Li Qinzhou exuded an air of dominance, entering the governor's mansion as if it were his own abode. Qin Qingyi regarded Li Qinzhou with a frigid tone, asserting that the 9 northern prefectures were indeed the territory of the Qinglong Society. He introduced himself as Qin Qingyi, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, and proclaimed his purpose for coming today, to clarify that Mo Feng's death was not orchestrated by the Qinglong Society. He cautioned that the continuation of such rumors could provoke dire consequences. Having delivered his message, he turned to leave. As he approached the threshold, he paused to address Wen Yifan, warning him to fulfill his duties as governor without harboring ulterior motives. Otherwise, the northern 9 prefectures might soon find themselves under new governance. With that ominous statement, he exited as swiftly as he had arrived, leaving behind a palpable sense of threat, dismissing both men with contempt. After Li Qinzhou's departure, Wen Yifan and Qin Qingyi, in a fit of rage, shattered their teacups. Chapter 542, The Death of Wen Yifan. The ruthless Qin Qingyi Li Qinzhou's brazen threat displayed a blatant disregard for the officials of the great Zhou dynasty. Brother Wen, Qin Qingyi spoke in a solemn tone. You previously asserted that the perpetrators of Mo Chen's murder were indeed the Qinglong Society. He implied that the recent demise of the newly appointed governor of Baiguan could be laid at the feet of the Qinglong Society. When Yifan's eyes glinted with a newfound ferocity, his earlier strategy aimed to leverage the Ministry of Personnel to press the Qinglong Society, intending to compel them to confess and surrender a killer to resolve the matter discreetly. This would have achieved his goal of restraining the Qinglong Society. However, he was taken aback by Li Qinzhou's refusal to engage in dialogue, opting instead to issue direct threats. As the atmosphere gradually calmed, Qin Qingyi remarked on the complexity of Li Qinzhou, suggesting he had perceived their intentions. Yet, such audacity could undermine the authority of the great Zhou dynasty in the northern 9 prefectures, a matter that deeply concerned him. When Yifan expressed his ambition to be reassigned to the capital or Jiangnan, refusing to languish in this post for a lifetime. I shall report this incident accurately to the Ministry of Personnel, he asserted. The Qinglong Society's overt threat against me, a left assistant minister, indicates a complete lack of respect for our office. Since His Majesty's seclusion, the martial factions have grown increasingly arrogant, their reverence for the court diminishing by the day. The authorities must consider measures to restore the dignity of our governance. I find the Qinglong Society to be a commendable objective. Upon my return to the capital, I shall seek an audience with the esteemed minister, proposing the Qinglong Society as one of the targets for this batch of punitive measures, Qin Qingyi declared. Upon hearing Qin Qingyi's words, a look of joy spread across Wen Yifan's face. He had previously heard rumors that the Ministry of Personnel intended to take action against certain factions within the martial world, but the specifics were unclear. Now that Qin Qingyi, the left vice minister, had designated the Qinglong Society as a target, the matter seemed to solidify the ministry's authority, a fact that Wen Yifan was well aware of. Even if others were not. After a brief discussion between the two, when Newfound departed from the governor's residence. Once he left, a figure emerged from behind the building. The newcomer, a man in his 40s, was robustly built and donned in white garments, his face strikingly handsome and flawless, with deep black eyes that sparkled like gemstones. Li Chunzhou's strength lay in the depths of his concentration. His aura was formidable, and even with my secret methods, I could not hope to defeat him in the depths of the sea, he remarked. In recent years, His Majesty has ceased to concern himself with matters of the martial world, leading to a surge of powerful figures emerging from the sea, as if they sought to carve up the realm of martial arts. During the time when His Majesty was not in seclusion, these formidable warriors of the sea were either slain or had retreated into obscurity, much like frightened dogs, Qin Qingyi stated solemnly. Given the current circumstances, what course of action do you propose? Inquired the man in white. Initially, I had assumed that now that Li Chunzhou had just entered the depths of focus, you could leverage your secret methods to eliminate him and thus instill fear among the factions of the martial world. However, since you cannot kill him, we must resort to another approach. This night, you shall eliminate Wen Yifan. Wen Yifan is the governor of the 9 northern prefectures. His demise would allow me to mobilize the garrison forces of those regions. At that point, we could unite the garrison to encircle and annihilate all members of the Qinglong Society in Longbei Prefecture. A ruthless glint appeared in Qin Qingyi's eyes. Wen Yifan has been your close friend for many years, the middle-aged man in white interjected. Humph, that was his own choice. Had he reported the truth, then Mo Chun would have perished at the hands of Bifeng Shan of the Tiangong Alliance, and we would not have found ourselves in the northern 9 prefectures. Nor would the Qinglong Society have been designated as one of the targets for elimination by Lord Liu. I wish to offer him a chance, which is why I brought you here. However, fate must sometimes be acknowledged. This is the fate he has chosen. Qin Qingyi spoke softly. Very well. The man in white said no more and turned to exit the council chamber. As he made his way back, Li Chunzhou's expression remained calm. He had intentionally issued the threat. Based on prior intelligence, the death of the governor of Longbei Prefecture would certainly be pinned on the Qinglong Society. Since the blame would fall upon them, why engage in negotiations? Thus, he opted for a direct threat. Of course, Li Chunzhou's words would hold true. Should the opposition persist in their pursuits against the Qinglong Society, he would fulfill his promise. Yet, it was somewhat regrettable that the hidden figures did not act just now. With an oil paper umbrella in hand, Li Chunzhou softly remarked. Upon entering the council hall earlier, he sensed a peculiar aura that concealed itself as he arrived, leaving him momentarily unaware of the opponent's strength. His recent words were intended to provoke, to gauge whether the adversary would dare to strike. Should they choose to engage, their power would surely be at least at the level of sea condensing. However, their restraint indicated a lack of significance in their capabilities. The next day, after a light meal, Li Chunzhou entered the main hall to find Lu Sheng Yijin and Shui Yiren with grave expressions. A crisis had unfolded. Wen Yifan was murdered the previous night, Shui Yiren stated solemnly. Murdered? Li Chunzhou's countenance momentarily froze before settling into a serious demeanor. Do we know who was responsible? He inquired. Upon receiving the news early this morning, I discreetly visited Wen Yifan's residence. He was slain by a forceful strike that pierced his throat. Judging by his expression, the assailant possessed formidable strength, as he was caught completely off guard. However, Wen Yifan is not the focal point. The critical matter is that this morning, the left minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Qin Qingyi, left the city. Based on his direction, he appears to be heading towards the military encampment outside of Longbei County, Shui Yiren elaborated. Upon hearing this, Li Chunzhou's eyes narrowed. What a cunning strategy. They are exploiting Wen Yifan's death to mobilize the troops beyond the city. Truly ruthless. It seems their intentions were always aimed at our Qinglong Association. At this moment, Li Chunzhou comprehended the adversary's tactics. Then we shall employ Zhongyu. I must ascertain how Qin Qingyi plans to confront us, he declared with a cold tone. In the northern 9 counties, there are 2 military encampments, one in Lingnan County and the other in Longbei County. Lingnan County hosts an army of 200,000. Yet their troops are primarily a source of reinforcements for the Northern Yu Army stationed in Longbei County. Most soldiers who achieve the innate realm are dispatched to bolster this force. The Longbei County military consists of fewer than 40,000 men, but they represent the elite of the northern 9 counties, with each soldier possessing innate abilities. 3 formidable warriors at the sea condensing level oversee the forces, Commander Qin Jinhai,
Deputy Commander Zhong Yu, and Yecheng. Li Chunzhou had noted this strength upon his arrival in Longbei County, which is why he had previously sought to recruit Deputy Commander Zhong Yu to their Qinglong Association. According to the prohibitions of the Great Zhou Dynasty, local troop movements are to be commanded solely by the military headquarters in the capital. Qin Yi, belonging to the Ministry of Personnel, lacks the authority to mobilize the troops, and even his presence at the encampment may not sway the Northern Yu army stationed outside the city. Shui Ren stated gravely, Your Majesty, the decree established years ago forbids the interference of martial forces in military matters. Should they wish to act against us, they can only employ the forces of the Town Suppression Office. To eradicate a local hegemonic force, a slaughter order must be issued by the military headquarters. Liu Sheng Yijian remarked, Currently, the chaos within the Great Zhou Dynasty's martial world has intensified, primarily because since the emperor's seclusion, the military has never enacted a slaughter order against martial forces. Qin Qingyi, bearing the surname Qin, approached General Qin Zhenhai of the Northern Yu Army, also sharing the same surname. At this moment, Qin Qingyi sought out Qin Zhenhai, undoubtedly with substantial reasoning behind his visit. Moreover, although our organization, the Azure Dragon Society, reigns as the dominant force among the 9 prefectures of the north, what if their focus is solely on hunting down the murderer? They might enlist some assistance from the Northern Yu Army, albeit in limited numbers. I suspect their true intention is to eliminate me. Li Chunzhou remarked coldly. What course of action shall we take? We should await word from Zhong Yu and ascertain how many individuals they send. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to assist Zhong Yu in dispelling certain obstacles. A commanding aura emanated from Li Chunzhou. At this moment, outside the military camp, 30 miles from Longbei County, smoke signals rose, filling the air with an intense sense of oppression. Qin Qingyi and the man in white stood at the camp's entrance, holding their horses. I come to pay my respects to the commanding general. With this official letter of introduction, Qin Qingyi stated, producing a missive. Prior to entering Longbei County, he had clandestinely visited Qin Zhenhai and procured this letter from him. Upon seeing the official letter in Qin Qingyi's hand, the attendant's stern expression softened into one of respect. Please follow me. I shall escort you to General Qin's tent. The two followed the soldier into the camp. As they walked, Qin Qingyi maintained a serene demeanor, while the man in white behind him displayed a look of astonishment. The soldiers training in the vicinity were all innate martial artists, specifically those cultivating their vital energies. Some of the lieutenants had reached the soul refinement stage. He could faintly sense numerous celestial-level presences within the tents. The Great Zhou army represented the most formidable support for the Zhou emperor in establishing his dominion. This was merely a local military force. It was rumored that the garrisons in the capital and Jiangnan were even stronger. In a short while, they arrived at a tent situated at the center of the camp. The general is presently inside. I shall notify him. The soldier leading them announced. The air was thick with vital energy, and even Qin Qingyi felt a subtle pressure enveloping him. With 2,000 such elite warriors, I could encircle and eliminate Li Chunzhou, Liu Sheng, and others. The man in white remarked beside Qin Qingyi. You shall have your opportunity today, Qin Qingyi responded. As he spoke, the attendant who had entered earlier emerged to lead them into the tent. Inside, a towering figure clad in the military uniform of the Great Zhou Dynasty stood prominently. This man was none other than General Qin Zhenhai, the commanding officer of the northern 9 prefectures. Upon their entrance, the man in white visibly flinched. The presence exuded by his counterpart was akin to that of an ancient ferocious beast, overbearing and formidable. Although their energy fluctuations mirrored one another in combat, he was no match for this imposing figure. Greetings, Uncle San. This is my esteemed advisor from the Ministry of Personnel, Gao Hongfei. Qin Qingyi introduced the man in white. Salutations, General Qin. The man in white bowed respectfully. This gesture was not merely a sign of respect for the general's position, but an acknowledgement of his overwhelming prowess. General Qin Zhenhai nodded. What brings you to me this time? He inquired, fixing his gaze upon Qin Qingyi. This time, my nephew seeks the assistance of his third uncle to dispatch some elite forces to encircle and eliminate the perpetrator responsible for the demise of the northern county's governor, Mo Chun, and the grand governor of the 9 northern counties, Wen Yifan. Qin Qingyi spoke. Wen Yifan is dead? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhenhai's brows furrowed slightly. The grand governor of the 9 northern counties is a significant lord within the Great Zhou Dynasty. His murder severely tarnishes the dynasty's reputation. Since the ascension of Emperor Zhou, the death of a governor-level official has been exceedingly rare. Have you determined the identity of the assailant? Who do you intend to encircle? Qin Jinhai gazed at Qin Qingyi. I plan to eliminate Li Qinzhou, a member of the Qinglong Association, Qin Qingyi replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinhai's expression tightened. Li Qinzhou's prowess is formidable. Reaching the spirit condensation realm in the sea, to execute an encirclement, at least 3,000 elite troops would be required. Mobilizing such forces necessitates an official decree. Qin Jinhai stated, Uncle, we do not require 3,000 elite troops. 2,000 will suffice, and the high offering will join us in the endeavor, Qin Qingyi asserted. 2,000 falls within my purview of mobilization. It appears you have already made preparations, Qin Jinhai remarked, scrutinizing Qin Qingyi. I can allocate these 2,000 men to you. However, any losses incurred will be borne by your Ministry of Personnel. Uncle, I have obtained a directive from Lord Liu. With this decree, you can require the next Grand Governor arriving in the 9 northern counties to contribute an additional 10% of military funds, Qin Qingyi revealed, producing the order from his sleeve. You have brought Lord Liu's decree? It seems your Ministry of Personnel is serious about this matter. Nonetheless, it is advisable not to rely on station troops for such undertakings. Should anything go awry, you will become the scapegoat, and your family will be unable to shield you. Qin Jinhai cautioned as he regarded Qin Qingyi. Uncle, I am merely striving to seize this opportunity. In a few years, Left Minister Yin Tong will retire, and as the youngest and least experienced among the 6 deputy ministers in the Ministry of Personnel, if I do not act now, I shall have no further chances. Qin Qingyi explained. The Ministry of Personnel comprises 3 left deputy ministers and 3 right deputy ministers, not merely 1 left and 1 right deputy minister. The competition is fierce. This is why I am assisting you. However, to mitigate risks, I will have Deputy Commander Niechong aid you. He is someone I have personally promoted, so you can trust him, Qin Jinhai declared. Summon Deputy Commander Nye. Qin Jinhai commanded to the messenger outside the tent. Before long, a tall and imposing man clad in bronze armor, wielding a 2-length sword, stepped inside. Following closely behind him was another individual. Not in armor but dressed in a long blue robe, his countenance somewhat refined, yet his gaze was exceptionally sharp. Zhongyu, what brings you here? Qin Jinhai inquired, directing his attention not to the armored man, but to the one behind him. I was just at Deputy Commander Nye's side when I heard the summons, so I came along. I did not anticipate that there would be guests here with the commander, so I shall take my leave. The man known as Zhongyu spoke, introducing himself as the Deputy Commander of the Beiwei Army. May I inquire how to address both of you? Qin Qingyi, left Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, replied one. Gao Hongfei, Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, added the other. The 2 returned a respectful greeting to Zhongyu. At that moment, Qin Jinhai interjected. As you are also a deputy commander, you must be aware of the situation. The governor of the 9 northern prefectures, Wen Yifan, and the prefect of Longbei County, Mo Chun, have been assassinated. Minister Qin has requested our troops to assist in capturing the perpetrator. Yet, Qin Jinhai carefully chose his words, opting for capture rather than kill. Who is the assailant? Zhongyu inquired. Li Qinzhou of the Qinglong Society, Qin Qingyi responded from the side. That individual is one of the 3 dragon heads of the Qinglong Society. There exists a military edict forbidding any action against such formidable forces without directives from the military headquarters. Engaging them could lead to dire consequences for us, Zhongyu warned solemnly. Chapter 544. The Hunt for Li Qinzhou. Do you disagree with my decision, Zhongyu? Qin Jinhai's voice was low and grave upon hearing Zhongyu's words. Zhongyu had been promoted by the previous commander and held considerable prestige among the troops, which created a subtle tension between him and Qin Jinhai. Thus, Qin Jinhai had previously refrained from ordering Zhongyu to lead the operation, instead sending his trusted subordinate. Niechong, I do not concur with this course of action. However, the decision to deploy troops ultimately rests with you. Commander, Zhongyu replied. Zhongyu, I perceive a hint of cowardice in your stance. What if the Qinglong Society is powerful? Before the Emperor's seclusion, our Beiwei army has eliminated numerous forces from the 9 northern prefectures, Niechong scoffed. Commander, allow me to handle this matter, he asserted. Here is my order. Lead 2,000 elite troops to the county government to assist Assistant Minister Qin in capturing Li Qinzhou of the Qinglong Society. Should he resist arrest, you are authorized to execute him, Qin Jinhai commanded. Understood. Niechong accepted the order. Zhongyu remained silent at Qin Jinhai's directive. It was clear that Li Qinzhou would likely resist capture. This was tantamount to a death sentence. Nevertheless, the order had been given.
and the number of troops was within Zhong Yu's command. Moreover, should complications arise, a scapegoat had already been prepared in Yechong. If the operation succeeded, it would be a triumph. However, should it fail, or if the Beiyue army suffered significant losses, Yechong would bear the blame. Did Zhong Yu truly believe that Qin Jinhai had such faith in him? Glancing at Yechong, he remarked, "If there are no further matters here, I shall take my leave." He needed to relay the information back to Li Qinzhou, having been present near Yechong to ascertain Qin Jinhai's strategic maneuvers. Deputy Commander Nye, proceed to gather the elite forces. We will rendezvous with Assistant Minister Qin outside the camp, Qin Jinhai instructed after Zhong Yu's departure. Yes, Yechong acknowledged and departed. Outside the camp, 2,000 elite troops swiftly assembled. Li Qinzhou of the Qinglong Society is no ordinary adversary. Exercise utmost caution. Should any unexpected occurrences arise, ensure your safe retreat, Zhong Yu cautioned. Qin Jinhai looked at Qin Qingyi and advised him, "Rest assured, uncle." Qin Qingyi nodded, bidding farewell to Qin Jinhai. He soon met with Yechong outside the military camp. Deputy Commander Nye, the Li Chunzhou of the Azure Dragon Society, is exceedingly arrogant, showing no regard for the officials of our great Zhou dynasty. This time, we shall besiege his residence, leaving no trace behind. Qin Qingyi addressed Yechong. This is a vial of blood-breaker pill, which will aid your cultivation. Please accept it. Then I shall not be polite. Yechong, clad in bronze armor, placed the vial into his bosom. Let us set forth. Annihilate the target without exception. 2,000 elite soldiers marched grandly towards the city. Meanwhile, Li Chenzhou sat leisurely in the hall, cradling a blue and white porcelain teacup, sipping slowly. Beside him sat Shui Yuan. I have already informed our lord of the situation here. Given the current circumstances, it seems that Qin Qingyi had intentions to deal with us from the moment he arrived. Indeed, had he not planned to confront us, he would not have come in the guise of Qin Qingyi. We had underestimated the situation, Li Chunzhou replied gravely. However, I am somewhat concerned. This time the opponent has mobilized the Beiyue army from the outskirts of Longbei County. If we take action, we may draw the attention of the military officials. Shui Yuan remarked. How many troops are they deploying? Li Chunzhou inquired. At that moment, Lu Xing Yijian entered from outside. News from Zongyue indicates that Qin Jinhai has dispatched 2,000 elite soldiers, led by Deputy Commander Yechong, precisely as we had speculated. Moreover, the individual we sensed earlier in the county office is Gao Hongfei from the Ministry of Personnel, Lu Xing Yijian reported. To think 2,000 elites would attempt to eliminate us. How presumptuous. I am eager to witness the prowess of the Beiyue army, Li Chenzhou said with a cold expression. At noon, the Beiyue army appeared within the county city, observing the army's entrance. Some martial artists within the city wore expressions of astonishment, but soon seemed to recall something and followed behind the troops. The army quickly halted at Li Chunzhou's residence. At this moment, within Li Chunzhou's estate, only he, Shui Yuan, and Lu Xing Yijian remained, as they had dispatched the household members before the army's arrival. The troops quickly surrounded the estate. On horseback, Qin Qingyi gazed at the residence and proclaimed, Li Chunzhou of the Azure Dragon Society assassinated the Longbei County Governor, Mo Chun, and the Governor of the Northern 9 counties, Wen Yifan. The evidence is irrefutable. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, he must be executed. Qin Qingyi's voice reverberated through the surroundings. Draw your bows, fire. Beside him, Yechong shouted, and hundreds of elite soldiers stepped forth, drawing their bows, unleashing a rain of arrows towards the estate. Within the estate, Li Chunzhou emerged, his aura surging like the sea, unleashing a tremendous force that enveloped the heavens and earth. As this force manifested, the descending arrows were shattered in midair by an unseen power. You seek to kill me, Li Chunzhou? You underestimate me and the Azure Dragon Society. A thunderous voice resonated from the courtyard as the sound echoed. A colossal shadow of a fist manifested within the estate, subsequently transforming into a luminous column that erupted forth, creating a vast breach in the main entrance of the residence. The force of the fist did not wane, surging towards the Northern Yu army outside, a display of power akin to a dragon and tiger formation. Observing this, Yechong uttered a low growl. Behind him, the Northern Yu army swiftly coalesced, their overwhelming energy ascending towards the heavens, colliding with the fist's might. Boom! Blood erupted from the mouths of several dozen soldiers, who collapsed onto the ground, their chests shattered, gasping for breath. Li Chunzhou's punch was overwhelmingly tyrannical. Bang!
The ground trembled as Li Chinzhou, adorned in resplendent garments, materialized before the estate. His robe billowed, emanating an unparalleled aura of dominance that soared into the sky. His gaze fell upon Qin Qingyi. Such ruthless tactics indeed, eliminating Wen Yifan and framing our Azure Dragon Society, a truly vicious stratagem. Yet, do you presume that our Azure Dragon Society is easily trifled with? Nie Chong, as the vice commander of the Northern Yu Army, should you choose to meddle in the affairs of the martial world, then your demise today is but a consequence of your own actions. As his words fell, Li Chinzhou soared into the air, the energy coalescing around his fist plummeting downwards instantaneously. Boom! The fist's force surged forth like tumultuous waves whipped up by a tempest. Sweeping towards the assembly, the dragon and tiger formation, with its concentrated energy, sought to suppress this fist's might. Nie Chong, as a member of the Northern Yu Army, bellowed, while behind him, 2,000 elite soldiers erupted with their vital energy, coalescing into a terrifying aura, resembling a fierce tiger that clashed against Li Chinzhou's punch. The Dezhou army employed formations, and with a sufficient number of soldiers, they could condense their might. The greater the number, the stronger the force. This was their trump card against formidable foes of the sea. Boom! The clash of the dragon-tiger aura against Li Chinzhou's punch produced a resounding shockwave. Yet it managed to withstand his force momentarily. Kill! At that instant, Nie Chong took action, leaping into the air, his two zhonglong blades slicing through the air with the devastating blade technique. The blade's radiance soared, resembling the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, piercing through the dark clouds, transforming into thunder as it descended upon Li Chinzhou. Where the blade passed, the air was torn asunder, creating a series of distorted fissures. Chapter 545, Iron-Blooded Tiger's Fury. Fist and blade roaring, assassins appear, Qin Qingyi's demise. Nie Chong, harnessing the military might conjured by the 2,000 elite soldiers, confronted Li Chinzhou's divine power before unleashing his blade. Momentarily stymied, Li Chinzhou's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as his battle intent surged forth. The 36 heavenly turns manifested, a surge of qi rapidly coursing through him, merging with his fist. A terrifying power radiated from his fist, akin to a mountain, as if it were the very essence of heaven and earth, colliding with the thunderous blade technique. Boom! The blade's brilliance shattered against the might of his fist. The blade-wielding Nie Chong emitted a muffled grunt, retreating several steps, his countenance grave as he regarded Li Chinzhou. Your divine power has been countered. How could you still unleash such formidable strength? A hint of astonishment flickered in Nie Chong's eyes as he tightened his grip on the Tuzhong cold blade. Iron-Blooded Tiger's Fury. At this moment, Nie Chong let out a low growl, and a roar akin to that of a tiger emanated from within him. Accompanying this roar, the blood energy within him surged forth, manifesting as crimson streaks across his battle armor, merging with his inner vitality. In an instant, an overwhelming tide of blood energy enveloped him, rising like smoke signals. At this moment, his aura began to transform, and a shadowy figure of a blood tiger faintly appeared behind him. This was the Iron-Blood Tiger form. The martial arts cultivated by the elite in the army diverged significantly from those practiced by the warriors of the Jianghu. The techniques endorsed by the military of the Great Zhou dynasty, issued by the emperor and the military command, primarily focused on malevolence and blood energy, emphasizing the art of forceful destruction. Moreover, one could elevate their prowess through their own techniques and blood energy. At this moment, Nie Chong had enhanced his strength to the level of concentration in the sea. Seeing Nie Chong's change in momentum, Gao Hongfei was struck with astonishment. He too could employ secret techniques to elevate his power to the level of concentration in the sea. But he could not achieve it with the same intensity as Nie Chong. We must not allow Li Chinzhou to escape, Qin Qingyi urged beside him. Gao Hongfei surged forward, raising his palm, a terrifying suction force materializing within it. As this force manifested, the surrounding air seemed to flow towards his hand, accompanied by a faint rumble reminiscent of thunder. Heavenly Thunder Shadow Palm. Gao Hongfei shouted, extending his palm as a shadowy thunderous imprint surged towards Li Chinzhou. Suddenly, as he unleashed his attack, his senses tingled, and a flash of sword light erupted from the courtyard. The speed of this sword light was astonishing. Gao Hongfei, in the midst of his attack, could only retract his palm to counter the incoming blade. Bang! The collision of his palm strike and the sword aura produced a resounding roar, causing Gao Hongfei to stagger back several steps, his gaze landing on the swordsman who had appeared not far away.
Liu Shang, I thought you had left, Gao Hongfei remarked coldly at the figure that emerged. Raise your spears. At this moment, Nie Chong, infused with the aura of the tiger, let out a low command. As he confronted Li Qinzhou's formidable fists, he lifted his long spear and shouted, "Charge!" In the military, engagements were not bound by the principles of one-on-one combat. It was a relentless slaughter. The North Yu army surged forth, their momentum escalating as they encircled Li Qinzhou. Suddenly, from the ground, dozens of figures erupted, their long swords piercing into the chests of several North Yu soldiers, while glints of cold light flashed from their hands. These glimmering blades shot forth like meteors, targeting the eyes of the North Yu soldiers. Screams erupted in an instant as dozens of North Yu troops fell to the ground, howling in agony. Yet the onslaught did not cease. Dozens more figures in black appeared on either side, unleashing a barrage of hidden weapons. In a heartbeat, the cries of the wounded echoed once more, and the North Yu army suffered a staggering loss of hundreds. Form ranks. At this moment, the North Yu army quickly regrouped to withstand the onslaught of hidden weapons. Kill. In an instant, squads surged forward, charging at the assailants clad in black. These shadowy figures were none other than the assassins of the Qinglong Society. The assassin organization from the northern 9 prefectures has been entirely absorbed by the Qinglong Society. Although, for the time being, Li Qinzhou cannot mobilize many Qinglong assassins to his aid, there are still hundreds stationed within the northern prefecture. Li Qinzhou does not intend to confront the northern Yu army head-on. These assassins have long been lying in wait, poised to strike. They do not engage the northern Yu army directly, instead opting to retreat swiftly after a successful hit. However, the northern Yu soldiers are formidable as well. They regroup rapidly and quickly form a counterattack. Some assassins fall beneath their ruthless onslaught. Those martial artists who initially gathered to watch are now wide-eyed in shock. A fierce battle has erupted between the Qinglong Society and the northern Yu army, with the clash appearing evenly matched. Li Qinzhou, you dare to rebel? Nie Chong roared, furious at the hundreds of northern Yu soldiers lost in the recent skirmish. With only 2,000 troops brought along, such a loss was no trivial matter. I will kill you. Nie Chong's fury surged, his blood energy coursing through him like a raging river. The power emanating from him was akin to a ferocious tiger ready to descend from the mountain. In this moment, Nie Chong seemed less like a man and more like a colossal tiger cloaked in human skin. His battle armor only amplified his imposing presence. With a mighty roar, he raised his 2-meter-long blade and, with a powerful step, transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards Li Qinzhou. Upon reaching Li Qinzhou, he unleashed a devastating strike, locking onto him with an unstoppable momentum that offered no chance for evasion. Li Qinzhou's expression turned grave. Although he no longer felt restrained, Nie Chong had harnessed the military-esque techniques to elevate his combat prowess to the realm of concentration. The aura he exuded was extraordinary, imbued with an overwhelming dominance, as if he commanded the very world itself. A terrifying energy swirled around him, creating a tempest in the air. Above him, a colossal bronze fist materialized, and with a thunderous crash, he unleashed a punch infused with a domineering force that dared not be met with direct gaze. As the punch struck, it suppressed the surrounding air, colliding with the descending blade. The ensuing clash was thunderous. The ground trembled beneath the ferocity of the impact, and the forceful shockwave sent debris flying in all directions, shattering stone into dust. The violent blade energy carved massive fissures into the earth, creating a chaotic scene. At that moment, a flash of sword light suddenly appeared behind Qin Qingyi. Silent, yet razor-sharp, before Qin Qingyi could react, the sword light cleaved through him, splitting his body in two. Blood gushed forth, but in the midst of the ongoing carnage, it went largely unnoticed. Only Gao Hongfei, who stood in confrontation with Liu Shang, bore a look of horror on his face. He initially sought to assist Nie Chong in vanquishing Li Qinzhou, only to be thwarted by Liu Shang's formidable swordsmanship. They found themselves in a stalemate. Unexpectedly, an assailant struck down Qin Qingyi. You dare to kill Lord Qin, Gao Hongfei exclaimed. For Qin Qingyi's identity was no trifling matter. He was the second son of the esteemed Qin family in the capital. Chapter 546, No One Left Alive. Shocking Alhongf, you shall meet your end as well. Liu Shang coldly scoffed, unleashing a powerful strike with his sword that forced Gao Hongfei back. As he pushed his opponent away, Liu Shang's aura surged. Sensing the opponent's momentary lapse, he recognized the shift in momentum. The enemy was weakened, and he was strengthened. If he did not act now, when would he? With a decisive step forward, he gripped his sword with both hands and delivered a ferocious slash, unleashing an indomitable sword energy that surged toward Gao Hongfei's chest. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gao Hongfei did not dare to underestimate the attack. A protective shield enveloped him as he concentrated his true energy into armor. Sizzle! The unyielding sword energy collided with the armor, tearing it apart and leaving a crimson mark upon Gao Hongfei's body, from which blood began to seep. Though merely a flesh wound, it filled Gao Hongfei with alarm. He gathered his resolve, declaring, "Liu Shang, I will see you dead." His dantian roiled with energy, accelerating the flow of his true energy, which surged like a tumultuous sea. With a palm strike, his energy transformed into colossal waves, cascading endlessly. A force akin to a tidal wave emanated from him as he invoked a secret technique to unleash his lethal move. He aimed to obliterate Liu Shang with a single strike. Liu Shang felt a chill as he sensed the overwhelming energy, yet a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. The sword energy whirled around him, merging his spirit with the blade. He swung his sword, the clash of energies erupting like thunder. Some of his sword energy was engulfed by the relentless waves, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, yet a portion pierced through the raging force and struck Gao Hongfei. In that moment, Gao Hongfei's energy surged toward Liu Shang as well. Boom! The impact sent Liu Shang reeling. A mouthful of blood erupted forth, his ribs cracking audibly. Simultaneously, a gaping wound appeared on Gao Hongfei's body, both sustaining injuries of equal severity. Just then, anguished cries erupted around them. After slaying Qin Xingyi, the Shui Yiren surged toward the Beiyu army, their sword energy weaving through the air. In that moment, the Shui Yiren embodied the essence of a killer. With each strike, 5 to 10 lives were extinguished beneath his blade. Coupled with the onslaught of hidden and overt assassins, the 2,000 elite soldiers were rapidly dwindling. The remnants could not hold out much longer. Corpses and blood flowed through the streets like a torrential downpour, the air thick with the stench of death. This is utterly ruthless. How could the Beiyu army be so audacious? Onlookers gazed in horror at the unfolding scene, their hearts gripped by dread. It has been many years since such an event has transpired. The Northern Yu Army is the military force of the Great Zhou dynasty stationed in the 9 northern prefectures. Although 2,000 soldiers may seem few, they nonetheless represent the authority of the Great Zhou court. Some still recall the grim scenes of the Great Zhou army slaughtering the forces of the Jianghu. How dare the Qinglong society act so audaciously? What is there to fear? If the enemy seeks blood, would they be deterred? The Qinglong society stands as the hegemon of the martial world in the 9 northern prefectures, boldly asserting the might of our region. Some young martial artists cheered, having never witnessed the Great Zhou army's ruthless annihilation of Jianghu forces. The Qinglong society's blatant slaughter of the Northern Yu army instilled in them a sense of reckless audacity. Jianghu warriors, armed with blades, strike at the slightest provocation, seizing treasures with little regard for consequence. The Qinglong society's ferocity only heightened their excitement, with many contemplating joining their ranks. How dare you act so recklessly? By killing these soldiers, you have made enemies of the Northern Yu army and the Great Zhou dynasty. The Qinglong society will draw the attention of the Great Zhou military, and your fate will be destruction. Gao Hongfei exclaimed frantically, dragging his injured form toward Liu Xingyijian. At that moment, a shadow appeared at his feet, a dagger leaving a crimson mark on his ankle. Destroy us? Do you think we can be so easily vanquished? At the instant of the attack, Liu Xingyijian, despite the pain coursing through his body, leaped forward, his sword slicing through the air. Gao Hongfei attempted to parry the strike, energy swirling around him. Yet Liu Xingyijian seemed to dissolve into his sword robe, reappearing in front of him, with his sword aimed at Gao Hongfei's chest. The latter thrust out a palm in defense. However, Liu Xingyijian's sword was relinquished, and before Gao Hongfei could react, a short blade emerged from Liu Shang's waist and plunged into his chest. Though the blade was intended for seppuku, it proved equally lethal in combat. You shall surely perish, Gao Hongfei uttered, his gaze fixed on Liu Xingyijian. You shall not witness that day, Liu Shang replied, withdrawing the short blade and gasping for breath. Had it not been for the opponent's faltering spirit, victory would have seemed improbable. At that moment, the remaining soldiers of the Northern Yu army had been largely slaughtered. As several figures clad in black arrived, the Qinglong society, the dominant force of the 9 northern prefectures, would face reckoning if Li Chunzhou did not act against the encirclement. Although they feared the Northern Yu army, they had no choice but to engage, masking their faces as they approached. Yet by the time they arrived, the battle was nearly concluded, and they surged forward to eliminate the last of the Northern Yu soldiers. Now, as Nie Chong faced off against Li Chunzhou, his expression was one of fury. The 2,000 elite troops he had brought were decimated, and upon returning, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Li Chunzhou, hoping that the commander would intercede on his behalf. Li Chunzhou, today the Qinglong Society has slain my Northern Yu army, and I shall undoubtedly report this to the military department, seeking the annihilation of your Qinglong Society. Nie Chong's voice was gruff, his gaze fierce. Li Chunzhou's expression remained unchanged, yet a sharp gleam ignited in his eyes. He would not allow this Nie Chong to escape. As for the subsequent fate of the Northern Yu army, it would depend on future maneuvers. One thing was certain: with these men dead, the orders from Qin Jinhai would inevitably be affected, making it unlikely for him to deploy troops anytime soon. If they were to perish, then let it be a farewell to you as well. Li Chunzhou's fists once again coalesced with power as he stepped forward, delivering a strike. The force of his punch summoned the very essence of the heavens and the earth, descending upon his opponent like a mountain. This punch was unstoppable, crushing all in its path. Nie Chong's complexion changed dramatically as he slashed with his blade to meet Li Chunzhou's strike. Bang! The long knife collided with the fist, and Nie Chong was forced back, his strength waning after such time. As he clashed with Li Chunzhou's punch, he stumbled backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Li Chunzhou continued to strike. Although Nie Chong wielded his long knife once more, this time, Li Chunzhou's fist veered, deftly bypassing the blade to land squarely upon his chest. The force surged into his body, shattering his internal organs. Puffed. A mouthful of blood was coughed forth. The long knife was thrust into the ground, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. Chapter 547. The sinister dragon rises outside the imperial city of the Great Zhou dynasty, within the Northern Yu army's main camp. Qin Jinhai felt a sudden unease wash over him, his brow furrowing slightly. Could something have gone awry? With 2,000 elite soldiers, coupled with Nie Chong and Gao Hongfei, it should have been a certainty to eliminate Li Chunzhou. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a messenger rushed into the tent, panic evident on his face. My lord, news has arrived from Longbei County. Vice Commander Nie Chong and all 2,000 Northern Yu soldiers have been slain by the Qinglong Society, with not a single survivor. What? Qin Jinhai's complexion paled, disbelief etched upon his features. Yet he quickly regained his composure, demanding, "Explain the situation clearly. And what of the two who accompanied Vice Commander Nie? They are all dead, including the two who accompanied him." The Qinglong Society mobilized numerous assassins, striking in secret and causing disarray in our ranks. Furthermore, Lu Sheng and Xue Yiren also joined the fray. The messenger reported, "Qinglong Society, how dare you? I shall annihilate you." Qin Jinhai's face contorted with fury as he shattered the table before him with a slap. "Summon the 4 commanders to my tent," he commanded. Understood. The messenger quickly exited the camp. Before long, 4 imposing figures appeared within the tent, exchanging glances filled with concern as they had already heard of the chaos that had unfolded in Longbei County on their way there. The Qinglong Society has slain Nie Chong, along with 2,000 elite soldiers from the Beiwei army. The commander now seeks their assistance to lead their subordinates in encircling the Qinglong Society in Longbei County. However, this task is far from simple. The Qinglong Society reigns supreme over the 9 northern counties, and among them are numerous formidable practitioners at the Dantian level. The enigmatic Li Chunzhou, who is adept at manipulating the waters, is particularly powerful, and several of the 7 dragons remain shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, the Qinglong Society operates as an assassin organization, making their exact whereabouts unknown. Although a junior leader, Su Chun, is publicly displayed, one must question the wisdom of making a move. Should they take action, it is possible that Su Chun is merely a puppet propped up for show. Eliminating him would invite the wrath of the Qinglong Society's assassins, subjecting them to persistent threats of assassination. Moreover, the Qinglong Society is the dominant martial force in the northern 9 counties, rumored to have ensnared many local martial factions through poison. Any aggression towards the Qinglong Society would likely provoke retaliation from these groups. To confront such a powerful organization, one would need to deploy elite forces above the refinement level, or mobilize all innate elites. Otherwise, they would be unable to succeed.
Such actions could ignite a full-scale war. Eradicating a hegemonic force in the martial world necessitates military orders. Otherwise, the outcome could mirror that of Deputy Commander Nie Chong, who met his demise. You are all aware of the incident involving Deputy Commander Nie Chong. Share your thoughts. Qin Jinhai inquired. Yet, the four individuals below remained silent. It was not their moment to speak. Noticing their reticence, Qin Jinhai turned his gaze to the individual on the far left, a man clad in a fitted uniform, his bronzed muscles emanating waves of dark golden energy. This man, Ren Gang, is one of the four commanders promoted by Qin Jinhai. Sensing Qin Jinhai's gaze upon him, Ren Gang felt a pang of bitterness but spoke nonetheless. The Qinglong Society has slaughtered our soldiers in the Beiwei army. According to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty, they must be eradicated. Good. In that case, Ren Gang, you shall lead the elite practitioners of the Tianyu division to Longbei County and eliminate Li Qinzhou and his associates. Qin Jinhai commanded. The Beiwei army is divided into 4 divisions: Tianyu, Huanglu, Chaos, and Anhu. Each division comprises 10,000 soldiers, with over 200 practitioners above the Tianren level in each. The coordinated efforts of these hundreds of Tianren practitioners can shatter the divine presence of an average practitioner at the sea level. Suppressing and shattering are 2 distinct matters. Once the divine presence is shattered, the sea-level practitioners would suffer significant mental damage, rendering them vulnerable to encirclement and slaughter. This is also why many sea-level practitioners have chosen to conceal themselves prior to the great Zhou Emperor's retreat. Unable to contend, they have opted to flee and hide. Commander, I must express my dissent. At that moment, Zhongyu entered the tent, opposing the plan. Zhongyu. Qin Jinhai's gaze sharpened at the sight of him. Commander, addressing a hegemonic force like the Qinglong Society requires formal military reports. Moreover, do you even know where the Qinglong Society is located? To deploy troops in such a manner contravenes the orders of the military command, and I shall not acquiesce to it. Prior to our arrival, I duly reported the previous circumstances to the military command. We shall await their directives before making any decisions. Zhongyu did not regard Qin Jinhai, but instead spoke forth. You reported to the military command without my authorization. You have overstepped your bounds. Qin Jinhai gazed at Zhongyu, an imposing aura emanating from him, pressing down upon Zhongyu. In response, Zhongyu summoned his own formidable presence to counteract it. When the former commander of the Beiwei army departed for the capital's military command, he had recommended Zhongyu to succeed him, yet Qin Jinhai had been appointed instead. The two had contended within the Beiwei army, but subsequently, Qin Jinhai elevated Nie Zhong and consolidated Ren Gang, effectively suppressing Zhongyu. With the recent loss of 2,000 elite soldiers from the Beiwei army, Zhongyu recognized this as an opportunity. Thus, upon receiving the news, he promptly dispatched a message to the former commander in the capital. His intention was not to overthrow Qin Jinhai, but to impede him from employing the Beiwei army in a direct confrontation with the Qinglong Society. Wasn't the lesser dragon head of the Qinglong Society the leader of the Shanhe Gate in Lingnan? By annihilating the Shanhe Gate and capturing that lesser dragon head, we could ascertain the whereabouts of the Qinglong Society. Qin Jinhai replied coldly, Commander, do you intend to initiate a full-scale war? Su Chun is merely a disciple of the 6th dragon head, Ding Peng, and might just be one of the lesser dragon heads. If we eradicate them, the Qinglong Society will retaliate vehemently. Do you comprehend the implications? I have just received word that the 4th dragon head has emerged. A powerful entity at the concentration realm of the sea, known as Fu Hongxue, currently in Jiangnan. The greater dragon head, the 2nd dragon head, and the 7th dragon head have yet to appear, leaving us in the dark regarding their whereabouts. How can we proceed with such uncertainty? This is a grave military taboo. I oppose this in the name of the Vice Commander and advocate for awaiting orders from the military command. I concur with Vice Commander Zhong's proposition. So do I. At that moment, 2 of the 4 commanders voiced their agreement. I shall personally communicate with the military command. You may all disperse. Observing this, Qin Jinhai's gaze turned frosty as he gestured for everyone to leave. Meanwhile, en route to Lingnan, Su Chun perused the message delivered by Li Chunzhou, his expression sharpening. Notify Xiao Qiushui and the others that should there be any unusual movements from the station troops outside Lingnan City, they are to retreat immediately. Additionally, send a letter to Murong Qinchun in the capital, imploring her to suppress this matter and also to keep Bai Choufei and the others apprised of the military command's developments. Relay any news forthwith.
Su Chen articulated, understood. Yin Ruyun bowed in response. It appears that there is still work to be done in orchestrating matters within the imperial court. Upon reaching Tianxia City, it would be prudent to engage with Hua Liu to discern if we might sway some influential court officials. At that moment, within the imperial palace in the capital, a figure clad in a black Taoist robe stood before Emperor Zhou. Your Majesty, the northern fiendish dragon has raised its head. If the slaughter continues, the true form of the fiendish dragon shall be realized, leading to the formation of a dual dragon council with the true dragon. At that moment, Your Majesty, the true dragon and the fiendish dragon shall amalgamate, forging the true fiendish dragon body, stepping into the heavenly gate, and returning to the imperial court, undoubtedly garnering the emperor's favor. Chapter 548, The Hall of Eternal Youth, Elixirs of Eternal Youth, the Society of Longevity, Secrets of Longevity, Sword Saint Lake. The north? What transpired there? The expression of Emperor Zhou remained composed. At that moment, an elderly man dressed in the robes of a eunuch entered the hall. Your Majesty, urgent news, he announced. Minister Qin Xingyi from the Ministry of Personnel seeks assistance regarding the Northern Yu army stationed in the 9 northern prefectures. They have encircled and slain Li Qinzhou, the third dragon head of the Qinglong Society, with 2,000 elite soldiers and Deputy Commander Niechong all perishing in the encounter. As he spoke, he presented the report to Emperor Zhou, whose expression turned cold. Following his retreat into seclusion, he had issued orders to the stationed troops, forbidding any movements without military command, as this was his final means of suppressing the martial world and reaping the benefits from its practitioners. The loss stirred a flicker of anger within him. After perusing the report, Emperor Zhou's demeanor softened. Minister Liu from the Ministry of Personnel aimed to rectify the powers of the martial world and had compiled a list for eradication, on which the Qinglong Society prominently featured. It appeared that the investigation in Longbei Prefecture was being led by Qin Xingyi from the Qin family, who seemingly intended to leverage the Northern Yu army under Qin Zhenhai's command. However, he had not anticipated the formidable strength of Li Qinzhou from the Qinglong Society, who dared to confront the Northern Yu army head-on and eliminate 2,000 of their elite soldiers. Your Majesty, the Qinglong Society's audacity in directly assaulting the elite of the Northern Yu army is alarming, Xue Pingxing remarked as he emerged from the shadows. What have you uncovered regarding the Qinglong Society? Emperor Zhou inquired. What information does your investigation reveal concerning the Qinglong Society? The Qinglong Society, apart from their presence at Shanhuman with their junior dragon head, has no fixed whereabouts for its other members, making it exceedingly difficult to trace them. While they appear to be based in the 9 northern prefectures, it is likely a ruse. Their true location may lie elsewhere. Reports from Jiangnan indicate that the 4th dragon head of the Qinglong Society has been summoned by Lin Qingbi of the Wugeshanzhuang to eliminate Zhu Meng of the Tayangshanmen, indicating that their strength has reached the level of Sea of Spirit. By this measure, both the 1st and 2nd dragon heads must also be formidable practitioners at the Sea of Spirit level. Recently, the junior dragon head Su Chun of the Qinglong Society was seen with a renowned swordsman named Yi Guqing, who also possesses strength at the Sea of Spirit level. Together, they collaborated to slay Bu Yunxiao, the leader of the Tianxiao Alliance. However, instead of claiming the territory of the Tianxiao Alliance, they sold it to the Tianyich, where the chief envoy, Yu Tian, has made an appearance. Based on our findings, it seems there is a connection between the Qinglong Society and the Tianyich, which may provide an avenue to probe deeper into the latter's secrets. Xue Pingxing spoke gravely. I never imagined that during my years of seclusion from the martial world, such powerful figures would emerge. It is indeed intriguing. Since we are unable to ascertain the true location of the Qinglong Society, and given their ties to the Tianyich, it may be prudent to refrain from taking action against them for the time being. However, it is a pity for Bu Yunxiao. I once sought to recruit him, but he, in his youthful pride, declined my offer, believing he could disrupt the currents of fate. Little did he know he would meet his demise. The offspring of the Dugu family possesses some merit. This is favorable. With conflict arising, the Jianghu of the great Zhou will continue its cycle of bloodshed. And through this slaughter, the evil dragon can further its ambitions. By the way, did we not previously discuss that Qinglong Society's junior dragon head should be lured into the capital? What has become of that plan? Emperor Zhou mused, seemingly recalling something of significance. Your Majesty, the leader of the Qinglong Society, Su Chun, has replied, stating that he will not be coming to the capital for the time being, and Princess Qinchen has ceased her invitations. However, I have just received word that Su Chun has sent a letter to Princess Qingchen, seeking her assistance in resolving this matter. The eunuch who had reported earlier spoke. Is that so? Then let us cooperate with Qingchen, aid her in suppressing this issue, and see if we can entice the leader of the Qinglong Society to the capital. Once they send someone here, we shall glean more information. The emperor remarked. Your Majesty, how should we handle Qingzhenhai? Shui Pingxing inquired. Inform the 3 military leaders to provide him with an additional 10% of the tiger blood pill subsidy this year. The troops must continue their training. We cannot afford a decline in combat capability when the time comes. During this period, no garrison should concern itself with the affairs of the martial world. Not a single soldier is to be dispatched. Let the Zhenfu division and the court officials manage the matters of the pugilistic realm. Anyone who defies this order shall be dismissed without hesitation, the emperor declared solemnly. Understood. I will discreetly meet with the 3 military leaders, Shui Pingxing replied. You mentioned the Tianya Pavilion. Has there been no movement from the Eastern Pavilion beyond the borders? Indeed. There has been no activity from either the border or from Dugu Weiwang. The emperor shifted the topic. The elder of the Kunlun sect was gravely injured by someone behind Huamufeng, and he has yet to fully recover. This has caused Yuan Shuzi to hesitate, but I have secretly dispatched invaluable medicine that will aid in his recovery. In half a month, the Kunlun sect will re-emerge. However, it seems we have a dilemma concerning General Wang Dugu Weiwang. He is exceedingly cautious. After returning to the capital, he has shut himself away, claiming to have had profound insights during his return and is now in seclusion to enhance his martial arts. I suspect that his seclusion is merely a ruse, and his true self is in the South Sea, Shui Pingxing asserted. Dugu Weiwang, do you presume I am absent? Such arrogance. Let the Emperor Wu Ho hasten to the South Sea. I am eager to discern Dugu Weiwang's intentions. How is his plan for the North-South Canal progressing? The Emperor said with a calm demeanor. Should they successfully seize the Tianxiao alliance, they will be able to connect the North-South Canal, thereby acquiring substantial wealth. Should we intervene discreetly? There is no need to interfere. If he is indeed in the South Sea, then Emperor Wu Ho taking his place should provoke a response. I am curious to see how he will act. His actions will also serve my interests, and I shall express my gratitude in due time. The emperor spoke softly. Have you made any progress with the Buliotang and the Chongqing Society? The emperor subsequently inquired. I am approaching their successors, hoping to uncover clues regarding the Buliotang and the Chongqing Society to pinpoint their locations, Shui Pingxing replied. The Nielong has raised its head. Time is of the essence. I must acquire the Buliotang's elixir of immortality and the Chongqing Society's secret classics before the Nielong is completed. If no leads are found, we shall first eliminate these 2 successors, forcing them to reveal clues, the emperor said, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I comprehend fully, Shui Pingxing replied, bowing as he stepped into the darkness and departed. Kai Gonggong, are there any unusual activities within the palace? After Shui Pingxing left, Emperor Zhou inquired in a solemn tone. Consort Rong has been instructed by Consort Lai to deal with Consort Jing. For now, Consort Jing remains stable. However, this has consequently tied up some of the 4th Prince's forces, Kai Gonggong responded. Consort Lai is targeting Consort Jing. Emperor Zhou queried, perplexed. Consort Lai is the mother of the 7th Prince, while Consort Jing is the mother of the 4th Prince. It appears that there is currently no conflict between the 7th and 4th Princes. Rumors suggest that the Lai family and the Murong family are vying for the qualification to enter the Sword Saint Lake in Jiangnan, Kai Gonggong added softly. Chapter 549. The Schemes of Dugu Beidu and the Thoughts of Hua Liyue, Desiring Action in the City of the World Alliance. In a courtyard, Guan Yutian gazed at Mu Qinghong with a troubled expression. Are you saying that the Bu Yunxiao we see now is not the one you arranged? Guan Yutian's voice was frigid. After arriving in the City of the World Alliance, Mu Qinghong had sought to contact Bu Yunxiao, but had been unable to reach him. Consequently, Guan Yutian took Mu Qinghong and discreetly infiltrated the World Alliance once. Upon first seeing that Bu Yunxiao, Mu Qinghong immediately declared that the person was not the true Bu Yunxiao. As circumstances changed, Guan Yutian swiftly led Mu Qinghong away. Indeed, I am certain that this Bu Yunxiao is not the one we arranged, yet his face resembles that of our designated individual. Are you suggesting that the imposter Bu Yunxiao is wearing a human skin mask? Guan Yutian had not anticipated any unforeseen developments within the World Alliance. Has he been discovered? Or is this merely a trick of Dugu Beidu? Guan Yutian spoke in a low voice. Regardless of which scenario it was, neither bode well for him. Although he was unmatched in martial prowess, it was impossible for him to single-handedly infiltrate the World Alliance and eliminate its members. Many were not present, and missing them would be far from advantageous. It seemed necessary to meet Dugu Baidu. If he is indeed playing tricks, I shall ensure he pays the price. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Guan Yutian's eyes. Beside him, Mu Qinghong felt increasingly anxious. She had previously promised Su Chun that she would assist in obtaining benefits from the World Alliance. Now, the situation had completely taken her by surprise, rendering her devoid of value. Without value, she could not seek vengeance. Searching her mind for any useful information that could aid her, she spoke. I have met the wife of Bu Yunxiao. I could investigate further. The wife of Bu Yunxiao. Guan Yutian's brow furrowed slightly. The information he had received about Bu Yunxiao's wife seemed scant. She rarely leaves the estate. During a visit to Bu Yunxiao with my husband years ago, I happened to meet her once, Mu Qinghong explained. If you go to see Bu Yunxiao's wife, it might be perilous. My lord, our impersonation of Bu Yunxiao hinges on two possibilities. Either we have been discovered, in which case the impersonator is likely affiliated with the World Alliance, or we remain undiscovered, allowing me to glean some useful information from Bu Yunxiao's wife. The second point is that the character impersonated by Dugu Baidu, which means that the members of the Tianxiao Alliance have not discovered that Bu Yunxiao is an impostor. Thus, my interaction with Bu Yunxiao's wife could aid my lord in acquiring intelligence about the Tianxiao Alliance, remarked Mu Qinghong. Of course, if Bu Yunxiao were to be exposed by the members of the Tianxiao Alliance, she might seize the opportunity to eliminate Dugu Baidu, avenging Hai Tianba and her son. Guan Yushin pondered for a moment and nodded. Although circumstances had shifted, Mu Qinghong still possessed some utility, so he did not obstruct her. With Guan Yushin's consent, Mu Qinghong bowed and departed. Lord Gua, Mu Qinghong's fervor for revenge may jeopardize our plans, interjected Zhuang Xuanji, who had accompanied them. Do not worry. Should he dare to betray us, I shall eliminate him, Guan Yushin asserted with unwavering confidence. Hua Liyue has already approached Dugu Baidu. Once she returns, bring her to me, Guan Yushin commanded. Understood, Zhuang Xuanji replied. Though not a subordinate of Guan Yushin, she would assist Su Chun in maintaining relations with the Tianyage. Recently, she had delved into considerable research on the Tianyage, which was both formidable and enigmatic. It was essential to uphold the connection with the Tianyage. Meanwhile, Hua Liyue arrived at Dugu Baidu's location. When did you arrive, today or yesterday? Dugu Baidu inquired, gazing at her. We entered the city the day before yesterday. But Guan Yushin needed to familiarize himself with the circumstances of Tianxia City, hence my visit today to meet the young master and the sect leader, Hua Liyue responded. Is that so? Which individuals did Guan Yushin bring to Tianxia City? Dugu Baidu probed. Only Zhuang Xuanji, who is allied with Su Chun, accompanied Guan Yushin. I did not encounter anyone else, Hua Liyue hastily replied. Upon hearing her words, Dugu Baidu's expression sharpened. He could scarcely believe that Guan Yushin had come alone. I instructed you to stay close to him, not merely to observe his movements, but also to ascertain how many and which individuals accompanied him, Dugu Baidu remarked. Although Guan Yushin had only been in his company for a few days, Dugu Baidu sensed a profound depth to his character and cunning intelligence. Any further conversation would likely lead to his dismissal. Hua Liyue spoke. I often meet various figures, and I recognize that I cannot contend with Guan Yushin, thus refraining from probing too deeply. Nevertheless, I sensed an air of authority about him, suggesting he wields significant power, which made me wary of the Tianyage. As she contemplated discussing the plans concerning the capital's Xiameng with Guan Yushin, she considered the Qinglong Society and Tianyage to be her most significant gains from this expedition. It seems you hold this individual in high regard. To elicit such praise from you indicates he is exceedingly dangerous. Moreover, we cannot delay our plans regarding the Tianxiao Alliance. Any further postponement may lead to exposure. Bu Yunxiao's subordinates have begun returning to the Tianxiao Alliance, and tomorrow evening, Bu Yunxiao will summon these individuals at his residence. Inform Guan Yushin that we shall rendezvous tomorrow and proceed to the Bu residence together. How much silver have you prepared for me? Dugu Baidu inquired. I have completed all dealings with the Hai Sha Gang's enterprises. The total converted into silver amounts to 13 million taels, and as per your instructions, it has already been dispatched to the designated location, Hua Liyue responded. Is that all? The shortfall is considerable. We cannot afford any further delays. Did not Zhuang Xuanji from the Zhuang family bank accompany you? I do not care what means you employ, procure 30 million taels from her. Once we have dealt with the Tianxiao Alliance's enterprises, we will return the funds. Dugu Baidu commanded firmly. 30 million taels. Upon hearing this, a grave expression crossed Hua Liyue's face. This was no trifling sum. My lord, this. Hua Liyue hesitated, but under the piercing gaze of Dugu Baidu, sharp as a blade, she fell silent. Were it not for Feng Longju accompanying you, I would have ended you already. Hua Liyue bowed her head and withdrew. Once the funds are secured, I shall deal with Hua Liyue and conveniently shift the bounty for assassinating Emperor Wu Hou onto her and the Zhuang family bank. Dugu Baidu declared coldly after her departure. When the bounty on Emperor Wu Hou was issued, the Zhuang family bank and Hua Liyue had extensive financial dealings. Who else could it be? Of course, prior to the bounty, the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce would announce that Hua Liyue was no longer the vice president. Meanwhile, at the Bu Yunxiao residence, they resolved to take action the following day. Do you know who will be taking action? Yan Yinjue, clad in black, asked the masked figure impersonating Bu Yunxiao. The Tianya Pavilion's 10 Directions envoy, Guan Yutian, will arrive, collaborating with Feng Longju, along with the preemptive poisoning. Other matters were not mentioned by Dugu Baidu, the masked figure replied. Guan Yutian's strength is likely on par with Feng Longju. We can eliminate Feng Longju, but we cannot contend with both of them, Yan Yinjue remarked, his expression turning serious. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the entrance. What is it? Madam, a person outside claims to be your friend. She asked me to deliver this invitation to you. The messenger handed the invitation to Yan Yinjue. Mu Qinghong. Yan Yinjue waved her hand, signaling the servant to leave. I never expected Mu Qinghong to be alive and to come here to see me. What could she possibly want? Yan Yinjue furrowed her brow. As dusk fell outside the city, Su Chen's carriage appeared at the grand gates of Tianxia City. What an imposing Tianxia City. Truly worthy of being the seat of the Tianxiao Alliance, Su Chen mused as he gazed upon the city before him. The monumental characters of Tianxia City, along with the fortifications hewn from solid stone, marked it as the first magnificently grand city Su Chen had encountered since arriving in this world. The carriage proceeded into the bustling city. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. The streets were teeming with vehicles and richly adorned citizens. No wonder this is the most prosperous city in the Lingjiang region, Su Chen remarked. Before long, Yuan Suyun found a suitable inn for their stay, one with private courtyards. Quite commendable. After settling in, the attendant said, My lord, I shall go inform Guan Yutian to come here. After Yuan Suiyun assisted Su Chun and the others in tidying up, he promptly summoned Guan Yutian. He simply needed to inform Guan Yutian about the matter concerning the dark current sand. For the time being, it was best not to meet. Su Chun shook his head and said, if the dark current sand is related to the Heavenly Alliance, they should already be aware of Guan Yutian and Dugu Baidu's presence in Tianxia City. Understood. Yuan Suiyun bowed and departed. After a while, Yuan Suiyun appeared outside Guan Yutian's residence. With a leap, he entered the courtyard, and Guan Yutian, sensing the presence, manifested in the courtyard. Guan Zongshi, it is I? Yuan Suiyun conveyed telepathically as Guan Yutian emerged. Guan Zongwan, please come inside. Guan Yutian led Yuan Suiyun into the house. Guan Zongwan, what brings you to Tianxia City? Has the master arrived as well? Upon entering, Guan Yutian inquired. The master is indeed here. On our way back, we were ambushed by assassins from the Dark Current Sand. Consequently, we gathered information regarding the Dark Current Sand, the foremost assassin organization in the Lingjiang region, and discovered that their headquarters is likely located in Tianxia City. Yuan Suiyun explained. Upon hearing this, Guan Yutian furrowed his brow. So, the Dark Current Sand is connected to the Heavenly Alliance, or perhaps to Bu Yunxiao. As he spoke, a glimmer of realization illuminated his eyes. It appears that the impersonator of Bu Yunxiao was uncovered by someone from the Heavenly Alliance, not by that Dugu Baidu. Indeed. Has something occurred with the impersonator of Bu Yunxiao? Guan Yutian asked. Yes, Mu Qinghong recognized that the individual was not the same as the previous impersonator. She even went to meet Bu Yunxiao's wife afterward, Guan Yutian replied. At the mention of Bu Yunxiao's wife, Yuan Suiyun's expression shifted. Bu Yunxiao's wife? Yan Yinjue? There is very little information about her, as she seldom leaves her residence and has a low profile. At this juncture, Yuan Suiyun and Guan Yutian exchanged a knowing glance. This Yan Yinjue is suspicious. It is possible that she is the one who recognized the impersonator as a fraud, Yuan Suiyun remarked. Someone is approaching. You should conceal yourself. Guan Yutian advised. Yuan Suiyun leaped onto the roof beams. At that moment, Mu Qinghong, having just concluded her meeting with Yan Yingjue, approached with a hint of excitement in her eyes. She had gone to test Yan Yingjue, but before she could, Yan Yingjue had overpowered her and revealed the happenings within the Haitian gang. When asked if she sought revenge, Yan Yingjue proposed a collaboration. She had made her identity clear, leaving Mu Qinghong astonished to discover that Yan Yingjue was the leader of the Dark Current Sand. Without hesitation, Mu Qinghong agreed to ally with Yan Yingjue for the sake of vengeance. She was now arriving at Guan Yutian's door, following Yan Yingjue's instructions to lure Guan Yutian to a certain location to capture him. Given that Yan Yingjue could not easily subdue two formidable beings from the sea, capturing Guan Yutian first would provide them with the advantage needed to deal with Feng Longju and Duga Beidu. Suppressing her excitement, Mu Qinghong arrived outside Guan Yutian's door. Guan Zongshi, I have urgent matters to discuss. Hearing Mu Qinghong's voice, Guan Yutian opened the door. Upon entering the room, Mu Qinghong remarked, General Guan, I have encountered Bu Yunxiao's wife, Yan Yingjue. She is hosting a banquet for me at Mingyue Manor by the pristine waters of Qingshui Lake. Should we manage to capture Yan Yingjue, we would secure greater benefits within the Tianxia Alliance. Hearing Mu Qinghong's words, Guan Yutian felt a chill within. Yet he nodded in agreement, saying, This method is indeed commendable. You shall proceed first, and at the opportune moment, seize Yan Yingjue. Elated by Guan Yutian's response, Mu Qinghong concealed her joy and stated, I shall visit Yan Yingjue now. With that, she exited the room. Yuan Suiyin leapt down, observing, It seems Mu Qinghong has established a connection with Yan Yingjue. What do you suppose their intention is? To which Guan Yutian replied, What else could it be but to ensnare me? Alas, I had hoped to utilize Mu Qinghong for a few more days, but if she seeks her demise, I shall expedite her departure. I am off to meet this inconspicuous Yan Yingjue, who may well be linked to the Anliusha. With that, Guan Yutian also stepped out of the room. At Mingyue Manor, within a tavern owned by the Tianxia Alliance, Mu Qinghong was swiftly ushered into an elegant chamber. Inside, only Yan Yingjue was present, without any other company or ambush lurking outside. Yan Yingjue sat before a vanity, preparing herself in the mirror. As the leader of the Anliusha, she understood that captivating others' attention would present her with numerous opportunities. Men, like Guan Yutian, are often drawn to exquisite women. A mere glance would suffice for her to seize her chance. Should she strike, even if she faltered, her own strength would suffice to hold Guan Yutian at bay, allowing her allies to converge for an ambush. Madam, Guan Yutian will soon come to make his move against you, Mu Qinghong stated, adopting a lowly demeanor. You have my gratitude. Capturing Guan Yutian will ensure that Duga Beidu and his ilk cannot escape the Tianxia Alliance. Yan Yingjue responded. As she spoke, a gust of wind seemed to blow open the room's window, and a figure landed inside. Yan Yingjue's countenance shifted, while Mu Qinghong was momentarily stunned. Guan Yutian, she exclaimed. But before she could finish, Guan Yutian raised his hand and struck Mu Qinghong on the head. Bang! Her skull shattered like porcelain, blood gushing forth. In the face of such a scene, Yan Yingjue's expression remained unchanged as she gracefully approached Guan Yutian, her movements fluid and enchanting. It appears that General Guan has uncovered some truths. I never anticipated that Bu Yunxiao's wife, a seemingly inconspicuous individual, would possess the strength of a sea deity. You must indeed be the leader of the Anliusha, Guan Yutian observed, gazing at Yan Yingjue. Indeed, upon hearing Guan Yutian's words, Yan Yingjue's previously calm demeanor abruptly shifted. She darted toward him, her delicate hand poised to strike. As she approached, a black poison needle materialized within her palm. Innate true qi. As she drew closer to Guan Yutian, a surge of formidable energy emanated from him. Yan Yinke was jolted backward, her poison needle clattering to the ground. Chapter 551. A lone warrior triumphs, subduing Yan Yinke and the remnants of the alliance. With a failed strike, Yan Yinke retreated rapidly, twisting her body to leap out of the window. I wonder if you dare to follow. A chilling voice echoed in Guan Yutian's ears. He swiftly pursued her. Yan Ying's agility was remarkable, her silhouette nearly vanishing into the night. Though she did not glance back, she sensed a force locking onto her. The two figures materialized beside a desolate courtyard by the lakeside. This courtyard was overgrown with weeds, exuding an air of desolation. The dilapidated gate stood ajar as Guan Yutian observed the figure that had entered. Undeterred by danger, he stepped inside. Within the courtyard, Yan Yinke stood before a crumbling house. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating her form
and casting a delicate silhouette that revealed her alluring curves. Guan Yutian's gaze flickered slightly. Indeed, Yan Ying's beauty was exceptional, stirring within him a nostalgic yearning for the past exploits of the martial world. However, his interest remained merely observational. Guan Yutian was a man of grand ambitions. In his previous life, he aspired to be the supreme master of the martial realm, and now, having entered this world, he sought to expand his domain and enhance his power, aiding his master in ascending to the celestial gates to realize imperial ambitions. No one could sway his resolve. Lord Guan, it seems we harbor no enmity. Might we engage in conversation? Yan Yingke turned to him, her tone steady. You lured me to this forsaken courtyard under the pretense of discussion. Guan Yutian retorted coldly. Suddenly, his expression shifted. You have poisoned me. As he spoke, Yan Yingke propelled herself toward him with a swift kick against the ground. Her palms moved like butterflies, swift and graceful. Your attacks cannot breach my defenses, innate energy. Guan Yutian scoffed, a barrier of energy enveloping him. Yan Ying's hand struck against his innate energy once more, causing her to be repelled again. Yet, disappointment did not mar her features. She understood this strike was merely a test of Guan Yutian's innate energy. Boom! A powerful force erupted from within her. Akin to a tidal wave, her demeanor sharpening. Initially, she sought to maintain silence, but your energy is too potent. Prepare to receive my strike. Divine might. Phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. In that instant, black flames enveloped Yan Yingke, transforming her into a blazing phoenix of darkness. With a resounding cry, she charged towards Guan Yutian, her hands striking against his innate energy, igniting it in flames. Interesting. Guan Yutian's eyes twitched slightly as the energy around him surged, and he retaliated with a powerful palm strike. The formidable dragon palm erupted with an immense force, transforming into a dragon-shaped aura that cleaved through the air, colliding with the opponent's palm. With a resounding boom, Yan Yingke was forcefully repelled, crashing into the wall. The dilapidated building collapsed instantaneously. Yet, from the ruins, Yan Yingke's voice emerged, I strike. The heavenly slaughter spear technique, 9 gods united. 9 crimson spear shadows erupted from a single point, seemingly anticipating this very strike. These spear shadows converged after their assault, launching a devastating attack towards Guan Yutian with a force capable of rending the heavens. Guan Yutian let out a disdainful grunt, raising his hand as a surge of energy erupted, akin to a weighty mountain, meeting the spear shadows in a fierce clash. The radiant and potent energy suppressed the oncoming spear, and with a swift motion, his palm transformed into a dragon claw, seizing the spear. In one powerful motion, he redirected the spear, which pierced through the opponent's palm and struck their chest. With a thunderous impact, the opponent was knocked backward, blood spilling from their lips. At that moment, 4 figures leapt in from outside. One wielded a black longsword that glimmered coldly under the moonlight, likely a 3rd sword, while the final blade was an ominous sword capable of drawing blood. The other 3, robust in stature, bore 3 different long knives. Among the 4 renowned swordsmen, aside from the deceased Ba Dao, the remaining 3, along with the bloodied man who had been previously repelled and now leaned against the blood-red spear, formed a formidable quintet, the strongest remaining under Bu Yunxiao, with the man wielding the spear being the blood spear. Emerging from the debris, Yan Yingke appeared somewhat disheveled, yet fixated intently on Guan Yutian, her expression grave. She had just utilized her divine might to provoke Guan Yutian into action, allowing the blood spear to strike. However, the opponent's strength was overwhelming, leaving them with no opportunity to retaliate. Another must emerge from the shadows to launch a surprise attack. Poison will be futile. My innate vital energy circulates throughout my body. As long as my innate energy remains intact, you shall find no chance, Guan Yutian remarked, gazing into a darkened corner. From within, a man wearing a ghostly mask stepped forth, acknowledging the truth in Guan Yutian's words. All of you unite. If you can subdue me or defeat me, I, Guan Yutian, shall not intervene in the affairs of the World Alliance. However, should you fail, you will henceforth submit to me. Guan Yutian declared to the assembled figures, intent on recruiting them for his purposes. As for loyalty, in the face of absolute power, disloyalty only leads to death. Moreover, given sufficient time, his superior would provide ample support, and his envoys would emerge, establishing a means to counterbalance these individuals. As for Yan Yingke, the wife of Bu Yunxiao and the leader of the Underflow Sand,
her allegiance would prove invaluable. Kill. The wounded blood spear was the first to act. This is their opportunity. As a martial artist focused on ultimate objectives, he has always adhered to the principle of seizing the moment to strike. The blood-drenched demon dragon unleashed its energy, channeling it entirely into the spear in its grasp. The spear transformed into a crimson blur, hurtling towards Guan Yutian. Flame Blade Fury. Celestial Tiger Blood Devourer. Nether Blood Slash. Evil Pagoda Sword. In response to Guan Yutian's presence, the other four simultaneously sprang into action, launching themselves forward with ferocity. Meanwhile, the masked figure, Ghostface, glinted with a chilling light in his eyes as he raised his hand. Shadow Rift. A terrifying black light manifested in his palm, sharp enough to rend all. Reaching out towards Guan Yutian. Although his strength had not yet reached the realm of the sea, his strike was formidable. Yan Yingjue transformed into a silhouette of black flames, exuding a divine aura, the spectral image of a black phoenix emerging as she thrust her palm forward, aiming to shatter Guan Yutian's innate protective energy and provide the others with a chance to slay him. In an instant, a tempest of violent power erupted throughout the courtyard. Innate protective energy. Guan Yutian uttered a low growl as multiple attacks collided against his defense. A wave of terrifying energy surged forth, sending shockwaves through the air. The onslaught continued unabated, yet it failed to breach Guan Yutian's defenses, leaving them with a sense of disappointment. Dragon God Palm. Guan Yutian's energy surged violently, and in the blink of an eye, he split into multiple phantoms. Boom, boom, boom. The attackers were sent flying. Each of them coughed up blood, their eyes wide with shock and fear as they beheld Guan Yutian. Despite their combined efforts, they could not penetrate his defenses. You have lost. You must fulfill your promise. Guan Yutian's gaze bore into Yan Yingjue. Should she acquiesce, the others would follow suit. If you help me eliminate Feng Longju and Dugubo Beidu, I shall consent. Yan Yingjue declared. They were not Guan Yutian's match, and should they perish, their vengeance would be unattainable. Should Guan Yutian eliminate Dugubo Beidu and Feng Longju, aligning with him would not be out of the question. You shall not leave Tianxia City, Guan Yutian asserted. Chapter 552. Envoys of the Ten Directions, Helian Ba, Liao Rushi. In Tianxia City, within a courtyard, Feng Longju leapt onto the rooftop of a high building, his gaze fixed upon the location where the divine aura had recently manifested. Though the battle was brief, as a formidable warrior, Feng Longju sensed the disturbance immediately and dashed towards the source of the divine energy. However, the aura had vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. In another courtyard, Dugubo Beidu also sensed the anomaly, appearing atop a building. Elder Uncle, what was that just now? He inquired. There is a powerful being in the sea realm, Feng Longju replied. A being in the sea realm? There are indeed such powers within Tianxia City. Dugubo Beidu's expression hardened. I shall take a look first and discuss it upon my return. With a graceful leap, Feng Lang transformed into a shadow, vanishing before Dugu Beidu. Dugu Beidu returned to the courtyard, his expression somewhat grave. The emergence of a formidable entity at the oceanic concentration stage was indeed a troubling sign. It was imperative to subdue the remaining forces of the Tianxiao alliance by tomorrow and seize control of it. A thought struck Dugu Beidu. Meanwhile, in a nearby inn, Su Chen stood by the window, observing the formidable aura manifesting. He had not anticipated that the Tianxiao alliance still possessed a warrior at the oceanic concentration level. Su Chen deduced that Guan Yutian was engaged in battle with this opponent. He felt reassured about Guan Yutian's capabilities. There was no need for concern regarding his strength, as the battle would likely conclude swiftly, probably with overwhelming dominance. Guan Yutian has subdued the leader of Anliusha, Yan Yingjue, and the remnants of the Tianxiao alliance. Reward, 2 orange lottery cards. With Guan Yutian having captured Yan Yingjue and the remnants of the Tianxiao alliance, it implied that he had taken control of the organization. Su Chen's countenance brightened. He had initially expected Guan Yutian to gradually assume command. He was pleasantly surprised that Guan Yutian had effortlessly subdued everyone through sheer force. Dugu Beidu, I'm afraid there is no need for you to leave Tianxia City, Su Chen remarked coldly. It was evident that Dugu Beidu was the one who sought to eliminate him. He had initially intended to wait until the situation regarding the canal was resolved before taking action. However, with Guan Yutian now in command of the Tianxiao alliance, the canal's fate became irrelevant. Thus, Dugu Beidu could meet his demise. He proceeded to draw from the 2 orange lottery cards. Acquired character card, Helian Ba. Acquired character card, Liao Rushi. The two lottery cards yielded commendable characters. Helian Ba and Liao Rushi were both figures from the game Magic Sword, Life and Death Chess. Helian Ba, the master of the Sea Shark Palace, possessed the extraordinary skill of shadow clones and harbored ambitions to unify the martial world. Initially, he deceived Guan Yu Tian to seize the Supreme Alliance, but later sought to acquire the Ling Shuang sword, only to be severely injured by the sword's sovereign and ultimately returned in failure. In the end, he was slain by Guan Yu Tian, who had disguised himself as Murong Hua, rendering his efforts futile. Liao Rushi, the uncle of the protagonist Yin Songfeng in Magic Sword, Life and Death Chess, was well versed in the I Ching and fortune-telling. A disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism sect, often referred to as the wisest in the martial world. He once served as a military advisor for the Supreme Alliance and was a consummate schemer. His singular focus was to obtain the dreamlike infinite, which turned out to be a trap set by his master. Due to his practice of a false dreamlike infinite, he ultimately met his demise. It remained uncertain whether Liao Rushi would explode upon summoning again while utilizing the dreamlike infinite. Su Chun examined the information of the two individuals. Both possessed strength at the Dantian transformation level. However, Liao Rushi had a unique note. He could invoke the dreamlike infinite once every month, but it could not be accumulated, meaning he could only use it again a month after the first invocation. When employing the dreamlike infinite, Liao Rushi's strength would reach the oceanic concentration stage, nearing the threshold of fragmentation. Previously, Su Chun had pondered the insufficiency of 10 envoys. Now, he had acquired 2 individuals, intending for them to serve as the 10 envoys of the Tianya Pavilion under Guan Yu Tian's command. Though both individuals harbor ambitions, Guan Yu Tian can subdue them even within the realm of the demon sword. In this world, they must set aside their grievances. Only through collaboration can they advance further. Summon the 2, and let the returning Yuan Suiyun accompany them to meet Guan Yu Tian, while also conveying certain circumstances of this world to them. At this juncture, Feng Longju arrived at the dilapidated, abandoned courtyard. Observing the surrounding devastation, he noted the lingering toxins and residual energy in the air. At least 8 individuals had engaged in combat here. Who could they be? What prompted their actions? Feng Longju murmured to himself. However, with no other traces remaining, he did not linger and swiftly returned. Dugu Beidu awaited Feng Longju's return within the courtyard. What is the situation on your end? He inquired. There were 8 powerful beings in combat, among them at least one formidable entity from the sea. Feng Longju replied. Were the other 7 attempting to besiege this sea-dwelling powerhouse? Dugu Beidu questioned. I cannot ascertain the specifics, but numerous signs of battle have been eradicated. Nonetheless, there is certainly one sea-dwelling powerhouse in this city. We must proceed with our plans tomorrow to swiftly seize control of the Tianxiao Alliance. This is not our territory, and we currently lack other formidable allies, Feng Longju stated. I share the same sentiment. I will notify Hua Liu to invite Guan Yu Tian here, Dugu Beidu responded. Feng Longju nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Hua Liu was in the small courtyard of Zhuang Xuanji. Xuanji, I seek your assistance with a matter, Hua Liu said, gazing at Zhuang Xuanji. Dugu Beidu had requested her to borrow funds from Zhuang Xuanji, which she still needed to fulfill. For the moment, she did not wish to sever ties with Dugu Beidu and the others. Sister Liu, please proceed, Zhuang Xuanji replied, having grown somewhat familiar with her. Dugu Beidu wishes to borrow 30 million taels of silver from your family's bank, intending to use the assets of the Tianxiao Alliance as collateral. The assets of the Tianxiao Alliance are undoubtedly valuable. This business can be conducted. He proposes to borrow the 30 million taels first. And since your family's bank has ample resources, gathering that amount should be simple. We can draft an agreement in advance, Hua Liu explained. However, the Tianxiao Alliance has yet to be secured. We can discuss it once it is obtained, Zhuang Xuanji responded. The assets of the Tianxiao Alliance will certainly hold value. This deal is feasible. He means to secure the 30 million taels first, and your sister's bank can easily allocate some funds from various places. 30 million taels is quite manageable. We can sign an agreement beforehand, Hua Liu insisted. I will not part with such a large sum of silver without proper collateral. Sister, there is no need to argue. If you can provide land deeds or goods worth 30 million taels, I shall assist you in raising the funds, Zhuang Xuanji declared. Eyeing Hua Liu, she was not willing to fall for a ruse. Hua Liu did not press further. Indeed, as Zhuang Xuanji pointed out, acquiring silver without collateral was somewhat challenging.
What if I were to pledge the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce in the Lingjiang region to your bank? Hua Liu proposed. Bring the land deeds, and our bank will have personnel to assess them, Zhuang Xuanji replied. Very well, I shall prepare for it later. Hua Liu nodded and continued her conversation with Zhuang Xuanji for a while before taking her leave. Why does Dugu Beidu require such a large sum of cash? They had just acquired over 10 million in liquid assets from the Sea Shark gang. Zhuang Xuanji felt a twinge of confusion. It seems necessary to inform the sect master about this. Doubts began to arise in Zhuang Xuanji's mind. After departing from Zhuang Xuanji's courtyard, Hua Liu planned to head to Guan Yutian's place to relay Dugu Beidu's words to him. As she entered Guan Yutian's courtyard, she spotted two figures seated within. These two individuals were none other than Helian Ba and Liao Rujin, who had come to visit. Yuan Suiyun had provided a brief introduction regarding the circumstances of this realm on their way here. The rest was for them to familiarize themselves with. On Saturdays and Sundays, there would be 2 updates. Chapter 553. After today, the Tianxiao Alliance belongs to Guan Yutian, a grand chapter of 5,000 words. Clad in white, Liao Rujin exuded a calm aura, appearing much like an ordinary person, while Helian Ba, donning a blue robe, radiated an imposing presence. Their gazes turned towards Hua Liu, with Helian Ba's eyes flickering slightly. Greetings, I am Hua Liu, Vice President of the Nanhai Merchants Association, here to meet with General Guan. Hua Liu bowed respectfully. Given that these two were present in Guan Yutian's courtyard, they must surely belong to the Tianyao Pavilion. Previously, Hua Liu had pondered why General Guan had no subordinates accompanying him. It turned out that they had already arrived, and their appearance now was likely related to the formidable aura that had just surfaced. Otherwise, they would not have revealed themselves. However, what roles do these two play within the Tianyao Pavilion? Envoys of the 10 Directions, Helian Ba and Liao Rujin, they introduced themselves. Envoys of the 10 Directions? Hua Liu recalled that 2 envoys from the Tianyao Pavilion had appeared earlier. Those 2 were of average strength, but the prowess of these 2 was beyond her comprehension. It seemed that the envoys of the 10 Directions held considerable power within the Tianyao Pavilion. She wondered if she could foster a beneficial relationship with them. Being a merchant, Hua Liu's objective was to connect with influential factions to ensure her own interests were well served. Vice President Hua, I wonder what brings you here at such a late hour? Guan Yutian inquired as he stepped through the door. Members of the Tianxiao Alliance were gradually returning, and Dugu Shitzi was preparing to engage with General Guan the following day to strategize on how to seize control of the alliance. Hua Liu conveyed Dugu Beidu's earlier instructions. Very well, I shall meet with Dugu Beidu tomorrow. Guan Yutian did not concern himself with Dugu Beidu's noble lineage, merely referring to him by name. Just as Guan Yutian's words fell, a servant entered through the courtyard gate. Vice President Hua, a message has arrived from Dugu Shitzi, stating that there has been a disturbance in Tianxia City and requests for General Guan to discuss the matter, particularly regarding the acquisition of the Tianxiao Alliance, tomorrow. The messenger continued. This residence was arranged by Hua Liu, and the servants within were all her people. Upon hearing this, Hua Liu's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that the recent outbreak of conflict has led to unforeseen developments? Was Dugu Beidu in such haste to meet with Guan Yutian due to an unexpected incident? She pondered that Hua Liu had previously sensed the divine aura, yet the source of such power was beyond her means to contend with. Thus she had paid no heed to the situation. However, with the arrival of Dugu Beidu seeking Guan Yutian, it was evident that circumstances had shifted. Her gaze turned towards Guan Yutian, wondering if he would make an appearance at this late hour. The son of Dugu wielded considerable influence. The change in events compelled him to merely send a messenger to summon her for a discussion, rather than coming himself to confer with her. A hint of coldness appeared on Guan Yutian's face. Upon hearing his words, Hua Liu's expression changed. It was clear that Guan Yutian was somewhat displeased. Yet, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts, opting instead to lower her head and feign ignorance. Internally, she resented Dugu Beidu's arrogance, as Guan Yutian was no ordinary individual. And the fact that he acknowledged the shift in circumstances without personally visiting was telling. Guan Yutian had no intention of meeting Dugu Beidu, especially now that the Tianxiao Alliance was firmly under his control. Engaging with Dugu Beidu held no value. Vice President Hua, I shall accompany you to meet the son of Dugu. At this moment, Liao Rujin stepped forward. Although the Tianxiao Alliance had been subdued, remnants loyal to Dugu Beidu remained.
and Liao Rujin sought to glean information regarding these individuals by meeting with Dugu Beidu. Hua Liue was initially at a loss for words, but upon hearing Liao Rujin's declaration, she replied, "Then I must trouble you, Envoy Rujin. If one can attend, it shall not be difficult for me." After bidding farewell to Guanyu Tian, she set off with Liao Rujin towards Dugu Beidu's residence. Along the way, Hua Liue contemplated inquiring further to extract some information from her companion. However, she found herself receiving more questions than answers. Thus, she shifted the topic and asked, "Envoy Rujin, may I inquire if your Tianya Pavilion accepts assassination contracts? We at Tianya Pavilion do not engage in such matters. If we desire to eliminate someone, we do so ourselves or entrust the task to those from the Qinglong Association." Liao Rujin replied, "Entrusting to the Qinglong Association." Hua Liue was momentarily taken aback by Liao Rujin's words. From her statement, she discerned the nature of the relationship between Tianya Pavilion and the Qinglong Association. Moreover, the Qinglong Association's capability to assist Tianya Pavilion in assassination tasks implied a power far more formidable than she had previously imagined. Their carriage soon arrived at Dugu Beidu's estate, whereupon disembarking, the attendants swiftly escorted Hua Liue and her companion towards the conference hall. Dugu Beidu stood within, with Feng Longju seated at one side. As Hua Liue led Liao Rujin into the hall, Dugu Beidu's brow furrowed slightly. He had summoned Guanyu Tian, yet Hua Liue had brought someone else along. "Young master, this is Liao Rujin, the envoy of the Tianya Pavilion," Hua Liue introduced. "Guanyu Tian has matters to tend to. Allow me to handle the affairs concerning the Tianxia Alliance." She added, "Envoy of the 10 Directions?" Upon hearing the words of the divine messenger, a flicker of displeasure crossed the eyes of Dugu Beidu, though it was swiftly concealed. "As the divine envoy, you must have sensed the formidable presence of the battle that recently unfolded within the city. I hope that by dawn tomorrow, the chief envoy will accompany us to the Bu residence to deal with the remnants under Bu Yunxiao," Dugu Beidu stated. "Why are we at the Bu estate rather than the headquarters of the Tianxiao Alliance? It is here that we can annihilate the elite forces of the Tianxiao Alliance." Liao Ruoshan replied gravely, "In light of Yin Yingjue and others having pledged allegiance to Guanyu Tian, our next course of action must be to confront the traitors within the Tianxiao Alliance, including Dugu Beidu and Feng Longju. They intend to capture every last one without exception. I have already made arrangements, and any sudden changes will leave us pressed for time," Dugu Beidu retorted, shaking his head. "Very well, then. I urge you to disclose the entire strategy against the Tianxiao Alliance, so I may report back to the chief envoy," Liao Ruoshan suggested, gazing intently at Dugu Beidu. "The complete plan?" Dugu Beidu's gaze sharpened upon hearing Liao Ruoshan's words. The Dugu clan had meticulously devised strategies against the Tianxiao Alliance, embedding numerous agents within it. Currently, nearly half of the elders and hall masters remaining in the Tianxiao Alliance were their people. This was their means of controlling the alliance and could not be divulged to Tianya Pavilion. As long as we eliminate some of Bu Yunxiao's subordinates, we will naturally be able to secure the Tianxiao Alliance. Chief Envoy, we only need to suppress any unforeseen complications alongside Lord Feng, Dugu Beidu articulated. Upon hearing Dugu Beidu's remarks, Liao Ruoshan's expression deepened with contemplation. "Dugu, you must understand that half of the Lingjiang region will belong to Chief Envoy Guan of Tianya Pavilion. I trust you comprehend this. Do not engage in petty tricks, as it would be detrimental to our collaboration," Liao Ruoshan warned, his words laced with a hint of menace. The shadows in Dugu Beidu's eyes deepened upon hearing Liao Ruoshan's words, but soon faded into obscurity. How could that be? "Once the matter is concluded, I shall personally explain to the chief envoy," Dugu Beidu replied with great restraint. Despite the situation appearing settled, the necessity of Tianya Pavilion remained, especially since Feng Longju had indicated that Guanyu Tian possessed formidable strength, making confrontation inadvisable for the time being. "Then it is settled. Tomorrow, we shall convene before the Bu residence. If there are no other matters for you, I shall take my leave," Liao Ruoshan declared. With meticulous thought, Liao Ruoshan deduced that Dugu Beidu's reluctance to deal with the others within the Tianxia Alliance suggested that after eliminating Bu Yunxiao's subordinates, they would seamlessly seize control of the alliance. From this perspective, it appeared that some influential figures within the Tianxia Alliance were indeed aligned with him. As for the exact number, Liao Ruoshan was uncertain. However, he could instruct Yin Yingjue to gather the individuals of considerable authority within the Tianxiao Alliance at Yin's residence
to ascertain which of them belonged to Dugu Beidu. They could then be dealt with collectively. Vice President Hua, how has the matter I entrusted to you progressed? Dugu Beidu inquired just as Liao Ruoshan was about to depart. Zhuang Xuanji requires either a mortgage deed or valuable items in order to lend us cash. Hua Liyue remarked. How ungrateful of Zhuang Xuanji. As Donggu Beidu spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Lu Rushi, eager to gauge her reaction. However, Lu Rushi maintained an expression of tranquility, as if Zhuang Xuanji were of no concern to her at all. My lord, grant me a little more time. I shall surely convince Zhuang Xuanji, Hua Liyue hurriedly asserted. I hope that by tomorrow, after we secure the Tianxiao alliance, this matter will be resolved. You should return with the envoy Lu Rushi for now, Donggu Beidu replied. Hua Liyue nodded, deep in thought. Zhuang Xuanji is affiliated with Su Chun. If we resort to coercion, we would be offending Su Chun. What is Donggu Beidu truly aiming for? Does he intend to sever ties with Su Chun? Such a course of action seems illogical for his interests. Outside the estate, within the carriage that had arrived, Hua Liyue wore a troubled expression. Zhuang Xuanji would not relent, and Donggu Beidu appeared intent on forcibly acquiring cash. His urgency suggested a reluctance to present a mortgage deed. She glanced towards Lu Rushi, hoping to discern the Tianya Pavilion's stance on Zhuang Xuanji, but the latter's face remained inscrutable, revealing nothing. Vice President Hua, I presume you hold a position beyond merely being the Vice President of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce? Lu Rushi inquired. Earlier, you mentioned executing a killing. Might you share the details with me? If the information is viable, I can divulge a secret, she continued, recalling Hua Liyue's earlier mention of Tianya Pavilion possibly taking on assassination tasks. The evil alliance in the capital seeks to assassinate a significant figure and is recruiting powerful allies to assist. I happen to be one of those aiding in the recruitment. Hua Liyue explained. The evil alliance and a prominent figure. Surely Vice President Hua can surmise who this target in the court might be, Lu Rushi remarked, drawing attention to the court. A prominent figure in the capital could only be someone from the court. According to certain intelligence, it might very well be the imperial teacher. Rumors had circulated in the capital's black market regarding such matters, so Hua Liyue had no qualms in sharing. The imperial teacher. Lu Rushi's eyes sparkled with interest. Zhuang Xuanji is affiliated with Su Xiaolong of the Qinglong Society. Su Xiaolong holds a significant position. Even the chief officer must show him respect. It would be unwise to coerce Zhuang Xuanji, for otherwise, the chief officer may very well strike you down with a single blow. Having said this, Lu Rushi closed her eyes in contemplation. Hearing Lu Rushi's words, Hua Liyue was momentarily taken aback. If what Lu Rushi indicated was true, then Su Chun, the young leader of the Qinglong Society, might be far more formidable than she had previously imagined. Thank you for the information, Envoy Lu Rushi. Hua Liyue quickly expressed her gratitude. The following day, around noon, Donggu Beidu and Feng Longju appeared outside the Bu estate. However, their expressions shifted as they observed those entering the estate. For it appeared that individuals of significant rank within the Tianxia alliance were, astonishingly, making their way inside. What is the meaning of this? Donggu Beidu thought, his demeanor grave. Uncle, it seems we have encountered an unexpected turn of events, Donggu Beidu remarked. The atmosphere around Feng Longju grew increasingly solemn, as the current situation diverged significantly from their prior plans. While they were engaged in conversation, Guan Yutian, accompanied by a group, arrived at their location. Guan Zongshi. Dugu Beidu greeted Guan Yutian with a respectful bow. Dugu Shitzi, it seems you are somewhat bewildered by the present circumstances. I neglected to inform you that last night, I dispatched Ru Shun to meet with Bu Yunxiao, commanding him in the name of Dugu Shitzi to summon everyone to Bu's residence. We must eliminate any obstacles, Guan Yutian proclaimed with an air of authority. Upon hearing his words, Dugu Beidu's eyes flashed with indignation. He had not anticipated such a course of action from Guan Yutian. The woman following Guan Yutian, Hua Liyue, was equally taken aback by this revelation. The situation appeared to have shifted dramatically. Guan Zongshi, our strategy against the Tianxiao alliance should be spearheaded by my Dugu family. Your approach may disrupt our plans and lead to unforeseen complications, Dugu Beidu stated gravely. Do not worry, Dugu Shitzi. We can handle any eventualities. I firmly believe that the deceased are incapable of taking any action. Observing the current state of affairs, it seems that most have already arrived. Let us proceed to conclude matters, Guan Yutian responded, leading the group toward Bu's residence without finishing his thought. Dugu Beidu's expression darkened considerably as he surveyed the unfolding scene. Let us enter as well, Feng Longju suggested at his side. However, uncle, I fear there may be other unforeseen developments. He cautioned. Fear not. If necessary, I will employ my trump card, for I have brought that item with me. Feng Longju communicated in a whisper. Upon hearing this, Dugu Beidu regained some composure, casting a shadowy glance at Guan Yutian, who was advancing ahead. They quickened their pace to align with Guan Yutian. As Guan Yutian turned to regard the approaching Dugu Beidu, a fleeting, barely perceptible glimmer passed through his eyes. At the entrance, an elderly man awaited their arrival and approached Dugu Beidu immediately. Sheathed, please enter. The old man bowed respectfully. Let us inside. Dugu Beidu instructed coldly, glancing at Guan Yutian in disbelief at the old man's deference. Within the Bu residence's council hall, 16 individuals were present. Apart from the 5 who served Bu Yunxiao, there were 11 others, including 8 hall masters and 3 elders. At the head of the table sat Bu Yunxiao, alliance leader. You summoned us today. What pressing matters require our attention? Inquired an elder clad in a blue robe, directing his gaze towards various directions. Under normal circumstances, when the alliance leader appeared, the strategist Nangong Jun and Nie Qianlu would undoubtedly accompany him, yet they were conspicuously absent. As he spoke, some members among the 11 displayed expressions of intrigue, while others appeared puzzled. Bu Yunxiao observed their reactions keenly. I have gathered you here today primarily to announce that the Tianxiao Alliance is about to undergo a change in leadership, passing into new hands, Bu Yunxiao declared. What? Alliance leader? What are you saying? Exclaimed the elder in blue, his face filled with disbelief. There is no need for astonishment. Your leader has spoken truly. After today, the Heavenly Alliance will change hands. However, the individual before you, the esteemed Lord Bu, is not the genuine Lord Bu Yunxiao. Your true Lord Bu Yunxiao has perished. As these words were spoken, Guan Yutian strode into the room. Impudent. The elder in blue was incensed upon hearing Guan Yutian's declaration. How dare you curse our leader? With that, he struck a palm towards Guan Yutian. Yet, Helian Ba, standing beside Guan Yutian, swiftly intervened. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a shadowy doppelganger, sending forth a powerful palm strike. The elder in blue was instantly sent hurtling backwards, colliding with a pillar, blood spewing from his mouth. In that fleeting moment, 5 individuals who had been seated sprang to their feet, intent on retaliating. However, their counterparts, also 5 in number, moved first, launching an attack on them. The standing 5, caught off guard, were severely injured, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed upon their attackers. Meanwhile, the assailants regarded the 5 seated individuals with wary eyes. Young master. As they took precautions, one person inclined their head slightly in respect towards Dugu Beidu, whose countenance was notably grim. From the moment he entered, Guan Yutian had commandeered the situation, an unforeseen turn of events for him. With the circumstances deviating from his expectations, he could only observe what Guan Yutian intended to do. At this juncture, Guan Yutian advanced toward the main seat, where the specter impersonating Bu Yunxiao immediately bowed and vacated the position. Guan Yutian took a seat without hesitation. Today, the Heavenly Alliance belongs entirely to me, Guan Yutian, he proclaimed. Witnessing this, Dugu Beidu's expression shifted dramatically, and the other 5 in the hall were equally taken aback. This was not what the young master had indicated. Guan Yutian, what do you mean by this? Dugu Beidu inquired, casting a piercing gaze at Guan Yutian. It is evident that I, Guan Yutian, shall henceforth occupy the Heavenly Alliance, governing the Lingjiang region. Do you have any objections, young master Dugu? Guan Yutian retorted, his tone domineering, an immense aura pressing down upon Dugu Beidu. Under this oppressive force, Dugu Beidu felt his heart constrict, his every pore standing on end. At that moment, Feng Longju stepped forward to shield him from the overwhelming pressure. Master Guan, do you intend to monopolize the Heavenly Alliance? Feng Longju questioned, his expression grave as he regarded Guan Yutian. Indeed, Guan Yutian replied candidly to Feng Longju's assertion. At his words, a cold glint flickered in Feng Longju's eyes as he turned his gaze towards the 5 seated behind Bu Yunxiao. Our conflict will only serve to benefit others. Is this what you desire, Master Guan? They were all subdued by me last night, Guan Yutian stated, fixing his gaze upon Feng Longju. Last night, the divine presence in the city belonged to you, did it not? Shouldn't that divine presence be attributed to you? Feng Longju remarked, his brow furrowing slightly as he scrutinized Guan Yutian. Meanwhile,
Wally Yu observed the unfolding events with a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. She had not anticipated that Guan Yutian had orchestrated such an elaborate scheme without a word. Having subdued the followers under Bu Yunxiao, the intention to monopolize the entire Tianxia League became apparent. His gaze inadvertently turned towards Zhuang Xuanji, whose face was equally filled with astonishment. The unfolding events had transcended her comprehension. All she could do now was remain silent and observe, lest she be caught in the turmoil and meet a tragic end. Noticing the shift in Zhuang Xuanji's demeanor, Wally Yu's expression softened slightly. However, her own predicament was dire. As a member of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce, she was aligned with Dugu Beidu. Should conflict arise, she would find herself in a precarious situation. The divine aura exhibited last night was not the manifestation of the official envoy, but mine. At that moment, a clear and chilling voice resonated from outside the conference hall. The assembly turned their gazes toward the entrance. Dressed in a simple black robe, Yan Yingjue strode into the hall, emanating a profound wave of true energy. Upon sighting Yan Yingjue, Feng Longju's expression shifted slightly. He did not recognize the newcomer, yet the formidable aura was unmistakable. Yan Yingjue, the wife of Bu Yunxiao. Beside him, Dugu Beidu's countenance altered dramatically. The wife of Bu Yunxiao. You conspire against us. At that moment, Feng Longju's face darkened. The situation had taken a drastic turn. It is not a conspiracy. Once I eliminate you, Madam Yin will be entirely loyal to me. Thus you shall perish here today. Guan Yutian spoke coldly. It was truly unexpected that Bu Yunxiao's wife would be a formidable master. Feng Longju regarded Yan Yingjue with a grave expression. Guan Yutian, may I take it upon myself to execute? Yan Yingjue's eyes glimmered with a frigid, murderous intent as she fixed her gaze upon Dugu Beidu. Dugu Beidu's expression faltered. Guan Yutian, I am the heir of the Grand General's estate. Do you wish to make an enemy of the Dugu clan? Dugu Beidu stated in a low voice. Scrutinizing Guan Yutian, do not threaten me with the Dugu clan. Even if Dugu stands before me, I would still strike you down. Guan Yutian huffed coldly, unleashing a violent aura that surged towards Dugu Beidu. The ferocity of the pressure was overwhelming. The moment Dugu Beidu attempted to respond, he was immediately suppressed by a force that felt akin to a crushing weight upon his being. Bang! His knees buckled uncontrollably, forcing him to kneel upon the ground. The stone floor of the hall cracked under the strain. Uncle, save me. The overwhelming pressure left Dugu Beidu in a state of panic. When the force first descended, he had attempted to circulate his true energy to counteract the pressure, but it proved futile, compelling him to urgently seek aid from Feng Longju. Guan Yutian, you are being excessively tyrannical. Unyielding demon fist. Witnessing this, Feng Longju's expression shifted as he unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the oppressive force emanating from Guan Yutian. Guan Yutian, as a formidable master of the sea, it is rather excessive to suppress a junior with such divine might. After dispelling the pressure surrounding Dugu Beidu with a single blow, Feng Longju addressed Guan Yutian. It seems you possess a hidden card. Guan Yutian did not acknowledge Dugu Beidu, but instead focused his gaze upon Feng Longju. He observed the demeanor of Feng Longju closely. Although the other party appeared somewhat surprised, there was no hint of panic in the face of such circumstances, indicating that he possessed a hidden card. Today, we concede. After Tianxia Alliance, it will be yours, Tianya Pavilion. What do you think? At this juncture, they had already been defeated. Despite having a hidden card, defeat rendered further discussion unnecessary, ensuring one's survival was of utmost importance. I would very much like to let you go, but alas, your value compels me to keep you alive. Without your assistance, Lady Yin would be reluctant to aid me. Furthermore, there is the matter of the young Master Dugu, who has committed a grave error. Committing many mistakes is one thing, but making a mistake against the wrong person is a different matter altogether. Guan Yutian gazed at Dugu Beidu, who, with a disheveled appearance, rose from the ground. His eyes darkened. Listening to Guan Yutian's words, he found himself perplexed by their meaning, yet he understood. Lady Yin, I have suppressed Feng Longju. He cannot make a move, so you may kill Dugu Beidu. Guan Yutian instructed Lady Yin. Thank you, Commander. Lady Yin replied, a chilling smile gracing her lips as she darted forward, her hand transforming into a claw, descending upon Dugu Beidu. Noticing this, Feng Longju attempted to intervene. However, in an instant, the aura surrounding Guan Yutian locked onto him, as if any movement on his part would provoke a swift attack from Guan Yutian. Guan Yutian, you. At this moment, Feng Langju's expression darkened entirely, his tone laced with fury. He stepped forward, unleashing a formidable energy that erupted from within him, enveloping the entire hall in an overwhelming pressure. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. As this formidable aura manifested, a trace of disdain crossed Guan Yutian's face, accompanied by a cold snicker. A terrifying power surged forth from him, dispersing the oppressive force directed at him and retaliating against Feng Langju. This immense strength continually suppressed the energy emanating from Feng Langju. The two forces clashed, creating a tempest that swept outward. Some individuals hastily retreated, while tables, chairs, and the injured were sent flying by the shockwave, screams echoing throughout the chamber. The furniture was reduced to mere debris. Lady Yan, a formidable force in her own right, remained largely unaffected by this pressure. Her delicate hand lunged towards Dugu Beidu with lethal precision. At that moment, Dugu Beidu's face was filled with horror, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. No longer brimming with arrogance, he sensed the imminent danger and attempted to evade, but suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his right arm. With a swift motion, Lady Yan's hand struck his right arm, tearing it asunder. Ah! A cry of agony escaped Dugu Beidu's lips as blood gushed from the severed limb. Lady Yan's beautiful eyes glinted with coldness. She did not wish to kill Dugu Beidu immediately, instead wanting him to experience the pain. Meanwhile, Feng Langju's gaze darkened, and he clenched his fist tightly. This time, the strike was not directed at Guan Yutian, but rather aimed straight at Dugu Beidu. With a resounding thud, a muffled groan followed by a piercing scream echoed through the air. Dugu Beidu's chest was brutally pierced by Feng Langju's fist, sending him hurtling backward to collide against a stone pillar, blood gushing forth as he cried out in agony, disbelief flashing in his eyes. In that moment, the assembly hall fell into an immediate silence. You shall not leave today. To spare you further suffering, I shall send you on your way, Feng Langju intoned solemnly. Chapter 555, The Gathering of the Spirit Pearl and the Convergence of Power. Feng Langju's words were chilling, imbued with a sense of ruthlessness. The onlookers in the assembly hall stood frozen, gazing at the blood pooling on the ground and the lifeless gaze of Dugu Beidu, the esteemed General Wang's eldest son. Dugu Beidu had perished, his heart pierced by Feng Langju's merciless blow. From a short distance away, Hua Liue watched in shock, her beautiful eyes fixed on Feng Langju. Known as the Master of the Unfettered Gate and bearing the moniker of the demonic lord of the turbulent era, his strike was undeniably fierce. She was now consumed with anxiety, fearing that Feng Langju might turn his attention toward her next. What a remarkable tactic. Who would have thought you would aid him in alleviating his suffering? I am eager to see what trump cards you possess next, Guan Yutian remarked. Although I may not stand a chance against the combined forces of you two, I can certainly depart on my own. I am not like Bu Yinxiao, who is both arrogant and overly sentimental, choosing to remain when he could escape. I believe you do not wish for a formidable adversary in the sea of spirit convergence to oppose the Tianyao Pavilion, do you? Henceforth, I, Feng Langju, shall not involve myself in the grievances between your faction and the Dugu clan. Feng Langju regarded Guan Yutian, his intent unmistakable. If they allowed him to leave, their enmity would cease, and he would refrain from troubling the Tianyao Pavilion again. Should Guan Yutian persist in his endeavors, once he departed, he would unleash his wrath upon the others in the Tianyao Pavilion. While he could not target Guan Yutian, he could eliminate any other spirit convergence practitioners at will. Are you threatening me? Guan Yutian inquired, fixing Feng Langju with a piercing gaze. This is not a threat. It is a statement of fact, Feng Langju replied, his expression unruffled. He was confident that Guan Yutian would make the prudent choice and allow him to depart unscathed. You speak the truth, however. The affairs of the other pavilions in the Tianyao Pavilion do not concern me. My only priority is to secure the interests of my 10 Directions envoy. Should you possess the fortitude to escape from me, you may act against the other pavilions, and they shall pursue you in turn. But alas, you shall not leave today, Guan Yutian declared, rising imperiously. Upon hearing Guan Yutian's words, a shadow of gloom crossed Feng Langju's previously serene countenance. It was evident that Guan Yutian was indifferent to the lives of those from the Tianyao Pavilion, a stark contrast to his own line of thought. Could it be that competition or rivals existed within the Tianyao Pavilion? Such thoughts crossed his mind, yet now was not the time for contemplation. He must focus on how to escape. Guan Yutian's overwhelming dominance left him pondering whether he truly possessed the strength to subdue Feng Langju. Standing aside, Hua Liu pondered.
realizing that compared to others, she was now the most perilous. She gently approached Zhuang Xianji and inquired, "Sister Xianji, what course of action shall we take in this predicament?" Aside from her, the only ally she could rely on was Zhuang Xianji, who represented Su Chun and was neither affiliated with the Tianya Pavilion nor the Grand General's residence. "I am uncertain, but our leader Xiao Long should have a rapport with Ambassador Guan, so he ought not to act against me. However, Vice President Hua, you must exercise caution," Zhuang Xianji replied, gazing intently at Hua Liu. As Hua Liu recalled the enigmatic words spoken earlier, a glimmer of hope sparkled in her eyes. Perhaps with Zhuang Xianji's aid, she could navigate this tempest. Suddenly, as she contemplated how to voice her thoughts, Guan Yu Tian stepped forth, unleashing a formidable aura that erupted from him like a mountain torrent, overwhelming the surroundings with an incredible pressure imbued with an immense divine might. Resonating with the sound of a dragon's roar, Feng Langju's gaze sharpened, feeling the intensity of the divine pressure surge, far stronger than before. He stared at Guan Yu Tian, who now resembled a divine dragon, instilling in him a profound sense of dread that intensified with each passing moment. "If you seek battle, then I shall oblige," Feng Langju exclaimed, a terrifying demonic energy enveloping him, infused with a bloodthirsty aura. At that moment, 5 individuals from the Tianxiao Alliance, aligned with Du Gu Beidou, shrieked in horror as the likes of Liao Rushun and He Lianba struck, swiftly eliminating Du Gu Beidou's followers. Blood stained the atmosphere, thickening the already oppressive aura. Following their decisive strike, He Lianba and his companions hastily exited the meeting hall, recognizing that engaging a powerful adversary head-on was unwise. Feng Langju, sensing the shift, leaped back, opting to flee rather than confront Guan Yu Tian directly. His speed was astonishing, prompting a slight movement in Guan Yu Tian's eyes as he transformed into a fleeting shadow in pursuit. Their velocity surpassed the capacity of ordinary sight. Those in the courtyard quickly followed suit, eager to witness the unfolding confrontation. From atop a distant high-rise, Su Chan observed the 2 figures bursting forth from Bu Yunzhao's residence. "Feng Langju seeks to evade combat. Let us follow," he declared, leaping forward with Yuan Sui Yun and Yi Gucheng trailing closely behind. Outside the city, Guan Yu Tian suddenly unleashed a strike, the valiant dragon palm. A ferocious wave of energy surged toward the fleeing Feng Langju. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted violently, bearing down on Feng Langju's retreating form. Turning to face the incoming palm strike, Feng Langju retaliated with a powerful punch, unleashing the boundless bloodthirsty fist. The collision of their energies generated a fierce tempest that radiated outward. Both combatants landed on solid ground, finding themselves in an open expanse. "This is the grave you have chosen for yourself." Guan Yutian gazed at Feng Langju Dao, asserting that within the city of Tianxia, he must still have allies. "Once I am injured, I shall be unable to leave. Here, I can both advance and retreat," Feng Langju replied coldly. He had not engaged in combat at the Bu residence, but had swiftly retreated to this location, knowing that even in defeat against Guan Yutian, he could escape unscathed. Though dubbed the Demon Lord of Chaos, he remained composed. His recent execution of Dugu Beidu exemplified this, with no chance of survival for Dugu. He granted him a merciful end. As he spoke, Guan Yutian moved with a sudden burst of speed towards him, prompting Feng Langju to respond without hesitation, propelling himself forward as well. The 2 figures collided fiercely. A violent onslaught erupted, with waves of formidable energy radiating from their clash, causing the atmosphere to shift dramatically. At this moment, Guan Yutian harnessed the power of the sea, cautious of invoking the destructive forces that could lead to complications. Hence, he refrained from using his full power until absolutely necessary. Their palm strikes were overwhelming. Guan Yutian held back, while Feng Langju unleashed a torrent of attacks. His internal energy swirling rapidly as he employed the Tianyuan Beidu technique, continuously amplifying his strength. In an instant, their hands met in a flurry of motion, and then the air was filled with overlapping illusions. Bang! The 2 figures continued to intertwine. In the briefest of moments, the sound of their clash erupted, showcasing the intensity of the battle. Waves of energy surged forth, flattening the surrounding area and transforming it into an expansive arena. The commotion attracted the attention of several martial artists, who observed the fierce struggle from a distance. Helian Ba and others had also arrived. Originally, Hua Liu intended to seize this opportunity to depart,
but she found herself under the watchful gaze of Liu Ruoxing, compelling her to remain. With a resounding crash, the two figures separated. "If this is all the prowess you possess, you shall not escape today," Guan Yutian declared, having merely warmed up in their earlier exchange. Even without unleashing his destructive power, he was far beyond Feng Longju's capabilities. As he spoke, Guan Yutian's aura surged once more. His immense might coupled with a formidable true energy that rose like a towering wave of 100 feet, creating a terrifying spectacle. Chapter 556, Slaying Feng Longju. Seizing the alliance of Tianxia at this moment, Guan Yutian became increasingly serious. The magnificent true energy coalesced into a colossal wave, sweeping outward. Those spectating were struck with awe, sensing the overwhelming force emanating from him. To them, Guan Yutian appeared as a fearsome deity, a dreadful aura radiating from his being, inducing trepidation in the hearts of the onlookers, causing their pulses to quicken and their breaths to hitch. Only after retreating did they gradually regain their composure. Who is this person, and how can he be so powerful? Some martial artists, witnessing Guan Yutian's terrifying presence, questioned in confusion. The warriors of Tianxia City had never encountered Guan Yutian before. I wonder why the leader of the Bianxio Alliance has not appeared. This is indeed the domain of the Tianxia Alliance. Some individuals harbor doubts. With such a formidable presence emerging, one would expect Bu Yunxiao, the leader of the Heavenly Alliance and the ruler of Tianxia City, to make an appearance. Yet, he remains conspicuously absent, leaving many perplexed. "Feng Longju, let us see if you can withstand my strike," resounded the voice of Guan Yutian. As he spoke, the surging true energy coalesced into his palm, which he then thrust forward. This strike, imbued with tremendous power, manifested as a colossal handprint directed towards Feng Longju. Feng Longju's expression turned grave. This strike bore an overwhelming divine force that subtly suppressed his spirit. With his mind under duress, compounded by the ferocious power of the palm, defeat seemed inevitable. His gaze sharpened, and a black orb appeared in his hand. As he inhaled, an unseen force surged from the orb into Feng Longju's being, causing the previously repressed divine might to begin its fervent ascent. Noticing this, Guan Yutian's eyes narrowed. "Though I may not possess your strength, I have the gathering spirit pearl. This artifact can significantly amplify my divine might, enabling me to withstand your pressure. Let us see how you intend to vanquish me." Celestial North Dipper, Blood Fiend Celestial Fist. At that moment, Feng Longju's robe transformed seamlessly, and under the rapid motion of the Celestial North Dipper's technique, his blood energy surged forth, roaring like a torrent. With such momentum, Feng Longju's aura intensified, countering Guan Yutian's divine presence. With his fierce demeanor, he now resembled a demonic deity, his once black eyes now glinting crimson. At this juncture, Su Chun and his companions arrived nearby, observing the potent aura emanating from Feng Longju, along with the orb pulsating with invisible energy in his embrace. Their eyes sparkled with intrigue. The ability to enhance divine might is indeed remarkable. This is Feng Longju's trump card. Alas, he faces Guan Yutian. Su Chun sighed. Guan Yutian's strength, if likened to the ocean's depths, suggests that capturing Feng Longju at this moment would be a formidable challenge. However, Guan Yutian's prowess transcends mere oceanic depths. Even with Feng Longju harnessing the ocean's divine might, subduing Guan Yutian in this regard seems implausible. Boom. The clash of their powers reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath them. Following the impact, neither combatant faltered. Particularly, Guan Yutian surged forward towards Feng Longju, who regarded the advancing figure with a menacing glare. Celestial North Dipper, Blood Curse Finger. With a resounding roar, all of his energy coalesced at his fingertip, manifesting as a massive crimson digit that lunged towards Guan Yutian. Having sensed the profound power within Guan Yutian from their previous clash, Feng Longju understood that even with the gathering spirit pearl's aid, he still lagged significantly in sheer energy. Thus, he focused all his might into a single, devastating blow. The enormous blood-colored finger struck forth like a keen blade. "Primordial vigor," Guan Yutian exclaimed, unleashing an invisible force that erupted around him. With a thunderous impact, the crimson fingers collided against the innate vital energy, creating a wave of force that, astonishingly, failed to breach the opponent's defenses. Witnessing this, Feng Longju's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that his full-force strike would be thwarted. Such a formidable defense. Who is that individual? Do you know who Feng Longju is? The spectators, captivated by the terrifying scene before them, could not help but inquire. I believe I've heard of Feng Longju. Some murmured pensively. He is the master of the South Sea's unfathomable gate, the Chaos Demon Lord, Feng Longju. A voice echoed through the crowd. Yet, how could the Chaos Demon Lord appear in our heavenly city? Some remained perplexed, undeterred by his initial failure. A fierce glint ignited within Feng Longju's eyes as he surged forward, unleashing the full might of the heavenly origin North Star energy within him, generating a formidable force. He unleashed a barrage of punches, determined to shatter the innate vital energy of Guan Yutian and land a decisive blow, ensuring his own escape. The air erupted with explosive sounds as his fists collided with the innate vital energy, each impact resonating like thunder. Guan Yutian was forced back several steps, yet still, the barrier held firm. Seeing this, Feng Longju intensified his assault, striking with unrelenting ferocity. Is this your strongest attack? Then allow me to send you on your way. Guan Yutian's gaze turned icy as he assessed Feng Longju's strength, having grasped the intricacies of his opponent's abilities over their lengthy engagement. As Feng Longju paused during his flurry of punches, Guan Yutian seized the moment, propelling himself forward. The innate vital energy coalesced into a concentrated force within his palm, unleashing a series of strikes that transformed into dragon-shaped energy, charging toward his adversary. Feng Longju reacted swiftly, but the overwhelming power sent him hurtling backwards, blood spilling from his lips. Without hesitation, Guan Yutian transformed into a white flash, appearing before Feng Longju, his palm striking forcefully toward his head. Despite Feng Longju's attempts to rise, an immense aura enveloped him. In his wounded state, he sought to absorb the power from the gathering spirit pearl. But a resonant dragon's roar echoed in his mind, rendering him momentarily dazed. By the time clarity returned, Guan Yutian's hand had already descended upon Feng Longju's head. With a resounding crack, Feng Longju's skull shattered like a watermelon. The leader of the Sky Cloud Alliance was slain by Feng Longju's ambush, and I, Guan Yutian, have avenged him by killing Feng Longju outside Heavenly City. From this day forth, the Heavenly City and the Heavenly Alliance belong to me, Guan Yutian of Tianya Pavilion. His voice reverberated throughout the area, marking a decisive victory. Upon hearing the words of Guan Yutian, the spectators among the martial artists were taken aback. The leader of the Bianxio, Bu Yunxiao, had been assassinated by Feng Longju, and Guan Yutian had avenged him by slaying Feng Longju, thereby seizing control of the Tianxiao Alliance. Chapter 557. The Ministry of Officials, one of the three great dukes, Tianding Gong, and thus the heavens over the realm transformed. Some martial artists gazed at Guan Yutian's imposing figure and could not help but speak. They found it difficult to accept that Bu Yunxiao, who had ruled the Tianxiao Alliance for 20 years and was a formidable overlord in the Lingjiang region, had been silently assassinated. The ownership of the Tianxiao Alliance had changed hands just like that. Perhaps this is the way of the martial world. The old king passes, and the new king ascends. Regardless, from now on, the Lingjiang region would belong to Guan Yutian, the grand envoy of Tianyich. The sovereign of the Lingjiang region was none other than Guan Yutian, the grand envoy of Tianyich. The Lingjiang region, close to the northern 9 prefectures, was well aware of the situation concerning Tianyich, which had already unified the territories beyond the Great Wall. This meant that Tianyich had, on the surface, already dominated 2 regions. In the following days, with the collaboration of figures like Liu Shun, Helian Ba, and Yin Yinjue, Guan Yutian swiftly consolidated the Tianxiao Alliance. Naturally, bloodshed was inevitable. Seize the Tianxiao Alliance, conquer the Lingjiang region, and receive 2 orange lottery cards as a reward. When Guan Yutian fully took control of the Lingjiang region, Su Chun received 2 orange lottery cards, a smile illuminating his face. He made his way to the common area of the inn and ordered a sumptuous feast, quietly savoring the dishes with Yuan Suiyun, while Yi Guqing remained secluded in his courtyard. Compared to Su Chun and Yuan Suiyun, Yi Guqing drew too much attention and was less suited to appear publicly. Within the inn, a cacophony of voices from all walks of life created a lively atmosphere, bringing with it a plethora of news. Over the past few days, Su Chun had been listening intently for tidings regarding the Tianxiao Alliance. It was said that Guan Yutian, the grand envoy of Tianyich, had officially taken control of the Tianxiao Alliance, and the characters for Tianyich had even appeared on the Alliance's plaque. This was hardly surprising, as the martial world is a realm where only the strong survive. However, did you know that Bu Yunxiao's wife, Yin Yinjue, had now become Guan Yutian's woman? This seemed implausible,
But what was so impossible about it? The Bu residence had transformed into Guan Yutian's estate, and Lady Yin remained the mistress of that abode. You might question whether she had indeed become Guan Yutian's woman. If not, how could she continue to reside there? However, it was undeniable that Lady Yin possessed extraordinary beauty, and it is only natural for a beauty to be paired with a hero. You must be reckless to speak so boldly. I advise you to refrain from discussing matters concerning the Alliance Lord, or you may find yourself in peril. Little do you know the extent of bloodshed the Alliance Lord orchestrated while subduing the Tianxiao Alliance. The place was awash in blood, though the topic was indeed captivating. Some cautioned against it. The notion of a bloodbath was not mere hyperbole. The Tianxiao Alliance had been infiltrated by numerous individuals from the Dugu family, all of whom had met their demise. Coupled with the dissenters within the alliance, this led to the rivers of blood mentioned. All of these operations were meticulously orchestrated by Liu Shan. Although the battle led by Guan Yutian resulted in the demise of Feng Longju, the martial world is replete with the fearless. Thus, in order to stabilize the Lingjiang region, Liu Russian meticulously orchestrated this campaign of extermination. This not only eliminated the pawn of the Dugu family, but also instilled dread among the warriors of Lingjiang. As Su Chun listened to their discussions, a flicker of realization struck him. Guan Yutian had truly secured the Lingjiang region. With the formidable Helian Ba, Liu Russian, and the former subordinates of the Tianxiao Alliance at his side, he believed their strength would surpass that of Bu Yunxiao's reign. With matters in Lingjiang resolved, it was time to pay Guan Yutian a visit. Su Chen pondered. After meeting Guan Yutian, he would return to the Shanhao men. The reason for his delay was the response from Murong Qingchun in the capital. The situation in Longbei County had been suppressed. Yet the letter cautioned Su Chun to remain vigilant. Although the military had been quelled, the Ministry of Personnel had begun to focus on the Qinglong Association. It was likely that the ministry and the prefectural office would soon take action, prompted by the words of the influential figure behind the ministry, the Duke of Tianding, Liu Chongshan, who had called for the execution of Li Qinzhou. Su Chun had already dispatched by Chou Fei to gather information regarding Duke Liu. However, given the remoteness of the northern 9 counties, even if the ministry intended to act, it would take at least half a month for their forces to arrive, allowing him to remain unperturbed. In the conference hall of the Tianxiao Alliance, Guan Yutian sat regally in the main seat. Liu Russian occupied a chair to the right, while to the left, Zhuang Xuanji and Hua Liue were seated, both wearing expressions of unease. Zhuang Xuanji was troubled, contemplating how to broach the subject of the Qinglong Association's interests with Guan Yutian. Hua Liue felt trapped, akin to a fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of others. Vice President Hua, we are keen to take control of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce's operations in the Lingjiang region. I wonder if you have any objections? Liu Russian spoke up. This pertained to the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce in the Lingjiang region. Hua Liue was taken aback. As the vice president of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce, it is imperative to note that Guan Zongshi will require the president's consent to assume control over the chamber in this region. Hua Liue replied candidly. Vice President Hua, while the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce operates under your president's authority, the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce in the Lingjiang region will be managed by our Zongshi. It will soon detach from the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce. We merely require your assistance in navigating the trade routes, as we are unfamiliar with the operations there. I hope you understand this clearly, Liu Russian asserted with a grave tone. Having spent considerable time with Liu Russian, Hua Liue recognized him as a person of refined appearance, yet with a keen intellect and ruthless methods. The purges within the Tianxiao Alliance had been executed under his directive. I will promptly instruct my associates to gather the property deeds of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce in the Lingjiang region and present them to Guan Zongshi. The trade channels will remain unchanged. However, this matter cannot remain concealed for long. The president of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce will soon be informed. The Nanhai Chamber has strong ties with the Dugu family, and Dugu Beidu was previously appointed as the vice president of the Nanhai Chamber. Moreover, the Nanhai Trading Company has been utilizing various channels to assist the Dugu family in raising liquid funds, which are then converted into gold. From my investigations, I have determined that Dugu Beidu had previously amassed 5 million taels of gold externally, indicating that the Dugu family is likely planning a significant operation. At this juncture, Hua Liue no longer hesitated and disclosed everything she could articulate. 5 million taels of gold. Upon hearing this, Guan Yutian's face displayed a look of curiosity. You previously intended to borrow money from the Zhuang family's bank at the behest of Dugu Beidu. Is that 5 million taels of gold insufficient?
Guan Yutian inquired. I estimate they require the use of 10 million taels of gold. Hua Liu replied solemnly. Although she was aiding Duga Beidu in fundraising, she had also discreetly investigated the situation surrounding Duga Beidu's silver collections. So much. This revelation astonished not only Guan Yutian and his associates, but even Zhuang Xuanji was equally taken aback. 10 million taels of gold is an astronomical figure. It appears there is indeed a major undertaking at hand. Do you know where this batch of gold is located? Guan Yutian turned to Hua Liyue and asked. Hua Liyue's words were evidently intended to capture Guan Yutian's attention. Once Guan Yutian was engaged, he would refrain from harming her and would rather make use of her. Chapter 558. 10 million gold, capital's turmoil. Black market's sky-high bounty. The development of any faction is inextricably linked to financial resources. Only with wealth can one procure essential assets. Having already learned of the 5 million taels of gold, it is imperative that Guan Yutian acquires it. I am not certain of the precise location of the gold, but I shall assist General Guan in unearthing its whereabouts, Hua Liyue proclaimed with confidence. Despite previously dispatching over 10 million taels of silver, which had been successfully delivered, she had secretly sent individuals to track the situation. Vice President Hua, you are remarkable, like a deity. This matter shall be entrusted to you for completion. We must secure that gold. Guan Yutian addressed Lurishan. Yes, General. Lurishan acknowledged the command. At this moment, Hua Liyue's demeanor calmed, her gaze shifting towards Zhuang Xuanji. The Zhuang family possesses numerous banks in the Lingjiang region, and their banking operations far surpass those of the Nanhai Trading Company. Hua Liyue mused that Zhuang Xuanji's presence here likely indicated that Guan Yutian had his sights set on the Zhuang family's banks. Zhuang Xuanji, too, felt a tinge of anxiety. The overwhelming presence of Guan Yutian exerted an invisible pressure upon her. In recent days, she had written to Su Chun to inform him of the situation. Yet she had received no response, leaving her unsettled and uncertain about how to broach the topic of sharing the interests of the World Alliance with Guan Yutian. Miss Xuanji, have you completed the calculations for the assets of the World Alliance? Upon normal transfer, I shall ensure that Lurishan calculates the equivalent in silver notes for you. Guan Yutian then stated. Zhuang Xuanji involuntarily gasped, having anticipated that Guan Yutian would discuss matters pertaining to the Zhuang family's bank, rather than regarding the accounting of the World Alliance. General Guan, Lurishan, and I have already finalized the accounting of the World Alliance assets. Previously, the young master also exchanged it for liquid funds. Zhuang Xuanji hastily replied. With that, she finally felt a sense of relief. Just then, outside the hall, a disciple of the World Alliance arrived, announcing, Alliance leader, there is a visitor named Su Chun here to pay his respects. Su Chun, please invite him in. Guan Yutian replied. Yes. The disciple promptly went to summon Su Chun. Soon, Su Chun stood at the entrance of the conference hall. Congratulations, Lord Guan Yu, on your acquisition of the World Alliance. Su Chun exclaimed as he entered the hall. Young Master Su, you are too kind. Please, take a seat. Guan Yutian had already descended from his chair, while the previously seated Liao Shen also stood to offer his seat. Guan Yutian and Su Chun took their places opposite each other. Witnessing this exchange, Hua Liyue and Zhuang Xuanji, seated across from them, displayed expressions of surprise. They had not anticipated Guan Yutian to extend such courtesy to Su Chun. After becoming the leader of the World Alliance, Guan Yutian had not once left his chair for anyone, yet he willingly did so for Su Chun, who was merely the young master of the Azure Dragon Society. Such deference from a formidable figure like Guan Yutian seemed unwarranted. I have not only come to congratulate you, Uncle Guan Yu, on acquiring the World Alliance, but also to present my gifts. Su Chun had surely brought offerings, prompting him to ask Yuan Suiyun to prepare something special for this occasion. Liao Shun took the gift box from Yuan Suiyun's hands. You arrive at an opportune moment. Just days ago, while slaying Feng Wangju, I acquired something remarkable that I believe is fitting to bestow upon you. Guan Yutian revealed a silken pouch, within which lay the spirit pearl he had obtained from Feng Wangju. Su Chun accepted the pouch and drew forth the spirit pearl. You have discovered the spirit pearl. Reward, 1 orange lottery ticket. Guan Yutian has actually gifted the spirit pearl to Su Chun. Hua Liyue's expression shifted slightly once more. Vice President Hua, I did not expect you to be well. I was concerned about your well-being. I was even prepared to assist the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce in safeguarding your previous shipment. Su Chun remarked, gazing at Hua Liyue. Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Hua Liyue could not help but smile wryly. Vice President Hua. Regarding the matter of the capital's evil alliance you mentioned earlier, I have conducted some inquiries during this period. Previously, there were rumors in the capital of the evil alliance plotting to assassinate the Imperial Master. Could it be that what you spoke of is related to this? Suchin inquired. I suspect it to be so. However, we must meet with members of the evil alliance to ascertain the truth. This matter, concerning the gathering of assassins, the Azure Dragon Society shall undoubtedly participate. When you return to the capital, please leave us a token and address so we may locate you. Suchin declared. The assassination of the Imperial Master of the Great Zhou Dynasty is no trivial matter. It could very well serve as a test, a harbinger of the tempest to come. To assassinate the Imperial Master presents two scenarios. One where the Imperial Master perishes, igniting chaos in the capital, leading to upheavals across the Great Zhou. And the other where the Imperial Master survives and quells the adversaries. Regardless of the outcome, the Imperial Master has become a target, challenging the Great Zhou Dynasty and signifying the onset of disorder within its realm. Once chaos erupts, even the smallest spark can ignite a conflagration. In the realm of martial prowess, a mere spark can ignite the flames of ambition within the strong. Thus, it is imperative for the Qinglong Society to partake in this affair. Moreover, with the convergence of elite assassins, the absence of the Qinglong Society would diminish the stature of the event. This would inevitably impact the society's reputation. Upon hearing Su Chen's assertion, Hua Liu, visibly anxious, interjected, Young Master Su, I am unable to return to the capital at present, as I must assist General Guan with a crucial matter. Guan Yutian, who currently places great importance on gold, must first receive her aid in acquiring it. With the demise of Duga Beidu and the failure of the North-South Canal project, there should be no other pressing matters at hand, Su Chen inquired. Hua Liu glanced towards Guan Yutian, uncertain whether to divulge the details regarding the gold. Though Zhuang Xuanji had also overheard, she refrained from speaking without Guan Yutian's consent. Duga Beidu has been amassing gold, and has already gathered a substantial sum of 5 million taels. I have requested Vice President Hua to assist me in locating this treasure. Should you be interested, we could collaborate, Guan Yutian proposed. 5 million taels. What does Duga Beidu intend to do with such a fortune? Su Chun exclaimed, his expression betraying his astonishment. The specifics remain unclear. It is likely that the Duga family has some ulterior motive, Guan Yutian replied. At that moment, Helian Ba entered from the meeting hall. Leader, this may be connected to a bounty task that has surfaced on the Jiangnan Black Market's assassination list. Last night, a reward of 10 million taels was posted for the head of the esteemed Emperor Wu, the leader of the 4 great warlords. Whoever brings his head shall claim the gold, Helian Ba announced. Emperor Wu? He is poised to succeed General Wang Dugu as the governor of Hainan. If that is the case, this bounty may indeed be issued by the Dugu family, Hua Liu remarked. So, it is as you suspected. This batch of gold amounts to 10 million taels. Guan Yutian's face lit up with excitement. Su Chun mirrored his enthusiasm. Uncle Guan, you shall seize that gold, while we, the Qinglong Society, will procure the head of Emperor Wu, Su Chun declared. On the surface, it appeared they were abandoning the pursuit of gold, yet in reality, it remained within their grasp. Very well, it is settled then. I never anticipated that the Dugu family would provide us with an alliance and a bounty of gold. Guan Yutian laughed heartily. Chapter 559. Dugu Wei Mo appears. Emperor Wu seeks to test the true martial academy at this moment. On a small island in the heart of Qin Lake, the largest in Jinling County, Jiangnan, stood several observation towers. Within one serene chamber adjacent to a window, a man of imposing stature and opulent attire gazed intently at the lake's surface. Nearby, a woman in black gracefully plucked the guzheng, her melodies resonating like a galloping cavalry and the fervor of battle, stirring the very soul. Yet, the man before her remained impassive, seemingly untouched by the enchanting sounds. The woman's fingers suddenly halted as she contemplated a shift in style. Let us conclude for today, she declared. At that moment, the man standing by the window spoke up. Your Highness, the bounty was issued last night in the black market. I believe the Duke of Marshall might will not reach the South Sea. As long as he does not arrive, you will have time to unlock that ancient tomb and acquire the legacy capable of vanquishing the formidable beings at the Heavenly Gate. Once you obtain this legacy, even the Zhou Emperor will not stand a chance against you. At that time, you shall replace the Zhou Emperor, step into the Heavenly Gate, and seize greater power. The woman in black stated. The situation grew increasingly complex, as Feng Longjiu, Lu Hai, and Beidou had all perished in the Lingjiang region. Investigate this thoroughly, Tianyao Pavilion. And concerning Master Gua, locate his daughter and son-in-law. Use them as leverage to compel him to join us. Once he does, eliminate them all. The man commanded. His voice icy. Understood, General Wang. The woman in black responded, bowing. From their conversation, it became clear that the elegantly attired man was none other than the renowned General Wang Dugu of the Great Zhou dynasty. He was neither in the capital nor in the South Sea, but rather in Jiangnan. In the capital, within a lavish estate sprawling across dozens of acres, a man clad in a black and gold robe was bidding farewell to several guests. His stern visage and imposing stature exuded an air of authority and undeniable might. The guests he was sending off were officials of the Great Zhou dynasty. Duke of Martial Might, please stay. I shall visit the South Sea again for our next discussion. A gentleman in a blue robe remarked. Very well, I shall await your arrival in the South Sea. We won't return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. The man in the black and gold robe replied with a smile as he saw off the blue-robed gentleman. This man was the Duke of Martial Might, the foremost among the 4 great dukes of the Great Zhou dynasty. He turned and re-entered the hall. A figure clad in black appeared at the doorway. My lord, a bounty has surfaced in the Jiangnan black market, offering 10 million taels of gold for your head, the newcomer reported, kneeling. Upon hearing the words of the figure in black, the Duke of Martial Might's eyes glinted with a cold light, and a fearsome aura of fury emanated from him. His position as the top-ranked duke was not self-proclaimed, but granted by the Zhou emperor himself. Just as I was about to leave the capital, a bounty appears in the black market. Dugu Weiwa, do you truly wish for me to avoid the South Sea? What have you set in motion down there that you fear I might uncover? The Duke of Martial Might said, suppressing his aura and speaking coldly. My lord, this matter is rather intricate. The military has just urged you to head to the South Sea, and now a bounty appears in the black market. General Wang would not act so rashly. Might there be someone attempting to incite a conflict between you and General Wang? A middle-aged man in a black robe approached and remarked. It cannot be anyone else but Dugu Weiwa. The only one whose interest would be threatened by your journey to the South Sea is he. Moreover, 10 million taels is an astronomical sum, not something just anyone can afford. The Dugu family has monopolized numerous industries in the South Sea for many years and possesses the means to secretly amass such wealth. Moreover, if others were indeed plotting against the Lord, such a bounty would have appeared in the black market long ago, rather than surfacing just as he was preparing to leave the capital. My lord, this reward is exceedingly substantial. I advise you to refrain from departing the capital for the time being and to seek refuge at the military headquarters instead. After the man in dark attire finished speaking, another, donned in a deep blue robe, stepped forward. To seek refuge at the military headquarters? I, the Imperial Martial Lord, have never known fear in the face of bloodshed. Moreover, to take refuge there would imply I, the Imperial Martial Lord, am afraid. That would be a disgrace to me and to the military. They would never permit such a thing, the Imperial Martial Lord said solemnly. Yet this bounty of 10 million taels of gold is far too great. Many would seek your life. The man in the deep blue robe replied gravely. Upon hearing these words, the Imperial Martial Lord's expression grew serious as well. Such a vast sum of money would undoubtedly entice many, and formidable assassin organizations within the martial world would surely take notice. It would not be long before his estate would be infiltrated. Immediately gather my 3,000 private soldiers from outside the city and surround the estate. Yuanshan, go to the military headquarters and inquire about their stance on this matter. Dugu Wei, do not let me find an opportunity. If I do, I shall surely kill you. The Imperial Martial Lord's countenance darkened ominously. I will enter the secret chamber first. Once you have completed your tasks, come find me there. He instructed before heading towards a rockery in the backyard, a place he had constructed as a training retreat. Upon entering the secret chamber, the Imperial Martial Lord gently pushed open a stone door. Beyond it lay a dark tunnel, seemingly endless in its obscurity. However, he appeared quite familiar with the path, swiftly advancing until he arrived before another stone door after approximately half an hour. He pushed it open directly. Inside was yet another secret chamber, where Kai Jing, clad in splendid robes, was seated. Before him stood a stone table adorned with a jug of wine and some dishes. I knew you would come looking for me, though I must say, you are somewhat late, Kai Jing remarked as the Imperial Martial Lord emerged from the stone door. Drinking late is of no consequence. I wonder if we will have the chance to drink together again after this, the Imperial Martial Lord replied. taking a seat across from Kai Jing and pouring himself a glass of wine. General Wang Dugu has truly wagered heavily this time. A bounty of 10 million taels for your head serves as a warning against venturing to the South Sea. Truth be told, I had even considered claiming that bounty myself. Bringing your head to collect the reward. Kai Jing observed the Imperial Martial Lord intently. I have contemplated presenting my own head for that bounty, the Imperial Martial Lord said, taking a sip of his wine. However, this also presents us with an opportunity. For this reward, someone within the capital will undoubtedly make a move against me. Thus, I shall recall all 3,000 of my private soldiers from outside the city to the Marquis's residence. This evening, you will orchestrate an ambush against me. Once discovered, I will retreat towards the Jinwu courtyard, and I shall lead my troops there to conduct a search, aiming to uncover the secrets of the Jinwu courtyard and ascertain whether our evil alliance can indeed take action against it, declared the Marquis of Imperial Marshal. Chapter 560, Requesting the Qinglong Society. Yan Shisan emerges in the capital. Upon hearing the Marquis's words, Kai Jing furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, in that case, you will inevitably confront the Jinwu courtyard. Although it does not rival the Immortal Hall or the Longevity Society, it possesses numerous formidable experts. Should they choose to pursue the bounty in response to this incident, your peril would only increase. I am aware of the risks. However, such an opportunity may never present itself again. Thus, I must seize it. Rest assured, I shall enlist the support of the military department to confront this matter together. The Marquis of Imperial Marshal replied solemnly. In that case, I shall make immediate arrangements. Given the current circumstances, we can commence our task concerning the Imperial Master. Kai Jing stated. Have you organized the chosen assassin organization? Eliminating the Imperial Master is no trivial endeavor. The Marquis of Imperial Marshal frowned slightly at this remark. In the Lingjiang region, I received correspondence from Hua Liyue, the leader of the Shadow Gate. She recommended the Qinglong Society to me. From the information I have gathered, they have already revealed 3 formidable experts from the Sea of Concentration. At the mention of the Qinglong Society, Kai Jing's expression displayed a hint of astonishment. That force which has emerged in the 9 prefectures of the north? They possess 3 experts from the Sea of Concentration? The Marquis of Imperial Marshal, not well versed in the Qinglong Society's details, appeared somewhat perplexed. Indeed, and their strength is considerable. Based on their current display of power, it is likely that the Qinglong Society harbors even stronger individuals. Therefore, I am preparing to establish contact with them, Kai Jing replied. This sudden emergence of such a force raises my suspicions. I fear there may be ulterior motives at play. Are you planning to reach out to them through Hua Liyue? Inquired the Marquis. Hua Liyue has only just begun to engage with them and possesses limited knowledge. I intend to contact the Qinglong Society through Tianya Pavilion. Currently, in the capital, Bai Choufei, the owner of the Jinfeng Shiyu building, has some connections with the Qinglong Society's young leader, Su Chun. I hope to utilize this connection to gather more information, Kai Jing explained. You shall oversee this arrangement. Additionally, how goes your mission in Jiangnan? The Marquis inquired with a nod. Matters in Jiangnan have encountered a twist. A force known as the Beggars Gang has arisen, capitalizing on the opportunities we created and expanding their ranks extensively. Presently, it seems that any beggar in Jiangnan could potentially belong to this Beggars Gang. Although the strength of their members is feeble, they could stir great upheaval if they were to rise collectively. Their emergence has neither incited chaos nor allowed us to extract a significant quantity of the plague's poison. However, this is not the crux of the issue. What troubles me most is the persistent sensation that an invisible hand is guiding our actions. We may have become pawns in someone else's game. Kai Jing spoke with an expression of profound gravity. Is that so? Elder brother had previously harbored suspicions, and it now seems that an unseen hand indeed propels our actions. Do you have any suspects? Inquired Emperor Wu Ho. The investigation is still ongoing. There are numerous individuals in the capital capable of executing this task, Kai Jing replied, shaking his head. Regardless of whether there is external influence at play, having taken the first step, we must not falter. Given the current circumstances, your strength must be swiftly elevated to the realm of spirit concentration. Otherwise, your peril will only deepen, remarked Emperor Wu Ho, gazing intently at Kai Jing. I too yearn to reach the realm of spirit concentration. However, having just transformed my Dantian into an ocean, I find it utterly impossible to consolidate my spirit force. Furthermore, my current identity may have come to the attention of certain individuals. and the level of strength corresponding to the Dantian transformation could lead them to underestimate the might of our evil alliance. Kai Jing retorted. Then let us proceed according to your method. I shall refrain from meeting with you for a while. For certain matters, consult elder brother, said Emperor Wu Ho, taking another sip of wine before turning to re-enter the stone door he had previously opened, leaving the secret chamber. Kai Jing remained alone within the chamber, indulging in his drink. Meanwhile, in an ordinary courtyard elsewhere, three figures converged. Bai Chou Fei from the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower, Morong Fu, and Shangwan Jin Hong, all donned black hats, quietly awaited their summons. The one who had called upon them today was Yin Shisan, who had just arrived in the capital. Suddenly, a chill enveloped the desolate courtyard, causing the three to involuntarily stir. Their gazes turned towards a shadowy corner, where Yin Shisan emerged, sword in hand, from behind a dilapidated pillar. Had it not been for the preceding chill, they might not have noticed his presence, as he exuded an aura of unsettling tranquility. Yin Shisan, Shangwan Jin Hong spoke up. Who are we to kill? Yin Shisan did not respond directly, but instead inquired about his target. A certain individual, Lady Luo Zian, the wife of Jin Feihong, the leader of the Money Guild. Shangwan Jin Hong produced a drawing from her bosom. She must perish within a day. Yin Shisan accepted the drawing with an air of resolute confidence. Without further ado, he turned and swiftly vanished from view. A solitary, aloof swordsman, Bai Chou Fei remarked as he watched Yin Shisan depart. In truth, compared to others from the Azure Dragon Society, Yin Shisan truly embodies the essence of a true assassin. Lady Luo Zian is no ordinary woman. She may have recently uncovered something significant, hence her imminent demise. Once she is gone, the Money Guild will either see Jin Feihong emerge from seclusion or have Manager Yang summon us to take action against the Chu Tianning. Either scenario serves our interests well. If Jin Feihong makes an appearance, I shall gauge his strength. If not, the conflict between the Money Guild and Chu Tianting will intensify. And I believe the 12th Prince will provide me with greater support, Shangwan Jin Hong articulated. Let us proceed according to our respective plans, and I shall rely on you. Bai Laudi, for intelligence. Shangwan Jin Hong directed towards Bai Chou Fei. Coincidentally, my own strength has recently increased. Any movements from Chu Tianting will be relayed to you without delay. With that, the three swiftly departed. In the stillness of the night, illuminated by the moonlight, the crisp chirping of cicadas filled the air, as the summer evening felt somewhat sultry. Within the confines of the Money Gang's backyard, in a pavilion by the lake, Sima Kuang and Lu Yu stood beside Luo Zian. Madam, the recent offensive from Chu Tianba seems rather feeble. It appears he does not wish to continue hostilities with us, remarked Steward Yang. Having seized so much silver, they are reluctant to fight. Do they believe the Money Gang has no temper? But do you understand the reason behind his actions? Luo Zian inquired softly. It may be related to the news from Jiangnan. Lu Huayuan from Chu Tiangong was killed there, likely by a master from Tianyich. Previously, Chu Tianba seemed intent on targeting Jin Feng Shiyu Lu, but recently, the Grand Envoy of Tianyich, Guan Yutian, emerged, unifying the Lingjiang region under the Tianxiao alliance, which has deterred him. Steward Yang responded with a smile. Chapter 561. Yin Shisan takes action, Luo Zian's hidden cards. A life lost. It seems that Chu Tianba can only bully a weak woman like myself. Tomorrow, you shall visit Chu Tiangong to meet with Chu Tianba. If he is willing to return what he has taken and compensate us with a sum of silver, we shall cease our conflict, Luo Zian declared. Understood, madam. Steward Yang acknowledged, setting off to prepare some items. Tomorrow, I wish to pay a visit to Deputy Commander Li Mu-yi of the Northern Prefectural Office. Luo Zian continued. The capital's prefectural office is divided into northern and southern branches, each overseeing their respective regions. The territory of the Money Gang falls under the jurisdiction of the Northern Prefectural Office. Besides the commander, there are 5 deputy commanders, with the third-ranked, Li Mu-yi, being the most adept at investigations. Your subordinate will make the necessary arrangements. Steward Yang bowed and departed. Madam, do you intend to summon Li Mu-yi to investigate the murderer of the second master? Lu Yu, who stood behind Luo Zian, asked. The individual who killed the second master must indeed be investigated, but I am requesting Li Mu-yi's assistance to uncover the traitor within the Money Gang. I suspect this incident may have been orchestrated by someone from our own ranks, Luo Zian replied, slowly rising to her feet. Isn't this a matter we could handle ourselves? Lu Yu interjected. You would not be able to uncover the truth. The adversary is not simple. Though I harbor suspicions, I have yet to pinpoint the individual responsible. Otherwise, I would not seek Li Mu Yi's help, Luo Zian sighed. Madam, you need not worry excessively. In due time, the gang leader will emerge from seclusion. Once he does, we can enlist the aid of Zhan Wu Yuan, and at that point, we shall be able to vanquish Chu Tiangong, Lu Yu declared fiercely, recalling the significant losses they had suffered at the hands of Chu Tianba. Madam, it is getting late. Allow me to escort you back to your quarters for rest, Lu Yu suggested, stepping forward. Luo Zian nodded in agreement. The three of them made their way from the pavilion towards the lakeshore. The pavilion stood amidst the lake, connected by a corridor. As they stepped onto the corridor, their expressions shifted noticeably. In the corridor stood a man clad in black, cradling a long sword in his arms. His pallid complexion rendered him seemingly lifeless, an eerie stillness enveloping the air. Upon their encounter, a palpable aura of malice surged forth, transforming the once oppressive night into an icy chill. Who might you be? Asked Luo Zian, her voice quivering as she sensed an ominous breath of death radiating from him. Qinglong Association, Yan Shisan. Where there is a price, there is a life to be taken. Yan Shisan's voice echoed through the corridor, seeking death. At that moment, a fierce glint flashed in Sima Kuang's eyes behind Luo Zian. With a powerful stride, he crashed his foot into the wooden corridor, creating a sizable dent, and propelled himself forward, launching a fist towards Yan Shisan with explosive force. The corridor erupted in a cacophony of splintering wood and flying debris, a terrifying wave of energy radiating outward like crashing waves. However, Sima Kuang's expression shifted dramatically. His punch met only empty air as Yan Shisan effortlessly evaded with a mere sidestep. Realizing his miscalculation, Sima Kuang swiftly turned to attack Yan Shisan once more. His arm thrusting forward, a tempest of violent energy coalescing within his limb. He was convinced that, at such close range, Yan Shisan could not evade his rapid strike. Yet, Yan Shisan remained impassive, his figure suddenly shifting like a wraith, eluding the blow. His sword darted forth with lightning speed, akin to a flash of white light. Sima Kuang, sensing the fleeting brilliance, widened his eyes in an attempt to discern its path, but it eluded his vision entirely. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through his throat, crimson life force gushing forth along the steel. Kill. Beside Luo Zian, Lu Yu witnessed the scene, her palm emanating a chilling radiance. Yet, all her efforts fell short as Yan Shisan vanished in a blink, leaving no trace even beneath the black moonlight. As Lu Yu's pupils dilated, she swiftly drew a flexible sword from her waist and lunged at Yan Shisan with a fierce strike, the sword light creating a whirlwind of blurs, its trajectory indecipherable. Unfazed, Yan Shisan transformed into an afterimage amidst the barrage of sword strikes, appearing before Lu Yu. With a deft turn of his blade, her head severed from her neck, blood spraying in a gruesome arc. In that instant, only Luo Zian remained within the corridor. You possess a power within you, one that you can unleash while awaiting the arrival of your savior, perhaps granting you a sliver of hope. Yan Shisan regarded Luo Zian, his words resonating ominously. Upon hearing his declaration, her countenance shifted, her tone turning icy. You are aware of the power I possess, and you must understand its significance. To slay me would incur the wrath of those who are not to be trifled with. As she spoke, her black eyes glimmered with fierce intensity, a formidable aura enveloping her. She held her own hidden trump card. Do not threaten me. Death will come for us all. And to perish at the hands of the strong is simply my fate, as Yan Shisan. With an expression of indifference, Yan Shisan appeared utterly unconcerned with his own mortality. The path he had chosen in swordsmanship was that of the death sword. The sword of demise not only claims the lives of others, but also one's own. Thus, he remains unperturbed by the concept of life and death. Had he regarded life so dearly, it would have been Xie Xiaofeng who fell in the past, not Yan Shisan. Upon hearing his words, Luo Zian's beautiful eyes reflected a profound shock. The Qinglong Society, there was something terrifying about it. A formidable being in the ocean of power seemed to disregard their own existence. However, given the urgency of the situation, she could ponder no further. With a shift in her gaze, a terrifying force erupted from within her, altering the aura surrounding her. A divine presence, an empowered entity was merging their essence with hers. Yan Shisan observed this force with a hint of surprise, his demeanor turning serious. Although this power did not originate from Luo Zian herself, it was undeniably potent, prompting Yan Shisan to approach it with the utmost seriousness. In Yin Shisan's focused gaze, Luo Xian made her move. Her figure vanished before him, moving with such incredible speed that it was as if she traversed through the very fabric of space, reappearing right in front of him. Her pristine hand transformed into a claw-like shadow, reaching for Yin Shisan's head. With unwavering focus, Yin Shisan wielded his sword, unleashing a strike that met her outstretched hand. In an instant, a terrifying energy surged from her palm, successfully countering Yin Shisan's blade. He pressed on, executing a second strike. As he did so, Luo Xian's expression shifted dramatically. The power emanating from her intensified explosively, akin to a volcanic eruption, as if she were unleashing her entire might. The second sword strike from Yin Shisan filled her with dread. The sword, light, seemingly unassuming, carried an aura of annihilation. The sound of an earth-shattering boom echoed as the blade pierced through her defenses, striking her at the center of her brow. Astonishingly, she could not fend off even this second attack. As Luo Xian gazed at Yin Shisan, she collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy surged from a distance, obliterating the surrounding structures and transforming them into chaotic torrents that swept in all directions. Following this, a figure emerged, rushing towards this scene, but by the time he arrived, Yin Shisan had already departed. Though his opponent was formidable and he yearned to witness the confrontation, the moment was not yet ripe. Within the money gang, such an imposing presence could only belong to their leader, Jin Feihong. As Jin Feihong descended and beheld Luo Xian lying on the ground, he bellowed in rage, "Who dares? I will kill you." A surge of energy erupted from within him, shattering the pavilion into splinters. The lake's surface roiled violently before gradually calming. Jin Feihong cradled Luo Xian's lifeless body and slowly rose to his feet. In her gaze lingered a profound sorrow, yet an aura of unfathomable terror emanated from her being. When Luo Xian harnessed her divine might, he sensed it immediately, though at that moment he was in the midst of calming his own energies, hoping that she could endure a little longer. The divine force enveloping Luo Xian was a potent essence he had procured from a master in the Jinwu courtyard, capable of unleashing formidable energy for protection and combat. However, mere seconds later, the divine force dissipated. Realizing the impending danger, he broke free from his seclusion, yet arrived too late. All that awaited him was the lifeless form of Luo Xian. As his palm brushed against her brow, the residual sword energy pierced through his hand. Such fierce sword energy, who could it be? Jin Feihong roared in anguish. At that moment, Butler Yang rushed in, and upon witnessing the scene, his expression changed dramatically. "Master," he exclaimed, but before he could finish, Jin Feihong raised his hand and seized him, demanding to know what had transpired recently. "Madam, who was responsible for her death?" Jin Feihong's voice was low and mired in darkness. The pallor on Butler Yang's face deepened. "Master, our only recent adversary has been Chu Tianba of Chu Paradise. We have no other enemies," he replied. "Chu Tianba, aware of my seclusion, seeks to thwart my breakthrough? Little does he know that I have already succeeded. I desire his demise. Relay all recent developments concerning the money gang to me, and summon back all the blood slaves I had previously nurtured," Jin Feihong commanded. Though he had achieved his breakthrough, he craved a copious supply of blood to prepare for the impending battle, intending to turn Chu Paradise into a river of blood. Before long, news of Luo Xian's demise spread rapidly. In the dead of night, Chu Tianba of Chu Paradise wore a grim expression. Lu Huayuan had attempted to capture Nalan Rongyan, but fell victim along the way, likely at the hands of those from Tianya Pavilion, engaged in conflict with the money gang. They had initially gained the upper hand, seizing a considerable sum. However, following Luo Xian's intervention, the money gang swiftly stabilized their situation and retaliated against Chu Paradise. In recent times, he had been consolidating his forces, seeking ways to mitigate the ongoing strife with the money gang. Continuing the conflict would only lead to greater losses for Chu Paradise, particularly as the money gang had employed numerous warriors, thanks to Luo Xian's financial resources, which far surpassed anything Chu Paradise could muster. "Master, we have a grave situation." At that moment, Lu Biao, the leader of the Tianmong Hall, appeared in Chu Tianba's courtyard. His expression frantic. "What has occurred?" Chu Tianba replied coldly. "Master, Jin Feihong's wife, Luo Xian, has been murdered." Lu Biao informed him. "What?" Chu Tianba rose abruptly. Astonishment etched across his face. "You say Luo Xian is dead? Do you know who killed her?" "No, this cannot be. With Luo Xian's death, Jin Feihong will undoubtedly suspect me of orchestrating the assassination of his wife. Where is Jin Feihong now? Has he emerged from his retreat? Chu Tianba's expression darkened. Jin Feihong had emerged from seclusion, seemingly just as Luo Zian had met her demise. Lu Biao spoke, is that so? Keep a close watch on the movements of the money gang, and inform all the hall masters to be vigilant. I shall step out for a while. Understood. Lu Biao promptly set off to make arrangements. At this moment, Chu Tianba swiftly departed from Chutian Hall, heading towards the inner court of the capital. To establish a faction in the capital, he must have powerful allies behind him. Given the current situation, he needed to be well prepared for a confrontation with Jin Feihong. Meanwhile, in another location, Shangguan Jinhong was in the main hall of his courtyard, gazing thoughtfully towards the direction of the money gang. Not far off, he sensed two surging auras. The first belonged to Luo Zian, while the second was unmistakably Jin Feihong. It seemed Jin Feihong had ascended to the level of C concentration. Fortunately, Yan Shisan had arrived. Otherwise, they would have been at a disadvantage. Shangguan Jinhong mused softly. He had unearthed the history between Luo Zian and Jin Feihong, long before Jin Feihong rose to prominence. Luo Zian was already a renowned courtesan in the capital, and her support had provided Jin Feihong with his initial fortune. Their bond had become a celebrated tale in the capital. Lost in thought, Shangguan Jinhong was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a figure in the courtyard, Madame Yu, known as the Poison Lady. Something has happened. The lady has been assassinated, and Jin Feihong has emerged from seclusion, summoning us blood slaves back to the money gang. He is likely planning something significant. Madame Yu entered, her demeanor reflecting distress. Upon seeing Shangguan Jinhong's calm countenance, she momentarily faltered, surprise flickering in her eyes. This matter wouldn't involve you, would it? She asked. I hired an assassin to eliminate Luo Zian, provoking a confrontation between Jin Feihong and Chu Tianba. Only in their clash will I find my opportunity, Shangguan Jinhong replied, his tone remarkably serene. But Jin Feihong and Chu Tianba? We are no match for them. Judging from the aura Jin Feihong displayed earlier, he has undoubtedly reached the level of C concentration. Our strength is akin to that of ants, Madame Yu retorted. What do you propose we do? Shangguan Jinhong inquired, gazing intently at her. Recently, I have been experimenting with various dark poisons and locking toxins within my body. If Jin Feihong were to ingest my blood, take this, she said, producing a white jade vial from her sleeve. Shangguan Jinhong did not take it. Do you know who I hired as the assassin? He asked, looking at Madame Yu. Upon hearing his words, Madame Yu's expression shifted to one of confusion. I contracted an assassin from the Qinglong Society, not only to kill Luo Zian, but also to eliminate Chu Tianba and Jin Feihong. They will not survive for long. At that moment, a powerful confidence radiated from Shangguan Jinhong, and his gaze turned piercing. Have you managed to contact the Qinglong Society? Madame Yu's expression was one of astonishment. Having interacted with Shangguan Jinhong for quite some time, she recognized that he was undoubtedly a formidable figure, rivaling Jin Feihong. However, she had not possessed such confidence until today. Chapter 563, The Gathering of the Money Guild and Jin Feihong's Ruthlessness. If you do not return, will Jin Feihong be able to locate you? Shangguan Jinhong inquired, gazing at Madame Yu. There is blood poison he has planted within us. She will be able to find us. Nonetheless, I have a method to conceal our presence for a limited time, though this will not last long, Madame Yu responded. Then you shall take refuge in my residence for the time being. Jin Feihong will soon meet his demise, Shangguan Jinhong declared. It would be best for him to perish at the hands of Chu Tianba, rather than through assassination. Jin Feihong is one of the overseers of the true martial academy. Should he die, the members of the academy will undoubtedly investigate, and they may eventually trace it back to you, Madame Yu hurriedly cautioned. Even if the true martial academy is powerful, I am not concerned. I can reveal to you that my true name is not Shangguan He. As he spoke, Shangguan Jinhong removed the human skin mask from his face. I am Shangguan Jinhong, the steward of the southern pavilion of the Tianya Pavilion. If the true martial academy dares to act against me, the southern pavilion will retaliate, he asserted. With his true visage revealed, Shangguan Jinhong's aura shifted, and a defiant glimmer ignited in his eyes. He had traversed the martial world for 2 decades, considering himself the foremost expert, always looking down upon others and unwilling to acknowledge anyone else's worth. In this realm, while his strength was somewhat diminished, he was determined to continually enhance his abilities. By seizing control of Jin Feihong's money guild, he could leverage its resources to rapidly elevate his own power. Shangguan Jinhong, of the southern pavilion of Tianya Pavilion? Madame Yu's countenance was one of shock. She had not anticipated that Shangguan Jinhong was actually a steward of the southern pavilion. The Tianya Pavilion's influence was indeed formidable. The pavilion's 10 directions envoy, Guan Yutian, had claimed the Heavenly Alliance, establishing dominance in the Lingjiang region. The eastern pavilion occupied the borders, while the northern pavilion's Jin Fengshiyu Tower, though less renowned, had also opened its doors in the capital, showcasing considerable might and influence. Previously, there had been rumors of the Tianya Pavilion's 4 major pavilions in the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast. The southern and western pavilions had remained elusive. Yet Shangguan Jinhong turned out to be the steward of the southern pavilion. Our southern pavilion controls wealth, hence the money guild is our target, Shangguan Jinhong proclaimed, as he donned the human skin mask once more, causing his imposing presence to dissipate. Madame Yu, now aligned with him, would eventually learn certain matters. Revealing them now posed no issue. Then I shall remain hidden in your residence for a time, she agreed. Do you have any other news from your side before you arrived? Shangguan Jinhong inquired. Yes. Jin Feihong has sent word to his eldest and second disciples to return to the capital. These two have been disciples of Jin Feihong for quite some time, overseeing the Money Guild's financial affairs. Their strength should have surpassed the 9th stage of transcendence, Madam Yu replied solemnly. It seems these two shall require our attention as well. Up to October 2023, the atmosphere grew tense as Shangguan Jinhong spoke in a low voice. Someone is coming. I shall take my leave for a moment. With that, Madame Yu gracefully leaped into the hall. At that moment, a disciple of the money gang rushed in, bowing respectfully. Manager Shangguan. The Chief Yang requests your immediate presence at the gang. Very well, I understand. I shall prepare and go at once, Shangguan Jinhong replied, waving his hand without inquiring further. The disciple quickly retreated. You must exercise caution. They have summoned you in haste. And Jin Feihong may be anxious, Madame Yu advised. You shall remain within my residence while I meet this elusive leader of the money gang. Shangguan Jinhong departed from the residence, making his way to the money gang. Along the route, numerous members of the gang were encountered, all of whom greeted Shangguan Jinhong with respect. He was one of the 5 chief managers of the money gang, a recently elevated figure of considerable influence, known for his remarkable abilities. Acknowledging their greetings with a slight nod, he soon entered the grand hall of the money gang, where many individuals had gathered, the atmosphere palpably serious. The strength of those present was formidable, with the weakest among them being a celestial realm expert. Some were unfamiliar to Shangguan Jinhong, having arrived quite early. As Shangguan Jinhong stepped into the hall, several gazes turned toward him, eyes filled with envy. It was only a short time since he joined the money gang, yet he had been recognized and promoted by Chief Yang and Madame Yu to become one of the 5 chief managers. Seated upon the throne at the front of the assembly was Jin Feihong, who also regarded the entering Shangguan Jinhong. This is the manager Shangguan He, whom Madame Yu promoted. Yang, who stood beside Jin Feihong, remarked. Upon hearing Yang's words, Jin Feihong's expression shifted slightly, a hint of acknowledgement crossing his typically impassive face. Unbeknownst to him, Shangguan Jinhong's ascension to the rank of chief manager was primarily due to Yang's efforts, as Madame Yu preferred to operate from the shadows. Thus, it was through Shangguan Jinhong's alliance with Yang that he secured his position. Greetings, leader, Shangguan Jinhong approached, bowing respectfully before standing to the side. Next to him stood a man clad in a long black robe, with dark hair and a slightly plump physique. This was Qin Gang, another of the 5 chief managers. Despite being among the 5, he was the weakest, possessing only the strength of the 7th layer of the celestial realm. No sooner had Shangguan Jinhong taken his place than 3 figures entered the assembly hall. The foremost figure was tall and imposing, clad in a purple gold robe. Standing around 2 meters tall, his face exuding determination, a warrior among the 5 chief managers. Following him was a strikingly beautiful woman in a purple gown. Appearing to be in her 30s, her fingers sharp and elegant, also one of the 5 chief managers. Lastly, an elderly man dressed in a blue robe brought up the rear. The elder's gaze was piercing, with a formidable judge's pen tucked into his waist. He was known as Luo Yihong, the most powerful among the 5 managers in the organization. His face bore a melancholic expression, as it was rumored he had once served as a servant to Luo Ziyun. Salute the leader. The 3 individuals simultaneously bowed to Jin Feihong before stepping aside. With most of the members gathered, Jin Feihong addressed them, stating the purpose of their summons. This evening, My wife has been brutally murdered at the hands of Chu Tianba from Chu Tiantang. Tomorrow morning, whoever among you brings me the head of Chu Tianba's wife will become the sixth manager of our money gang, regardless of whether he was directly involved. Her death necessitates the death of Chu Tianba's wife. This is the method of Jin Feihong. Upon hearing these words, many in the assembly exchanged glances, already aware of the events that had transpired within the money gang prior to their arrival. They were taken aback by the leader's decision to kill Chu Tianba's wife and offer the coveted position of sixth manager. Although this offer was enticing, it was evident that Chu Tiantang would be on high alert. The task of assassinating Chu Tianba's wife would prove challenging, and they feared that by the time they left money gang, Chu Tiantang would already be monitoring their movements, potentially leading to death before they even struck. As hesitation filled the room, a figure stepped forward and exited the meeting hall, none other than Jing Wuming, who had been lurking at the back. His departure shifted the atmosphere, prompting some others to follow suit, though the number of those who left was few. Such was the nature of the martial world. Sometimes one must risk their life for a brighter future. Only the 5 managers remain. The rest may return for now, Jin Feihong commanded, gesturing for the assembly to disperse. The remaining 5 quickly departed to gather reinforcements, indicating that a fierce battle between Money Gang and Chu Tianding was imminent. Chapter 564, Assassination at the Duke's Estate. Surrounding Jinwu Courtyard, once the others had exited, the meeting hall fell silent. Jin Feihong turned to Butler Yang and inquired, "Tell me, among those 5, who might be the traitor? Could it be the newly appointed Shang Wanhe?" "But leader," Butler Yang replied, "although Shang Wanhe has become a manager, he possesses the least experience and oversees the smallest territory. He is likely the one who least desires a confrontation with Chu Tiantang, having received his payment." Butler Yang felt compelled to defend Shang Wan Jinhong. "Is that so? Then who was the first to leave?" Jin Feihong asked, shifting his focus to the one who had exited ahead of the others, Jing Wuming. "His name is Jing Yi, known for his ruthless nature and lethal strikes, having been recruited by the second master." Butler Yang pondered briefly before responding. "This individual is not to be underestimated. Keep a close watch on him," Jin Feihong advised. At the moment Jing Wuming stepped outside, Jin Feihong caught a glimpse of his eyes, ashen, devoid of emotion, and lifeless. Though his prowess may only reach the level of the 5 difficulties of heaven and man, he is nonetheless formidable. Such an individual, once subjugated, would become an unwavering loyalist. If he were to return bearing the severed head of Chu Tianba's wife, he should be brought before me immediately. Jin Feihong spoke, sensing that this Jing Yi possessed the capability to indeed return with the head of Chu Tianba's wife. Meanwhile, Chu Tianba emerged from a high residence adorned with crimson walls. As a disciple of the Chu Heaven sect rushed towards him in haste. "Sovereign, a death order has been issued from Jin Feihong's side. Whoever slays the lady tonight and returns with her head to the money gang shall become the 6th steward of the money gang." The disciple conveyed the unfolding events within the money gang to Chu Tianba. "Jin Feihong, how dare you? Your wife is dead. What does that have to do with me? You dare threaten my wife?" Chu Tianba exclaimed in fury. "We must return to the hall forthwith. I wish to see who dares approach my Chu Heaven sect. Furthermore, should any members of the money gang enter our territory, they shall be executed without question." Chu Tianba climbed into the carriage that had been prepared outside and swiftly made his way back to the Chu Heaven sect. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Jin Feihong held no reservations. He felt unfettered, especially after receiving the recent sanction, allowing him to act with abandon. Thus, a tense atmosphere enveloped both the Chu Heaven sect and the money gang. What should have been a tranquil night was instead illuminated by bright lights within the halls of both factions, suggesting that the night would remain aglow. Upon his return, Chu Tianba took command at the Chu Heaven sect. Within the hall, apart from Liu Biao, only 4 hall masters remained, as the others had perished in the recent skirmishes with the money gang. "Sovereign, the individuals dispatched by Jin Feihong were surrounded and slain upon entering our territory. Currently, the area surrounding the hall is entirely secured by our forces. Not even a fly could intrude," Liu Biao reported to Chu Tianba. "Let us abandon the notion of individual combat. Should we encounter any of their members, we shall surround and eliminate them," Chu Tianba coldly instructed. While the attention of both the money gang and the Chu Heaven sect was captivated, 3 spectral figures infiltrated the Imperial Marshal Marquis's residence. These 3 figures were well acquainted with the layout of the estate, skillfully navigating through the courtyard
while evading patrolling guards. They arrived outside the Marquis's sleeping quarters. Silence enveloped the courtyard as the three figures exchanged glances. One figure concealed himself behind a centuries-old tree, merging with its shadow in an uncanny manner. Another figure perched upon the corridor, leaping and affixing himself to the ceiling. The third figure's gaze remained fixed upon the Marquis's chamber, with a flick of his wrist. 5 explosive grenades materialized between his fingers. In an instant, these 5 grenades soared towards the Marquis's quarters. Boom. The next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, resonating like a clap of thunder. The chamber was instantly obliterated, engulfed in a brilliant inferno. Yet, within the scene, not a single cry of anguish escaped. Though a formidable blade of energy surged forth from the flames, aimed directly at the cloaked figure who had unleashed the attack. This strike reverberated like thunder, conjuring a tempest in the heavens. The swiftness of the blow caused the leading dark-clad man to change his countenance. In his hand, 5 explosive projectiles materialized, hurtling towards the assailant. In midair, the projectiles erupted violently, yet the aura surrounding the attacker acted as an impenetrable force, neutralizing the explosions entirely. In that moment, the long blade in his grasp descended upon the black-clad man. The latter swiftly evaded the strike, his form twisting away. But the ground beneath him shattered under the impact of the blow. Is the Imperial Marshal Duke's residence a place one can simply depart from at will? With that, the figure with the blade ascended with remarkable speed, pursuing the retreating silhouette. At this instant, the Imperial Marshal Duke's estate blazed with light as hundreds of the Duke's guards emerged, blocking the path of the shadowy figure. The shadow attempted to leap into the air, but at that moment, the guards unleashed their potent energy in unison, letting out a resonant roar. The combined might of their voices created a seismic sound wave that enveloped the fleeing figure. Caught within the colossal din, the shadow faltered, crashing to the ground as if struck by a mighty wave. The dark cloth masking its face fell away, revealing blood streaming from its nostrils and eyes, its aura dissipating. At that moment, the assailant wielding the long blade struck again. With a swift motion, the black-clad figure was cleaved in two. Who would have thought that an assassination would occur so soon after the bounty was placed? Such audacity, commanded the blade wielder. Drag the remains outside the Duke's estate to the open ground. Let them be exposed to the sun for a day before disposing of them. And send someone to extinguish the flames. Yes, replied 2 guards as they stepped forward to remove the severed body. The blade wielder turned his gaze fiercely around, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, and headed towards the burning wing of the estate. Suddenly, from the corridor of the wing, a shadowy figure lunged at him with a sword. The speed was astonishing. The blade wielder defended himself, but the assailant abruptly changed course and sped away. Pursue, commanded the blade wielder, immediately leading his men in chase. However, as he pursued, a figure darted away from the trees within the courtyard. There is someone else. A guard entering the scene exclaimed sharply. In an instant, the shadow pierced the throat of the approaching guard with its sword, then turned to flee. Chase him down. I want his skin, the blade wielder bellowed, pivoting to pursue the fleeing figure. Meanwhile, another group of guards set off after the earlier assailant. 2 figures burst forth from the Imperial Marshal Duke's estate, heading in opposite directions, but the one trailing was unfortunate, as the blade wielder closed in on him, blocking his escape. Bloodthirsty tiger blade. The crimson blade energy surged forth like thunder, striking towards the adversary. The figure clad in black, upon witnessing this, unleashed a cloud of toxic mist to assail the knife wielder, simultaneously thrusting forth his long sword, concealed beneath the shroud of poison, swiftly closing the distance to stand before the armed man. At that moment, the expression of the knife-wielding man shifted dramatically. He inhaled a whiff of the toxic gas, causing his head to spin, compelling him to hold his breath and evade with haste. Yet, he was still grazed by the sword, which, upon contact with his armor, emitted a shower of metallic sparks. He was clad in chainmail. Failing to land a hit, the knife wielder swiftly reversed his long knife, bringing it down in a horizontal arc, cleaving the figure in black in 2. Subsequently, he began to expel the toxins from his body. After a considerable time, a guard rushed in, breathless. Commander, the assassin has breached the Jinwu courtyard. We have surrounded the area, but they refuse to allow us to search. Upon hearing the guard's report, the commander's expression shifted. You must inform Lord Ho of this matter. I shall personally proceed to the Jinwu courtyard. Whoever dares to assassinate Lord Ho, even if they have entered the courtyard, I will find them. Chapter 565. The Jinwu courtyard's might.
the defeat of the Imperial Martial Marquis commander. The moonlight was dim. Hundreds of soldiers gathered outside the Jinwu courtyard. They merely crowded at the entrance, not daring to enter. The great door of the courtyard remained tightly shut, enveloped in silence, seemingly indifferent to the throngs of soldiers outside. Within the courtyard, a tall figure stood not far from the entrance, donned in a robe of purple and gold. With deep-set eyes, in his large hand, he grasped another figure by the neck. This figure, clad in black attire, appeared to be the assassin who had attempted to kill the Imperial Martial Marquis. The black veil obscuring his face had vanished, revealing an unremarkable visage, devoid of any distinctive features. "Tell me, who ordered you to assassinate the Imperial Martial Marquis?" The tall man regarded the captive with a cold gaze. "You. Let me down, and I will tell you." The figure in black stammered. "Very well." As the robust man spoke, he loosened his grip, only to strike with ferocity in the same instant. Crack! The limbs of his captive were shattered. A wretched scream erupted from the lips of the black-clad figure. "Now, you may speak." The tall man looked down at the crumpled form on the ground, writhing in agony. "I want you dead." The black-clad figure spat forth a stream of dark blood towards the towering man. However, an aura of true energy emanated from the latter, intercepting the dark blood, while the black-clad figure bled from all 7 orifices, swiftly losing consciousness. He had resorted to poisoning himself. "My lord, this individual is most likely a death warrior, but he was merely a menial worker in our Jinwu courtyard. We cannot hand him over to the Imperial Martial Marquis' men." A middle-aged man spoke from behind the tall figure. "It seems they are plotting against us in the Jinwu courtyard." Upon hearing this, the expression of the tall man darkened. Bang! Bang! At that moment, a resounding knock echoed from the distant gate. "What audacity! Is the entrance to my Jinwu courtyard so easily breached?" A tall man clad in a purple-golden robe raised his hand, drawing the lifeless body towards him. With a powerful grip, he crushed the skull, obliterating the face in an instant. He then strode towards the entrance of the Jinwu courtyard, dragging the corpse behind him. Bang! Bang! Outside the Jinwu courtyard, the one knocking was Mu Tianxiong, the captain of the Imperial Martial Marquis Guards, wielding a long knife in his left hand while fiercely striking the door with his right. "Open the door! Let me in!" he bellowed. Just as his voice fell, the door swung open. A surge of terrifying true energy burst forth from within, accompanied by a purple fist that shot out from the entrance, aimed directly at the knife-wielding captain. Mu Tianxiong's expression shifted, and he swiftly retreated. Yet, the assault did not relent. The fist continued its advance, prompting Mu Tianxiong to swiftly slash his knife, unleashing a massive blade of light that descended upon the incoming strike. Bang! The two forces collided, sending Mu Tianxiong staggering backward, blood spurting from his mouth as he barely managed to stay upright, the long knife clattering to the ground. "Mu Tianxiong, who granted you the audacity to brazenly knock upon the door of my Jinwu courtyard? Consider this a warning. Next time, I shall slay you. This is the assassin you sought. I have dealt with him for you, presenting him as a gift." With that, he tossed the corpse before Mu Tianxiong, his gaze icy. Seeing this, rage flared on Mu Tianxiong's face, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. "Sima Yun, how dare you? This man is the one who attempted to assassinate me. You dare to take his life. Today, you must provide an explanation for your actions. However, your interference suggests there are more of his accomplices within the Jinwu courtyard. Today, I will search your premises." Though injured, Mu Tianxiong's tone was unwavering. "Mu Tianxiong, are you courting death?" At this, Sima Yun's expression turned frigid, a fierce killing intent glinting in his eyes. "Fall in," Mu Tianxiong commanded sharply. Instantly, hundreds of guards from the Imperial Martial Marquis estate gathered behind him, their blood energy surging. Boom! A tremendous wave of blood energy erupted from their bodies. The guards were seasoned soldiers from his command, trained in the martial arts of the great Zhou military. They harnessed their vitality to forge a formidable blood aura, coalescing into a powerful presence. As they gathered, a blood-colored ferocious tiger formed above them. At that moment, the blood aura within Mu Tianxiong surged, and a terrifying blade intent manifested in his hand. "Kill!" he shouted. With that, the blood tiger lunged towards Sima Yun. Boom! In that instant, Mu Tianxiong propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air, and struck down with his blade. Suddenly, the glimmer of blades surged forth like the Milky Way, slicing towards Sima Yun. The blades whistled through the air, creating a thunderous roar, their momentum akin to a tempest. As they traversed the space, The surrounding air fractured and twisted, resembling folds that expanded outward. Upon witnessing this, Sima Yun's countenance darkened with fury. Mu Tianxiong showed no signs of retreat, but instead unleashed military might. Boom! The energy within him erupted to counter the military force. The ferocity of 100 bloodthirsty tigers failing to significantly affect him. After all, he was a formidable warrior at the Dantian transformation stage. Seeking death, Sima Yun growled, his aura turning increasingly violent, his true energy manifesting in a dark hue, his form becoming wild and untamed. He resembled a ferocious beast, exuding a menacing aura to fend off the descending bloodthirsty tiger's energy. With a powerful punch, he unleashed a fist imbued with energy, not only tempestuous but also bearing immense weight. Under this gravitational force, Mu Tianxiong's blade momentarily faltered. Boom! The blade collided with the fist, shattering upon impact. Mu Tianxiong let out a muffled groan, his body struck as if by lightning, then propelled like a kite by a tremendous force. Mu Tianxiong's strength paled in comparison to his opponent, and the presence of hundreds of soldiers did not sway the tide. Already wounded, he stood no chance against his adversary and was sent flying once more. Roar! After Mu Tianxiong was hurled away, Sima Yun unleashed a furious roar, a powerful gust akin to ocean waves crashing upon the mass of soldiers. The hundreds of soldiers responded with their own roars, a terrifying cacophony of primal screams colliding with the wrathful howls. Bang! A surge of vitality coursed through them, yet soon, blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, their bodies staggering. This is the true martial courtyard, not your imperial martial marquis estate. You cannot enter at will. With that, he kicked a body into the throng and strode back into the true martial courtyard. Sima Yun, I, from the imperial martial marquis estate, shall not let this matter rest. The injured Mu Tianxiong rose and bellowed, yet they were all wounded and lacked the capacity to continue the fight. Let us return to the marquis estate for now. Unable to contend against their adversaries, they had no choice but to retreat, awaiting their lord's decision. Chapter 566. Jing Wuming's assassination successful, circumstances shift. Jin Feihong's mentality changes the following day. The capital returned to normalcy. The disturbances of the previous night had only minimally impacted a small fraction of the populace. Within the Chu Heavenly Palace, Chu Tianba's gaze was frigid. During the night, those reckless individuals from the money gang had been ambushed and killed before reaching the Chu Heavenly Palace. Their corpses were gathered together, and today he planned to send them to Jin Feihong of the money gang. Madam, how is it there? Chu Tianba inquired. In response, Lu Biao said, reporting to the hall master, the madam was disturbed last night and did not rest. She is preparing to return to her chambers to recuperate. Although the members of the money gang had been slaughtered, Chu Tianba remained uneasy about his wife's safety and concentrated protection. This mindset prevented her from resting well. Ensure the madam rests properly. I will resolve this matter today. He prepared to meet Jin Feihong, who was organizing personnel in the money gang to confront them. The Chu Tiantang. A fierce battle was essential to quell the current turmoil. It was evident that a hidden hand was orchestrating these events. Although he harbored no fear of Jin Feihong, he also did not wish to be manipulated by others. Very well, I shall inform my lady. Lu Biao responded, then made his way to the rear courtyard. In the courtyard, a middle-aged woman clad in purple sat in her chamber, her complexion somewhat haggard. She had been anxious the previous night, her mind fraught with tension. The wife of Chu Tianba, she had suffered injuries years ago that rendered her incapable of further cultivation, leaving her constitution fragile. Madam, dawn has arrived. The hall master mentioned that today we would resolve our troubles. You may return to your quarters to rest, Lu Biao said, bowing deeply. All right. The woman in purple nodded and followed the maid and Lu Biao out of the room, heading towards her boudoir. The early morning sky was overcast, hinting at impending rain. As they traversed the corridor of the courtyard, just as they were about to exit, a figure burst forth from the end of the wooden walkway, splintering wood and rushing towards them. Protect the madam, Lu Biao shouted. At that moment, amidst the flying wood shards, a gray sword light shot out, targeting not the woman in purple, but Lu Biao himself. With a swift motion to shield the woman, Lu Biao felt a sharp pain as his throat was pierced. He could scarcely believe that the assassin's first target was him. Seizing the opportunity, the gray figure swiftly moved to stand before the woman in purple, who was struck with terror as the sword light mercilessly cleaved her head from her body. The gray figure then encased her severed head and, in an instant, vanished into the depths of the courtyard. Ah, madam, A maid gasped in horror as the gray-clad figure departed. In the main hall, as preparations were underway to confront Jin Feihong, Chu Tianba's expression shifted dramatically. He hastened towards the rear courtyard. Moments later, he arrived beside the woman in purple, his rage boiling as he beheld her headless corpse. Which direction did he flee? To the courtyard. A maid replied. No sooner had the maid spoken than Chu Tianba unleashed a flurry of strikes, instantly slaying the few maids who had accompanied the woman in purple. He rushed towards the courtyard. The courtyard featured a lotus pond. Upon Chu Tianba's arrival, several individuals had already gathered. Hall Master, the assailant plunged into the pond. He must have exited the rear courtyard via the inner path, one remarked. Chase him along the river path. We must capture him. I will have him torn to pieces. Chu Tianba seethed, astonished that, despite a night of vigilance, the enemy had chosen to strike when they had relaxed their guard. Not far away, by the riverbank, the gray figure emerged from the water and continued onward without pause, heading towards the bustling streets. This route indicated a meticulous reconnaissance had been conducted. Within the money gang, Jin Feihong sat poised in the main hall when Steward Yang rushed in, breathless. Master, the wife of Chu Tianba has been murdered, announced Steward Yang, a hint of delight evident on his face. Indeed, his spouse has met her demise. Were not all of our men besieged as well? Jin Feihong replied with an impassive countenance. Master, the individual you instructed us to monitor, Jing Yi, has remained unharmed. I suspect he may be the one behind this. Steward Yang continued. Jin Feihong had directed him to keep an eye on Jing Wuming. Thus he had consistently observed him, noting that those slain by Chu Tiantang did not include Jing Wuming. Then I shall await his audience, Jin Feihong declared with a grave tone. Did you deliver the message to Zhen Wuyuan, as instructed? Master, the message has been delivered, but upon my departure, many soldiers from the Diwu Marquis residence were gathered outside. Zhen Wuyuan. The two most formidable leaders of the Diwu Marquis were at the forefront, Steward Yang informed him. The Diwu Marquis men have encircled Zhen Wuyuan. What transpired? Jin Feihong inquired, his expression momentarily startled. Upon investigation, I learned that last night, an assassin attacked the Diwu Marquis. One of the assassins fled into Zhen Wuyuan, prompting Mu Tianxiong from the Diwu Marquis residence to seek entry. The steward of Zhen Wuyuan Sima confronted them and handed over the assassin's corpse. However, Mu Tianxiong insisted on searching Zhen Wuyuan, which infuriated Sima, resulting in him severely injuring Mu Tianxiong and several hundred soldiers. This morning, the Diwu Marquis gathered 1,000 men to besiege Zhen Wuyuan, demanding an explanation and insisting on a search, Steward Yang relayed urgently. The Diwu Marquis is exceedingly audacious, daring to encircle Zhen Wuyuan and seek entry. Jin Feihong scoffed, feeling discontent as the steward of Zhen Wuyuan. However, his expression soon shifted to one of gravity. If Zhen Wuyuan were to clash with the Diwu Marquis, he feared he would be without allies in a confrontation with Chu Tianba. Furrowing his brow, he pondered deeply. Just then, Jing Wuming's figure entered the hall. Master, I bring you the head you requested, Jing Wuming announced, bowing slightly to Jin Feihong before placing the wrapped object down without unveiling it. Excellent. I must admit, I am somewhat astonished that you managed to commit murder under the stringent defenses of Chu Tiantang. As I previously stated, my word holds weight. Today, you are appointed as the 6th steward of the Jin Xin gang. Steward Yang summoned the other 5 to convene and allocate portions of their domains to Jing Yi. Furthermore, announce this throughout the entire gang. Jin Feihong commanded, Jing Yi, you should take your rest. It is best to remain within the gang and not venture out. Understood. Jing Wuming acknowledged before exiting the hall. Master, I shall proceed to gather the other 5, Steward Yang stated. We must ensure Jing Yi is settled. With the issues arising at Zhen Wuyuan, I sense that matters are more complex than they appear. For the time being, we may not engage with Chu Tiantang. When the moment arises, we will need to negotiate and, at a certain juncture, surrender him as an explanation to Chu Tianba. Jin Feihong asserted coldly. Though he held a favorable view of Jing Wuming, he regarded him as expendable if the need arose. When will Tianchun and Jiyu return? Jin Feihong inquired. Yang Tianchun and Li Jiyu are his 2 foremost disciples. The 2 young masters are expected to covertly arrive in the capital in 3 days. He cautioned them to remain vigilant and not to give Chu Tianba any opportunity. Jin Feihong waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 567. Yan Shursen strikes again. Chu Tianba is dead. And Shangwan Jinhong also takes action, Chaos ensues, 7,000-word chapter. The atmosphere between the money gang and the Chu Heaven Hall has grown tense. However, neither side has made a move. Despite the death of his wife, Chu Tianba merely sent people to search for the whereabouts of Jing Wuming and did not launch a full-scale assault on the money gang. Jin Feihong from the money gang informed Shangwan Jinhong that the 5 chief managers should convene in the conference hall. He did not make an appearance, but instructed Steward Yang to allocate a portion of the 5 chief managers' jurisdictions to Jing Wuming, announcing him as the 6th chief manager. No plans to deal with the Chu Heaven Hall were laid out. The chief managers who exited the conference hall wore grim expressions. The addition of another manager meant a division of their power, which no one would take lightly. Among the 4 chief managers, Shangwan Jinhong suffered the least loss, as his jurisdiction was already smaller than those of the others. Moreover, Jing Wuming was under his command, thus his influence was, in fact, greater than that of the other 4 chief managers. Nevertheless, he left with a countenance as dark as theirs. Within the estate, Madame Yu observed Shangwan Jinhong return with a sullen face. She had already learned that the money gang had appointed a 6th chief manager, who had taken over some of Shangwan Jinhong's financial institutions and power. As she watched Shangwan Jinhong enter, Madame Yu approached him, saying, "I never expected Jing Yi to actually kill Chu Tianba's wife. However, with this act, Chu Tianba will not let it rest. Jing Yi will not live long. In the end, what he gains will be lost." She assumed that Shangwan Jinhong was displeased by Jing Wuming's appropriation of part of his financial institutions and territories. Hence her remarks. "I am not troubled by that, but rather by Jin Feihong's demeanor today. His attitude has shifted, and he may no longer engage in conflict with the Chu Heaven Hall." "This is not the outcome I desired," Shangwan Jinhong replied in a low voice. His plan was to provoke a confrontation between Jin Feihong and Chu Tianba, regardless of its outcome. A confrontation was essential for his own opportunity. Indeed, Jin Feihong had contemplated such a plan yesterday, but today he appeared to have changed. It seemed that the recent upheaval at Jinwu Academy had made him wary. Shangwan Jinhong sat down, his voice heavy with concern. He had learned early this morning about the news from Jinwu Academy. The Emperor Wu Ho and Jinwu Academy might soon face a direct confrontation, and Bai Choufei speculated that Jin Feihong would undergo some changes. As Bai Choufei had predicted, it had come to pass. In truth, Shangwan Jinhong understood well that if Jin Feihong were to engage fully with the Chu Heaven Hall, he should have mobilized the entire gang in response to the murder of Luo Zian last night, rather than allowing them to return to make preparations. He did not believe that Jin Feihong was unaware of the value of surprise and the importance of swift action. "What shall we do now? I will lead them into action." At that moment, a voice emerged from the shadows, followed by the appearance of Jing Wuming clad in gray. "Jing." Upon seeing Jing Wuming, Madame Yu's expression shifted dramatically. "You must not appear again." Shangwan Jinhong shook his head. Currently, Chu Tianba is intent on Jing Wuming's life. Should Jing Wuming leave the headquarters of the money gang, the people from Chutian Hall will undoubtedly exert their utmost efforts to claim his life. Recently, I inadvertently acquired a manual titled blood-devouring demon-breaking technique, which I have successfully cultivated. This technique allows one to absorb the blood of certain warriors, thereby enhancing combat strength, Jing Wuming stated. "What are the drawbacks of this technique?" Shangwan Jinhong inquired. "The drawback is that after the boost in strength, one's meridians will suffer damage, necessitating the consumption of elixirs for recovery. Even with elixirs, there will be a day of weakness," Jing Wuming replied. "Such a lethal flaw." Shangwan Jinhong's brow furrowed slightly. "This is your opportunity. Chutian Hall and the money gang must engage in conflict. Otherwise, your previous plans cannot be executed swiftly. If the situation in the capital changes, the young master may arrive prematurely. Before the young master arrives, if our circumstances in the capital unfold too slowly, it will be detrimental to you," Jing Wuming articulated. As the two exchanged dialogue, Madame Yu observed with astonishment. From their conversation, she gathered that Jing Wuming was obedient to Shangwan Jinhong. Additionally, the young master they mentioned appeared to be a significant figure. "My strength has already surpassed the 7th realm of Tianren. The hall masters under Chu Tianba, if I do not confront them head-on, they will perish," Jing Wuming expressed with confidence. Although he remained utterly loyal to Su Chun in this life, he felt compelled to assist Shangwan Jinhong, a sentiment rooted in his past. Just as in his previous life, before Shangwan Jinhong's duel with Li Xuanhuan, he had delivered the corpse of Shangwan Fei to her. "Why did you do this?" Li Xuanhuan and Shangwan Jinhong were both formidable warriors, Any slight distraction could lead to defeat. Presenting Shangwan Fei's corpse to Shangwan Jinhong was, without a doubt, a devastating blow. Jing Wuming's loyalty to Shangwan Jinhong was unwavering. Yet his actions were driven by the belief that only when Shangwan Jinhong faced danger could he seize the chance to rescue her. Shangwan Jinhong remained silent. Jing Wuming turned to leave. Madam Yu gazed at his departing figure, uncertain of what to say, yet she refrained from questioning Shangwan Jinhong. Shangwan Jinhong then entered the hall, awaiting news from Jing Wuming. Additionally, he anticipated information regarding the Jinwu courtyard, as it would be crucial in determining whether a confrontation would erupt between the Money Gang and Chutian Hall. The Jinwu courtyard would largely dictate the stance of the Money Gang. Should I return to the Money Gang and investigate some intelligence for you? Madam Yu approached Shangwan Jinhong. I, Shangwan Jinhong, will not rely on the sacrifice of women to accomplish my tasks, he replied coldly. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Lord Shangwan, this is a message that the host has asked me to deliver. Upon presenting a confidential letter to Shangwan Jinhong, the messenger swiftly departed. As Shangwan Jinhong unsealed the letter, a frown immediately creased his brow. Jin Feihong has indeed deceived us. I had underestimated him. After perusing the letter, Shangwan Jinhong spoke in a low voice. Madam Yu approached him, glancing at the missive in his hands. Her expression shifted upon reading its contents. The letter briefly outlined 3 critical matters. The first indicated that the Emperor Wu Ho and elite members of the military had forcefully entered the Jinwu courtyard to conduct a search. The second revealed that Jin Feihong was investigating traitors within the Money Gang, with Jing Wuming as the primary suspect. And Bai Choufei had deduced that Jin Feihong intended to ultimately expose Jing Wuming to Chu Tianba. The third matter stated that Jin Feihong's 2 major disciples would clandestinely return to the Money Gang within 2 days. To expose Jing Wuming? Jin Feihong is truly courting death. Shangwan Jinhong murmured to himself. However, Jin Feihong cannot perish just yet, for the Money Gang differs from other factions. Its primary business revolves around the Money House. Should Jin Feihong die, there would be no one to swiftly take over the Money Gang, and other forces would quickly consume its lucrative Money House. Such a loss would be significant for Shangwan Jinhong, thwarting his ambitions. If Jin Feihong is to survive for now, then Chu Tianba must be the one to perish. Shangwan Jinhong spoke softly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Once Chu Tianba is dead, the Chu Heaven Hall will inevitably be left leaderless. And before a new hall master emerges, Jing Wuming will not attract attention. Moreover, many will believe that Jin Feihong is responsible for Chu Tianba's demise. It is likely that those behind Chu Tianba will exert pressure on Jin Feihong. You should have information on Jin Feihong's 2 disciples. They must not return to the Money Gang. Their return would be detrimental to Shangwan Jinhong and his associates. Thus they must also meet their end. You will covertly make your way to Taihe Tower and hang a colored lantern outside. Someone will seek you out and convey the desire for Chu Tianba to perish today. Shangwan Jinhong commanded. Understood. Madam Yu changed into a different robe and swiftly departed the estate. At this moment, within the Money Gang, the leader, Jing Yi, had left and returned to his residence. Steward Yang spoke up, returning to his residence. Does he wish for death? Does he truly believe that Chu Tianba would spare him? Jin Feihong questioned, perplexed. The safest place can sometimes be the most perilous. He claims he can ensure his own safety. Steward Yang recounted his previous encounter with Jing Wuming, who had responded in such a manner. Quite intriguing. Continue to monitor him and relay any developments to me promptly. I must first visit the Jinwu courtyard. The Emperor Wu Ho is exceedingly overbearing. If he dares to search the Jinwu courtyard, we must retaliate. With that, Jin Feihong rose, boarded a carriage, and set off for the Jinwu courtyard, while at the Chu Heaven Hall, Chu Tianba's countenance darkened. The Grand Hall Master, Jin Feihong, has proceeded to the Jinwu courtyard. We have also identified the individual who murdered his wife. His name is Jing Yi, and he now serves as the 6th steward of the Money Gang. The records indicate that his strength lies at the 5th level of the celestial realm, and his swordsmanship is quite extraordinary. The newcomer is He, who has taken over the position formerly held by Hall Master Liu Biao. He was previously a deputy master of the Tianmeng Hall. It is truly disgraceful that Liu Biao was dispatched with a single sword thrust to the throat by a mere 5th-level celestial realm warrior. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianba let out a furious roar. Beside him, he lowered his head, hesitant to speak. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious robes approached the entrance of Chutang. The disciples outside the hall immediately bowed in respect. "Where is your Grand Hall Master?" "I have matters to discuss with him," the man in fine robes announced, striding confidently toward the hall. "Sir, the Grand Hall Master is currently in the main hall," one disciple replied promptly. Inside the hall, the man in robes continued, "Brother Chu, when trouble arises, one must find a way to resolve it. Anger only harms oneself." His voice echoed into the hall before he had fully entered. "I bring you good news. The Jinwu courtyard is currently under investigation by the Emperor Wu Ho and will not be able to assist Jin Feihong for the time being. You may act freely against the money gang. Additionally, I have brought you a spirit convergence pill crafted from the essence of the purple python beast, which, when combined with your 9 transformations of the sacred python technique, should assist you in entering the sea of convergence." The man in the embroidered robe appeared gaunt, with prominent cheekbones and sunken eyes that gave him a somewhat rodent-like appearance, contributing to an overall aura of cunning calculation. As he spoke, he produced a purple pill bottle from his robe and placed it before Chu Tianba. Upon seeing the bottle, Chu Tianba's expression brightened. He opened it to sense the medicinal potency within, then closed it, his gaze turning grave as he addressed the man. "Sir, to present me with such a precious pill at this juncture implies you wish for me to confront Jin Feihong directly. It is not a direct confrontation I seek, but rather an opportunity to seize the money gang's treasury." The man replied, "Seize the money gang's treasury? That seems challenging. According to my intelligence, Jin Feihong has already entered the sea of convergence. Even if I were to enter, I would only be able to match him, not defeat him." Chu Tianba shook his head. "Why has he not acted?" "Because he has received word that you have entered the sea of convergence. His current strength is somewhat inferior to yours. Engaging him directly presents little chance of victory. Taking the money gang's treasury and eliminating Jin Feihong are 2 distinct matters. Presently, the Jinwu courtyard is at odds with the Emperor Wu Ho. Thus, Jin Feihong will likely focus most of his efforts on that front. This is your opportunity. You need only to break through to the sea of convergence and swiftly seize the money gang's treasury. By the time Jin Feihong reacts, you will be prepared to confront him directly, leaving him powerless against you. How could he reclaim his treasury then? Even if the Jinwu courtyard intervenes later, we will have grounds to justify our actions. Jin Feihong had a hand in the murder of your wife, and you rightfully seized his treasury." The man in robes articulated. In a fit of rage, Chu Tianba exclaimed, "Jin Feihong has taken my wife's life without a second thought. I will seize his bank. What of it? Inform the elder. I shall handle this matter with utmost diligence." With that, he declared, "Very well, I shall await your news. I will not linger here. Expedite your efforts to acquire the funds from the money gang." After issuing his commands, he bid farewell and departed. Seek out Liu Sanchui. Employ any means necessary to eliminate Jing Yi. Before I conclude my seclusion, I demand that you return with his corpse. I wish to dismantle him piece by piece." After issuing these orders, Chu Tianba picked up a vial from the table and made his way to the rear courtyard, where a secluded training chamber awaited him, a sanctuary for his daily cultivation. Upon entering, he closed the stone door behind him, but suddenly froze in place. His gaze fixed upon a shadowy figure clad in gray, who stood silently in the dimness, sword in hand, eyes locked onto him. "Who are you?" Chu Tianba demanded, stepping forward with determination, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy as he struck towards the mysterious figure. The presence in his training chamber was not one to exchange pleasantries. He resolved to strike first. As his fist surged forth, a violent gust of energy enveloped the gray figure. Qinglong Society, Yan Shisan. The figure revealed himself as Yan Shisan, having received word from Shangwan Jinhong that Chu Tianba must perish. With a swift motion, Yan Shisan unleashed his sword, its brilliance colliding with Chu Tianba's fist. An explosive wave of energy erupted, sending tremors throughout the chamber, causing debris to rain down from above. Seeing his strike so effortlessly thwarted, Chu Tianba's countenance shifted. He retrieved the vial of elixir he had earlier acquired and consumed its contents. "Your prowess is formidable. Under ordinary circumstances, I might falter against you, but today is different." Ninefold Sacred Python, the Heavenly Python's 9 turns. A deep resonance emanated from him as his energy transformed, manifesting 9 powerful currents akin to colossal pythons swirling within him. A violet radiance emerged from his dantian, coalescing into a magnificent purple serpent that let out a low growl. The air around them vibrated with treacherous sound waves, and the already crumbling chamber began to give way. The forces unleashed by both fighters shattered the falling debris, revealing their figures amidst the chaos. The purple serpent's roar harmonized with the 9 colossal phantoms of pythons that materialized around Chu Tianba, whose aura surged forth like a tsunami of terror. Meanwhile, a well-dressed man, having just departed Chutian Hall, sat in a carriage. Sensing a shift in energy emanating from Chutian Hall, he lifted the carriage curtain and beheld a purple silhouette in the distance, his expression shifting with concern. What is Chu Tianba up to? Was he not instructed to cultivate in silence? Why this display of force? But as the thought crossed his mind, dread gripped him. Something has gone awry. Swiftly dismounting from the carriage, he darted forth towards the Chutian paradise. Within the Chutian paradise, a terrifying energy rippled around Chu Tianba, surging forth like a relentless tide. An awe-inspiring spectacle. With a thunderous crash, he stamped his foot upon the ground, unleashing a formidable force that caused the earth beneath him to collapse instantly. Propelled into the air, he unleashed a punch, a torrent of formidable energy erupting from his fist, manifesting as 9 colossal serpents that charged towards Yin Shisan. Yin Shisan, let us see if you can withstand this blow. Chu Tianba bellowed. Is this truly your greatest strength? How disappointing. Yin Shisan regarded the advancing Chu Tianba with a calm demeanor, his voice cold as he spoke. With a resounding boom, his aura surged, and a shadow of a sword emerged behind him, exuding a destructive aura. As the sword's shadow materialized, Yin Shisan struck with his long sword, cleaving through the 9 serpents in an instant. Ultimately, the sword light collided with Chu Tianba's fist. A piercing scream erupted from Chu Tianba as his fist disintegrated under the brilliance of the sword light. Before his cry could fade, Yin Shisan executed another strike. With a swift slash, Chu Tianba's body was cleaved in twain. Yin Shisan paid no heed to the fallen halves of the body, vanishing like a shadow in the courtyard. As figures emerged, their gazes fixated on the severed remains on the ground, one individual approached Chu Tianba's body. Just then, the residual sword energy within Chu Tianba erupted, surging into the figure's body, causing it to explode into a shower of flesh and blood, leaving the onlookers paralyzed with fear. At that moment, the previously departed middle-aged man in brocade reappeared in the courtyard. Approaching the dismembered body, his expression shifted dramatically as a terrifying aura enveloped him, forming a barrier to intercept the sword energy that shot forth from the other half of Chu Tianba. What an intimidating sword energy. It must belong to a formidable practitioner of the sword path. Who exactly is Yin Shisan? Chu Tianba has met with calamity. This urgent news must be conveyed to my lord at once. Without collecting Chu Tianba's remains, he turned swiftly to depart. What shall we do now? The remaining onlookers were struck with dread. Quickly, summoned the various hall masters. Some, too fearful to approach Chu Tianba's remains, scattered to seek the hall masters of Chutian Paradise. Soon, news spread that the leader of Chutian Paradise, Chu Tianba, had been slain by an individual named Yin Shisan. Upon returning to the residence of Lady Yu, she was taken aback by the news, having only recently informed the other party, who had swiftly dispatched Chu Tianba. Furthermore, feedback from the scene indicated that the assailant might be a powerful figure of the sea, as Chu Tianba had displayed formidable prowess. What shall we do next? Wait. With Chu Tianba's demise, Chutian Paradise is now leaderless. Some may seek to gain merit, and thus they will undoubtedly target the Jinxian gang. Who is the most formidable target? It is undoubtedly Jing Wuming. When they strike at Jing Wuming, he retaliates, leading to the demise of several members of Chutian Paradise, thereby exacerbating the conflict. In such a scenario, it would be entirely reasonable for those from Chutian Paradise to seek vengeance, even to the extent of eliminating one of our overseers. Shangguan Jinhong spoke in a cold tone. However, the strength of the several overseers is not to be underestimated. The leader of Chutian Paradise may not necessarily be able to slay them. If they cannot, then I, Shangguan Jinhong, certainly can. At this moment, Shangguan Jinhong was prepared to personally take action to kill. I shall assist you in locating Qin Gang's whereabouts, Lady Yu offered. I aim to eliminate Luo Yihong, declared Shangguan Jinhong. Luo Yihong is the most powerful among the 6 overseers of the Money Gang, overseeing the largest financial institutions and territories. To achieve our goal, we must target the strongest among the 5 overseers. Once Luo Yihong is slain, and with Jin Feihong's disciples yet to return to the Money Gang, the control over Luo Yihong's financial institutions and territories would revert to the remaining 5. Consequently, Both he and Jing Wuming would wield greater influence over the number of financial institutions. However, Luo Yihong possesses strength at the level of the 9 difficulties of the celestial realm. Lady Yu expressed her concerns. He will meet the same fate. Shangguan Jinhong proclaimed as a pair of golden rings manifested in his hands. These rings, his original dragon and phoenix gold rings, had become one with his spirit. After arriving in this world, he infused his consciousness into the rings, enhancing their power significantly. Even at the 9 difficulties of the celestial realm, he could still eliminate Luo Yihong, who resides not far from us. At this point, Lady Yu's expression shifted. Did Shangguan Jinhong choose this location with the intent of killing Luo Yihong from the very beginning? Time passed gradually. Suddenly, a disciple rushed into the hall. Lord Shangguan, Jing Yi has slain the leader of Chutian Paradise, Liu Sanchui, reported the disciple. Good, you may leave, Shangguan Jinhong gestured. The disciple promptly exited, and Shangguan Jinhong rose. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Keep a close watch on both sides' movements. I shall go and eliminate Luo Yihong. Shangguan Jinhong turned and entered the courtyard. Shortly after, a shadow departed from the estate. Not far away, in a deep red mansion, Luo Yihong was currently listening to a report from his subordinate. He was taken aback that Chu Tianba had been slain. Who exactly is this Yin Shisan? Chu Tianba was dispatched far too swiftly, and no one witnessed the assailant's identity. Though it was confirmed that the attacker was a master swordsman. A master swordsman? The lady also perished at the hands of a swordsman. Could the one who killed Chu Tianba and the one who killed the lady be the same person? Upon hearing this, Luo Yihong's expression grew grave. Has the leader returned? He subsequently inquired. The leader has yet to return from the Jinwu courtyard. It is still Steward Yang who presides over the gang, came the reply from below. And what of Jing Yi? He was not retained within the gang. Even with Chu Tianba's death, those loyal to him will likely act against him, especially since many seek to prove their worth to Chu Tianba's successor. Liu Sanchui made his move, but was countered by Jing Yi, who seemingly vanished after the counterattack. One must ascertain the whereabouts of Jing Yi and discreetly relay this information to Chutian Heaven. Jing Yi must not survive beyond today. With Chu Tianba now deceased, Chutian Heaven will soon take action against Jing Yi. If he remains alive, the territories and funds allocated by me will be irretrievable. Luo Yihong spoke coldly. Understood. The individuals below bowed and exited the hall. Luo Yihong slowly rose from his seat. Bang! The figure who had previously exited was sent hurtling back by a tremendous force, launching an attack towards Luo Yihong. With a sharp gaze, Luo Yihong clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow, infused with a violet flame of true energy. The incoming figure was struck down by his palm, their form shrouded in darkness, rendering them indistinct. His expression remained indifferent as he directed his gaze towards the entrance. A figure clad in black, wearing a mask, stepped inside. Upon seeing this dark-clad intruder, Luo Yihong surged forth, reaching out with his palm towards the masked individual's face. The masked figure's eyes glinted coldly as they raised their hand to counterattack. Boom! Their palms collided, and both were forced to retreat. However, the black-clad individual staggered back further, their robe tearing apart, before firmly planting their feet on the ground to regain balance. Who goes there? A voice rang out as several individuals appeared in the courtyard. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shot forth, instantly shattering the neck of the newcomer, silencing them forever as they collapsed to the ground. Hold! Witnessing this, Luo Yihong had already landed in the courtyard, his eyes icy as he raised his hand to assault the masked figure once more, his speed astonishing. Flames of true energy swirling within his grasp. Fiery slash! The roar of his attack reverberated as a terrifying vortex of energy formed within his palm, descending upon the masked figure with great force. He aimed to dispatch this adversary with a single blow, for their cultivation was beneath his own. The masked figure's eyes flashed with intensity, propelling themselves forward and countering with a palm strike, their true energy colliding with Luo Yihong's. This time, the black-clad figure was sent reeling backwards, a trickle of blood escaping from beneath the mask. Yet as they were propelled away, a golden light shot forth instantaneously. As Luo Yihong landed, he launched another palm strike, attempting to intercept the golden light. However, the golden beam split into two beneath his hand, elegantly curving around his attack and swiftly reaching either side of his head. Bang! His skull was instantaneously shattered by the two beams of golden light. His eyes wide open in disbelief,
unable to accept that his demise came at the hands of these radiant strikes. At that moment, the black-clad figure on the ground raised a hand and grasped the two golden beams, pivoting to dash out of the courtyard. When others rushed back in, all that remained was Luo Yihong, lifeless with a shattered head. Chapter 568. Jinwu Courtyard, Shihanzhou, I trust my sword soon. News of Luo Yihong's demise reached the headquarters of the Money Gang. Steward Yang swiftly led a team to Luo Yihong's estate to investigate the cause of his death. Upon witnessing the lifeless state of Luo Yihong, Butler Yang's pupils constricted sharply. His skull had been shattered, the flesh grotesquely mangled, leaving the weapon responsible a mystery. However, it was evident that both sides of his head had been struck simultaneously. The assailant did not employ conventional weaponry, but rather an extraordinary combination of speed and force. Luo Yihong was a formidable figure, having reached the pinnacle of strength in the realm of celestial beings. The evidence at the scene suggested that he had engaged with his attacker, thus he must have had a protective aura surrounding him. The ability to crush his skull from both sides under such circumstances spoke volumes of the assailant's prowess. Butler Yang then approached the bodies of several disciples who had met a similar fate, their throats shattered by a powerful shockwave, leaving behind distinct, pronounced marks. Was it a weapon resembling an iron ring? From the wounds observed, Butler Yang deduced this conclusion. Yet, within the world of martial artists, numerous wielders of rings existed, and none were known to him who could slay a warrior of Luo Yihong's caliber. He resolved to preserve Luo Yihong's remains with utmost care, intending to send them to the headquarters for examination upon the return of the gang leader. Luo Yihong's status within the Money Gang was significant. Overseeing the largest treasury in territories, his death would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the organization. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling gripped Butler Yang's heart. He sensed that the Money Gang and the Chu Heavenly Palace had become targets for an unseen adversary. With the death of Chu Tianba, and now Luo Yihong, if it were not the handiwork of someone from the Chu Heavenly Palace, it could only mean a shadowy figure was orchestrating these events. May I not be their next target? Butler Yang pondered. Given the current circumstances, he too could potentially fall victim. Caution was paramount. After a final inspection, Butler Yang departed from Luo Yihong's residence. The bodies of Luo Yihong and his companions were swiftly transported to the Money Gang. The news of Luo Yihong's demise reached the ears of several others in no time, prompting them to heighten their defenses. Upon returning to his residence, Shangguan Jinhong promptly arranged for guards to patrol the periphery upon receiving the alarming news. "You are injured," exclaimed Madame Yu, gazing at Shangguan Jinhong. "It is but a minor wound, a mere need for recovery." However, had it not been for Luo Yihong's absence of his famed judge's pen, I suspect I would have needed to pay a heavier price to eliminate him, replied Shangguan Jinhong, having just engaged Luo Yihong in combat. Luo Yihong had not possessed his renowned judge's pen during their encounter, possibly due to a lack of habit of carrying it while at home. Or perhaps he believed himself safe from assassination within the confines of his residence. "What shall be our next course of action?" he inquired. "We shall not take any steps forward until Jin Feihong returns. We must ensure his two prominent disciples do not enter the capital at any cost," Shangguan Jinhong asserted. "Should those two step into the capital and return to the Money Gang, they would be the ones to benefit most from Luo Yihong's death, leaving Shangguan Jinhong with no advantages to gain." "What is the situation at Jinwu Courtyard and with Emperor Wuho?" Shangguan Jinhong asked. "Emperor Wuho is conducting a vigorous search of Jinwu Courtyard. Surely, some action must be underway there," he continued. "The key managers presiding over affairs at Jinwu Courtyard have gathered. Yet what discussions transpire among them remains a mystery for now." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Jinhong furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "Has no other person appeared in the Jinwu Courtyard?" Although no other figures were present in the Jinwu Courtyard, prior intelligence indicated that during the search conducted by the Emperor Wu Ho, two immense divine presences erupted within the courtyard. Shortly after their emergence, the Emperor Wu Ho departed with his entourage. Madam Yu conveyed this information to Shangguan Jinhong. The two divine presences suggested that at least two formidable sea concentration experts resided within the Jinwu Courtyard. "Truly remarkable," Shangguan Jinhong remarked. At that moment, within a secluded conference hall of the Jinwu Courtyard, 5 men clad in various robes were seated. Among them was Sima Yun, who had clashed with the leader Mu Yunxiong under the command of Emperor Wu Ho the previous day. Presently, his expression was grim as he spoke. "Gentlemen, the Emperor Wu Ho's search of our Jinwu Courtyard clearly indicates his disregard for us. How shall we respond to this matter?"
The Emperor Wu Ho intends to leverage our Zhenwu courtyard to showcase his might against the Dugu family. However, he has chosen the wrong target. Dugu Wei is the one whose life is sought after at a sky-high bounty. Let us take his life as the price. After Sima Yun's words, a middle-aged man to his right interjected, clad in a dark red robe, with eerily black hair and a slightly pale complexion. He emanated an aura of authority even without anger. His thin lips were pressed into a cold arc, revealing he was not one to show mercy. He was one of the managers of the Zhenwu courtyard and also the leader of the Tiansheng Hall in the capital. Despite the saint in its name, the Tiansheng Hall was notorious for its clandestine human trafficking operations, controlling around 30% of the brothel business in the capital. Taking his life would be a formidable challenge. The Emperor Wu Ho entered the sea concentration realm 5 years ago, his divine presence exceedingly domineering. Unless the chief steward intervenes, we might not even be able to defeat him collectively. A frail, white-haired elder across from him spoke in a low voice. Have you overestimated the Emperor Wu Ho? Now that Chief Jin has entered sea concentration, Brother Shi can engage in direct combat with an average sea concentration expert. The three of us combined could contend with a typical sea concentration expert. Given this strength, I find it hard to believe the Emperor Wu Ho could withstand us, declared the leader of the Tiansheng Hall. But the Emperor Wu Ho is not alone. Moreover, Chief Jin faces his own challenges. I received news just as I arrived that the Lord of the Chu Paradise has perished, slain by a sea concentration swordsman. I recall that Chief Jin's wife also fell victim to a swordsman. From this, it appears they are likely the same individual. The Emperor Wu Ho's forceful search of our Zhenwu courtyard and Chief Jin's predicament. Do you not see the connection between these two events? I sense that someone is targeting our Zhenwu courtyard, the white-haired elder articulated, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Upon hearing the elder's words, the other four fell into silence. I suggest we first track down the assassin to ascertain whether he has any ties to the Emperor Wu Ho. This would also serve to avenge Brother Jin. Once we deal with the assassin, we can then pursue the Emperor Wu Ho's life. After all, it is quite challenging for us to take action against the Duke of Martial Arts in the capital. After a moment of silence, the white-haired elder spoke. Thank you, Elder Chu. Jin Feihong expressed his gratitude. Leave this matter to me. I am eager to encounter a master of the sword. Another of the 5 managers interjected. This individual, clad in a black robe and cradling a long sword, exuded an aura of lethargy, yet the sword intent emanating from him was formidable. A swordsman of such caliber relishes the opportunity to face another sword master. This man is indeed a formidable figure, a master of the sea of concentration. You must exercise caution. Notify us immediately if you discover anything. It would be best if we acted together. The white-haired elder cautioned. Fear not. Although I have yet to step into the sea of concentration, my swordsmanship is not inferior to that of a master. I can certainly hold my own against him, replied the man, his demeanor transformed, radiating confidence. He firmly believed in the prowess of the sword he wielded.